Chapter 1. Reincarnated as a slime? Jiang Tuanzi chuckled as he ambled toward school. At that moment, a faint rumbling sound reached his ears. Beside him, his companion suddenly tilted his head to gaze at the sky. What unfolded before them was the most astonishing sight in 18 years. The clouds hung upside down, and the rain spiraled upwards. The sky had reached its breaking point, flickering with spiraling flashes of thunder, as fierce winds surged upwards, and the inverted clouds seemed intent on devouring everything around them. Jiang Tuanzi abruptly felt an unusual lightness as the wind blew. He began to drift skyward, with everything around him following suit. Buildings shattered, and the ground caved in. As he beheld the collapsing terrain, he suddenly realized it was not the ground that had sunk, but rather the ground that was flying. The clouds dissipated, lightning swirled, and a pure black sphere, emitting a dazzling white light, appeared above Blue Star. Unfortunately, Jiang Tuanzi could not witness this magnificent scene, for he had gone blind, his vision consumed by darkness. Everything transpired in an inexplicably bizarre, magical, and swift manner. Devoured to grow stronger system. Name, Jiang Tuanzi QQ, race, slime demon race. Devour points. 0 hurry, and try eating something. 8-dimensional attributes. Vitality. 0.001. A passing sparrow could easily crush you underfoot. There should be no creature weaker than you in this world. Press this button to reveal other attributes. I have reincarnated as a slime. I am dead. As Jiang Tuanzi lamented in his mind, he curiously tapped the plus sign. Upon viewing the detailed attributes, he instantly comprehended why the system displayed only one vitality attribute. It was his highest attribute at present. Lacking agility and spirit, he was utterly immobile. Fortunately, as a slime, he could attempt to control his body through sensation, nibbling at the ground beneath him. After 10 arduous minutes, he finally managed to ingest a stone-like object beneath his feet. As digestion commenced, a powerful sequence of flavors fishy, bitter, salty, and rusty permeated every part of his being. It felt akin to being immersed in a fermenting vegetable pit for 3 days and nights, that nauseating taste marinating him entirely, with every breath filled with it. Jiang Tuanzi swore that if he still had a stomach, he would have vomited it all out. Alas, deprived of agility and spirit, his body could expel nothing. Fortunately, the digestion proceeded rapidly, completed in less than 10 seconds. Yet for Jiang Tuanzi, those brief seconds felt as though he had endured 7 days and nights of torment. Once he had finished eating, he paused for a while before returning to inspect the system panel. The devour points had increased to 0.002, and a new option labeled Pokédex appeared, with a conspicuous red dot in the upper right corner. Surely, no one could tolerate an additional red dot. Resolutely, Jiang Tuanzi clicked on the Pokédex, and a small card materialized. New, unlocked Pokédex. Grain of sand. Taste, 2 points nightmare. Nutrition, 0. A mineral aggregate composed of minute particles found in nature. Gazing at the numbers on the Pokédex, he could scarcely believe that something so atrociously unpalatable could still score 2 points. Is there any justice left in the world? Curiosity began to gnaw at him. Just how dreadful could something rated at 1 point truly be? How much worse could it taste than this grain of sand? After venting his frustrations, Jiang Tuanzi pieced together the information from the Pokédex card and hints to comprehend the algorithm for calculating devour points. The first item consumed would yield points based on the formula of taste multiplied by nutrition if the taste was less than or equal to 5 points, with the minimum nutrition being 0.001. Using this grain of sand as an example, 0.001, 0.002. For the second consumption of an already cataloged item, there would be no guaranteed minimum nutrition of 0.001 instead. The nutrition would correspond to the original value of that item. Nutrition values below 0.001 would not be displayed in the Pokédex, as they were not devoid of nutrition. The third consumption would grant devour points equal to 1/10 of the nutrition value, while the fourth would yield 1/100th, and so forth. There was a small exception. If an item with a varying taste score was consumed again, the points would be calculated as taste multiplied by nutrition minus the previously acquired devour points, with nutrition still having a minimum of 0.001. For instance, if he consumed another grain of sand with a taste score of 5, he would receive 5 0.001 to 0.001 0.003 in devour points. Devour points could be equivalently exchanged for 7-dimensional points. The first item consumed with a taste score of 6 or higher would trigger a critical hit mechanism, resulting in points multiplying exponentially based on the taste score. A score of 6 would yield 10 times the points, 7 would yield 100 times, and 10 would yield 100,000 times. How utterly exaggerated. In light of this, it was evident that consuming anything would indeed lead to growth and strength. However, for the sake of his physical and mental well-being, as well as for acquiring more Devour points, he should strive to consume delicious and nutritious food. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Tuanzi allocated his Devour points to spirit and agility. For his current state, increasing spirit would primarily enhance his focus and bodily control. The effects of agility were somewhat similar. Following a period of meditation, the results were immediate. He could now perceive a distinct sense of touch within his body. He could feel the textures of the environment beneath his feet, allowing him to deduce that he was likely on a desert or sandy beach. Given that only sand surrounded him, he resolved to consume more grains, hoping to encounter a particularly delectable one. In moments of boredom, one often indulges in whimsical thoughts, and Jiang Tuanzi was no exception. As he devoured the grains of sand beneath him, his mind wandered. How were his family members faring? What had he last seen? Was he still on Blue Star? Where exactly was this desert? Or was it a beach? Yet, this wisdom of thought was easily interrupted. The grains of sand surrounding him were truly insufferable to consume. That was not the crux of the issue. The real problem was that after laboriously devouring over 30 grains of sand, his Devour points still displayed as 0. Ultimately, Jiang Tuanzi decided not to stubbornly persist in this spot, but rather to venture further afield, in search of grains with different textures, hoping for some unforeseen rewards. After crawling for quite some time, having presumably traversed over 20 grains of sand, his consciousness suddenly became heavy without any warning, and Jiang Tuanzi collapsed. He lay quietly and inconspicuously on this sandy expanse. Not far above Jiang Tuanzi, in the sky, something stood in stark contrast to his low profile. A pure black sphere radiating dazzling white light, continuously emitting a deep, rumbling sound. Had anyone been able to witness his entire journey, they would have realized that this black sphere was identical to the one that had appeared above Blue Star. Regrettably, in this world, there was no one who could possibly know of this occurrence. However, merely being aware of the sudden appearance of this black sphere was easily achievable. Indeed, someone had now arrived. Chapter 2. Encountering a delicious grain of sand. Jiang Tuanzi regained consciousness after a prolonged slumber. Upon awakening, he realized he had merely taken a brief nap. With his endurance and agility both exceedingly low, traversing short distances proved exceedingly challenging. It seemed he would have to revert to his original plan, devouring in place, entrusting everything to fortune. The act of devouring was a lengthy and tedious affair. Jiang Tuanzi had transitioned from initial bouts of nausea and disgust to a state of complete numbness. Just as he was losing hope for survival, he finally consumed an item other than the grains of sand, a fragment of cloth. Hearing the delightful notification of 0.03 Devour points being credited, in that instant, Jiang Tuanzi felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Pokédex 1, new, unlocked Pokédex, cloth fragment, taste, 3 points extremely bitter. Nutrition, 0, fragments of cloth left behind after the decomposition of garments by microorganisms. He quickly closed the Pokédex and allocated points to enhance his endurance, vitality, and constitution. A tremendous surge of power coursed through him, making him feel at least 10 times stronger than before. One punch could certainly, probably not kill anyone. Even the system's warm reminder seemed unchanged. A mere chick could easily crush you underfoot. There are not many creatures weaker than you in this world. In terms of speed, compared to his previous sluggish movements, he could now traverse a small grain of sand in a second without issue. Jiang Tuanzi felt he had acquired sufficient strength. He could finally proceed to the next phase of his grand plan, to seek out grains with different textures to consume. If one were to zoom out slightly, they would see a tiny slime the size of a grain of rice slowly wriggling across a sandy expanse. The shallow dips and mounds in the sand posed monumental challenges for this little slime. Fortunately, there was not a whisper of wind in this desert otherwise. No matter how hard he struggled, he would be completely buried within 20 seconds. This latest exploration had gone significantly smoother, and after leaping over hundreds of grains of sand, Jiang Tuanzi finally discovered one that was distinctly different. It was smoother and cooler to the touch than the other grains. Jiang Tuanzi opened his mouth beneath him and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his vision brightened. This grain of sand tasted nothing like the bitter, hellish flavors he had encountered before. It felt as if he had a glass bead in his mouth, with a cool, smooth, and hard texture that as the grains of sand gradually dissolved, a faintly sweet and salty flavor mingled with a subtle hint of fishiness began to emerge. It resembled the taste of a droplet of blood oozing from a pricked finger, the flavor that manifests when such a digit is held in one's mouth after a bout of perspiration. Jiang Tuanzi, savoring the grain of sand, felt tears of gratitude welling up within him. Truly, there could be no greater delicacy in this world. After hardship comes sweetness. Was his own illustrious journey about to commence? As the sand grain was slowly consumed, a new red dot appeared in the compendium, and with a tap of his small hand, a card materialized. New, compendium unlocked, grain of sand, flavor, 5 points, tasteless, nutritional value, 0.005. Originally a mere stone from the mountains, it had transformed into sand due to the ravages of divine magic, acquiring a hint of divine essence. Thus, this ordinary object gained a touch of the extraordinary. Jiang Tuanzi was somewhat taken aback by this textual explanation, but soon came to terms with it having transformed into a slime. How could he possibly remain in Blue Star? Excitement swiftly enveloped his entire being, and he eagerly closed the compendium card, for he had indeed secured a substantial fortune. The devouring point soared to 0.023. Though life had become more prosperous, expenditures still required meticulous management. After considerable contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, he determined that, aside from magic and faith, which held little utility, all other attributes would significantly aid his current self, prompting him to pursue a comprehensive and balanced enhancement. Ultimately, aside from strength, which stood at 0.004, all other attributes were elevated to 0.005. A near five-fold increase across all attributes marked a qualitative leap. The system even bestowed a high appraisal. You are truly formidable now. If a mere aphid were to appear before you, I believe you could vanquish it. At this moment, Jiang Tuanzi felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover what even more delectable sustenance awaited him. His body began to writhe in motion, searching for new and unique grains of sand. In a mere second, he could leap over dozens of grains, and Jiang Tuanzi felt as though he were gliding just above the ground. The enhancement of his mental acuity also enabled him to discern the texture of the passing grains more swiftly, greatly improving his search efficiency. However, it seemed that fortune was not on Jiang Tuanzi's side this time. After probing through hundreds of grains, he had yet to uncover anything new. He did consume a few grains that appeared to be different, yet they were equally unpalatable, equally torturous. More importantly, they yielded no nutritional value whatsoever. Not that there was none at all, it could only be described as minuscule, translating into a devouring point that bore an unfathomable number of zeros after the decimal total irrelevance. As Jiang Tuanzi continued his search, he fervently grumbled within. If he were guilty, may the heavens punish him, rather than forcing him to grope in a realm of identical grains of sand, seeking a singularly unique one. The sole consolation was that while he could err in his guesses, the punishment for such mistakes was excruciatingly severe. Jiang Tuanzi felt that this torment was akin to being condemned to the depths of hell. Was he truly in hell? He found himself pondering this unbidden thought. After meandering about, stopping and starting, he finally laid eyes upon a piece of food that was undeniably distinct after probing over 1,000 grains. It offered a soft texture, reminiscent of slightly dried modeling clay. In short, this was undoubtedly not a grain of sand. Eagerly, Jiang Tuanzi prostrated himself before this food, devouring it with reckless abandon. As it was fully digested, a kaleidoscope of sensations flashed vividly in his mind. It was a flavor almost impossible to describe, an extraordinarily complex taste. Initially bitter, it was soon followed by the acrid notes of rotten eggs mixed with the sourness of decayed sweat, and then an essence reminiscent of mint surged through him, electrifying his entire being. This taste, unbearable to any human, momentarily liberated his soul from his corporeal form. His thoughts began to drift toward poetry and distant horizons. At the edge of the desert, 100 knights clad in armor stood in 2 rows, paired off, holding aloft golden banners as they marched in unison at the forefront of the procession. Their armor bore distinct solar motifs, while the banners were embroidered with images of the sun. Following them were 200 opulent carriages adorned with gemstones, each containing intricately carved magical boxes. Near the back of the procession were 9 six-legged behemoths, bearing a magnificent and lavish church. Atop the church's spire hovered a radiant sun, continuously emitting a gentle golden glow. Within the church sat a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and eyes, leisurely biting into an apple as he listened to a knight kneeling before him report. Nightfall approaches ahead, lies the end desert. For the safety of all, should we rest for the night and depart in the morning? The young man paid him no heed, and the caravan continued its forward journey, causing the knight to grow increasingly impatient. Only after the young man leisurely finished his apple, and the maid beside him offered him water to rinse his mouth, did he finally respond in a nonchalant tone. The knight did not appear surprised by this command, yet he hesitated to leave, as if there were something more he wished to say or some concern weighing upon him. With a flick of his wrist, the young man tossed the apple core at the knight's head, his impatience evident as he remarked, "We embark on this journey for the glory of humankind." Upon hearing this, the knight slowly rose to his feet. However, just as the knight turned to depart, the young man carelessly admonished him, "What a boorish creature you are." The knight's pace did not falter as he departed, even quickening slightly. The young man resumed his languid demeanor. Suddenly, he glanced down at the floor, chuckling softly. How curious that there's still a bug eavesdropping. With a swift motion, the bug met its demise. Chapter 3. Bloodstone. The aroma seemed to be etched into his very soul. A surge of indignation and resentment welled up within him, prompting him to hastily open the compendium in search of the truth behind what he had just consumed. New compendium unlocked. Corrupted substance taste. 1 point. Bitter abyss. Nutrition. 0.02. Could there truly exist creatures in this world that would dare to consume such a thing? While the paltry nutritional value of 0.02 was indeed surprising, the glaring score of 1 for taste was even more disconcerting. Surely, the mere corrupted substances of Blue Star could not be so unpalatable. It must possess some extraordinary essence akin to the previous grains of sand. It felt highly probable that this was still the work of a god, an elusive being on Blue Star. Distributing the points of devouring across several attributes, a minuscule eye appeared on the green bean-sized Jiang Tuanzi. Finally, he had gained sight. Yet, this vision was somewhat lacking, reminiscent of a novice artist's first attempts at sketching, vaguely abstract. Nevertheless, it was far superior to being enveloped in darkness, allowing him to discern shadows and highlights, elevations and depressions. With the aid of his newfound vision, Jiang Tuanzi yearned to ascend to greater heights. Even though he could not yet glimpse the distant horizon, he was certain that along the path upward, he would continuously acquire devouring points, and upon reaching the summit, he would be able to see far and wide. At that moment, he could ascertain his bearings and formulate his next plan. With a plan in mind, he immediately set forth, climbing towards the highest point within his sight. However, he had scarcely ascended when he encountered a black stone, several times larger than a grain of sand. Upon approaching the stone, he noted its smoothness and angularity, resembling a gem. Based on previous experience, the more visually appealing the object, the more delectable it was likely to be. This gem's taste could not possibly disappoint. After several minutes of mental preparation, he mustered the courage to swallow this gem, which was nearly his own size. Upon ingestion, he found it lacked the expected chill and hardness. Instead, it felt as though he had taken a mouthful of fine dust. The gem dissolved upon entry, not into liquid, but into fine powder that clung to every corner and crevice of his mouth. The flavor was akin to that of the initial grain of sand he had consumed, fishy, bitter, salty, and rusty. Jiang Tuanzi realized that after experiencing the revolting taste of the 1-point corrupted substance, this previously nauseating flavor no longer seemed so intolerable. With a composed demeanor, he opened the compendium once more. New compendium unlocked. Divine Bloodstone taste. 2 points. Nightmare. Nutrition. 1. It is said that divine blood never runs dry, eternally flowing, granting ordinary mortals who partake of it longevity akin to the heavens. Yet, all things must eventually meet their end. and divine blood is no exception. At this moment, the divine power within this drop of blood had nearly dissipated entirely. Jiang Tuanzi flipped through the compendium several times, confirming that he had not misread. This gem indeed possessed a nutritional value of 1 point. This was the epitome of extremes. Just moments ago, he had faced misfortune, and now fortune smiled upon him. 2 points of devouring points, his greatest haul ever. A full 1,000 times that of the sand grains. He swiftly allocated these 2 points evenly across his attributes. Compared to before, each of his attribute values had increased 20-fold. His size now surpassed that of a peach, and his movements were no longer slow and laborious. He could now roll and jump with ease. Jiang Tuanzi felt an exhilarating surge of power. Confident that vanquishing an ant would pose no challenge, at this moment, the system provided its latest assessment. The host's strength has significantly increased, transforming from an unremarkable meal to a nutritious delicacy favored by chickens. His vision had also undergone a remarkable enhancement, shifting from an abstract sketch to a vivid, colorful world. Jiang Tuanzi felt as though he had transitioned from a mere 270p resolution to a stunning 2K quality. This monumental change evoked a single word in his mind: next generation. At last, he could observe the world into which he had traversed. He found himself amidst a desert, surrounded solely by identical red grains of sand. With his back to the sun and facing the mountains, the red sand formed a towering peak at an inexplicable angle. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed various colors reflecting off the summit, as if adorned with an array of jewels. Jiang Tuanzi surmised that these reflections must be related to the divine, suggesting that everything here was intertwined with the divine, a place where gods had fallen. As he admired the scenery, he drew closer to the mountain's summit. Time passed, and the sun sank below the western horizon. As the sunlight waned, the sky revealed the moon hidden beneath the golden glow. The moonlight flowed like water, while the red sand resembled a vast sea. Jiang Tuanzi observed the shifting sandy expanse, a shiver coursing through him. At that moment, a large area of sand heaved upward, the red sand cascading downward, revealing a colossal armored worm. Following closely were more, second, third, and fourth, each emerging from the earth in a frenzied rush towards the west. Jiang Tuanzi hesitated for a moment, wary of potential danger, carefully observing the worm's movements. Soon, he noticed that they seemed to intentionally avoid him. One worm altered its course upon noticing his presence. Realizing that the sandworms would not trample him, Jiang Tuanzi's spirits lifted significantly, and he continued to bounce towards the mountain's peak. Along the way, he consumed several peculiar grains of sand, but regrettably, none yielded any additional devouring points. However, the compendium did note that they were originally yellow sand. Was this merely a means of enriching the background story of this land? Nevertheless, the system succeeded in piquing Jiang Tuanzi's curiosity and desire for exploration with just a few words. With his enhanced vision, he began to experiment with various unusual objects, even attempting to consume a long, bar-shaped stone that was dozens of times larger than himself. The stone's surface was mottled and somewhat translucent, with faint red luminescent markings within. This absurd scene caught the attention of a nearby sandworm, which cautiously approached Jiang Tuanzi. Startled, he trembled in fear, too afraid to move. The sandworm, however, paid him no mind, gently tapping the long stone with its teeth, producing a crisp sound as it shattered into several pieces. As Jiang Tuanzi beheld the fragmented stone, he instantly comprehended the worm's intention. It sought to assist him in devouring. The sandworm was friendly towards him, confirming that they had indeed been deliberately avoiding him earlier. A sudden wave of inexplicable gratitude surged within him. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that he had been in this realm for some time, and despite his frailty, he had never encountered any form of attack or danger. Could it be that these sandworms were intentionally protecting him? Near the edge of the red sand, hundreds of horses stood frozen, unwilling to venture further, emitting fearful whinnies. The Sun Knights atop their steeds displayed no anger. Instead, they comforted their mounts, their faces betraying an expression of having escaped calamity. Both horses and men shared a mutual dread of this desert. Alas, military orders were as unyielding as mountains. The king's decree was absolute. Someone had to venture forth to investigate. Soon, a military command reverberated through the air, announcing the random selection of a knight to delve into the abyss. Yet, There was nothing random about this command. It was all predetermined, as the divine offspring had already discreetly chosen the candidate. Chapter 4. Reaching the summit, Jiang Tuanzi swallowed the fragments of the stone in one gulp. Compendium 1 and New Yi Compendium unlocked. Corrupted rune stone taste. 1 point, bitter abyss, nutrition. 5.751. It was an artifact crafted by dwarves, once comparable to divine power, but now devoid of any vibrancy. Let alone the ethereal divine strength it once held. The perpetrator of its decline still adorned it with a fade of grandeur. And what of Jiang Tuanzi? He should now be meeting his great-grandmother. Time flowed onward, and a radiant sun rose in the west, its simple afterglow obscuring the moon behind it. Jiang Tuanzi awoke from his nightmare, a tumultuous blend of joy and anguish swirling in his mind. Leaving him in a daze, amidst the highs and lows, he grasped a profound truth. In the life of a slime, some endeavors, despite their immense potential gains, ought not to be ventured lightly, though his dismay. He had recklessly attempted such risks twice. After gazing for some time at the now quiet red sands in the distance, Jiang Tuanzi resumed his journey. This time, curiosity about the peculiar stones along the way had dissipated. His goal was solely the summit. Based on his previous experience, objects associated with the divine always radiated brilliance, and crucially, they were infinitely more delectable than corrupted substances. The desert during the day was a stark contrast to the night. Devoid of wind or clouds, it offered no sight of other living beings, only towering, upright red sands. Were a human to find themselves here, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of desolation and deathly silence. Jiang Tuanzi, however, felt no such unease, for he was aware that beneath the red sands lurked many benevolent, albeit terrifying, worms. This desert merely appeared barren on the surface, with the devouring points gained from the rune stone. Jiang Tuanzi ascended swiftly. Traversing this several thousand-meter-high red sand mountain was surely no great feat today. Hours slipped by, and at last, a gelatinous, transparent orb the size of a football bounced its way to the summit. Standing at the peak, he beheld the distant horizon, where tiny hills undulated against the skyline. Carefully surveying his surroundings, he grasped the nature of the environment he inhabited. To illustrate vividly, imagine stretching a large cloth flat upon the ground. Then pulling the center upwards. If raised high enough, it would form a sharply pointed convex surface. This convexity represented the scientifically improbable red sand mountain. The entire mountain, along with its slopes, is adorned with crimson sands, while the gentler terrain at the base is comprised of ordinary yellow sands, forming a desert that epitomizes all the characteristics of a desert as envisioned by Jiang Tuanzi, complete with sand dunes and wind-sculpted patterns. Encircling the yellow sands, a range of mountains marks the horizon's end, obstructing his view. Notably, this mountain range is embellished with verdant vegetation, creating a stark and visible demarcation between the mountains and the desert. Atop the red sand mountain lies a flat expanse, as vast as 6 football fields. Although it is flat, it is far from smooth. The surface is riddled with pits and sharp protrusions. Yet, these undulations are negligible when compared to the grandeur of the entire red sand mountain. The summit is also punctuated by dark, vertical caverns, the depths of which Jiang Tuanzi cannot discern, rendering him hesitant to venture inside. Moreover, numerous gemstones the size of fingernails are embedded in the mountaintop. These gems, varying in color, do not merely reflect sunlight but emit a radiant glow of their own. The kaleidoscopic lights make the mountaintop resemble a vibrant mosaic. Ascending higher, the red sand becomes increasingly firm. While descending, the yellow sand grows softer. Jiang Tuanzi meticulously scoured the area, extracting 3 gemstones from the crimson sands. Point 1. A red gem bears a resemblance to the divine bloodstone he had previously consumed, albeit smaller in size. For safety's sake, he decided to consume this one first. The second, a silver-white stone, appears somewhat coarse, reminiscent of the corrupted matter he had eaten before. However, this color is exceedingly rare atop the mountain, and Jiang Tuanzi felt fortunate to have found it, saving it for later. The third, a purple gem, is the most translucent, akin to stained glass, devoid of any roughness or scratches. Most of the gemstones here share this texture, differing only in color. The slime extended a tiny hand, cradling the ruby within. Its flavor was quite pleasant, though the texture was entirely different, transforming from a gritty sensation to that of a sticky sesame paste. Upon finishing, a new entry appeared in his compendium. New, unlocked compendium, divine blood taste. 3 points, extremely astringent, nutrition. 6.868 the product of blood that has lost its soul and autonomously congealed. After its demise, its body instinctively yearned for rebirth. But alas, it was not meant to be. Suddenly, he became a wealthy individual. A staggering 20 points of consumption were instantly credited. Jiang Tuanzi could not help but exclaim. Items associated with the divine possess extraordinary nutritional value. Indeed, the divine is my greatest kin. He gently caressed the silver-white gemstone. It felt coarse and rough, unlike the creations of kin. Its taste required deliberation before consumption. His tiny hand then slowly glided to the smooth purple gemstone. Feeling it intently, it felt cool and silky, reminiscent of his kin's touch. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. His body gradually turned a pale red, enveloped in a sour and bitter taste. An exquisite flavor he had never encountered before. An entirely different experience. The sourness lingered for an extended period, long enough to make Jiang Tuanzi somewhat uncomfortable, akin to having guzzled a bottle of vinegar, with a burning sensation in his stomach followed by a regurgitation of gastric acid. In summary, the familiar salty, fishy, and bitter flavors were more palatable. The salty, fishy, and bitter tastes hit hard at the onset, with the aftertaste nearly non-existent, allowing the flavor to dissipate quickly. In contrast, while the purple gemstone lacked a strong initial flavor, its essence remained within his body for a protracted duration. After a brief respite, he examined the new entry in his compendium. New, unlocked compendium, divine or taste. 3 points, extremely astringent, nutrition. 40. 617 It is said that gemstones naturally form under extreme conditions of high temperature and pressure. Divine ore is rumored to be no different, albeit under even more extreme circumstances. Gazing at the astronomical number of consumption points, Jiang Tuanzi's heart soared with joy. His discernment truly is unparalleled. It is clear that one should aspire to ascend. Remaining below, consuming red sand for a lifetime, would yield such meager points? I absolutely adore this divine ore. With divine in its name, it must be a legacy of kin. Since it is kin's inheritance, I shall safeguard it. Hee, it is mine, hee. All mine, la la la, hee. Oh, ha 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 ha. Jiang Tuanzi, the slime, clutched the final grayish-white gemstone, lost in a joyous frenzy for quite a while. Only when the sun began its descent, and the sky dimmed, did he cease his revelry, settling quietly at the edge of the cliff to admire the sunset. The sun here, along with the moon and the azure planet, is remarkably different. The sun is colossal, radiating a reddish-golden light that is not scorching. Each day, it rises and sets punctually from the west. The moon, though much smaller, emits a touchable blue light, akin to a gentle breeze. It seems to remain stationary, yet during the day, it is veiled by the sun's radiance. None of this is scientific, but rather magical. Jiang Tuanzi felt he might be falling in love with this unknown world. With deep affection, he gazed at the last grayish-white gemstone, feeling that he could depart this beautiful world without regret. Farewell, wondrous realm. Jiang Tuanzi swallowed the gemstone in one gulp. A row of robust horses resided neatly within the stables. Before long, a griffin carrying a messenger appeared in the distant sky. Upon noticing, a knight immediately shouted to those nearby, "Bring me a horse." He mounted the steed and galloped toward the griffin's direction, and sensing the urgency, the messenger guided the griffin to fly toward him. Upon meeting, the knight anxiously inquired, "What command does the king have upon receiving the news?" The messenger, without hesitation, got straight to the point. The royal city of the Yellow Sand continent has been closely monitoring the situation. The recent emergence of imbalance has not gone unnoticed by the royal city. In response to the sudden increase in demonic entities, the royal city has devised a strategy. It has been decided to construct an impregnable fortress along the borders of the Yellow Sand. The divine child is nearby and has expressed readiness to assist in the construction. You must endure a little longer. For the honor of humanity. Chapter 5. Unexpectedly pleasant, the slime's body gradually transformed to a white hue, as the gemstone within was gradually broken down and consumed. However, the repugnant taste Jiang Tuanzi had anticipated did not materialize. This grayish-white gemstone surprisingly bore no flavor whatsoever. Yet, it offered the richest texture he had ever experienced. The temperature upon entry felt like ice, refreshing. The texture contradicted common logic, being soft and cloud-like. Gradually, the temperature rose, transitioning from warm to hot, and correspondingly, it began to harden, the cotton-like mass coalescing into pliable rubber. The temperature continued to escalate, becoming scalding and spicy, the sensation akin to unrefined stone, before transforming into searing, dense metal. Upon reaching a critical temperature, the metal erupted within him like a burst of flavor. Akin to a bomb detonating in his body, scalding juices flowed forth, resembling molten metal. The liquid rapidly expanded, scalding every part of his being. Fortunately, the searing pain was fleeting, and soon his body felt as if it had been filled with popping candy, with crackling sounds resonating throughout. Moments later, tranquility returned. Upon finishing the gemstone, the slime's body reverted to its original transparent form. The entire experience felt interminable, with each passing second presenting a unique sensation. Throughout this process, Jiang Tuanzi felt akin to a spiritual master, entering a meditative state, reaching a new realm, and experiencing an ethereal yet tangible spirit. A brand new card appeared in his compendium. New Unlock Compendium. Fragments of the Withered Divine Body Taste. 4 points. Insipid Nutrition. 219. 871 A Pitiable God, reduced to fragments, having lost all divine power. Fortunately, it has not yet transformed into divine or Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the abundant consumption points, elated. The divine is eternally my only kin in this world. Following the system's directive, he maximized all 7 attributes. Thus, Jiang Tuanzi's attributes culminated in vitality, 20 mental strength, 20 stamina, 20 strength, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 20 magic power, 908.739, system commentary. A typical ordinary human, with all attributes except magic power fluctuating around 1, against ordinary humans, the host can now easily contend with thousands, and can even engage in battle with formidable dragons. According to the system's requirements, magic power must reach 1,000 points to enhance the remaining 6 attributes. The 8th attribute is faith, which cannot be augmented by the system. It is said that Jiang Tuanzi must voluntarily believe in a deity, and the attribute will increase according to the degree of devotion. Although Jiang Tuanzi feels he currently harbors immense faith and respect for the divine, the system's detection appears to be malfunctioning. As his faith remains unchanged, still displaying a glaring 0, this greatly vexed him. Nevertheless, none of this is of utmost importance. The most critical aspect is that the system has unlocked a new function, allowing for free identification of previously unlocked food items. This way, he can ascertain the edibility of items before consumption, thereby avoiding those wretched corrupted substances. After a week of identification, he discovered that most items atop the mountain were divine ores and divine bloodstones. Additionally, there were some unrecognized items resembling metallic armor. These armors triggered his PTSD, as they bore inscriptions that reminded him of the runestones he had previously consumed. With the lessons learned from past experiences, Jiang Tuanzi was hesitant to consume items adorned with symbols. However, he did not wish to squander the opportunity. He harnessed the magical energy within his body to create a makeshift storage space, where he carefully stowed away all the enchanted equipment. He hoped to encounter someone knowledgeable who could discern the nature of this food. If it turned out to be spoiled or rotten, it would remain safely stored for eternity. If it was wholesome, then it could be savored directly. Such was Jiang Tuanzi's philosophy concerning sustenance. Now, he yearned to escape the confines of this red sand and explore the world beyond. For according to the system's latest update, he had acquired formidable strength in this realm. Even the mighty dragon kin would not stand a chance against him. This was Jiang Tuanzi's interpretation of the system's evaluation. Winky face, this realization bolstered his confidence, prompting him to venture forth and gather new knowledge, ideally encountering other delightful beings along the way. However, the divine would always remain his truest kin. Assistance in times of need would forever surpass mere embellishment in prosperity. With a gentle leap from the edge of the precipice, the diminutive slime body began its descent from a height of 6,000 meters. Magic was the wishing stone of this world, an omnipotent force capable of granting one's desires. Jiang Tuanzi traded his magic for air elements, allowing them to gently carry him across the horizon. The armored worms in the sand continued to writhe, and the red sand surged, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse the terrain. Yet, amidst such peril, A patch of smooth sand caught his eye, exuding an undeniable allure. Jiang Tuanzi believed there might be treasures hidden there. He deftly maneuvered and drifted down, landing without a splash, perfectly executed. Alas, the smooth patch revealed no treasures, only a lifeless body. More precisely, it was the corpse of a goblin, a slime and a goblin. Might there be a skeleton lurking nearby? Jiang Tuanzi pressed his small hand against the goblin's form, poised to consume it, when suddenly a translucent screen appeared, detected a kin creature. Activating the Enhanced Demon module. The host may expend enhancement points to augment the 7-dimensional attributes of kin creatures. Recovering the lifeless kin will yield corresponding enhancement points. An Enhanced Demon module? Only for kin? Indeed, the demon kin must be remarkably united. The deceased goblin transformed into shards of white light, instantly merging with Jiang Tuanzi's being. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by other approaching goblins. The goblins in the distance exchanged glances, none daring to act recklessly. Until one, adorned with a necklace of skulls and dressed in tidy attire, likely a shaman, stepped forward in a tone imbued with utmost respect. He inquired, "Esteemed demon kin, may we request the return of our tribal members' remains?" A slime and a goblin, gazing at each other. Whether the goblin shaman felt awkward, Jiang Tuanzi could not say, but he certainly felt the heat of embarrassment. With an apologetic tone, he replied, "It seems your companion cannot be returned to you." The goblin shaman appeared unperturbed, yet the goblins behind him lowered their heads, murmuring softly. Upon seeing Jiang Tuanzi shake his head, the goblins visibly exhaled in relief. The shaman then explained, "Since the inception of our demon kin subspecies, goblins, we have observed humans scavenging our kin's corpses. Though we remain unaware of their intentions as adversaries in a life-and-death struggle, we shall not allow those humans to succeed. Oh, unfamiliar kin, as for what you intend to do with our fallen brethren's remains, we care not, as long as you do not cross our lines. Collecting the corpses of demon kin, what could humans possibly want with the remains of demon kin?" Jiang Tuanzi pondered, scratching his small head. Outside the yellow sands, the Rock Guild was tallying the days bountied. The red-haired beauty reviewed the data, jotting down in the ledger: Armored Worm 1, Goblin 726, Troll 5, Flame Spider Ant 12, Armored Stone Worm 1. Chaos Seed 1. Glancing at the numbers on the paper, she shook her head, instinctively biting her nails and murmuring, "The number of demon kin continues to escalate." According to the Sun Knight's intelligence, the demon kin's presence at the center of the desert has reached an astounding level. Although the Arcane Academy compensates us generously for the procurement of demon kin corpses, I fear that if this continues, we may have wealth but no life to enjoy it. No, this time, I must convince the Rock Guild leader. That fellow is always out on missions with his team, treating the adventurers in the guild like they are expendable. Humans require rest. Our logistics team has been working non-stop for 2 days and nights. If this persists, the guild's members may collapse from exhaustion. Chapter 6. Encountering humans, Jiang Tuanzi had no intention of explaining anything to the goblins, despite their lack of malice and their respectful demeanor. However, compared to the worms, he simply harbored an aversion to goblins. There was no particular reason for this. It was akin to some individuals disliking cilantro while others detest mathematics. Preferences varied. With a leap, Jiang Tuanzi found the air elements instinctively supporting him as he soon spotted several similar flatlands. These flatlands varied in size, many resembling the first he encountered, each with 1 or 2 goblin corpses scattered about, most of which bore signs of burning or charring. They likely perished from the same magical attack. Due to the omnipotence of magical energy, editing magical constructs has become the most crucial research subject in the world. Without exception, each flight spell Jiang Tuanzi cast was slightly different. Given his ample magical reserves, he could craft a spell that achieved the desired flying effect without concern for the spell's other attributes. Editing magic bore semblance to the game Bridge Builder, where players aim to construct a bridge capable of meeting a goal with minimal expenditure. Similarly, in magic editing, one would first invest a substantial amount of magical energy to create an infallible, stable magic array, then gradually optimize it, eliminating unnecessary elements to retain the most essential form. However, every aspect possesses duality. While the simplest form of magic may consume less energy, it lacks versatility and may even prove unstable. Yet, pursuing the simplest form of magic remains one of the 6 ultimate questions of magic. As a side note, This was initially proposed as an ultimate question, but a mage named Midwa believed it to be the only one without a solution. Zhang Tuanzi traveled, stopping intermittently until he arrived at the largest platform he had discovered thus far. Here lay dozens of goblin corpses, their bodies severely burned. Most charred. In the center of the goblin remains rested a horse draped in a white cloth, beside which lay a long-deceased knight. Neither the knight nor the horse bore fatal wounds. They succumbed to hunger, exhaustion, and magical depletion. He appeared to be a knight who had been exiled. This marked Zhang Tuanzi's first encounter with a human in this world, as well as his first sighting of a human corpse. To be fair, he felt no particular emotions, even as a voice within urged him to consume the body. Perhaps the human flesh was exceptionally delectable, yielding a bounty of devouring points. After a moment's pause, Zhang Tuanzi ultimately chose not to devour the human. Instead, he dug a grave nearby, interring both the knight and his horse, even erecting a gravestone using a rune stone from his spatial backpack. Seizing the opportunity, he relieved the knight of all his gear and currency. Feeling the weight of the coin pouch, he regarded these items as payment for the burial, a truly mutually beneficial decision. Erasing the original sun emblem and design from the knight's armor, he used divine bloodstone as dye to paint a new design. A small red Peppa Pig. The diminutive slime's form twisted and morphed, growing taller and larger, developing symmetrical features and limbs, perfectly fitting into the suit of armor. From an outward appearance, he now bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, fitting seamlessly. Zhang Tuanzi felt prepared to engage with the humans of this world. Just as he was about to depart, a worm suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. The unexpected appearance startled Zhang Tuanzi. Noticing that the worm bore no ill intent, he saw it lean closer, gazing at him with curiosity and intrigue. Zhang Tuanzi locked eyes with the worm, finding it oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same worm that had previously assisted him in consuming rune stones. What a fortuitous encounter! His homeland often spoke of the saying, "A drop of kindness requires a fountain of gratitude." Perhaps this was destiny. Extending his hand, he patted the worm's head, which offered no resistance. Its head was cool and hard, akin to polished metal, and the touch was remarkably smooth. In the course of his petting, he also infused the 300 evolution points he had accumulated into the worm. The effect was immediate. The worm's shell gleamed with a metallic luster, adorned with red patterns that enhanced its appearance, making it resemble a suit of armor rather than mere exoskeleton. The worm appeared momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, its form began to shrink, transforming into a small figure clad in red and black armor. Standing only at the height of Zhang Tuanzi's head, "I can transform into a humanoid form now. Did you do this?" He tightly embraced Zhang Tuanzi, pressing against him fervently, twisting and turning with an exceptional excitement in his voice. The tone was quite neutral, making it impossible to discern his gender solely from the sound. "Oh my! So you can actually empower the demon race. You must be the legendary demon lord. And your strength has grown so rapidly. If I recall correctly, just 2 days ago, you were merely a tiny little creature. I can't believe that in just 2 days, you've become this powerful. You truly are the demon lord, aren't you? Right? You are the demon lord, aren't you? You must be the demon lord." Zhang Tuanzi seized the moment to interject, asking, "Demon lord? What is a demon lord? Is it one of those, unfortunate roles destined to be defeated by heroes?" The armored worm's fidgeting gradually slowed until it came to a halt, as he appeared to be deep in thought. After pondering for several seconds, he resumed his wriggling and replied, "According to my inherited memories, every race should have at least one king, and this holds true for all other races except for our demon race, which lacks a king. As for heroes, I have not heard of them. They must be something insignificant. Demon Lord, you needn't concern yourself with that." Zhang Tuanzi felt that the last statement sounded like a flag being raised. He gently lifted the armored worm and set him on his shoulder, asking with a softer tone, "Do you have a name? I plan to head to the human settlement. Would you like to join me? My name is Nini. Of course, I can accompany you to the human settlement. I've never been there before. However, Demon Lord, those humans are quite wicked. They spend every day devising ways to steal our divine mines and the red sand we use for building houses. You must be wary of their cunning schemes. Also, the sun will rise soon, and I am a bit afraid of it. Can we go at night instead?" "Nini, are you afraid of the sun?" "Yes, Those areas not covered by armor can hurt if they come into contact with sunlight. Jiang Tuanzi glanced at the armored figure, completely encased in armor, and reminded him with a smile, "But you are entirely covered in armor now." Nini looked at his small hands, then at his body, and with a clap of realization exclaimed, "Ah, you're right. I completely forgot about that, Demon Lord. Let's go, go, go. I haven't really seen the world during the day. Hold on tight." As he said this, Jiang Tuanzi extended a hand to steady him. Nini quickly wrapped his arms around the arm, with a thunderous sound akin to air being torn apart, accompanied by cries of awe. They were swiftly launched into the air, at the edge of the yellow sands. A line of lean orcs was transporting massive stone bricks, while humans wielded whips, occasionally cracking them against the lazy orcs. Not far from the construction site, knights clad in magical patterned armor were escorting hundreds of orcs. A well-dressed human adjusted his sleeves and hurriedly approached to ingratiate himself, saying, "Arcane Knight, it is not that I have any grievances against you, but the quality of orcs you've been bringing has been declining lately. At this rate, the king's orders may not be fulfilled on time." The Arcane Knight waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, the Divine Child has brought a batch of Sun Knights. They are already ready to go. Trust me, as soon as the sun rises, they will venture into the yellow sands to capture orcs for you." "Arcane Knight, your statement contains flaws. These orcs are not for me to capture. They are for our king." The Arcane Knight, somewhat annoyed, replied in a dissatisfied tone, "Do not shift all the blame onto the king. We are doing this for the glory of humanity." "Yes, Arcane Knight, you are right. Thank you for pointing out the flaws in my words." The Arcane Knight seemed pleased, dismounting as he remarked, "Stylish? No, no. I am purifying these wicked orcs for the glory of humanity." With that, the Arcane Knight strode into the building, while the well-dressed human led away his horse. Chapter 7. The demon race's siege. As dawn broke, the worms had already burrowed deep underground. Jiang Tuanzi ascended a sand dune near the edge of the yellow sands to survey the situation. Ahead, a green field showcased a half-constructed city wall, with rows of knights standing at attention, while a substantial group of demons prepared to launch an assault at the boundary between the yellow sands and the green field. The demons were an eclectic mix, featuring zombies, skeletons, goblins, carrion eaters, and chaotic beings. The chaotic beings, lacking a specific appearance, might possess 4 heads, 5 hands, or even have each hand looking different, with their bodies composed of various parts. They were numerous, constituting the majority of the coalition forces. Leading them was a demon with ram horns and red feathers. Nini, standing by, provided commentary, pointing at the horned demon. "This has caused dissatisfaction among the goblins, skeletons, zombies, and carrion eaters, as they often send only a few individuals over." He then shifted his tiny armored arm towards the human knights, explaining, "Those are the Arcane Knights. They are incredibly powerful and formidable in combat. It feels like our demon race is about to face defeat again." Jiang Tuanzi sensed the magical energy from both sides and realized that the demon race was simply not on the same level as the humans. Strangely, he could not sense any magical energy from the demon known as War. He chose not to concern himself with the two factions and intended to sneak around from the side. Just as Jiang Tuanzi began to move, the demons charged towards the human knights. Instinctively, he paused to observe. The Arcane Knights commenced a dazzling array of magical cavalry attacks, and soon, both sides clashed. The knights displayed remarkable teamwork, featuring tanks, warriors, assassins, support, and ranged magic, while the chaotic beings charged recklessly, falling in droves. In contrast, the knights suffered minimal injuries. Gazing at the pile of demon corpses on the ground, Jiang Tuanzi felt a twinge of temptation. Those were heaps of evolution points. "Nini, could you help me steal a few demon corpses?" Nini's metallic face displayed a hint of confusion as he gazed intently at Jiang Tuanzi, asking earnestly, "Huh? Demon Lord? What do you need their corpses for? It seems like those humans also enjoy collecting demon corpses. I can convert demon corpses into a form of power to enhance other demons, just as I did for you." That's an unheard of ability. Well, shall I sneak a try?" Observing Nini's hesitation and fear, Jiang Tuanzi gently patted his head and reassured him, "It's all right. This opportunity isn't crucial. If it's dangerous, we won't go." Okay, Demon Lord, we'll go next time. Mainly, I'm a bit afraid of that demon. I feel he is very strong, perhaps even a tad stronger than you, Demon Lord." This is why other demons dare not confront him. Nini spoke somewhat shyly, and when he mentioned a tad, he brought his fingers close together, indicating that the power difference between that demon and Jiang Tuanzi was indeed slight. Very strong, you say? Jiang Tuanzi cast one last glance at the demon known as War. Murmuring to himself, then, with Nini in tow, he stealthily slipped into the under-construction city wall from several kilometers away from the battlefield. Upon entry, he immediately noticed distinct non-human footprints on the ground. It seemed that others had also considered sneaking in from the side. The footprints were numerous and varied, giving the impression that someone wanted the humans to notice them intentionally. However, upon reflecting on the intelligence displayed by those chaotic beings outside, everything made sense. Perhaps this was simply the nature of the chaotic beings. Jiang Tuanzi, however, had no time to ponder the footprints. His mind was set on one simple idea: pull up a blade of grass, eat it. He had been curious about its taste ever since he had spied it from the summit of the Red Sand Mountain. After devouring the grass, he unlocked a new entry in his compendium and gained a rather inconsequential devouring point. New compendium entry unlocked. Bamboo stone grass taste. 510. Tasteless. Nutrition. 0.008. This is a herbaceous plant, resilient to cold, drought, and saline alkali conditions, with a robust vitality and widespread presence. Its roots and stems are harder than those of other herbaceous plants and share a root system like bamboo. Hence the name bamboo stone grass. It has a cool taste, slightly bitter, and emits a fragrant aroma akin to that of fine grass. This is 1,000,000 times more delectable than that wretched sand grain. Jiang Tuanzi, brimming with excitement, transformed into a slime form and rolled about on the grassy ground, occasionally devouring mouthfuls of the lawn. After consuming a dozen bites, he finally noticed Nini beside him, wide-eyed in astonishment. Clearing his throat, he reverted to his human form, wearing an expression of indifference, as if he had not just been rolling around on the grass. Neither of them spoke first, nor did they approach one another. They simply stood there. It was not until about a minute later that Nini suddenly recalled something, clapping his hands in excitement and exclaiming, "Demon Lord, can you grow stronger by devouring things? After all, when I first met you, you were preparing to eat that stone. Ahem, something like that. Let's go. Let's go if there's nothing else here." Nini nodded, jumping back onto Jiang Tuanzi's shoulder, plucking a few leaves from a nearby tree, and cheerfully offering them to him, saying, Come on. I just thought you might want to eat some more, Demon Lord. Eat this." Consuming this leaf, has the great Demon Lord become stronger? Indeed. Jiang Tuanzi nonchalantly replied while devouring it with his hands. A new entry in the compendium appeared. The new compendium unlocked. Leaf of the red fruit tree flavor. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 0.009. It is the leaf of the red fruit tree. Also known as the red leaf, renowned for its reddening at night, it is quite soft, with a mildly sour and slightly spicy taste. Observing him relish it with great delight, I curiously took a bite of the red leaf as well. After 10 minutes of spitting it out in disgust, he looked at him with a sense of existential doubt, as if to inquire how he managed to consume such a horrid leaf. However, there was a mei fruit rated 6 points, sweet and sour, with the sourness up front and the sweetness lingering afterwards, reminiscent of eating grapes. Jiang Tuanzi could swear that this was the most delectable food he had ever tasted in his 2 lifetimes. There were plenty of mei fruits on that bush, and he gathered them all. Had it not been for Ini's intervention, he would have even uprooted the entire bush, carefully wrapping the mei fruits in cloth. He placed them in his backpack, intending to savor them slowly on their journey ahead. Under the expectant gaze of Jiang Tuanzi, Ini also took a tentative bite of a mei fruit, stating, "It's edible, but not necessary." New compendium unlocked. Mei fruit flavor. 6 points. Mild. Nutrition. 0.1. The fruit of the mei bush, it has a pronounced sourness, is small in size, and low in nutrition. Generally used as a condiment in meals or for brewing the cheapest mei fruit wine, it is quite popular among the impoverished. Jiang Tuanzi always felt that the last sentence of this entry was a sarcastic jab at himself by the system. The two continued their journey, eating and stopping intermittently, until nightfall approached. They soon spotted a gleaming city not far from the humans. Then, upon Ini's reminder, Jiang Tuanzi noticed a group of stealthy figures in black cloaks not far ahead. A group of individuals clad in black robes were quietly making their way north under the cover of darkness. At the boundary of the yellow sands and greenery, adventurers and arcane knights were clearing the remnants of the demon race from the ground. On the city wall, an elderly man with a grand beard was surrounded by a crowd. He was draped in a blue cloak and hood, topped with a large pointed hat, embodying the quintessential image of a wizard. The others around him, aside from the knights, dressed rather casually. An elderly man wearing glasses bent down and addressed the bearded elder. "Principal Fran, you are quite advanced in age. There is no need for you to appear every time the demon race attacks. Those demons are hardly a match for our Academy's arcane knights. Your duty should be to remain at the Academy, focusing on your magical research. Leave these trivial matters to us." Principal Fran paid no heed to the advice of those beside him, fixated on the distant sand dunes. Only when the demon known as War disappeared over the horizon did he exhale in relief. Then, amidst the crowd, he descended from the city wall. At that moment, a wizard stationed at the high tower noticed what seemed to be footprints of a creature beneath the distant city wall, confirming with a reconnaissance spell that they belonged to the demon race. He prepared to report downstairs when a solar knight galloped over, standing before the assembled wizards to project an urgent message. "Arcane City and Magic Heart Town have been attacked by unidentified individuals. Magic Heart Town has suffered severe losses. Fortunately, the Solar Knights of the Divine Sun were nearby and helped to repel them," the crowd murmured in discussion, and the stationed wizard hurried to report to Principal Fran. "There are demon footprints beneath the distant city wall." Upon hearing the report and seeing the urgent message, Principal Fran clenched his jaw in anger, exclaiming, "We have indeed been outmaneuvered by the demons. Truly vile creatures, as malevolent as described in the texts." Chapter 8. Entering the city, Jiang Tuanzi scrutinized the retreating figures of the black-robed individuals. Their stature was modest, resembling the goblins he had encountered previously. Was the demon race employing a rudimentary tactic? Attacking from one location daily until the enemy amassed forces there, then launching a surprise attack on the rear to catch them off guard. Surely, the human race could not be so foolish? Judging by the appearance of those black-robed figures, such a simplistic tactic would not succeed, would it? He felt he had gained a fresh perspective on humanity in this world. As the two demons arrived at the city gates, they found them firmly shut, with the guards bustling about in a state of haste. One soldier noticed the two demons and hurried over, excitedly saying, "Are you adventurers here for a mission? The ice beasts are north of the city. The president of the Rock Guild has already gone to confront them." Jiang Tuanzi shook his head, explaining, "We are not looking to undertake a mission right now. We are rather fatigued and wish to enter the city to rest first." After speaking, he discreetly slipped a gold coin into the soldier's hand. The soldier's eyes sparkled with delight as he hurriedly responded, "Of course, please follow me. Recently, the demon attacks have been fierce, and a sudden surge of ice beasts has appeared in the north. Many cities have been sealed off, leaving other adventurers with nowhere to go but to stay in inns. However, you two have come to the right person. I can arrange your lodging and meals." The soldier spoke enthusiastically, first introducing the inns, then lamenting the royal city's attempts to construct walls without providing funding or support, causing ordinary citizens like himself to suffer. He concluded by recommending various massage parlors and entertainment venues nearby. As he spoke, he led the two demons into the city, where they checked into an inn and ordered food. Observing his fidgeting demeanor, Jiang Tuanzi generously tossed him another gold coin. The soldier promptly stowed the coin away, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he retreated with quick, excited steps. While awaiting their meals, Jiang Tuanzi perused the menu of the inn, which boasted quite affordable prices. Rye bread 3 copper coins, with sauce 4 copper coins. Oatmeal, watery version 2 copper coins, solid version 4 copper coins. Roasted potato, radish, or eggplant each 6 copper coins. A small dish of boiled white beans, 5 copper coins. A small portion of roasted 3 delicacies, 59 copper coins. Medium portion 79 copper coins. Large portion 99 copper coins. Wink with a frown garlic roasted cauliflower, 1 for 10 copper coins. A skewer for 30 copper coins. The only meat dish, shallot chicken with jam, is the signature dish, costing 3 silver coins for a piece of chicken. Another signature dish, desert-flavored vegetable soup, small portion 10 copper coins, a sip. Medium portion 99 copper coins, a bowl. Large portion 5 silver coins, a pot. Roughly 6 bowls. The accommodations were categorized into tiers: bronze, silver, platinum, and gold. The bronze option was a large dormitory, costing only 1 copper coin for a night stay. The silver option was for 6 to 8 people, with long-term stays costing 5 and 4 copper coins per day, while short-term stays cost 12 and 8 copper coins. The platinum option was a standard double room, costing 1 silver coin for long-term stays and 2 to 5 silver coins for short-term stays. The gold option was a suite, the most expensive, requiring 10 silver coins for long-term stays and 30 to 50 silver coins for a short-term stay of 1 day, with a minimum requirement of a month for long-term stays. The soldier who had just led them had rented a gold suite for 7 days and ordered multiple portions of every dish on the menu. By this calculation, the soldier seemed quite sincere, likely spending according to the value of a gold coin. However, there should still be some undisclosed discounts or privileges not listed on the menu. Otherwise, a single gold coin would not suffice for a 7-day stay at short-term rates. The first items served were the oatmeal and rye bread with jam. Tasting the bread without the jam, it was mildly sour, slightly bitter, dense, dry, rough, and not sweet, far inferior to the mei fruit. Jiang Tuanzi felt his description was quite apt, and he deemed himself worthy of the title of a gourmet. New Ghee Compendium unlocked. Rye bread flavor. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 1 simply mixed rye flour, a pinch of salt, and water, kneaded into dough. Allowed to rise, then divided into small pieces and baked. It is a common, inexpensive food found in human restaurants that can fill one's stomach. I, curious, tore off a small piece, placed it in his mouth, and quickly spat it out, his expression akin to having consumed some malevolent substance. 5 points. Jiang Tuanzi pointed at the rye bread while speaking, and I, in shock, gaped in disbelief, saying, "Food critic Jiang, you actually rated such an atrocious item with 5 points? Unbelievable. How could anything exist that is worse than this? I felt like I just consumed an entire desert. It's far too dry. I must give it a score of 1 point. There can be nothing worse than rye bread in this world." Jiang Tuanzi shook his head, internally lamenting. You are still young, unaware of the world's harshness, and entirely ignorant of the taste of sand. Rye bread is a divine gift to humanity. The title of food critic Jiang was one Jiang Tuanzi had bestowed upon himself before entering the city, as he could not have an I refer to him as the demon lord within a human city. Furthermore, he was likely to become a food critic in the future, and this title suited his persona well. An I also had a moniker, Food Critic Z, a name he had chosen for himself, reportedly without any influence from Jiang Tuanzi's creativity. After sampling the rye bread, Jiang Tuanzi prepared to try the vibrant red jam. Given its color, he suspected it might be mei fruit jam. His anticipation inexplicably surged. Dipping his finger in the jam, the flavor began to unfold within him, confirming his suspicion. It was indeed mei fruit jam. It had a sweet and sour taste, with the acidity being less sharp than before, softened likely due to the addition of sugar. The sweetness became very pronounced, and the interplay of sour and sweet revealed a fruity aroma not present in the mei fruit itself. Unconsciously, I indulged in a taste of the jam once more. Jiang Tuanzi could not help but internally extol the virtues of the mei fruit, exclaiming, "This jam is truly delectable. It is nothing short of a complete upgrade of the mei fruit." Who could be the culinary genius behind this creation? A true maestro. New, unlocked compendium. Mei jam flavor. 6 points. Mild. Nutrition. 0.2 to prepare. One must place the mei fruit in a pot and cook it until soft. Then extract and mash it into a puree. Subsequently, add inexpensive oil, water, and a copious amount of white sugar before reheating. Once the sugar has dissolved, it is ready for consumption. The mei fruit is quite tart, and the excessive addition of sugar renders it overly sweet and sour. However, its intense flavor and remarkably long shelf life make it a favorite among the impoverished laborers, and it is said that mei jam is the preferred dish of slaves. Observing the longest introduction he had ever seen, Jiang Tuanzi began to suspect that the system was subtly critiquing his lack of culinary knowledge. And I, acting as a food critic, quickly sampled the jam and assigned it a score of 3 points, stating that it was excessively sweet. Despite the acidic undertones, the oil made it rather greasy, rendering it difficult to consume in large quantities. It was suitable for a light taste, but as a main dish, it would be overwhelming. As Jiang Tuanzi transcribed the system's evaluation, he glanced at Ni's score and comments, and combined them with his previous assessments of the food, arriving at what he believed to be an accurate conclusion. This child is quite picky. In the northern woods where Jiang Tuanzi resided, several teams of individuals clad in black robes approached from various directions, converging at this location. Most of the groups carried enormous iron cages, while those without were significantly more numerous. Comprising individuals of varying heights, some tall, others quite short, exhibiting a stark contrast. However, the teams bearing the iron cages were uniformly of similar height, roughly reaching the human chest level. After gathering, they exchanged no words. The leader simply gestured to indicate the direction. One of the individuals produced a bottle of black liquid, sprinkling a few drops on each person before they swiftly began their march northward. Each individual made an effort to keep pace with the main group, fearful of falling behind. Chapter 9. Sampling unique culinary delights from another world in I. Recalling the dining habits of the guests in the hall. First sliced a small piece of black bread, then spread a modest amount of mei jam upon it. With the bread and jam ready, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up. He then extended the jam-coated bread towards Jiang Tuanzi's mouth, enthusiastically recommending, Food Explorer Jiang, Food Explorer Jiang. This bread with jam is unexpectedly delightful. You must try it at once. Unexpectedly, upon glancing at the name of the dish on the menu, Jiang Tuanzi felt that such a method of consumption could hardly be deemed surprising for him. This child not only exhibited pickiness but may also possess a slightly lower intellect. Rather than diving in directly, he tore off a piece of the bread that I had not bitten into and dipped it in the jam before tossing it into his mouth. Once he finished the bread and jam, his focus shifted away from the flavor to the new word that had appeared in the upper right corner of the compendium. Point 2. Sampled ingredients combined to form a new entry in the compendium? What kind of system bug have I stumbled upon? He quietly clicked on the compendium. New, unlocked compendium. Mei jam black bread flavor. 6 points, mild, nutrition. 1.2 The sweet and sour profile of mei jam effectively masks the bitterness of the black bread, while the oil and water in the jam moisten the bread's dryness. Their combination is filling, nutritious, and possesses a pleasant taste, making it quite popular among the impoverished. He swiftly tore off a piece of bread, stuffed it with greenery from outside, and tossed it into his mouth. Regrettably, no new compendium entry emerged. Misunderstanding? Then why was I able to obtain that new entry earlier? Confusion began to set in, beside him. And I observed Jiang Tuanzi's dazed expression and couldn't help but shed tears, internally lamenting, what a pitiable dark lord. Growing up, he must have never tasted anything truly delicious. Just a slice of the cheapest jam bread has left him utterly astonished by its flavor. I vow to ensure the Dark Lord experiences the finest culinary creations the world has to offer. Recalling the first time she encountered him, when he gnawed on a stone, and I felt that the Dark Lord had suffered far too much from a young age. Oh dear, I must take greater care of him in the future. After Jiang Tuanzi consulted the system's hints and conducted a bit of research, he finally grasped the mechanism entirely. It is akin to how bread, meat, and vegetables combined are referred to as a burger, a universally accepted term representing a creative recombination of original elements. For instance, wheat is one compendium card. Grinding it into flour yields a new card. Baking flour into bread results in yet another new card. And combining bread with vegetables transforms it into a sandwich, which also becomes a new card. The attempt to combine the leaves of the chigua tree with black bread was deemed an illegal recombination. Legal combinations require a certain number of sentient beings to recognize them. Furthermore, the combined elements must not taste worse than the individual elements prior to combination, meaning the flavor must be greater than or equal to 1. A highly fishy card cannot be combined with an extremely bitter card. That would simply be a disaster. Regardless, this new discovery sparked excitement in Jiang Tuanzi's eyes. If he could find a culinary genius capable of inventing dishes related to divine minerals, he could amass an astronomical amount of devouring points. Long live gastronomy, Food Explorer Jiang. Are you going to score the dishes? Huh? Yes, I'm on it. Jiang Tuanzi hurriedly transcribed the system's score for mei jam black bread, then began sampling the next dish, oatmeal porridge. New, unlocked compendium. Oatmeal porridge flavor, 5 points, tasteless, nutrition. 2 combine oat grains, sugar, fats, and a generous amount of salt into a substantial quantity of water and stir to create a substance that barely qualifies as food. The thicker portion is often dipped with black bread to satiate hunger and replenish energy, while the thinner part is consumed as a drink to replenish salt and fluids. This was Jiang Tuanzi's first experience with porridge, and it carried a rather greasy sensation. Neither individual was particularly fond of this flavor, and I assigned it a mere 1 point. Subsequently, the roasted potato, roasted carrot, and roasted eggplant were all included on the menu, prepared in precisely the same manner. The ingredients were simply roasted and placed on plates, lacking any distinct flavor, neither particularly enjoyable nor unpleasant. The flavors of these three dishes were markedly different from those Jiang Tuanzi recalled. The system compendium rated them at 5 points, while NI gave a score of 2. Surprisingly, the boiled white beans turned out to be quite decent, primarily due to their inherent flavor, for a touch of salt enhances the taste. Furthermore, they bore no bean-like odor. The system assigned it 6 points, while NI felt they had been overcooked, lacking the essence of the beans, and thus rated it a mere 3 points. It is worth noting that NI had initially given the bread and jam a relatively high score of 6 points. Deeming it a suitable dish for sentient beings, the roasted three treasures received unanimous acclaim. This was the flavor Jiang Tuanzi had envisioned. New, unlocked compendium. Roasted three treasures, Naka improved version, flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutrition. 1 carrots and potatoes are diced. With excess starch washed away before being fried together, the eggplant is roasted and cut into pieces. The three ingredients are then plated, a mixture of salt, pepper, garlic paste, chili rings, vinegar, a hint of oil, and a splash of water is combined and drizzled over the dish before serving. This dish is substantial, presented in a rectangular iron tray piled high with vegetables, though the sauce is only applied to the top and bottom layers. Many potatoes, carrots, and eggplants lack flavor, which detracts from the overall score. Additionally, the taste is somewhat disjointed, primarily due to the chef's imprecise ratio of seasoning, resulting in some ingredients being overly abundant while others are sparingly applied. It seems that a more skilled chef could elevate the flavor to an 8. NI awarded the roasted three treasures a score of 7.5, as the bites he sampled were from the well-seasoned top layer, benefiting from a bit of luck. The next dish, garlic roasted cauliflower, elicited varied opinions. Its seasoning was simple and the preparation straightforward. Roast the cauliflower over an open flame until slightly charred, then sprinkle with salt, Sichuan pepper, and garlic powder before serving. The high heat created a charred exterior that, when paired with garlic powder, imparted a slightly bitter taste, while the interior remained crisp and tender. However, like the roasted three treasures, it suffered from a similar issue. Seasoning merely clung to the surface of the ingredients, and the large cuts of cauliflower failed to absorb the flavors. The aroma wafting from the dish was delightful, and I awarded it 6 points, while the system rated it 7. Jiang Tuanzi initially thought the system's rating was somewhat inflated. However, he quickly recalled that higher scores equate to more points, and who wouldn't welcome that? Jiang Tuanzi could confidently declare that this dish deserved a 7, and he would even support a score of 10 from the system. He had no objections. Lastly, the restaurant's signature dish, the yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup with sand onion chicken and jam, awaited him. Jiang Tuanzi felt a surge of anticipation. After all, as the prices increased, the quality of these dishes had evidently ascended to a new tier. After a quick tally, he realized that thus far, this meal had garnered over 300 devouring points. This was faster than any theft. With such an abundance of points, how many lifetimes would he need to consume sand grains to accumulate that amount? Indeed, nothing beats the delightful flavor of a hearty meal. Everyone should make sure to eat well. At a high vantage point along the southern coastline of Jiang Tuanzi, several figures with elegant, slender forms and long hair, either golden or crimson, donned simple yet exquisite attire. Devoid of any visible stitching, their garments were characterized by graceful lines, lacking any right angles, resembling a seamless bodysuit that seemed to sprout directly from their bodies. These beings were the Wind Whisperer Scouts and the Nightingale Scouts of the Elves. The Scouts comprised 3 teams, each engaged in an investigation of a particular matter across the Yellow Sand continent. When departing, they set off at different times and took varied routes, maintaining absolute silence throughout their journey. This ensured that they could convey objective facts accurately to the Moon Kingdom, allowing the higher-ups to make relatively unbiased judgments. Having witnessed nearly the entire process, they understood the impact of this imbalance better than any other race. Should these wise demon kin unite to form a demon kingdom and give rise to a demon lord, the consequences would be unfathomable. Although the demon race is inherently weak, their corpses are notoriously difficult to dispose of. No race wishes for the demons to be interred within their territory. For the elves, a demon lord capable of commanding the demon kin would spell disaster. Elves possess long lifespans and most harbor an instinctual awareness of the need for caution. A notion rooted in their very genetics. Chapter 10. Even ordinary food can create exquisite flavors. Thank you for your gifts. The server at the tavern remarked that there is little flat land on the yellow sand continent, resulting in a scarcity of beast tamers. Furthermore, as the sole continent devoid of wild magical beasts, fresh magical meat is a luxury here. The only source of fresh meat available to the residents is chicken, leading many chefs to claim expertise in chicken dishes. The signature dish of the establishment is the scallion chicken with jam, a creation of their own. While its flavor may not be remarkable, the chef's concept is undoubtedly exceptional. Under the server's initial restraint followed by enthusiasm, the roasted scallions exuded a subtle sweetness, lightly salted, resulting in a delightful salty sweet flavor, complemented by an aromatic scallion scent. The heat was intense, leaving the insides of the scallions slightly undercooked, yielding a mild spiciness and crispness. The chicken had been washed and marinated prior to roasting, devoid of any gamey odor, yet imbued with a salty essence. With a crispy exterior and tender interior, the chicken skin was firm and elastic, the adhering membrane glistening with a hint of pink. The Mei jam retained its characteristic sweet and sour flavor. However, Jiang Tuanzi felt that the strong tartness of the jam clashed with the chicken and roasted scallions, particularly with the scallions, as it overshadowed their inherent flavor. In this dish, one of the two components was surely superfluous. Overall, it was still palatable, though not as astonishing as anticipated, and I shared a similar sentiment regarding the dish, even taking the time to inquire in the kitchen about the rationale behind the addition of Mei jam. The new unlocking the recipe. Mei jam with roasted scallions and chicken flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutritional value. 1.21 It is said that such innovation, if presented before nobles or divine offspring in the royal city, could lead to the chef's execution, and I rated this dish 6.5 points, expressing his discontent. The yellow sand vegetable soup, at first glance, appeared unappealing, thick and gooey, filled with a medley of colorful ingredients in a large pot. It was the kind of dish that, upon presentation, one could hardly imagine the flavor. The aroma was complex, a blend of fruity acidity, vegetable essence, and a hint reminiscent of mint. Jiang Tuanzi stirred the vegetable soup with a large wooden spoon, the steam wafting up, rich and sweet, awakening his appetite. Unable to contain himself, he quickly scooped a generous spoonful and swallowed it whole. The first sensation was a tangy zest, reminiscent of simmered tomatoes, neither too strong nor too weak, perfectly stimulating his palate. Next came a harmonious blend of sweet and salty flavors, where the sweetness of the vegetables intertwined with the saltiness, adding depth to the soup. The soup's thickness derived from the finely ground white bean paste, which contributed a rich texture without any off-putting taste. Finally, a delicate umami lingered on the palate, lasting long after the last spoonful. After one hearty scoop, his desire for more intensified. This surpassed Mei's fruit and culinary excellence. Jiang Tuanzi polished off the remaining yellow sand vegetable soup from the pot, reclining contentedly on the sofa. He suddenly felt that life should be lived for something meaningful, having drifted aimlessly in his previous life. He initially thought this one would be no different. Yet, after experiencing so much and savoring this dish, he discovered his purpose: to relish every exquisite cuisine the world has to offer. Open the new recipe. New, unlocking the recipe. Naka vegetable soup flavor. 8 points, fragrant, nutritional value. 2.217 Dice red onions, leeks, celery, and carrots, and saute them in oil until fragrant. Add minced garlic, powdered magical beast meat, peeled red eggplant, eggplant paste, and eggplant sauce, and gently stir over low heat until aromatic. Once large bubbles begin to rise, incorporate pre-cut zucchini and vegetable balls, stir lightly, then add chicken broth or water, adjusting the seasoning with pepper and salt to taste, ensuring it leans slightly salty. When the pot resumes boiling, introduce the prepared white bean paste and white beans to thicken and enrich the soup. Cover and simmer on low heat for 30 minutes. Adding fresh basil leaves for aroma, checking the saltiness, and adjusting with salt or chicken broth as needed. Finally, after cooking for an additional minute, add fresh basil leaves and crumbled cheese for flavor enhancement and decoration. This dish was originally crafted by a royal court chef, later anonymously shared for all chefs to learn. The ingredients are simple and inexpensive, avoiding any luxurious components, yet the dish transcends extravagance, a testament to the chef's dedication. Thus, This dish became renowned as yellow sand vegetable soup across the continent, prepared for celebrations in nearly every household capable of doing so. 17,743.984 devouring points. At this rate of exponential growth, will the data truly not collapse? Regardless, flavor remains paramount. The determination to savor exquisite cuisines from around the world has reached new heights. Jiang Tuanzi maximized all his attributes, elevating his 6 dimensions to 80, with magic nearing 20,000. The detailed score reads 19387.128. Compared to the initial state of destitution, these attributes now seem extraordinary. He had intended to rest for the night at the inn to replenish his energy, but after this feast, he found himself utterly wide awake, as if an endless well of energy awaited release. After settling an I in the hotel suite, instructing him not to wander, Jiang Tuanzi ventured out alone. Empowered by magic, he moved swiftly, soon arriving atop a hill. As the server had mentioned, the yellow sand continent lacks flat plains. To the east lay a stretch of yellow sand, while the west featured rolling hills and mountainous terrain. The hills were primarily cultivated with grains or vegetables, while the mountainous areas consisted of orchards or untamed forests. Jiang Tuanzi quickly took notice of those forests. They were eerily quiet, devoid of birdsong or insect chirps, let alone larger fauna. Outside the forests, some avian creatures could be seen, but they appeared to intentionally avoid these wooded areas while flying. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tuanzi entered the forest, only to find nothing extraordinary after walking a considerable distance. It was only when he prepared to use magic to depart that he sensed the forest slowly absorbing his magical energy. The absorption was gradual, and given his substantial magical capacity, he initially felt no discernible difference. Magic is the foundation of this world. No wonder the animals refrained from entering the forest. A group of individuals clad in various colors and materials sat around a massive bonfire, joyously conversing and laughing. Remarkably, fresh magical beast meat, a rare delicacy on the yellow sand continent, was roasting over the flames. The president of the Rock Society stood nearby, sipping fruit wine while observing the adventurers celebrating their victory. Under his leadership, they had successfully captured all the ice beasts. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and turned his gaze toward a distant forest. An adventurer, noticing the president's absence from the festivities, approached curiously and asked, "President, why aren't you joining the celebration and dancing?" "Huh? President, are you watching something? Isn't that a forbidden magic forest? If a creature enters, its magic will be instantaneously drained, leading to death. It's a no-go zone." The president placed the fruit wine in the adventurer's hands, expelling the alcohol sent from his body using magic, and furrowed his brow as he replied, "I am well aware that it is a forbidden magic forest. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take a walk to clear my mind and enjoy the moonlight." With that, he swiftly made his way to the edge of the forbidden magic forest. The forest was not extensive, and he quickly circled around it, standing still with arms crossed, intently gazing inside. After a considerable time, he muttered to himself in a tone of skepticism, "Could it be that I truly drank too much?" No sooner had he spoken than something suddenly shot out from the eastern side of the forbidden magic forest, moving at extraordinary speed, like a cannonball. The president sprinted with all his might, barely managing to keep pace, watching as the object crashed into the yellow sand beyond the mountain. When that entity came to a halt, he finally discerned its true nature, a figure clad in armor. At first glance, the armor bore a resemblance to that of a knight from the Sun Kingdom, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that no two patterns were alike. This enigmatic knight could traverse the forbidden magic forest at will, even wielding magic within its confines. How could such a formidable being exist in the arcane city of the Yellow Sand Continent? Who exactly was this knight? Chapter 11. Light and Darkness. This forest was gradually siphoning his magical energy. Jiang Tuanzi was witnessing such an occurrence for the first time. As a newcomer to this world, he was unaware of many fundamental aspects, and aside from the scant inherited memories, I knew nothing either. The combined knowledge of the two was less than that of a mere child, prompting him to consider finding a local acquaintance to quickly fill the gaps in his understanding. Otherwise, his future adventures would surely lead to comic blunders. Suddenly, he recalled that his entire comprehension of this world seemed to stem from the system's compendium. Perhaps the system possessed some insights. He touched a stone on the ground, and it was instantaneously consumed. An overwhelmingly familiar yet haunting aroma enveloped him in an instant, invoking memories of a fear he wished to forget, the scent of corruption. The bitterness of the abyssal flavor rated a mere 1 point. This was Jiang Tuanzai's third encounter with it. He hunched over, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, his armor clattering as his body began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a flat pool of slime. Thanks to his high mental fortitude, he did not lose consciousness, yet the agony was undeniably intensified. Each second felt like an eternity. He believed he would perish here. He had to act, otherwise, how could he fulfill the vow he had just made? With his final will, he manipulated his magic to obliterate the spatial backpack filled with mei fruits, scattering the freshly harvested fruits across his now flat form. Then, he ravenously devoured them in a tempestuous haste. The rich, sweet, and sour flavors temporarily masking his discomfort, though entirely banished that unbearable taste. He guzzled down a large pot of pre-packaged yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup. The delectable broth coursed through him, finally washing away the intolerable flavor. New compendium unlocked. Corrupted stone flavor. 1 point. Abyssal flavor. Nutritional value. 0. Magic craves magic, and they are always drawn to one another, causing all magical energy in the world to coalesce in one place. This cannot continue. Something must balance the world's magic. Corruption believed it was time for its intervention. The higher the magical content within an object, the stronger the corruption it would attract. The magic that had been drawn in should have formed a dynamic equilibrium with the corruption. But alas, this stone had gone awry, resulting in an excess of corruption that incessantly drained the magical energy from its surroundings. Strangely, even though the system had provided Jiang Tuanzai with a lengthy explanation, elucidating the cause of his gradual loss of magic, he still found the system to be a riddle. However, it was not all in vain. He had gained a new piece of knowledge. Corruption absorbs magic. He also learned another thing, that anything bearing the word corruption was exceedingly difficult to consume. Curiosity, indeed, can lead to peril. Now, all he wished was to distance himself from this accursed land. With that thought, Jiang Tuanzai immediately employed his swiftest flying spell, his body soaring like a rocket. He swiftly vaulted over the mountains bordering the forest, but in his haste, he lost control and crashed into the yellow sand on the opposite side. The sand beneath him began to churn, revealing a host of worms that had long awaited his arrival. They tossed numerous corpses of the demon race at him. These were remnants of the battle he had witnessed between the human and demon armies, which he had been reluctant to part with. He had asked an I to contact their companions, who safely assisted in collecting some demon corpses. Jiang Tuanzai vigorously patted the heads of these worms, absorbing all the demon corpses and transforming them into evolution points, distributing them according to his plan of saving 9 points, while allocating 1 point for enhancing the worms. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. They were not working for nothing, after all. They would need to cooperate long-term. Jiang Tuanzai felt he understood the principle that to make a horse run fast, one must feed it well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzai felt a twinge of guilt, but he straightened his posture and confidently replied, "Where did you learn that line?" The television was a black box sealed on 5 sides with one transparent side, containing layers of liquid metal Jiang Tuanzai had never seen before. This liquid metal could display various colors and form different patterns in each layer, creating a pseudo-3D effect. These lines were learned from this 3D projection television. Besides the television, the suite also housed a magical air conditioner, which was impressive in its own right. It could instantaneously alter the temperature of a room without producing any noise. Beyond that, the suite left little to inspire awe. Jiang Tuanzai lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. This was the first time since his arrival that he had slept with conscious control. Previously, he had always fainted. The head of the rock-solid guild was fearful of being discovered. So he immediately employed silence and invisibility spells from shadow magic, daring only to observe the mysterious night from a high vantage point. Before long, the yellow sand began to shift, signaling the appearance of the worms. He initially intended to rush out and save the person, but upon reflection on the knight's behavior within the forbidden magic forest, he realized his interference might prove more disruptive. The strong always had their own strategies. The sand beneath the mysterious knight's feet ceased its movement as the head of the rock-solid guild gripped his dual blades, magic swirling around him as multiple enhancement spells took effect. He stood ready, prepared to assist. A colossal armored worm emerged from the ground, lifting the mysterious knight. Surprisingly, the knight did not resist immediately. This was clearly not an adversary. Rather, it resembled the bond between a pet and its owner. The head of the rock-solid guild was momentarily dumbfounded. How was this possible? Humans and demons were sworn enemies. How could they coexist so harmoniously? Soon, a second worm appeared, followed by a third and a fourth, ultimately revealing a total of 8 worms. Like the first, they showed no aggression towards the knight and displayed a remarkable affinity for him. Unfathomable. The head of the rock-solid guild felt his mind was on the verge of combustion. Yet, he quickly arrived at what he believed to be the correct conclusion. The worms regurgitated the corpses of demons. Collectively, the 8 worms expelled over 70 corpses. This mysterious knight could control the worms to attack demons. Based on prior experience, worms appeared to lack intelligence. At night, they would emerge from the abyss and spread radially, attacking everything in the desert. Some claimed to have witnessed them even assaulting demons. However, the mages of the Arcane Academy, after conducting magical analyses of the worm corpses, discovered that worms and demons shared a common origin, their elemental composition strikingly similar. They were part of the same kin, demons. Moreover, demons possessed a unique trait unseen in other races, a profound sense of unity. It was impossible for them to attack or consume their own kind. Therefore, theoretically, worms could not attack demons. But was it feasible that those who claimed to have seen worms attack demons were witnessing the worms controlled by this mysterious knight? If that were the case, everything would make sense. The question arose: how was he able to control them? Reports suggested that worms lacked intelligence. How could they comprehend human commands? The head of the rock-solid guild continued to scrutinize the enigmatic knight as he gathered all the demon corpses into his spatial backpack. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He felt he understood everything. The corpses of demons possessed potent corruptive properties, rendering them difficult for any race to handle. Improper disposal could transform them into areas of magical prohibition akin to the forbidden magic forest. Typically, the slain demon corpses were entrusted to the Arcane Academy for processing. The public was aware that the Arcane Academy boasted a long and storied history, with magical theories unrivaled in the world. They were the ultimate authorities on magic, and the universally applicable arcane magic originated from the Academy. However, from his position, he understood that the Academy was incapable of handling demons. Their magical research did not rely on demons at all. Demons were merely a ruse to deceive other races. The only place capable of dealing with demon corpses was the royal city. How did the head of the rock-solid guild know this? Because transporting demon corpses to the royal city was a specialized task for several guild leaders. A knight who could freely enter and exit the forbidden magic forest, continuously collecting demon corpses, could command demons for his own purposes. A simple deduction revealed the evident answer. As long as one employed special methods to handle demon corpses, they could control demons, and the royal city was surely aware of this. Which is why they had amassed a substantial collection of demon corpses over the centuries. The royal city aimed to dominate the entire demon race, to use these demons to wage war against the dwarves. After all these years, the Sun King's ambitions had not waned. He was indeed a terrifying man. Chapter 12. A free meal at no cost. As dawn broke, Jiang Tuanzai felt refreshed. He instinctively stretched his limbs in a grand yawn. An I lay sprawled on the bed, only half of his body occupying it, with his head and arms dangling off the edge. The blanket had been entirely wrapped around him, enveloping his head snugly. While the excess fabric draped down to the floor, beside him, the large pillow an I had used was nowhere to be found. Upon waking to this scene, Jiang Tuanzai couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. Last night, an I mentioned that he was quite honest while sleeping, which is why he agreed to share ABEDIT. Seems that in the future, they will have to sleep separately. Jiang Tuanzi observed that I was sleeping soundly and decided not to wake him. Leaving a note to indicate that he would step out to scout the area. His first destination was the neighboring Sha Tsung chicken restaurant, which he had been craving all night. Contrary to what one might expect, the establishment was not an inn but rather a bustling barbecue joint, likely due to the delectable offerings they provided, as evidenced by the lively morning crowd. Upon glancing at the menu, he noted a variety of chicken dishes and some palate-cleansing appetizers. The Sha Tsung chicken was one of their signature dishes, priced rather steeply at 20 silver coins per piece. Jiang Tuanzi, not one to indulge excessively, ordered just one piece, saving the remaining culinary delights to share with Ni later for a joint tasting experience. The shot song chicken arrived promptly, and just as he was about to dig in, a man clad in light leather armor and wielding twin daggers at his waist took a seat directly across from him. With numerous vacant spots in the restaurant, Jiang Tuanzi found it perplexing that this stranger chose to share a table with him. Was he perhaps looking to strike up a conversation? After all, his transformed appearance was distinctly masculine. Could it be that he had an affinity for men and found Jiang Tuanzi's looks appealing? Lost in such thoughts, the stranger broke the silence. "Greetings, I am the adventurer Tai Xian. Have you only ordered a small piece of chicken? Your attire suggests you are not a local. May I ask for your illustrious name?" His words flowed rapidly, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a magnetic charm. Caught off guard by the barrage of questions, Jiang Tuanzi quickly gathered his thoughts and prepared a response. Tai Xian nodded appreciatively and invited him. "Do you enjoy gourmet food? A food critic, perhaps? This is the first time I've encountered one. As it happens, our guild hunted several magical beasts yesterday, which are quite rare in the Yellow Sand continent. We even hired a chef to roast the beast meat. How about joining me to sample the chef's artistry and provide your assessment?" Noticing Jiang Tuanzi's silence, Tai Xian resumed his seat and added, "I almost forgot. Did you not claim to be a gourmet? Why not share your thoughts on the roasted chicken you ordered? I'd love to hear a professional critique. It's not that I doubt you. I simply have a responsibility to my companions regarding the fruits of our labor." Observing the earnestness in Tai Xian's demeanor, Jiang Tuanzi pondered whether this man was genuinely extroverted and eager for companionship or if he had ulterior motives. Regardless of Tai Xian's intentions, Jiang Tuanzi was inclined to acquiesce, for who would decline free barbecue? Should there be any deceit or ill will beneath Tai Xian's friendly exterior, he would prefer to ensure that this adventurer named Tai Xian would never leave this world. He promptly placed the entire piece of shot song chicken into his mouth. The chicken was accompanied by a sauce that bore a subtle salty and spicy flavor rather than the typical sweet and sour. The chicken was juicy and flavorful, with the shot song adding a delightful saltiness. Unfortunately, some parts of the chicken were slightly charred, imparting a faint bitterness if consumed without the sauce. However, the sauce enhanced the dish beautifully, perfectly complementing the chicken. Unlocking the recipe. Pan-seared shot song chicken taste. 8 points, aromatic, nutrition. 1.17 fresh chicken breast should be thoroughly washed and excess moisture wiped away, then marinated with salt, shot song and Sichuan peppercorns, chicken bones, onions, shot song, thyme, basil, celery seed salt, black pepper, dry mustard, red chili, garlic, and ginger should be placed in a pot with water and simmered for 20 minutes without adding more water. After cooking, the solids should be crushed, the lid replaced, and simmered for an additional 40 minutes. Finally, strain out the solids, retaining only the broth. Add the appropriate amount of salt and cornstarch to achieve the desired thickness for the sauce, which should lean slightly towards the salty side. The dish's appeal does not lie in the chef's extraordinary culinary skills or complex concepts, but rather in the meticulous preparation of a variety of ingredients and an abundance of luxurious spices. After savoring the flavors, Jiang Tuanzi articulated his thoughts on the dish before reciting the ingredients and the system's final evaluation as indicated in the recipe card. To him, food merely served the purpose of satiating hunger. He preferred meals that were convenient and inexpensive. Even during celebrations post-task completion with his companions, he would not be captivated by gourmet delights, as long as one replenished sufficient energy and magical power. It would not affect their combat prowess. The rest was merely a fleeting indulgence, a trap of consumerism. Many shared Tai Xian's perspective, which contributed to the relatively low status of chefs within human society. Although this was merely a secondary factor, only the long-lived elves of the moon continent truly relished such culinary experiences. Was Tai Xian perhaps an elf, or possessed some elven lineage? He found himself musing on this notion. Noticing Tai Xian's naive expression, Jiang Tuanzi stifled a laugh and rose, extending his hand for a handshake while simultaneously declaring, "So, do you now believe I am indeed a food critic?" Just then, the sound of the door opening roused an Ni from his slumber. He groggily sat up in bed, yawning repeatedly, his face still clouded with sleep. "I'm tired. I just want to sleep a bit longer. We can head straight for dinner later. A grand feast awaits." Jiang Tuanzi tore up the note he had left behind and discarded it in the trash before casually picking up a book and settling onto the sofa by the window. Preparing to read it in the sunlight, he soon noticed the title, Reborn as the Pampered Princess. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all the books on the shelf shared a similar theme. The literary genres in this world were indeed lacking. Meanwhile, I sniffed the air with his little nose before asking in a sleepy mumble, "Did you discover some new mei fruit dish, my Lord Demon King? You truly adore mei fruit." "I won't be having any mei fruit. Earlier, I met a human named Tai Xian, who mentioned treating us to a grand dinner tonight," and I exaggeratedly nodded his head while still lying in bed, then closed his eyes again and, moments later, drifted back to sleep. Jiang Tuanzi couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "Truly a child, falling asleep without a care in the world. It seems he has yet to learn the saying, no work, no reward." His magical communication device had been incessantly buzzing since he left yesterday, but now it had finally quieted down. Upon entering the guild leader's office, he was met with the sight of two stunning beauties from the Rock Guild. The guild's secretary, Eliana, with her striking red hair, sat on the sofa looking utterly disenchanted. Her close friend, Sophia, the light of wisdom, with her gleaming blue short hair, stood obediently behind the sofa, gently patting Eliana's back. Their adventurer titles, Secret Script and Light of Wisdom, were well known, while the leader of the Rock Guild was known as Tai Xian. In the Rock Guild, as long as one did not voluntarily disclose their true name, no one would know it. Titles were effectively one's name. Tai Xian, true to his title, remained unfazed as he passed by the two beautiful women and sat down in his chair. Secret Script, exasperated, confronted the guild leader. "Leader, the Night of the Divine Child visited last night. With nearly 1,000 members in the Rock City Guild, not a single one could reach you, nor could anyone find you. Where have you been hiding, you busy man?" Tai Xian, lost in thought, replied nonchalantly, "So, how did your discussions go?" Fine. Don't be angry. I met a knight last night, and then I drank all night. Just parted ways with him moments ago." He spoke truthfully, every word accurate. He then briefly summarized his discussions with the Solar Knight, who intended to construct a massive wall encircling the entire Yellow Sand Desert. Thereafter, anyone wishing to enter or exit the walls would need to pay a fee, with the Solar Knights splitting the revenue with the Adventurers Guild. However, adventurers would also be tasked with ensuring the safety of the wall and occasionally responding to the Solar Kingdom summons. Noticing the leader's lack of reaction, Secret Script took a deep breath to compose herself, suppressing her anger as she said, "Leader, do you have nothing to say about this?" Tai Xian nodded earnestly. "Actually, I do have something to say. Let us celebrate this evening. You should invite a few chefs to prepare the hunted magical beast meat, making plenty of exquisite dishes." Chapter 13. Barbecue by the campfire. Starlit delicacies as dusk painted the sky with hues of red. A sense of serene longing enveloped the atmosphere. The sun sank beneath the western sea, and the moonlight shimmered like water. Before long, evening arrived, and Jiang Tuanzi awaited I at the North City Gate. Tai Xian arrived a bit late, wearing an apologetic expression as he led the two out of the city. On the way, he earnestly extended an invitation. "I sense that both of you possess considerable strength. Would you consider joining our Rock Guild?" Seeing their apparent reluctance to join, he hastily continued, "Please don't be quick to decline. Hear me out. Soon, exiting the city will become challenging as the Solar King plans to build many walls here, requiring payment for entry and exit. However, adventurers will be exempt from this fee. Are you truly not interested in joining our Rock Guild?" Jiang Tuanzi maintained a nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent as he inquired. What benefits come with being an adventurer? Low-tier adventurers could only earn rewards through completing tasks, while high-tier adventurers no longer needed to undertake tasks, as the guild would provide them with stipends, money that would be more than sufficient to spend freely. Rare resources and materials would depend on specific circumstances, typically available only after undertaking or organizing significant missions. In addition, adventurers enjoy numerous privileges akin to those of knights in various countries, such as discounts on food and the hospitality of superior chefs when dining. The specific privileges differ from one nation to another, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Upon hearing the last sentence, I felt a surge of excitement and glanced up at Jiang Tuanzi. The latter instantly grasped his intent and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, "If both he and I join, what fees will we need to pay?" Iron heart and high spirits, waved his hand and smiled. Very well. The trio made their way with a brisk pace, and as Jiang Tuanzi had just voiced his agreement, they arrived at the location of the bonfire barbecue. There were approximately dozens of adventurers present, and aside from a few, the remainder appeared to be of little threat in Jiang Tuanzi's eyes, mere small fries, easily dispatched. Contrary to his expectations, the ensuing time was remarkably pleasant and relaxed, with each adventurer exhibiting a friendly demeanor. I quickly integrated with the group, even adopting the codename Fangya. Ultimately, amidst the playful teasing of the crowd, Jiang Tuanzi assigned himself a rather embarrassing codename, Dragon Swallower Knight. The brewer, holding a cup aloft, showcased the drink's hue and quality, revealing a golden yellow liquid. To Jiang Tuanzi's eyes, it resembled the beer of Blue Star, albeit without the bubbles. The brewer, though youthful, was said to be quite accomplished, being the youngest disciple of the Dream Weaver of intoxication. It was rumored that the brews crafted by the Dream Weaver could induce a state of intoxicated reverie, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. There were tales of a divine being who, in exchange for a taste of his brew, offered an entire kingdom as a gift. However, he adhered to an unwritten rule, bestowing his creations only upon individuals of special fate. After recounting his experiences, I raised his hand, curiously asking, "But if no one can drink his wine, how did these rumors come about? And you claim to be his disciple. Are you not deceiving us?" Upon hearing this, a red-haired beauty widened her eyes, poised to reprimand. Yet, the young disciple raised a hand, signaling her to refrain, and gently spoke to I. "It is always prudent to question authority. I, too, once doubted my master's abilities. There was an occasion when he shared his brewing experiences before others, and I boldly leapt through the crowd to confront him. Much like you, my master did not take offense. When the guards attempted to execute me, he intervened and offered me a cup of his brew. After a sip, I understood that all the legends surrounding his wine were indeed true. As he finished speaking, the young disciple snapped his fingers, and vibrant, sparkling particles erupted from his fingertips, as the magical dust settled. A small glass goblet materialized between his fingers. The liquid within swirled and shifted, resembling a nebula filled with stars, and I, standing closest, observed the intertwining galaxy within, a breathtaking sight. The young disciple smiled and said, "This is the wine I once savored, starshine nectar. Would you care to sample it, young adventurer?" And I, momentarily speechless, nodded enthusiastically, his mouth agape in awe. Subsequently, a droplet of starlight fell from the goblet, as if the heavens sighed, and the brilliant points of light in the night sky gradually lost their vibrancy, sinking slowly along with the droplet, fading from view, either landing upon lips or dissolving into the embrace of the night. The wine and stars evoked a collective sigh of melancholy from the onlookers. Curious, they gathered around, eager to hear Inai's assessment of the wine. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he managed to utter two words, "Delicious." "Ah, but I have nothing of such value to gift him. The worth of a gift lies not in its material value, but in the sentiment behind it." I nodded earnestly and softly remarked, "Oh, food explorer Jiang, I shall take my leave for a moment. Go, and do not keep him waiting too long." With Jiang Tuanzi's consent, he swiftly departed. He retrieved the golden yellow wine he had initially showcased and instructed his subordinates to distribute a cup to each person, cradling the wine as he began to explain. "This wine is one that many have either tasted or heard of. It is the entry-level brew sun wine that my master has taught us to create. This wine is made from dragon's might grass cultivated for 8 to 12 years in places blessed by the magic of ancient dragons. A small herb emanating a faint golden glow grows, which is the dragon's might grass. The grass is steamed until its fibers soften, releasing its natural juices. Yeast is then added for fermentation, converting starch into sugars, followed by 2 rounds of distillation, resulting in sun wine, with an alcohol content of approximately 55. Finally, sun wine is aged in oak barrels to enhance its flavor. You may first take a whiff before tasting." With that, he gestured invitingly. Jiang Tuanzi took a moment to inhale the aroma, detecting sweet, fruity, and floral notes. The fruitiness was reminiscent of poached pears, while the floral scent evoked violets. He took a sip. Though he had never been fond of wine in his past life and lacked knowledge about it, he could not bring himself to declare it unpalatable. Noticing that everyone had sampled the wine, The young disciple snapped his fingers to recapture their attention and suggested, "You might consider adding a pinch of salt, some ice, and my specially crafted lemon juice to enhance the flavor." Following his advice and after tasting, Sun Wine revealed a spicy, slightly bitter profile that was artfully balanced, with the fruity aroma becoming richer and more vibrant, while the addition of ice imparted a refreshing, crisp sensation. Moreover, the drink possessed a striking visual appeal, transitioning from light to dark, from transparent to a resplendent gold, as if it had acquired a soul. Akin to a sun rising in a cathedral borne aloft by 9 six-legged behemoths, the divine being sliced an apple while receiving a report from the Sun Knight regarding the situation in Rock City. After the report concluded, the divine being initially felt a surge of anger but remained silent. Once he finished the apple and regained his composure, he confirmed, "You say the president of the Rock Guild did not meet with you at all?" The Sun Knight nodded, reiterating the circumstances. The divine being tossed the apple core into a nearby maid's trash bin and remarked nonchalantly, "Disrespectful, negligent. Humph. Trash belongs in the trash can. That president not only harbors suspicions of treachery but is already on the list. Immediately dispatch a contingent of troops from within the country to take full control of the Rock Guild and capture Ironheart. I want him brought before me. I shall interrogate him personally." Chapter 14. In I's gift Jiang Tuanzi's new album. One new, unlocked album. Sunwine flavor. 8 points, aromatic, nutritional value. 4. 977 made from dragon's might grass. This wine undergoes fermentation and distillation processes, ultimately incorporating lemon juice, orange juice, pomegranate syrup, salt, and ice for consumption. Sun Wine, crafted by a noble brewer from the Sun Kingdom, later gained fame through the enhancements of the Dream Weaver of intoxication, becoming the national drink of the Sun Kingdom. 10 pounds of grain yield 1 pound of wine, truly a remarkable reputation. This wine boasts such high nutritional value. Jiang Tuanzi suddenly felt he could come to love wine. With the sound of clinking glasses, the bonfire barbecue was about to commence in earnest. According to Ironheart, tonight's dishes were prepared by the finest chefs from near Rock City, and Jiang Tuanzi was eagerly anticipating it. The chefs first presented skewers, an array of roasted vegetable skewers, artfully arranged to evoke a sense of wild adventure in this otherworldly setting. A large iron platter was laden with various vegetable skewers, which were served to each guest. Jiang Tuanzi, seated in a corner, noticed that no one was paying him mind, and he casually picked up a particularly appealing skewer, devouring it in one bite. The roasted carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower were generously coated in oil, yielding a fragrant, slightly numbing sweetness. While delicious, he felt the flavors lacked complexity and harmony. Having consumed a large platter of skewers, he had only unlocked 3 entries in his album. Indeed, only discerning 3 distinct flavor profiles. Besides the aforementioned essence, there were skewers of beast meat paired with roasted garlic and scallions, leaning towards sweetness, and skewers of beast meat with roasted tomatoes and plums, which had a sour and salty profile. The system's album indicated these 3 types of skewers were rated at 7 points each. Jiang Tuanzi mused that a spicy flavor variant would have been even better. Perhaps it could achieve an 8-point rating. A new, unlocked album. Roasted vegetable skewers, sour and salty flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutritional value. 0.9 carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower are blanched in order, combined with roasted tomatoes and plums. Seasoned with salt, crushed black pepper, and vegetable oil, then threaded onto skewers and roasted over the fire. The natural sweetness of the vegetables, the acidity of the tomatoes and plums, combined with the seasonings, create an overall savory and slightly bitter flavor. For adventurers, it is an endlessly enjoyable dish. New, unlocked album. Roasted vegetable skewers, sweet and salty flavor. 7 points, delicious. Carrots, broccoli, garlic, and scallions are placed together in a dish, seasoned with salt, sugar, and vegetable oil, mixed well, then threaded onto skewers and roasted over the fire, finally sprinkled with garlic powder. The sweetness from the vegetables, garlic, and seasonings perfectly balances the bitterness produced during roasting. For adventurers, it is an endlessly enjoyable dish. To be honest, Jiang Tuanzi felt that this bonfire barbecue started off on a high note but eventually fell flat, with the roles reversed. The initial wine was so exquisite that it overshadowed the dishes, making them seem inadequate by comparison. Unfortunately, there were too many people surrounding the other party, with adventurers clustering around him, hoping to share in a cup of wine. Just as I let out a sigh. something unexpectedly occurred. The young apprentice unexpectedly emerged from among the adventurers, approaching Inai with a gentle demeanor, and slowly crouched down to inquire, "Dear little adventurer, what brings you to seek the presence of this brewer?" Upon finishing his question, he extended a cloth bag towards Inai. However, before the apprentice could react, the nearby red-haired beauty, in a fit of anger, kicked the bag from Inai's grasp, sending it flying through the air. Sensing the hostile aura emanating from Jiang Tuanzi in the corner, Tai Xian promptly rushed to retrieve the Biaji. As he did so, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the gift contained within, causing him to instinctively pause momentarily. Taking a deep breath, his gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Tuanzi and Inai. He then raised his voice in reproach, "Aliana, the Secret Chronicle, have you not caused enough trouble? We are well aware of your affection for Soul and your fondness for his brews, but you must come to terms with reality. Soul does not reciprocate your feelings." Upon hearing his words, the red-haired woman, Aliana, felt an abrupt wave of dizziness wash over her. Soul had not even spared her a glance as he gently took Inai's hand and led him towards Tai Xian, who was holding the bag. Seeing this, Tai Xian hurriedly approached and solemnly presented the bag to Inai. After all that transpired, Inai's initial displeasure vanished, and he handed the worn bag back to Soul. "Thank you for your gift. I shall cherish it dearly," Soul replied in a gentle tone, accepting the gift with both hands and tenderly ruffling Inai's hair. At that moment, Tai Xian, holding a freshly grilled skewer, approached Jiang Tuanzi, fully aware that this individual was the true master of ceremonies. The notion of casually offering magic stone ore was absurd. Who would use a tattered bag, unwanted even by beggars, to carry such precious ore? Was this some kind of ruse by a wealthy individual? It was simply fantastical. Reflecting on the situation, Jiang Tuanzi concluded that it was unlikely to warrant such extreme measures, and thus decided to forgive the affront. It was rare for a demon like him to exhibit such kindness. Upon seeing the grilled skewer offered by Tai Xian, all his previously concocted schemes for obliterating evidence were promptly abandoned. His singular focus now rested solely on the skewer, primarily because Jiang Tuanzi had no desire to commit murder. Accepting the skewer, he took a hearty bite. The meat was infused with oils and chili powder, making it far more delectable than a vegetarian skewer, perfectly aligning with Jiang Tuanzi's palate. Though the flavor profile in the guidebook still rated it a mere 7 out of 10. It seemed the issue lay not with the chili powder, but rather with the chef's technique. A more skilled cook could undoubtedly elevate it to an 8. New unlocked guide. Grilled beef skewers flavor. 7. Delicious. Nutrition. 1.7 cubes of beast meat, cut into 2 cm squares, are threaded onto skewers in an alternating sequence of lean meat and fat, grilled until browned, then seasoned with salt, Sichuan pepper, and red chili powder before consumption. The result is a smoky flavor, savory and spicy, with the lean meat being slightly tough and the fatty meat remaining ungreasy. Simply attach it to the desired area of wear. After Tai Xian concluded his explanation, he performed a gesture of trial. He ultimately chose to affix it to his chest. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding adventurers erupted into applause. The two officially became adventurers. Deep within the distant moon continent, at an enormous round table, representatives of various elven factions engaged in fervent discussions, their voices echoing loudly. Initially, the elves were skeptical of the upheaval occurring on the Yellow Sand continent. However, as wave after wave of reconnaissance reports reached their ears, the gravity of the situation gradually became apparent. The elves were compelled to convene this session of the 100 Spirits Council. Yet, after 3 days of deliberation, each elven representative could do little more than bicker, unable to propose a resolution that would satisfy the majority. In their cautious deliberations, all were in opposition, scrutinizing the proposals for flaws. Some of the suggested responses were deemed excessively drastic, leading the more prudent elves to question whether the situation warranted such severity, fearing it might hinder elven advancement. Conversely, if a more lenient proposal surfaced, the cautious elves worried that such an approach would leave the elves vulnerable to exploitation. Observing from her exquisite chair outside the round table, the elven priestess remained unperturbed, savoring her tea as she watched the arguments unfold. She understood that ultimately, the divine would make the final decision. Chapter 15. The ranking of adventurers. Tai Xian began to explain to Jiang Tuanzi about the Adventurers Guild and the various pathways for advancement. In brief, There are 9 major adventurers guilds spread across the continents, each occupying distinct territories with minimal overlap. Among these, one guild stands out as the most formidable and otherworldly. No one knows how to join it or what its members do. The Rock Guild is one of the 9 adventurers guilds. Adventure ranks include Bronze Sprout, Silver Apprentice, Platinum Novice, Emerald Explorer, Diamond Champion, Master Hero, Grandmaster Hero, Golden Sovereign, and the uniquely revered Legendary Adventurer. The first 5 levels are based solely on points. Achieving a certain score within the guild allows for promotion. Advancement from Hero to Sovereign requires passing rigorous challenges that test one's abilities. The 9th rank, Legendary Adventurer, shares an elusive status with the Extraordinary Guild, as it requires recognition from the heads of all 9 guilds for promotion. Jiang Tuanzi, curious, inquired about how strength levels are categorized. He learned that there is no universal standard. Classifications vary across regions, institutions, nations, and races. For instance, the Arcane Academy categorizes individuals based on their mastery of magical energy. Ordinary people possess no magical energy, while those above them are classified as magical novices, magical adepts, magical experts, and magical paragons. This is of little consequence. Dear readers, you need not memorize this. 3. However, beyond the paragon level, classifications become ambiguous, as the magical energy stored within and wielded by an individual exceeds measurable limits. To illustrate with tangible data, if Jiang Tuanzi's attributes all stood at 1, and his magical energy also registered as 1, he would be deemed a magical paragon. If his magical energy measured at 0.01, he would be classified as a magical novice. Yet, in reality, Jiang Tuanzi's attributes currently stand at 81, while his magical energy is 71570.136. Such a scenario is beyond the Arcane Academy's ability to assess or categorize. The Solar Nation's classification system is even simpler. Relying solely on physical prowess, to become a soldier, one must defeat 10 ordinary people devoid of magical energy in unarmed combat. Defeating 10 soldiers elevates one to the rank of a first-class knight, Novice Solar Knight. Overcoming 10 first-class knights earns the title of second-class knight, Oath Solar Knight, and so forth, continuing up to the 10th class knight, Eternal Legend Solar Knight. However, the levels determined by this method are notoriously inconsistent, with a 5th class knight, Magical Contract Solar Knight, potentially falling short against a 3rd class knight, Silver Shield Solar Knight. Consequently, promotions are often merely verbal affirmations, as actual advancement hinges on personal relationships and matching abilities. A sharp, clear snap of fingers echoed. Sol once again captured the attention of those indulging in the meat skewers. He stood upon a platform, smiling as he proclaimed, Here, today, I have also brought you a second brew. My self-developed gin. I kindly ask you to taste it and help with a bit of publicity. Following this, he instructed his subordinates to pour a glass of gin for each person, and I cast a quizzical glance at Jiang Tuanzi, who mirrored his confusion, for the beverage bore no color. From every angle, it appeared completely transparent. First, he inhaled the aroma of the gin. It was reminiscent of a stroll through a pine forest in early summer, where sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light upon a pathway strewn with pine needles, refreshing yet slightly spicy. The most distinctive note was that of pine nuts, followed by a blend of citrus peel and cilantro, with hints of natural spices and herbs. The natural spice notes included cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove, while the herbal notes comprised licorice and mint. In simpler terms, the overall aroma of gin was exceptionally unique, dominated by the freshness of pine nuts, accompanied by the complex scents of other spices. Sol watched Jiang Tuanzi from a distance, a smile on his face, eagerly anticipating his evaluation, a sentiment largely influenced by the Dragon Rider's appraisal of solar wine. What could be more delightful than encountering a connoisseur of spirits in a foreign land? Jiang Tuanzi felt no pressure under the expectations of others, perhaps due to his nature as a slime or the influence of the system. In any case, he possessed an extraordinary ability to discern flavors with remarkable clarity. After taking a sip of the drink, its taste became etched in his memory. The flavor unfolded like an aroma. The freshness of pine nuts remained the dominant theme, intermingled with the subtle sweetness of citrus and the coolness of mint, complemented by the spiciness of cinnamon and the sweetness of licorice. The texture of gin was refreshingly cool and crisp, akin to a pure mountain spring, first chilling and then delivering a slight tingle, only to transform into a gentle sensation, As if caressing a swath of velvet point, one felt as though they were immersed in nature. Invigorating yet serene, as the aftertaste lingered, everyone became entranced, instinctively closing their eyes, the flavors of pine nuts and spices lingering in their mouths. They felt as if they were seated within a purely wooden wardrobe. Enveloped by the scents of dried wood, sun-kissed herbs, and faint floral notes, warm and reassuring. After a prolonged moment, as the flavors dissipated, everyone instinctively opened their eyes, only to discover that the once transparent gin had transformed into a dazzling golden hue. The new, unlocked guide, Gin Flavor, 8, Aromatic, Nutrition, 6.013 Gold Magic Flour Stamen, malt, wheat, rye, and corn are ground and blended, then combined with hot water to convert starch into sugar. In the sugary liquid. Yeast is introduced to convert the sugars into alcohol, resulting in a fermentation brew. This brew is then distilled, yielding liquids of varying alcoholic concentrations, with only the heart of the distillate retained. Next, golden pine nuts, golden dew, citrus peels, coriander, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and licorice are steeped in this distillate, followed by a second distillation. Ultimately, the spirit is stored in metal barrels, which are physically sealed and placed inside wooden casks crafted from the trees of the forbidden magic forest for a short period of aging. The wooden barrels gradually absorb all the magical essence from the liquor, causing its color to fade until it becomes colorless. Once the brewing process is complete, the metal barrels are retrieved and sealed with a layer of magic. When this magical seal is broken, allowing the liquor to reabsorb the world's magic, it regains its original golden hue. Gold wine, the signature creation of the Golden Brewer, triumphed in the 71st, 72nd, and 73rd brewing competitions. The timing of the brewing process is exceedingly critical. Even an extra day of fermentation can lead to a loss of flavor due to spoilage. With just 6 points of nourishment, Jiang Tuanzi declares in his heart that gold wine has surpassed the sun wine refined by his master. He is utterly enamored with soul. The two varieties of liquor provided by this bonfire barbecue seem to multiply his points tenfold. Of course, he also adores Tiexin, for it was Tiexin who brought him here. As he contemplates this, he turns to gaze at Tiexin, who is enjoying skewers nearby. What to do? The more he looks, the more he finds this man pleasing to the eye. How could such a charming man possibly harbor any ill intentions? How could he have doubted him at first? Truly, it is a sin deserving of death. The other party provides him with free food and drink. No matter how he views it, they are his benefactors. Most importantly, even if he were to dine at the restaurant in Stone City, he could never accumulate so many points. Indeed, when venturing out, one must rely on friends or a godfather. The shorter individuals are a group of robust dwarves. Adorned with thick beards, their upper bodies bare, covered in an array of intricate tattoos and inscriptions. The taller ones are primarily orcs, some possessing more beastly traits, while others are more human-like, each taking on various forms. Representing a multitude of animals, all bearing the marks of slavery. Among them are several strikingly beautiful human women, though upon closer inspection, one can discern that they possess slight fish-like features. This peculiar assembly of individuals has united, embarking on paddle boats towards the frigid continent. Yet, no matter how flawless their plans may seem, there are always flaws on land. Indeed, no one has noticed or cared about their endeavors. However, in the sea, a group of patrolling merfolk has detected their presence. Merfolk and dwarves are sworn enemies that a battle at sea seems inevitable. Chapter 16. Food and fine wine. Jiang Tuanzi gazes at the gold wine in his hand, then at the skewers of meat roasting in the distance. How could the disparity between the two be so vast? Contemplating this, he also voices the question, dragon-swallowing knight, you should have no land. Noticing the confusion on Jiang Tuanzi's face, Sol furrows his brow but proceeds to explain in a straightforward and detailed manner. Every knight in the Sun Kingdom possesses a parcel of land where they can cultivate various crops. Farming is quite simple. Knights merely need to apply a bit of magic. There are many knights, and the food production is high, yet there are not enough people to consume it. Without consumers, there are no buyers. Without buyers, knights earn no income. So how to convert this food into money? By brewing wine. Wine can be stored indefinitely. The longer it is stored, the better its flavor becomes, and consequently, the higher the price. Knights either brew their own wine or hire someone to do it, with most opting for the latter. All of this has led to the emergence of the profession brewer among humans. After speaking, He ruffles Nini's head and cheerfully adds, "In essence, brewing wine is profitable, while cooking does not yield financial gain. Hence, everyone prefers brewing wine. There is a saying among the citizens of the Sun Kingdom: a chef toils until old, poverty follows until old. Brew well, and gold coins will flow until old." Thus, it is generally those lacking ambition or capability who choose to become chefs. Upon hearing this, Nini scratches his head, not entirely agreeing with Sol's final statement. The reason is simple. Jiang Tuanzi loves gourmet food, and only chefs can create such delights. Thus Nini harbors an affection for chefs. Yet, he refrains from voicing this, as he perceives Sol as his newly acquainted pet. It is still essential to respect the thoughts of one's pet. The leg of the magical beast resembles a roasted beef leg, delivered promptly, with its golden brown skin glistening with dripping fat. However, Jiang Tuanzi does not anticipate its flavor. He notices signs of burnt seasoning, a flaw also present on the skewers, but this defect is magnified on the roasted leg due to its size. Tianxin deftly draws his dagger and slices the meat leg, distributing portions to everyone. He takes a small piece, places it in his mouth to savor. Charred, slightly bitter, savory, mildly spicy, and subtly numbing. The seasoning is light, yet the aroma of the meat is intoxicating, the exterior crispy while the interior remains tender. The predominant reason for its deliciousness lies in the exceptional quality of the meat, perfectly balanced in fat and lean portions, and grilled over high heat, ensuring the lean meat is not tough while the fatty portions remain delightful. New, unlocking the compendium. Roasted magical beast leg flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutrition, 2. 9. The magical beast leg is scored in a crosshatch pattern, salted, and marinated with Sichuan pepper powder and chili powder, then rinsed to remove excess seasoning and blood, dried, coated with vegetable oil, and grilled until the skin turns golden brown and emits a meaty aroma, making it ready for consumption. The skin has a charred, slightly bitter, and mildly salty flavor, while the interior retains juiciness, with the meat closest to the bone being slightly pink and tender. Overall, the taste is savory and delightful. The roasted magical beast rib is strikingly different from Jiang Tuanzi's imagination. The pieces are small, fitting in one bite, their exterior a deep caramel hue, exuding a primal fragrance. The blackened exterior carries a strong smoky and charred flavor. Upon tasting, the outer bitterness resonates like an elderly sage, narrating tales of resilience and profundity in life. In contrast, the interior is dry and salty, somewhat tough, showcasing the raw power and simplicity of magical beast meat. Jiang Tuanzi's initial experience is rather disappointing, believing it to be a bold attempt at culinary artistry. Yet, the aftertaste of this rib brings forth a savory spiciness that ignites a desire for a second bite. As one continues to eat, the charred bitterness fades while the fresh, spicy, and dry flavors intensify. It serves as a delightful snack for leisure or a companion for wine. New, unlocking the compendium. Charred magical beast rib flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutrition, 3. 1. After deboning the magical beast rib, it is marinated with salt, black pepper powder, red chili powder, cinnamon powder, and star anise powder. Excess seasoning is wiped off, and it is grilled over charcoal or buried in the fire until the exterior is charred and ready for consumption. The dry fragrance is robust, with a salty and spicy flavor, slightly bitter. The more one eats, the more fragrant it becomes, with a long shelf life, rich in nutrients, and highly favored by adventurers. One should not judge food by its appearance. Unexpectedly, this dish turns out to be quite enjoyable. Nini's scoring differs slightly from Jiang Tuanzi's. The charred magical beast rib is rated at 6.5, the roasted beast leg at 6.6, and the roasted magical beast skewers at 7.4, while the scores for roasted vegetable skewers fluctuate between 6 to 7.3 points. Thus far, the highest score remains the previously tasted Naka-style vegetable soup, reaching an impressive 8.2 points. The plates of roasted meat are devoured. The bonfire barbecue nears its conclusion. Many adventurers have already departed due to pending quests, leaving only a handful of idle adventurers. After patting Nini, Sol decides to leave early as well. Tianxin also steps away temporarily to see Sol off. In this moment of solitude, a chef, who had been roasting meat earlier, suddenly approaches Jiang Tuanzi with a basin of dish. Observing the reaction of the vice president of the Stone Guild from afar, it is evident that this dish is not part of the bonfire barbecue offerings. The chef, with a smile, gestures for him to partake. Jiang Tuanzi lifts the lid, revealing a stew of magical beast meat, seemingly crafted from the leftover scraps from today's barbecue. However, he is quite pleased with this delightful surprise. The quality of the magical beast meat is high, and its flavor is excellent. It should be difficult to make it unpalatable. The chef takes a spoon and serves Jiang Tuanzi a bowl of stew. Yet, Jiang Tuanzi first offers the initial bowl to Nini, reserving the second for himself. The chef is momentarily taken aback, his motion of serving halting involuntarily. Subsequently, he serves himself a bowl and sits down, exhaling lightly before smiling and softly saying, "In the realm of adventurers, you were personally invited by the president to register. Directly becoming a platinum novice. To my knowledge, you and your companions are the only ones in the entire Yellow Sand continent. Individuals of your stature typically would not have any interaction with someone like me. After all, I am merely a cook." Jiang Tuanzi shakes his head, interrupting his words, gesturing to the surroundings with his gaze, and replies with a smile, "There are no outsiders here. Formalities are unnecessary." The chef displays a second look of surprise. He quickly continues, "The societal status of chefs is not low, yet it is often looked down upon. Meanwhile, the renowned Golden Brewer Soul enjoys immense fame, hailed as the most exceptional disciple of the Soul Arbiter, the only individual in this world with the potential to surpass the Soul Arbiter in brewing. He is indeed remarkable, yet I do not concur with his words today. He is not merely those lacking ability or ambition who choose to become chefs. Taste this," he adds, referencing the dragon-swallowing knight in Fongd. The Yellow Sand Continent, Arcane City, Arcane Academy, is regarded as one of the 5 great wonders of humanity. The Arcane Academy stands as humanity's most significant institution for the study of magic, entirely suspended in the skies. A floating city that serves as a holy ground for magical discourse. Their theoretical explorations of magic have reached an incomprehensible level for the average person. The Academy boasts a magnificent transparent crystal dome, crowned by towering palaces and grand libraries. The architectural layout surrounding the palace is a harmonious blend of high-rise buildings and quaint abodes, with the walls of the structures exuding mist, bestowing upon the Arcane Academy an ethereal charm. Above the tempestuous clouds, the varying altitudes of the clouds mingle with twinkling stars below, creating a celestial tapestry. The interconnected streets meander like a mobile labyrinth, yet within the Academy, losing one's way is nearly impossible, as each building and pathway is imbued with magical guidance, facilitating the easy navigation for all. Many parents send their children here to learn the arcane arts, and sorcerers from across the globe come to study. Even divine science seek to further their education in this esteemed institution. Below the Arcane Academy lies the Arcane City, the largest teleportation hub in the world. The central square features several colossal teleportation magic circles, each capable of transporting thousands at once. Surrounding the square are thousands of smaller teleportation circles, granting access to the Arcane Academy. However, today, the primary teleportation magic circles of the Academy are out of service, having been commandeered by the Divine Scion and his army. Chapter 17. The bonfire feast concludes. Jiang Tuanzi first inhaled the aroma of the dish before him. The scent of meat and carrots was particularly prominent, followed by the fragrance of spices, such as the fresh bay leaves, thyme, the slight pungency of black pepper and cloves, and the delicate elegance of rosemary. Each ingredient possessed its unique character, yet they harmoniously fused together. Tasting the beast meat, which had become tender, juicy, and elastic after prolonged simmering, each fiber had absorbed the essence of the broth, presenting a subtle sweetness, creamy notes, and a delightful savor. The carrots were tender and sweet, their juices perfectly melding with the rich flavor of the beef, enhancing the palatability of both. The broth was complex, showcasing the sweetness of root vegetables, the freshness of leafy greens, and the spiciness of the spices. Achieving a perfect union, beef, carrots, and broth, under the influence of the spices, evoked the sensation of strolling through sun-drenched meadows after a summer rain, where the warmth of the sun mingled with the cool air. Infused with the sweet scent of nectar and fragrant grass, soon becoming warm and humid as the sun heated the air, only to be interrupted by the sting of a bee, leaving a burning sensation at the sight of the sting. New, unlocking the recipe. Beast meat stewed with carrots flavor. 8. Aromatic, nutrition. 3.821 dash of white vinegar and beast bones are placed in a pot, boiled in water for 1 minute. Then the bones are removed. A fresh pot of water is prepared, the bones cleaned, and placed back in along with bay leaves, black peppercorns, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and garlic. Once boiling, the heat is reduced to simmer for 4 hours, filtering out the residue for later use. The beast meat is diced and blanched with ginger and salt, then cleaned. The fat of the beast meat is rendered in a pan, and diced red onions, celery, and carrots are added, sautéed with salt and cooking oil until the onions turn translucent. Beast bone broth, meat chunks, black pepper powder, and cloves are added, covered, and simmered over high heat. Once boiling, the heat is turned down to simmer for 1 hour. Then carrots are added for an additional 30 minutes until soft, seasoning with salt and white pepper to taste. Fresh rosemary is added before serving. Ini's eyes lit up, awarding the dish the highest score yet. 8.9. Initially, he intended to give it a perfect 10, but upon seeing Jiang Tuanzi score it an 8, he discreetly adjusted his score. The chef, noticing their enjoyment, quietly left, satisfied. A large pot of beast meat stewed with carrots remained. And by the time I finished, the bonfire feast had concluded, and guests had dispersed. Jiang Tuanzi discerned the other's cautious demeanor, instantly realizing that the magical ore must be a precious item. I had already examined the gift he received, a common red sand from the heart of the desert. The magical ore was indeed red sand, a common knowledge. To advance further, one must undertake adventure assessments. Correct? Indeed. I am the adventure assessment officer. Would you like me to test you first? Jiang Tuanzi felt a twinge of surprise, but maintained an even tone. Are you suggesting a duel between us? Before participating in the bonfire feast, he believed his strength could defeat 100 Iron Hearts, but now, the disparity in power was daunting. He watched Iron Heart gesture for a challenge, knowing someone was about to receive a beating today, hoping it wouldn't be too harsh on the child. Jiang Tuanzi and Iron Heart stood on either side, with the remnants of the extinguished bonfire between them, as a gentle breeze stirred the embers, causing sparks to dance. The night sky was a tapestry of stars, countless and varied, resembling jewels scattered upon a dark velvet canvas. The moon cast a bluish glow upon the ground, enveloping the world in a soft azure filter. Iron Heart drew his twin blades, kindly explaining, I specialize in warrior magic and am one of the few masters of metal magic. No need. I shall take my turn. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Heart advanced, each step sending forth a barrage of metal spears that shot out faster than he could move, trailing wisps of mist as they whizzed past Jiang Tuanzi. However, to Jiang Tuanzi, everything seemed agonizingly slow. He effortlessly evaded all the spears with a swift twist of his body. The wind from the spears scattered the ashes of the nearby bonfire, sending a flurry of sparks into the air. The sound of blades dancing through the air accompanied the flow of energy as sparks flew towards him. The tips of the spears, once solid, morphed like liquid metal, sprouting new spearheads at their ends. One spear attacked from behind while the twin blades struck from the front. A magic circle swiftly appeared beneath Jiang Tuanzi's feet, lifting him into the air as the metal spears, influenced by Iron Heart's magic, bent like liquid, maintaining their general shape as they arched upwards. He kicked away several spears, but the last one pierced Jiang Tuanzi's body before vanishing from sight. Unlocking the recipe. Magic Metal Shadow 7-fold Iron Spike Long Range Technique Flavor. 4. Mild. Nutrition. 0. 18. A spear generated by metal magic. Metal magic typically functions in close combat or as a projectile. When infused with shadow magic, it can be manipulated from a distance. Shadow magic? It sounds rather dubious. Jiang Tuanzi's reverie was swiftly interrupted. A gray magic circle appeared beneath Iron Heart's feet, while a corresponding gray magic circle manifested above Jiang Tuanzi's head. He quickly dodged, manipulating the air elements to propel himself away at high speed. As the gray magic circle relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a torrent of metallic spears. Amid the chaos, Jiang Tuanzi seized a moment to sample one. Unlocking the recipe. Magic Metal Iron Spike Skyfall Flavor. 4. Mild. Nutrition. 0. 18. A spear generated by metal magic, creating a multitude of spears in the air to strike down upon the enemy. This magic consumes a significant amount of magical energy. This magical creation is indeed unpalatable. It possesses a bitter, rusty taste that warrants caution in the future. On the ground, 2 new magic circles appeared beneath Iron Heart's feet, one overlapping the previous one, merging and transforming into a new magic circle. Correspondingly, the spear morphed into a claw capable of bending, attempting to seize Jiang Tuanzi from all angles. The other circle continued to generate the previous spears. Both magic circles launched a fierce assault on Jiang Tuanzi. Yet, he adeptly focused on crafting a new spell in his mind while deftly evading the onslaught of attacks from varying angles. 20 seconds later, Ironheart released a series of desperate shouts. Ah, 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 for 5 seconds before exhaling a deep breath. The magic circles beneath him and above vanished simultaneously, and the metallic spears embedded in the ground disintegrated into gray particles, fading into the ether. Observing the pockmarked ground, Jiang Tuanzi looked down with a benevolent, warm smile and declared, "Now it is my turn." His previously clasped hands spread wide, his form assuming a grand posture in the air. The dwarven sailboat set sail once more. The vessel was short a few dwarves but bore the remains of several merfolk. The bearded dwarf at the oar grumbled, "What bad luck, in such frigid waters. There are still merfolk. Don't those loathsome creatures prefer warm waters?" Another dwarf wished to join in the lament, but, upon seeing the captain approaching, chose silence. The bearded dwarf's gaze remained fixed on the sea, oblivious to the captain's approach, continuing his grumbling until the captain delivered a sharp slap to his head. Startled, he began to row with renewed vigor. What a remarkable coincidence. It forced us to execute the more flawed Plan B. Releasing the unique ice beasts from the frozen continent. I suspect there is a treacherous traitor among us dwarves. That traitor is surely informing the humans and their merfolk allies. Upon hearing the word traitor, every dwarf instantly braced themselves, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. Chapter 18. Bayou. Ironheart felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of that warm smile. The magic within Jiang Tuanzi surged forth. And beneath the starlit sky, a magic circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly manifested upon the yellow sand continent. Despite its immense size, the structure was deceptively simple, composed solely of intricately arranged geometric patterns, devoid of any runes, letters, or symbols, emanating a brilliant light that effortlessly overshadowed the moonlight. Ironheart felt the vibrancy of the world fade, transforming into shades of gray and white, while Jiang Tuanzi above became a mere silhouette. The silhouette of a hand formed into the shape of a pistol, the barrel aimed at oneself. With a swift motion, the vast magical array vanished, and the previously battered ground around began to restore itself to its original state. Not far away, Jiang Tuanzi was gently rubbing the head of Nini beside the mud. Was at this moment that Tai Xian realized this was merely a luminous restoration spell, devoid of any actual offensive capability. After a brief pause, he approached the two and bowed respectfully, stating earnestly, "I entrust the matter of the magic or to both of you." "Not a problem," Jiang Tuanzi replied with a tone that instilled confidence. Following a brief exchange with Tai Xian and inquiring about the precise location of the Rock Guild, the two parties went their separate ways. The center of the desert, known as the Land of Finality, harbors red sands imbued with potent magical energy. Through specialized techniques, these sands can be fashioned into magical gear or crafted into gemstones for the tips of wands. The 8 major adventurer guilds are entrenched in the Yellow Sand continent, with overlapping territorial divisions intended to control the ingress and egress of this land, particularly concerning the ubiquitous red sands found deep within the desert. The Land of Finality is fraught with peril, and the task of gathering magic ore is exceedingly arduous. Only the most formidable adventurers from the guild embark at dawn and must retreat before sunset to have any hope of success. However, for Jiang Tuanzi and Nini, the Land of Finality is as familiar and comforting as home. Regardless of whether it is day or night, in truth, it is their home. Today saw an increased consumption of magical energy, and Jiang Tuanzi swiftly succumbed to slumber upon lying in bed. He entered and closed the door quietly, wishing not to disturb the demon lord. Alas, contrary to his intentions, at this level, sleep had ceased to be a necessity for the demon kin. Gritting his teeth, he destroyed the note under the watchful gaze of the demon lord. Once he finished, Jiang Tuanzi quietly sat on the bed and said, "Let us go to the Rock Guild." Due to various chaotic reasons involving demons and magical beasts, Rock City and its surroundings had recently been under strict lockdown. The two followed the cobblestone path leading to the end of the road, where the Rock Guild stood. The building of the Rock Guild bore the marks of age. Its exterior walls constructed of gray stone, devoid of elaborate carvings, save for a few natural textures formed by the ravages of wind and rain. Moss thrived in the crevices between the stones, while a few resilient vines clung to the stone walls, striving to capture the sun's rays. The main door, now a dull yellow, was covered in scratches and faded paint of varying ages. Yet the hinges remained agile, allowing the door to open smoothly and silently, a testament to the care it received over the years. Inside, the floor was simply paved with stone slabs, polished to a smooth, textured finish through the passage of time. Well-placed, new oil lamps, combined with natural light streaming through high windows, illuminated the entire hall, creating a bright yet comfortable and warm atmosphere. Most striking in the hall was the mission board. Presently, an urgent mission titled, "Investigate the Disappearance of Residents in Rock City," was posted, detailing that 18 individuals had gone missing over the past 3 days. Given the size of Rock City, 18 disappearances over 3 days should not constitute an urgent matter. However, the disappearance of an arcane knight in the vicinity escalated the situation. A substantial reward was offered for information regarding the knight's whereabouts, demanding to see him alive or his corpse if deceased. Originally, the urgent mission was to investigate the arcane knight's whereabouts, but under the guidance of guild leader Tai Xian, it was changed to investigate the disappearance of residents in Rock City. The details of these missions were relayed to them by an adventurer named Cheng Wang at the front desk. Jiang Tuanzi noted that everyone he had encountered in the Rock Guild held a deep respect and admiration for guild leader Tai Xian, who could be considered an idol in their hearts. Upon inquiring, Cheng Wang informed them that Tai Xian was currently absent from the guild. She mentioned that the leader's whereabouts were unpredictable, but it was best to wait in the guild, as he would frequently visit to hand over tasks. During their conversation, she generously praised the leader's character and strength, yet as she continued, a hint of melancholy crept into her expression. Unfortunately, guild leader's strength is the weakest among the leaders of the 8 guilds. She lamented, which leads to our guild being marginalized by others. It is not that he lacks talent, but rather that he has devoted himself to the study of metal magic. While it is a powerful discipline, it is also exceedingly domineering and rare for humans. Once a human learns it, they cannot study any other form of magic. Metal magic has a high lower limit and a low upper limit, making it challenging to master. For our leader, success and failure both stem from metal magic. Cheng Wang then led the two to the conference room, bringing them some fruit from the leader's office. The conference room was dominated by a large, old wooden table, its legs having undergone numerous repairs, the surface polished to a pristine sheen with thick layers of paint, in light of everything prior. It was clear that this was a guild that practiced frugality. A question arose in Jiang Tuanzi's mind. Wasn't it said that they had an abundance of gold? Could it be that the Rock Guild was truly wealthy? He pondered this as he continued to eat, taking a hearty bite of the red fruit on the plate. It was quite delightful, crisp, fresh, slightly sweet, and mildly tart, reminiscent of a green apple but lacking its distinctive fragrance, which instead bore a faint resemblance to jujube. Indeed, the texture was akin to that of an apple, while the flavor hinted at jujube yogurt. One might say that fruits are subject to personal interpretation. Jiang Tuanzi enjoyed jujube yogurt but was not fond of apples. Thus, the combination struck him as rather peculiar. New, unlocking the compendium. Crimson fruit flavor, 610, mild, nutritional value, 0.37. The fruit turns red upon being plucked. Hence its name, crimson fruit. It is crisp, juicy, and slightly sweet and tangy, much favored by humans and commercially successful, leading to the widespread cultivation of crimson fruit orchards. Wherever there are humans, there are crimson fruit trees. The fruit platter also contained a blue fruit, the size of a ping-pong ball, which Jiang Tuanzi had never encountered before. Holding it in his hand, it felt cool, akin to dipping his hand in cold water. The new, unlocking the compendium. Azure fruit flavor, 610, mild, nutritional value, 0.19. Both Jiang Tuanzi and Nini consumed nearly half a platter of fruit. They then proceeded to the leader's office, where they were unexpectedly greeted by the secretary of the guild, who stood behind a blue-haired beauty currently giving her a back massage. Jiang Tuanzi immediately recognized that the blue-haired beauty possessed strength surpassing that of the secretary. Yet her position was evidently much lower. Tai Xian rose and nodded, smiling as he said, "This is someone you met yesterday, the Rock Guild's secretary, Eliana, known as the Secretary of Mysteries. And this behind her is the blue-haired beauty." Waved her hand, interrupting with a smile, "No need for introductions, guild leader. I'm just a small fry, hardly worth mentioning. You two carry on. I must step out for a moment, so I won't disturb you." With that, she playfully waved goodbye and stepped out. High above, in the celestial realm, the moon god suddenly felt a sense of unease. Opening his eyes, he gazed eastward, peering through the sun to the land of finality in the heart of the yellow sand continent. Yet, his vision was halted there. A barrier of hatred, an ominous presence, and chaos emanated from the peaks of Finality Mountain. An ancient curse cast by the gods upon their fall. Another imbalance point suddenly surfaced. It seemed that the demon race, born in the past century, was about to witness the emergence of a king in the lofty skies. On an awe-inspiring floating island accompanied by the stars, a grand hall stood. Within it, the ancient dragon king gradually awakened from a century of slumber. Chapter 19. Letter of recommendation. The Secretary of Mysteries said nothing, merely nodding to the two before retreating outside, following the blue-haired beauty. Taixian appeared somewhat embarrassed, offering several apologies and explaining that powerful individuals often possess eccentric temperaments, and that those as amiable as Jiang Tuanzi are rare. Jiang Tuanzi did not engage with this statement, feeling lately that he had been too lenient with humans at times. Taixian poured each of them a cup of tea, introducing it as Wind Whisper Flower Tea, imported from the Moon continent, urging them to give it a try. The tea, upon brewing, revealed no color and emitted a grassy aroma. Upon tasting, it resembled tasteless aloe juice, soft, viscous, and slightly cool. It then dissolved lightly on the tongue, akin to taking a deep breath of morning mist in the mountains. Drifting like clouds on the palate, the essence of the clouds flowed down the throat, refreshing the entire esophagus and lungs. It was a rather novel experience point. One could not claim it would appeal to everyone, but it was akin to the first time one tasted mint candy, a unique experience. Jiang Tuanzi referred to it as otherworldly mint water, new, unlocking the compendium. Wind Whisper Flower Tea flavor, 510, tasteless, nutritional value, 0.02 refreshing in taste, soft in texture, imbued with the lightness of wind and the fragrance of mint. It is said that one can hear the whispers of the wind if they truly attune themselves. Noticing Jiang Tuanzi's continued stoic expression, Taixian rose and, after a brief search, returned with a platter of fruits, courteously stating, "Please give this a try. It took me some effort to procure it today." This fruit was called illusory rainbow fruit. Its size was comparable to that of an apple, yet its appearance was uninviting, resembling a crumpled, dried, and slightly yellowed ball of tissue paper. However, within the crevices of this tissue-like exterior, a hint of rainbow color peeked through. The illusory rainbow fruit emitted no discernible fragrance. When touched, its skin felt like a flaky pastry, but without the delicate layers falling apart. In essence, it resembled a ball of tissue paper. With a single bite, the experience contrasted starkly with the dry, flaky exterior one would expect. Juices burst forth, and the iridescent cross-sections of the delicate pastry shimmered. Jiang Tuzi discerned the taste of watermelon. Meanwhile, Ani emitted a series of pep-pep sounds, questioning loudly, "Why is this fruit so salty?" Saltiness. Hastily taking a second bite, the same fullness of juice remained, but the flavor transformed into that of a sweet, ripe pear. With the third bite, it morphed yet again into the intensely sour flavor of a plum. That moment, Jiang Tuzi realized what it truly was, a bizarre being from another world. Subsequently, he encountered flavors reminiscent of peanut shells, blue cheese, eggs, banana mango, and almonds. With each bite, the color of the fruit's cross-section would change, revealing a pattern. Flavors deemed palatable were associated with vibrant colors, while unappetizing ones were darker. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. Ni had sampled several vividly colored yet unappetizing flavors, ultimately leaving it to chance. The peculiar being from another realm had been confirmed. New, unlocking the compendium. Fantasia fruit flavor. 7 points, delicious, nutrition, 2.99. The thin, crisp skin sparkled with colors, concealing a multitude of flavors within. The Fantasia fruit boasts a myriad of tastes, and it is said that the sequence of flavors in each fruit is unique, ensuring that every bite offers a delightful surprise. Observing the less serious expressions on the faces of the two, Taixian finally smiled and cheerfully introduced, "This, Fantasia fruit, Whispering Flower Tea, and the Azure Sea fruit you sampled earlier in the reception room are all rare delicacies. Much like monster meat, which are seldom found in the Yellow Sand continent. In fact, they are likely far rarer than monster meat. Whispering Flower Tea is said to be cultivated solely by the elves of the Moon continent. Azure sea fruit must be harvested by the merfolk of the deep sea, and Fantasia fruit originates from the Fantasia tree beneath the elemental volcanoes of the ice continent. Were it not for the Sun Kingdom hosting the once every 15 years Sun Deity Festival, these items would not have made their way to me. Jiang Tuzi immediately seized upon this crucial statement, retorting, "So, you mean to say that the Sun Deity Festival will feature a plethora of rare and otherwise inaccessible foods?" Indeed, the older brother grasped the essence of it. Upon hearing that there would be an abundance of delectable offerings, Inai's enthusiasm surged, and he clapped his hands in delight, eagerly inquiring, That is the Sun Deity Festival, held in our yellow sand continent?" Tai Xian shook his head, revealing a look of regret as he explained, due to some unrest in the yellow sand continent, the Sun King ultimately decided to host the event at the southern Starry Isles. Upon hearing this, Inai lamented, "Oh, what a pity, the Starry Isles are so far from here." He then slumped into a chair, gazing at the ceiling while sighing repeatedly. Winky face, Tai Xian chuckled and refilled their tea. Placing the teapot down as he remarked, "Though the distances are great, we are fortunate that the arcane city in the yellow sand continent boasts the largest teleportation magic circle in the world. No matter how far apart, using the teleportation array would take less than a minute. I am well acquainted with the president and mentors of the Arcane Academy, and I can write you both letters of introduction. You may travel to the Starry Isles via the Arcane Academy." Ni turned to Jiang Tuzi with an expectant look, but the latter could only sigh in resignation, tossing the large bag of red sand he had collected the previous night from his system space to Tai Xian. Tai Xian promptly rose to catch the red sand, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Excellent, I will write you the letters of introduction right away." Jiang Tuzi observed Tai Xian, who was dipping a feather into ink to compose the document, while Ni, with his head tilted in anticipation, looked on eagerly. He could not help but acknowledge that this person was quite adept at socializing. No wonder he held the position of president of one of the 8 major guilds. The Rock Guild. The emotional value was high, skillfully catering to the preferences of others. Jiang Tuzi, feeling somewhat impressed, held the letter in his hand, already formulating a plan. Next stop, the barbecue restaurant next to the inn. Today, he would finish sampling the culinary delights in Rock City, and tomorrow, he would rise early to head for the Arcane City. After all, the points earned from consumption should not be squandered. The sea surrounding the Starry Isles is known as the Star Sea, for it sparkles with stars akin to those in the starry sky. Beneath the waters of this sea lies a colossal floating island known as Crystal City, the capital of the Merfolk Kingdom. Here, the Merfolk King sits upon a crystal throne, continually receiving reports from his subordinates about various sea regions. Listening to these reports left the Merfolk King agitated and restless. As soon as the briefing concluded, he promptly confirmed, "So, aside from the northern, I see, which may have encountered dwarves leading to a misjudgment, the data from other sea regions is accurate." Upon hearing this, the Merfolk King nearly collapsed into his chair. Struggling to breathe, a nearby advisor cautiously suggested, could the mutations in the abyss be related to the recent emergence of magical creatures in the yellow sand continent? The Merfolk King pinched the bridge of his nose. Expressing his utter despair, Speak on IT is well known that the yellow sand continent lacks magical beasts, only harboring some magical insects. However, humans now refer to them as worms or rock insects. The term insect is used because they possess no intelligence and, unlike magical beasts, do not typically act independently. In recent years, a new intelligent species has emerged in the yellow sand continent, referred to by humans as the demon race. The number of demons had always been scarce, but approximately 10 days ago, they experienced a sudden explosive increase. Research by the Arcane Academy revealed that the magical insects are a subspecies of the demon race, which is why their name was changed. Furthermore, those vile, grotesque, and malevolent fishmen also surged dramatically in number around the same time. I have reason to suspect that the fishmen are part of the demon race. This represents one of their similarities. Another point is that both fishmen and demons are exceedingly ugly, with fishmen being even more so, more despicable and more malevolent. The reason humans have yet to classify fishmen as a subspecies of the demon race likely stems from their belief that fishmen only inhabit the sea and pose no threat, viewing them merely as a delicious culinary offering. Meanwhile, we merfolk typically dwell in the ocean. The explosive growth of fishmen poses an imminent threat to us. We need the Sun King's sun bottles. Your Majesty, let us petition the Sun King. We must enlist the help of the Arcane Academy to study the fishmen. They must understand the dangers posed by these creatures. Chapter 20. Journey to the Arcane City. Jiang Tuzi emerged from the president's office with an eye, only to discover that the codex keeper had been sitting in a chair outside the door, awaiting their return. Upon their exit, he nodded at the two and re-entered the office. The blue-haired adventurer squinted with a smile, waving both hands in greeting as he followed the codex keeper into the president's office. Accepting favors from others can come at a price. This time, Jiang Tuzi felt no unusual emotions. Instead, he simply reflected, "It seems there are indeed pressing matters to discuss. Being the president is quite a busy role. However, none of this concerns me. My primary objective now is to eat. Eat, eat. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are plentiful." With that thought, he scooped up an eye and bounded out of the Rock Guild building, dashing towards the nearest restaurant. Having sampled nearly every eatery in Rock City, he could only conclude that Soul's disdain for the chefs was not unfounded. The restaurant where he resided and the adjacent barbecue shop were undoubtedly the finest culinary establishments in Rock City. In stark contrast, the vast majority of the other establishments served unappetizing fare, some even bordering on inedible. Low emotional intelligence. The food truly lacked flavor. High emotional intelligence. A profound appreciation for the hardships endured by ancient primitive peoples, such as steamed potatoes and carrots. The quality of the vegetables was poor, lacking any flavor, and some had not even been cleaned properly, resulting in a gritty texture. Various vegetable slivers paired with black bread, uninspired and simply unpalatable. Or the organic salad, tasteless, akin to chewing on bamboo and grass, and the thin crispy cakes, not thin, not crisp, hard and burnt. New, unlocking the compendium. Thin crispy cake flavor. 5 points. Tasteless, nutrition. 0. 8. A mixture of grain flour poured onto a hot stone slab yields a tough texture, with a burnt, bitter exterior that is laborious to chew. A fried egg merely involves placing an egg on the hot stone and sprinkling a little salt. It is no exaggeration to say that this outshines 90% of the dishes in Rock City. The dishes in Rock City generally share 3 characteristics. They are served quickly, are inexpensive, and fill the stomach. The most delectable dishes were found at the barbecue shop opposite the inn, such as fried purple onion and grilled chicken skewers. New, unlocking the compendium. Fried purple onion flavor. 7 points. Delicious. Nutrition. 0. 23 sliced purple onions fried to a golden hue, seasoned with salt, black pepper, and chili powder, ready for consumption. New, unlocking the compendium. Grilled chicken skewers flavor. 7 points. Delicious. Nutrition. 1.15 chicken skin and meat marinated in salt. Skewered in order, brushed with oil, grilled until color changes, and sprinkled with black pepper and chili powder. Tender and springy, bursting with savory flavor. One minor disappointment was that most of the delicious dishes at this barbecue shop had already been sampled at the neighboring inn. However, there was a rather fortuitous coincidence. After indulging in the cuisine, Jiang Tuzi learned that the chef and owner of the barbecue shop was named Naka, the very same chef who had prepared the feast during the campfire barbecue. Jiang Tuzi felt that the latter claim might not be entirely accurate, as other establishments also offered chicken dishes. One could only say that the flavor was somewhat shadowy. Allow the readers to visualize the compendium entries and conjure their own interpretations of the food's taste. New, unlocking the compendium. Spicy chicken soup flavor. 6 points. Mild. Nutrition. 1.3 The whole chicken is prepared by boiling it vigorously after plucking, then cut into pieces and placed into water. Along with chunks of carrot, an abundance of black pepper, white pepper, Sichuan pepper, and salt, covered and simmered for 40 minutes. The high heat roasting results in the chicken skin acquiring an indelible burnt flavor. Undetectable to the nose but glaringly apparent upon tasting. The overall flavor is characterized by a blend of numbing spiciness, saltiness, fishiness, and a hint of bitterness. New, unlocking the compendium. Roasted whole chicken flavor. 6 points. Mild. Nutrition. 1. For the whole chicken is plucked and eviscerated, blanched, and then placed in the oven to be roasted to perfection, seasoned with salt, Sichuan pepper powder, and red pepper powder before serving. The result is a dry, tough, fishy texture lacking in flavor. As the time for savoring culinary delights swiftly passes, dusk arrives. The setting sun casts a golden hue across the horizon, its waning light illuminating the evening sky. Having satiated their appetites, Jiang Tuanzi and Nini embark on their journey toward the Arcane City. Upon reaching the entrance of Stone City, They discover Ironheart standing not far from the cobblestone path. A scroll hovers in midair, gradually unfurling. One sheet is golden, the other violet. The violet one opens first, revealing an intricate rectangular purple magic circle, devoid of any central design. The scroll shatters into particles, inscribing 2 lines of text in the center of the magic circle. Congratulations to Fangya for being promoted to Master Hero of the Stone Guild. This certificate is hereby awarded. The golden scroll then swiftly unfurls, following the same sequence as the violet one, but its hue is now golden, with the text altered to read, "Congratulations to the Dragon Devourer Knight for being promoted to Golden Monarch of the Adventurers Guild." Nini claps his hands gently throughout, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. Once all magical manifestations have concluded, he calls out loudly toward the spot where Ironheart had vanished. "Thank you, Uncle Ironheart." The map gifted to him reveals the desert continent, with Stone City and Arcane City marked upon it. Jiang Tuanzi marvels once more. This man truly is meticulous. The ceremony of awarding certificates is a grand affair, clearly visible throughout Stone City. It is human nature to gather for festivities, and adventurers, residents, and soldiers alike flock to the streets to witness this rare spectacle of a decade. Golden Monarch-level adventurers are exceedingly rare. Even Ironheart, the president of the Stone Guild, is not a Golden Monarch. Gossip is a natural inclination. Before long, the title of Dragon Devourer Knight spreads like wildfire, resonating throughout the desert continent. Meanwhile, the protagonist has already shouldered Nini and continued on. Preferring to maintain a semblance of modesty, Stone City lies in the northwest corner of the desert continent, while Arcane City is directly to the west. The journey is not merely flat desert land, allowing for swift flight. There are many desolate areas, mountain ranges, and cliffs, not to mention numerous magic-restricting forests. The magic-restricting forests pose little threat to Jiang Tuanzi, but he fears for Nini's safety. Thus, he opts for a slightly longer route. The duo travels throughout the night. As dawn breaks, life awakens, and golden light spills across the horizon. At last, they behold one of humanity's 5 great wonders. Arcane City. At that moment, a peculiarly dressed individual bursts forth from the thicket. Exclaiming, "Wah!" She brandishes a machete at the two, passionately declaring, "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. Should you pass through here, leave behind your toll." The Lark Council of the Moon Continent has debated for many days without arriving at a definitive plan. However, they have reached some consensus, such as the necessity to form an alliance with the Trance. The Trance are an exceedingly reclusive race, residing in the western part of the Moon Continent, shunning interaction with other races and disallowing entry into their territory. Consequently, many regions in the western part of the continent are forbidden zones, off-limits to any elves. The elves, a fascinating race, are the antithesis of the Trance. They are born to crave freedom, relish adventure, and traverse various continents to witness diverse extremes. Thus, most elves inhabit the eastern part of the Moon Continent, closer to the sea and human settlements. At this juncture, 8 elves traverse the dense forest, arriving at the western edge of the Moon Continent. Their mission is to forge an alliance with the Trance. Here, the duration of sunlight is notably brief, rendering the area significantly dimmer compared to other parts of the Moon Continent. However, it is by no means cold. Rather, the climate is slightly warm, maintaining an average temperature of around 30 degrees. This is the abode of the Trance. Consequently, mainstream elves speculate that the warmth here is due to the Trence's constant body temperature. Their large physiques warm the surrounding air, preventing the temperature from dropping even in the absence of sunlight. Among the elves, 7 have never set foot here before and have never encountered a Trance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, toppling most elves to the ground, rendering them immobile. An experienced elf realizes that the Trance are nearby and urgently shouts, "Great Trance, we do not intend to disturb your rest. We have come at the king's command to form an alliance with you." The wind subsides. Just as everyone exhales a sigh of relief, a thick branch lashes out toward the elves with incredible speed. Catching them off guard, Chapter 21. The Arcane Academy. Nini wipes his mouth. The two ascend to a cleared area atop the mountain. Upon beholding the entirety of Arcane City, both Nini and Jiang Tuanzi feel akin to country bumpkins entering a grand city. Like Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Unlike traditional square cities, Arcane City is circular and surrounded by sea. There are only 2 sea-crossing bridges leading to Arcane City. The northern bridge is the Bridge of the Sun. inspired by the sun, wide and bright, with countless small sun motifs embedded in the surface of magical stones. Whenever the sun is high, warm light emanates from the stones, illuminating the path ahead, symbolizing a bright and hopeful journey. This bridge is only accessible during the day. The southern bridge is the Bridge of the Moon, inspired by the moon, exuding tranquility. The bridge is crafted from silvery stone, adorned with tree motifs carved into the railings. As the sun sets and moonlight spills forth, the bridge emanates a soft blue glow, echoing the colors of the sea, symbolizing a serene and mysterious journey. This bridge is only traversable at night. Arcane City is divided into 3 circular regions. The central area is the main urban zone, vast and perfectly circular in layout, with walls constructed from massive white stones, inscribed with countless green magical runes. It stands majestically above the waves, resembling a colossal emerald set within blue satin. To its north and south, 2 small yet exquisite subcities act as guardians, seamlessly connected to the main city by several grand bridges. One subcity is predominantly golden, while the other is primarily blue. Above, clouds swirl, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Only when the lightning pierces through the clouds, casting light upon them, can one sense that something may be concealed within the clouds. Alas, the obscured view makes it impossible to discern. The sea-crossing bridges leading to Arcane City are long, yet the queue to enter the city is even longer. Nini pouts as he stands at the end of the line. Just as he is about to inquire, his brother, Lurangia, nudges Lurani and asks, "Hey brother, why are there so many people entering the city today?" Indeed, it's because the desert continent has been plagued by monsters and demon tribes lately. Everyone seeks a more stable life. Moreover, many wish to witness the sun god ceremony. What's so special about the sun god ceremony? Is it even comparable to our Arcane City in the desert continent? His brother raps his younger sibling's head, admonishing, "You ought to refrain from speaking nonsense. If someone hears you, I cannot guarantee your safety." He then leads his brother toward the less crowded silver passage. Only then does Jiang Tuanzi notice that the queue to enter the city is stratified into 3 tiers. Reminiscent of the medieval era, upon inquiry, he learns that the most crowded entrance is called the Bronze Passage, which requires no identification. One simply passes through security to enter. The second busiest is the Silver Passage, accessible to those employed in Arcane City or residing there, with work units issuing silver tickets. Lastly, there is the Platinum Passage, a special ticket obtained by invited members of Arcane City. He also discovers that this system of regulations functions similarly to the promotion criteria for Sun Knights, yet remains flexible in execution. For instance, while Lu Runjia lacks a ticket, his brother possesses one, allowing a slight leniency for him to accompany Lu Rini into the city. Jiang Tuanzi approaches an arcane knight stationed by the bridge, flashing a crooked smile and inquires, "May I ask, where does the Golden Monarch sit?" That was a slip of the tongue. I meant to ask if Golden Monarch-level adventurers can enter the city swiftly? After appraising Jiang Tuanzi's attire, the knight replies, "Your outfit is quite impressive. The material seems superior to mine. Present some form of identification or proof, and I shall allow you to proceed through the Platinum Passage. As it is virtually unoccupied, I do not possess any identification. What proof do you require? I can provide it. Without proof. Are you some noble young master who has sneaked out to experience life? Proof simply entails showing who you are. I merely wish to ascertain your noble lineage." Pondering for a moment, Jiang Tuanzi ultimately produces a letter of recommendation. The arcane knight had not even opened the letter. Upon merely catching sight of it, he suddenly displayed an expression of understanding, exclaiming in realization, "Oh, this is indeed a rarity. A recommendation letter for admission. No wonder you seem as clueless as a simpleton. It turns out you truly know nothing at all. Just a novice, I see. Very well, you may proceed inside. If anyone stops or questions you, simply state that you are here to attend the academy and show them the envelope." Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the white letter, noticing that it bore no special markings and appeared to be an ordinary envelope. Thus, he humbly inquired, "This letter? There seemed to be no anti-counterfeiting marks on it. How could you discern it was a recommendation letter at a glance?" The arcane knight, not mocking him, straightened from his relaxed posture and patiently replied, "Did your family not mention anything to you?" "Ah, this letter is imbued with the magic of the Arcane Academy, a form of magic that cannot be forged. Come closer, and I shall show you." Jiang Tuanzi stepped beside the arcane knight, who gently placed a hand upon his forehead. A small, intricate magical circle materialized at the knight's fingertips, and in a low voice, he intoned, "Witness what I see." Suddenly, the world within Jiang Tuanzi's vision lost its color. The previously colorless letter emitted a blue glow, projecting a beam of blue light towards the clouds above the arcane city. When the knight withdrew his finger, everything returned to normal. He then performed what he believed to be a cool gesture, patting the dazed Jiang Tuanzi on the back, saying, "Go on in, and perhaps bring along your brother or your little friend." Jiang Tuanzi nodded and, attempting to mimic the arcane knight's earlier magic, conjured a chaotic and intricate version of the magical circle, recreating the vision he had just witnessed. Muden, who had been gazing in their direction, indeed had a blue line extending from him towards the clouds. In a wonder he was so easily spotted. It was quite conspicuous. Leading Muden towards the Platinum Passage, the arcane knight smiled at the two of them, saying, "There is still much for you to learn, future Grand Magi." Muden, distracted, nodded absent-mindedly. The knight suddenly approached and ruffled Muden's hair. However, when he turned back, Jiang Tuanzi had already pulled Muden away. The arcane knight, thinking Muden was looking at him, mused aloud, "Ah, youth is truly invigorating." Subsequently, the two magi encountered no obstacles and entered the arcane city without hindrance. Deep within the forests on the western side of the moon continent, an unconscious elf slowly opened his eyes, realizing he and several companions were confined within a cage woven from branches. After checking on his companions, he found them all alive but merely in a state of unconsciousness. Soon enough, they all awakened. The revived elves quickly discovered they were unable to wield their magical powers, and even the air around them offered no magic to draw upon. A wave of discomfort surged from deep within, and many elves lost the courage they had initially possessed to face danger. Fortunately, none were in immediate peril, allowing them to comfort one another and bolster each other's spirits. Otherwise, it would not be long before these elves would succumb to despair. The elves felt as though they had been trapped for an eternity. Suddenly, the surrounding air emitted a rhythmic low hum, which surprisingly formed coherent phrases. The air spoke, "Ah, such cowardice! How can one speak of alliances? Tell your king that your kind is utterly unworthy." The leader of the elves immediately recognized this as a test from the Treants. They knew that the Treants possessed unparalleled mastery over magic, which was precisely why they had sought their aid. They implored, "We humbly request guidance from the Treants. Please." The air fell silent. After a lengthy pause, it responded, "Let your king come to see me in person." The branches encasing them began to grow in reverse, ultimately transforming into a newly sprouted sapling. However, the Trent's attitude elicited varied reactions among the elven kings, leading to starkly different stances during the Conference of the Larks. Even the previously agreed-upon discussions regarding an alliance with the Treants became contentious. The elven priestess sat, as usual, upon her elegantly adorned high chair, sipping tea, indifferent to their quarrels. After all, the elves revered equality among their subtypes. With no distinction between strength and weakness, how could they be expected to yield? Each held their own opinions, governing themselves while all worshipped the moon goddess. Ultimately, everything awaited divine judgment. That was the nature of the elves. Chapter 22. Entering the Arcane Academy. Upon entering the city, eager to sample the local delicacies, Jiang Tuanzi and Muden were halted by an elf who introduced himself as a teacher. It was their first encounter with an elf, who happened to be a blue sylph, essentially a blend of moonlight and swiftness. Holding their letters of introduction, the two followed the teacher as he guided them through a whirlwind tour, eventually arriving at a small square. The floor was made of glass, emanating a faint starlight as if connecting heaven and earth, communicating with the stars. The elven teacher turned to the two and introduced, "Welcome, new students, to the Arcane Academy." As he spoke, a gentle force lifted the three of them, propelling them swiftly through the thick clouds to reach the hidden city palace in the sky. "Shall I show you around the school?" Jiang Tuanzi was about to respond when a kindly voice emerged from behind. "Teacher Green, you may continue your duties. Allow me to guide them." Teacher Green nodded quickly, apologetically saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Principal Arcadius." Upon seeing the principal for the first time, both Jiang Tuanzi and Muden were struck by his formidable presence. Especially Muden, who felt an even stronger impression, sensing that this principal was far more powerful than any demon he had encountered in war. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, the principal smiled and said, "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. Ironheart has already informed me through a letter, I also heard you both enjoy good food, so I prepared a splendid feast for you. Are you hungry? Shall we eat first? They could see the central square of the arcane city from their vantage point, where rows of neatly aligned sun knights stood. With more arriving through the teleportation magic circle.as, both magi observed the scene below. The principal explained as they walked towards the dining hall. The arcane city is not only a sanctuary of magic, but also a central hub connecting various continents. However, it seems the divine child has had a lapse in judgment, suddenly dispatching a multitude of knights here. In a few days, he will likely send them away again to participate in the solar deity festival. In any case, you will need to stay at the Arcane Academy for about 7 or 8 days. The academy was shrouded in mist, which oozed from the walls and floors. Jiang Tuanzi felt as though the entire Arcane Academy was filled with fog machines, reminiscent of the celestial courts depicted in dramas from Blue Star. According to the principal's explanation, these mists possessed a form of sentience, capable of guiding individuals. One merely needed to softly express their desired destination, and the mists would naturally part, revealing a clear path to their intended location. This design received unanimous praise within the academy, as it was notoriously complex. Rumor had it that even the principal could get lost. Now, the principal stood at a particularly intricate junction, glancing left and right, clearing his throat before leaning towards the mist, murmuring in a voice he deemed quiet enough, "Which way to the private dining room I prepared?" He noticed the surrounding students were watching him. Maintaining his composure, with hands behind his back, he pretended to cough and earnestly explained to the two magi. These mists are actually composed of life forms known as fog elements. They possess souls. I am demonstrating to you how to ask for directions in case you get lost within the academy. Do you understand? They replied, though only the naive mutant truly believed this explanation. Guided by the mists, the trio quickly arrived at a private dining room, where a massive table was already laden with an array of exquisite and colorful dishes. Everything looked absolutely delectable. Seeing the astonished and excited expressions on the faces of the two, the principal laughed heartily, saying, "This feast was specially entrusted to me by Ironheart. He emphasized that you love meat. For today's lunch, I ensured we have only the finest quality. Please enjoy. Afterward, a teacher will take you to your accommodations. Or if you wish to explore the academy, that is also an option. Just let the teacher know once you finish eating." Originally, he had planned to dine with them and then show them around the academy. But he had just received an urgent message regarding a missing daughter of the divine child. Her family was quite distressed and had requested his assistance in locating her. "I must take my leave now. My apologies," he concluded, promptly taking flight and departing the dining room. As the door to the private room closed, candlelight flickered, silverware gleamed, and the meticulously set table was adorned with pristine linen, showcasing exquisitely crafted dishes. The air was filled with the fragrance of fruit wine as they quietly awaited the arrival of others, when gentle music began to play, creating an elegant and harmonious atmosphere. This exquisite arrangement transformed their lunch into a delightful experience. The table is quite large, and the distance between the chairs is notably expansive. As the mischievous black-eyed creature turned its gaze, it obediently settled onto Jiang Tuanzi's lap. With no outsiders present, it was permissible for this little one to indulge in a bit of whimsy. The dish closest to the second demon was a cube of bread, measuring 1.5 cubic centimeters, adorned with a silky white sauce that gleamed with a golden luster under the soft lighting. The aroma carried a hint of rich oil, warm and enticing, reminiscent of sun-kissed cream exuding a subtle sweetness. With a deep inhalation, one could discern its intricate layers, featuring delicate nutty notes akin to a harmonious blend of hazelnut and pine nut fragrances. Just by inhaling, Jiang Tuanzi sensed that this dish surpassed an 8 out of 10 in culinary excellence. Just as he was about to taste it, the creature opened its mouth, casting a charming glance at Jiang Tuanzi while emitting a sweet sound. Upon observing the abundance of food on the table, with each dish having at least 3 portions, it was evident that the principal had spoken no falsehood. Though the creature, in its humanoid form, had a modest appetite, it hardly needed to worry about such matters. Jiang Tuanzi expertly speared a small piece of bread with his fork and offered it to the creature. Its eyes sparkled with delight as it clapped its tiny hands, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is so delicious. It melts in my mouth. I would give it a perfect 10. Then, with unrestrained joy, it pointed to another new dish, excitedly declaring, "Gourmet Jiang. I want to drink that, oh dear. How did I end up with such a demanding little one?" he muttered, albeit with a smile, as he scooped up the creamy soup and offered it to the creature as the spoon approached its mouth and nose. A warm and profound aroma wafted forth, imbued with the mystery of the forest and the earth's essence. This scent intertwined with the sweetness of cream, creating a complex and captivating bouquet that was utterly intoxicating. The creature swallowed eagerly, its lips and teeth seemingly attempting to consume the spoon itself. How astonishing! So fresh! I want to eat that dish. It was a piece of pan-seared poultry breast, its skin showcasing a golden, crispy texture, a perfect caramelization achieved through expert temperature control. The initial aroma was that of the skin's char, tinged with a subtle smokiness and a rich nuttiness, accompanied by faint wild and sweet notes. Beside the poultry lay a pool of deep red wine sauce, its fragrance rich and intricate, echoing the fruity notes of the wine, with spicy undertones and a whisper of acidity. These aromas blended seamlessly with the poultry's delectable essence. Showcasing the chef's masterful pairing of ingredients and sauces, Jiang Tuanzi delicately cut into the meat, revealing an enticing pink interior, the epitome of juiciness and tenderness. He offered a forkful to the creature, which eagerly took a bite, savoring the crispy skin and tender meat in a delightful contrast. Suddenly, the creature froze, and after a moment of silence, it exclaimed, "I am at a loss for words, Gourmet Jiang. You must taste this and describe it for me. I feel this dish has transcended perfection. It is simply extraordinary. The wine that the dog gave me the other day pales in comparison." Within the confines of the stone city, rain poured torrentially, and the windows were tightly shut, rendering the once bustling streets desolate. A group of cloaked figures sat in the dimly lit office of the Stone Guild's president. President Tai Xian was absent, as were Vice President and Secretary General Hongfa Wenlu. Opposite the cloaked figures sat the azure-haired beauty, the light of wisdom. For once, she had abandoned her usual demeanor, her feet propped on the desk, exuding an air of aloofness, as she skillfully twirled a pen between her fingers without letting it drop. With a tone of clear discontent, she remarked, "The precious intelligence you speak of is already known to us. Is there nothing fresh to offer?" The cloaked figures were evidently skeptical of her claim, one raising his voice in disbelief. "That cannot be possible. The Solar Knights have only just departed from the Arcane City. How could you possibly have obtained this information? Is the Stone Guild attempting to deceive us?" The Light of Wisdom let out a cold snort. "Surely, you do not underestimate the Stone Guild." Just as she finished speaking, a flash of lightning illuminated the dim room. The cloaked figures found their garments suddenly stripped away, rendered immobile against the floor. It became evident that these figures were dwarves. One of the dwarves voiced his disbelief once more. "How is this possible? Was the intelligence erroneous? The vase? No. The Light of Wisdom. How could she be this formidable?" The rumbling thunder from the lightning finally echoed within the room. Suddenly, a bearded dwarf sprang to his feet. Drawing his sword and striking down the dwarf who had been negotiating with the Light of Wisdom, he was promptly forced back to the floor, apologizing profusely. "I apologize for his recklessness. We dwarves harbor no contempt for your Stone Guild. Nor do we underestimate you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sought a secret alliance with your guild." After a brief moment, she replied coldly, "I accept your apology." Only then did the dwarves dare to exhale, hastily wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Preparing to express their gratitude, she raised a hand to silence them, standing gracefully beside the injured dwarf, and elegantly crouched down to insert her pin into his ear. Blood flowed forth, and the dwarf emitted a sharp gasp as his pupils dilated. The Light of Wisdom withdrew the pin, wiping the tip clean on the deceased dwarf's clothing, examining it closely for any damage, finding it unscathed. With a single-handed flourish, she continued, on behalf of the Stone Guild, "I accept your secret alliance with the Rockheart Kingdom." The dwarves displayed a third wave of disbelief. Chapter 23. A Taste Beyond Level 10. Though Jiang Tuanzi looked forward to these dishes, he refrained from tasting them himself. Instead telling the creature, "There are 2 main courses left. You finish yours first, and we shall savor and score them together later." "Okay. Then I shall start with that dish." It was a fish, resplendent with deep blue and turquoise hues. A steamed delicacy. This was Jiang Tuanzi's first encounter with a fish from another world, and the culinary arts surrounding it exuded a refreshing oceanic aroma, a blend of the sea's salinity and the crispness of seaweed. As he used his knife and fork to separate the flesh, it revealed pristine white fish meat. The texture was firm yet elastic, delicate and full-bodied, each morsel radiating freshness and vitality. The creature took a gentle bite. Relishing its silky texture and abundant juices, the tartness of lemon juice perfectly elevated the fish's inherent sweetness, while the richness of butter added a velvety smoothness. Finally, the subtle seasoning of herbs further enhanced the fish's fragrance, creating a more complex and harmonious flavor. Jiang Tuanzi was eager to hear the creature's opinion, but he instead found it panting, its eyes spinning in circles, softly murmuring, "So delicious, so delicious, so delicious," observing its current clever demeanor. Jiang Tuanzi felt an inexplicable sense of alignment with its character. He gently patted its head, reminding, "Hey, hey, hey, there's one last main course to eat. Finish that before resting. Those side dishes and desserts can be skipped." The creature rallied its spirits, anticipating the final dish. This dish, merely by its appearance, reminded Jiang Tuanzi of a similar preparation from Blue Star known as proven al-ratatouille. However, the ingredients differed, leaning more towards the flavors of another world. Red peppers, yellow peppers, eggplants, red tomatoes, zucchini, and red onions were cut into uniform pieces or strips, retaining their shapes and colors through various cooking methods. When combined, they formed a unique flavor profile. The rich aroma of olive oil provided the foundational taste, warming and inviting. Following that were the vegetable's own fragrances, the subtle elegance of eggplant, the sweet and sour profile of red tomatoes, the mild pungency of onions, and the slight sweetness and crunchiness of the peppers. Only then did the aromas of herbs and seasonings emerge, perfectly measured to enhance rather than overshadow the dish's essence. The freshness of thyme, the spiciness of bay leaves, the richness of garlic, the unique pine scent of rosemary, the piquancy of black pepper, the tang of vinegar, and the fragrance and color of saffron. All these seasonings blended harmoniously with the vegetable's natural flavors. One could only exclaim, a marvel, transcending perfection, just from the aroma alone. Jiang Tuanzi felt compelled to award it an unprecedented 11 points. The creature merely sampled a bite, immediately trembling and convulsing, collapsing to the floor. Based on its recent evaluations of the dishes, it ranked them from least to most favorable. He first picked up a glass of fruit wine from the table, taking a light whiff and detecting a burst of fruity fragrance reminiscent of blackcurrants and cherries. Following that was a more complex secondary aroma, a blend of truffle and leather. Although it did not compare to the brews crafted by the golden winemaker Sol, this wine's flavor was not lacking. He sipped the red wine, only to find it soda water? Huh? Jiang Tuanzi wondered if he had misjudged the taste. After gulping a larger mouthful, he confirmed it was indeed soda water. Had the wine gone bad? While pondering this, he opened the compendium. New compendium unlocked. Magical spring water fruit wine flavor taste. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 5. Pour a glass of water from the magical spring and use illusion magic to transform it into fine wine. Rich in magical energy, one can drink 1,000 cups without intoxication, favored by mages, who affectionately refer to it as the wine-flavored blue potion. Fake wine? Turning to gaze upon the table laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, I squinted slightly. The Jiang Tuanzi version high-consumption magic detection spell that I had surreptitiously learned from the arcane knights upon entering the academy was instantly activated, manifesting 2 chaotic and intricate magic circles within my pupils. The world lost its color. The wine in the goblet transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant sands, continuously shifting hues. The majority of the dishes on the table exhibited the same phenomenon, in a wonder that old Deng was so courteous, treating me to such exquisite fare upon our first meeting. I placed the few authentic dishes before me, observing them closely, only to discover that they too were not necessarily genuine, as minuscule magical elements danced upon their surfaces. A table of counterfeit cuisine, however, in contrast to the others, which were predominantly composed of magical elements. These few platters possessed some semblance of true ingredients. One dish was a meatball soup. The meatballs were rich and aromatic, the broth steaming, accompanied by the piquancy of black pepper and a hint of vegetable sweetness. Yet, upon tasting, I was met with profound disappointment. The broth was mere plain water, devoid of any foundational flavor, and the meatballs disintegrated with the slightest touch, as if they had been overcooked in a large pot of water, erasing any vestige of the meat's essence. The dish could be succinctly summarized in 7 words: bland, tasteless, and lacking texture. Frowning deeply, I perused the illustrated guide. New Unlocking Guide. Meat Sauce Magical Cuisine Taste. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 1 ground beast meat mixed uniformly, shaped into balls using magic, boiled in water. Then enhanced with illusion magic to render it delicious, favored by some magicians. Humph. Suddenly, I grew curious about what these dishes were made of. I picked up the bread with white sauce that I had initially sampled. Observing it in hand, it appeared visually and aromatically appealing. Upon tasting, I was surprised to find a remarkably familiar amalgamation of flavors: bitterness, fishiness, saltiness, rustiness, sourness, and astringency. A true culmination of familial tastes. New Unlocking Guide. Platinum Magical Refinement Cuisine Taste. 3 points. Extremely astringent. Nutrition. 10 primarily composed of beast meat, infused with a grain of divine mineral powder, magically refined, and ultimately enhanced with illusion magic to achieve exquisite flavor. For magic-wielding sorcerers, this is a substantial tonic, boosting magical power upon first consumption. Rarity sought after in the Arcane Academy. A substantial tonic, boosting magical power? Contemplating, I glanced at the dish I had finally consumed, an otherworldly rendition of Provençal stew, mentally preparing to swallow it whole. The flavors and textures of the 2 dishes were indistinguishable, as if they had been copied and pasted from one another. Both were products of the magical culinary assembly line. New Unlocking Guide. Golden Magical Refinement Cuisine Taste. 3 points. Extremely astringent. Nutrition. 100 crafted from beast, merfolk, and magical spring water, infused with several grains of divine mineral powder. This special dish is magically refined, ultimately enhanced with advanced illusion magic to render it exceptionally delicious. For any non-divine race, it is a divine gift, significantly increasing the consumer's magical power. This is a limited privilege only accessible to the headmaster at the Arcane Academy, a delicacy beyond monetary value. Greatly disappointed, I gazed meaningfully at the newly acquired guides. In the frostbitten continent, Ascalon Hammer, the name of a nation; Forged Iron Valley, the name of a city. A dwarf raised a magical urgent report. Upon seeing this urgent notice, the surrounding dwarves erupted into chaos, each one exclaiming, "Impossible!" The urgent report was swiftly delivered to King Goldhammer Grant. However, King Goldhammer merely smiled lightly and stated firmly, "The King of Forging, Grolhammer, claims that there are traitors among the dwarves." How ridiculous! Who does not know that the reason dwarves stand strong in the frostbitten continent is due to their unity? Pass the order down. I, King Goldhammer Grant, deem this to be false information. Whoever spreads rumors within Ascalon Hammer shall face no mercy. A few minutes later, another dwarf raised a magical urgent report. Upon seeing this urgent notice, the surrounding dwarves again erupted into chaos, each one exclaiming, "How could this be?" The urgent report once more reached the front of King Goldhammer. This time, King Goldhammer's expression turned serious, and in a soft voice he said, "Open the treasure storehouse, select a batch of fine treasures and weapons to present to the Sun King. Someone, write a congratulatory message to accompany it. Glory crowns the Sun King. Time has not dulled his brilliance, but rather reforged his immortal legend. Riding the winds and clouds, he subdues the beasts of the skies with extraordinary grace. Even flying magical beasts must bow in submission. We bear witness to the indomitable will and endless radiance of the eternal King. May your brilliance shine like the midday sun, eternally illuminating all." Offered by King Goldhammer Grant. Chapter 24. The peculiar teacher. When I awoke, the table that had once been filled with food was now entirely stored away in Jiang Tuanzi's spatial backpack. I yawned widely, then looked at her small hands and feet, exclaiming in delight, "Food explorer Jiang, I've discovered that my strength has increased. How marvelous!" She then leaned closer to Jiang Tuanzi and whispered, "These dishes possess a special ability akin to Lord Demon King, enhancing the strength of the demon race. Lord Demon King, after eating these dishes, have you become incredibly strong?" "Not at all. That I am preparing to visit the library shortly. What about you? Will you sleep a bit longer or join me?" Together, the 2 demons pushed open the door to the dining room. In the center of the courtyard outside stood an arcane mentor with white hair. The collar of the arcane mentor's robe bore yellow stripes, while the apprentices wore blue stripes, one for first-year students, 2 for second year, and 4 for fourth-year students. The white-haired mentor stood on tiptoe, her snow-white fingers tapping her lips, peering curiously into the dining room like a child. And then exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, you all finished everything. Unbelievable." Her voice was childlike, and she was not tall, lacking any aura of an arcane mentor. Jiang Tuanzi ignored her and attempted to sidestep her with an eye. The mentor turned, tilting her head slightly, and introduced herself. "I am Mentor Lilith, and the headmaster has asked me to show you around the academy. Would you two students care to introduce yourselves? It would be quite impolite otherwise. Illusion? Magic?" Jiang Tuanzi version high consumption magic detection spell activated. The world around us gradually faded in color, revealing a myriad of colorful sands surrounding Lilith, ever shifting in hue. Jiang Tuanzi had never witnessed such a display of magical energy emanating from a living being. Typically, a person would possess only one or two colors, their magical essence rather limited. Either that, or like the arcane headmaster and the horned demon of yellow sand. One would sense no magical energy at all. No, I had seen such magical energy before. The vibrant magic resembled that of the magical dishes just consumed. It was hard not to suspect that this was a magical creation akin to a doppelganger. Most importantly, the opponent was stronger than myself. I am food explorer Jiang, a culinary critic. It is only fitting to sample the creations of diligent chefs. And I quickly stood up straight and earnestly executed her prearranged introduction. During their introductions, Lilith displayed exaggerated expressions and frequent movements, yet her eyes remained fixed on the speaker. After both had concluded, she tossed them 2 sets of academy robes. "Here, you two wear these, without proper attire. There are many places you cannot enter. I feel rather like a tour guide now. First, we shall visit the Hall of Fame, which features some graduates and a bit about their heroic deeds. Then, we will check out the teaching building, where you can see the courses you wish to study. Of course, you may also attend my classes. Next, we shall explore the magical library, which holds a wealth of magical knowledge. Finally, we will visit the magical arena, where many upperclassmen can be seen debating and competing. Phew, for the first time. I've spoken so much in one go. It feels like my throat is on fire." And I tiptoed and whispered. "This mentor seems to struggle with speech." Lilith feigned an angry expression, hands on her hips, and declared, "Humph. I heard that. Who are you saying can't talk?" Just then, the surrounding mist suddenly rushed toward the 2 demons at great speed, startling an I into a brief, sharp gasp. As the mist gradually dissipated, the 3 found themselves in the Hall of Fame. The most striking feature was a statue of solid gold standing prominently at the center of the hall. To be honest, this was the most awe-inspiring statue Jiang Tuanzi had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. The statue's visage was sculpted with remarkable realism, strikingly handsome. Its gaze exuded authority while revealing the wisdom and foresight of a king, as if it could see into the hearts of men. The brow conveyed an extraordinary charisma and intelligence, seemingly capable of unraveling the mysteries of the world. The proportions of the figure were perfect, exuding an exceptional valor. Each muscle line embodied a harmonious blend of strength and beauty, showcasing the ideal union of power and grace in humanity's vision. Every ray of sunlight caressing the statue's muscular contours seemed to breathe life into it. The figure was turned slightly towards the west, with its left hand grasping a long spear and its right hand drawn taut, aiming at the sun. The entire pose captured the moment just before the spear would be thrown. The statue was so vividly rendered that Jiang Tuanzi felt as if the spear might be launched at the sun in the next instant. Who, I wonder, does this statue depict? Jiang Tuanzi gazed intently at the statue, fearing that his voice might desecrate its sanctity. Thus, he unconsciously whispered to Lilith, the king of humanity, the Sun King. A smile graced Lilith's lips as she spoke these words. If someone were to observe her closely, they would discern that her smile was not one of adoration or reverence, but rather bore a more negative connotation, akin to that of suppressed laughter or mockery. "Come, let me show you the alumni of the academy, as well as our esteemed mentors." Upon hearing this, Nini and Jiang Tuanzi nodded, reluctantly entering the Hall of Fame. The biographies inscribed there were quite vague, summarizing the most outstanding graduates of each year. The groups they joined thereafter, and their current positions in contrast. The accounts of the distinguished mentors were even more succinct. They lacked portraits, merely stating their names, the subjects they taught, the magic they practiced, and the exceptional students they mentored. For instance, the mentor to Jiang Tuanzi's left, named Sophia, was one of the deans of the Arcane Academy, serving as the psychological mentor, proficient in mind magic, healing spells, reconnaissance magic, and more. There was a shared trait among all those displayed in this Hall of Fame. Without exception, every individual was still alive. At the center of the corridor lay a small garden, where an eye-catching headless knight statue stood. Below the statue was a sign, yet it bore no inscriptions. It was now Nini's turn to inquire. So, who was this headless statue? Lilith tapped her lips thoughtfully, producing a series of contemplative hums. Soon, with one hand raised and the other clenched into a fist striking the palm, she exhibited an expression reminiscent of cartoonish epiphany, casually introducing Aiden, thus far, the most exceptional student to have graduated from the academy. After graduation, he became a soldier in the Sun Kingdom, and subsequently rose to the rank of a 10th Order, Eternal Legend Sun Knight. He is also a distinguished hero from the Battle of Eternal City, having once saved the Divine Child from peril. It seems he was even bestowed titles such as Sun Hero and Sun Champion, hailed by the dwarves as humanity's strongest knight. Later, he returned home in glory, but now no one knows of his whereabouts. He is likely deceased, as it has been many years. And the head of this statue was smashed by a divine child, who was once his close brother, and it was after Aiden's triumphant return that this incident occurred. The specifics of what transpired remain known only to those involved. The reason the sign is devoid of text is that a new one was erected afterward. The head of the statue has vanished without a trace, and thus, it remains unrepaired. Outside the dining hall of the Arcane Academy, two mentors sat on the ground playing cards. One of the mentors remarked, "How much longer will those two young lads sleep?" "I don't know. Just wait and away." After consuming Principal Arcadia's culinary delights, it's normal for them to sleep the whole day. Should we carry them back to the dormitory? The principal did instruct us to show them around, but he didn't specify when. Today or tomorrow, it makes no difference, right? Fine, fine. Let's just take them back to their dorm. But let us agree that I'll carry the smaller one. Chapter 25. Observe, Play, Eat. Jiang Tuanzi and Nini accompanied mentor Lilith throughout the academy for an entire day, indulging in various explorations. The setting sun resembled blood, gradually descending, casting the world into shades of blue. Lilith kindly escorted the two to their dormitory. The two demons had scarcely laid in bed when they were suddenly engulfed in a haze, slipping swiftly into slumber. As dawn broke, and the sun ascended the horizon, Jiang Tuanzi was the first to awaken from his dream-laden stupor. He beheld Nini's head resting on the pillow, the blanket spread out flat upon the bed, as if it had never been used. Nini's body was propped against the headboard, one foot raised high, the other tucked into his mouth, mumbling incessantly. Upon witnessing such a scene, Jiang Tuanzi could not suppress a soft chuckle. The sound was so faint that Nini remained undisturbed initially. "Gourmet Jiang, I just had a dream that I dreamed I was feasting on barbecued meat. It was absolutely delectable. But when I called you to eat, you refused, so I had to indulge alone. While I was enjoying my meal, I noticed your disdain, and that when I awoke." Jiang Tuanzi tossed Nini's robe at him, saying, "No one is disdainful of you. Come, let's go for a stroll. I wish to visit the Library of Magic. I'm too full from the dream feast and have no desire to move." "Gourmet Jiang, you may go on your own." Nini dismissively flopped back onto the bed, succumbing to sleep once more. Jiang Tuanzi left a note and exited the room. Guided by memory and the mist's direction, he quickly found the library, where the crystal dome was not clear and transparent, but rather a delicate mosaic of stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground as sunlight streamed through. This library lacked a definitive architectural form. It was in a constant state of flux, grand and imposing, with towering spires. Its interior was infused with spatial magic, leading one into a square chamber where foggy doors lined the left, right, and front. These doors could be manipulated by voice, granting passage to the desired book repository. The essence of this library did not reside here. The Arcane Academy merely served as one of its entrances. It was, in fact, one of mankind's 5 great wonders, the Infinite Library. Rumors claimed it housed all the magic and historical texts in the world, chronicling everything that existed within this realm. In truth, this was an exaggeration by its creators. Following the prompts, Jiang Tuanzi softly uttered to the foggy door, "Magic Book Repository." The door gradually faded away, revealing a vast library within. The shelves stood like sentinels guarding knowledge, arranged meticulously and stretching beyond the horizon. They housed an array of magical tomes, heavy leather-bound volumes, lightweight cloth scrolls, exquisitely crafted paper books, and hefty clay tablets, showcasing an extraordinary variety. Between the shelves, floating magical orbs emitted a gentle golden glow, serving as intelligent assistants to aid in swiftly locating texts. Jiang Tuanzi gazed upon the rows of various editions of Fundamentals of Magic. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the voice assistant. "Are there any more advanced books on magic? I'm sorry, but your access level is insufficient. Currently, you may only read Fundamentals of Magic." Scratching his head, Jiang Tuanzi, with a face full of wisdom, inquired, "How can I unlock the access?" "Consult the corresponding course mentor for permission." With a sigh, he resigned himself to selecting the most appealing volume of Fundamentals of Magic, internally reciting, "The following is the world setting. It's optional to read. Quick preview. This world does not adhere to any atomic or molecular scientific principles, and its worldview is entirely fictional, a unique fantasy system created by the author. Readers are encouraged to set aside all scientific knowledge acquired in reality while reading this novel. To obtain magic, one must deconstruct an object into its smallest volume. Magic is the smallest unit in this world, and its quantity is fixed. Magic can form all elements, and theoretically, the types of elements are infinite, as they can be created through subjective initiative. The elements constitute everything we see, hear, smell, feel, and think. The earliest elements to emerge in the world are referred to as primordial elements, of which there are precisely 15. The fire element, sand element, and stone element compose the upper earth. The mud element, soil element, and metal element form the lower foundation. The foundation constitutes the land. The mist element, water element, and ice element create the oceans, which serve as the lower vessel for the land. The air element, wind element, and haze element form the lower dome. The star element, moon element, and sun element create the upper cosmos, which serves as the upper vessel for the land. Elements also possess relationships of mutual generation and restraint. Beyond magic, 3 fundamental elements exist: soul, corruption, and space, which can only exist within objects and cannot exist independently. Soul is the fundamental attribute of all things, residing within all elements encountered through sight, sound, smell, feeling, and thought. Corruption is equal in quantity to magic, and when corruption and magic come into contact, they will adhere closely together, later reappearing randomly anywhere in the world. Space exists in the greatest quantity, uniformly and accurately present throughout the world. When a space is stimulated by a certain amount of magic, i.e., when excess magic surrounds it, a new space will split off. When the stimulating magic dissipates, the newly split space will also vanish. Each word in the text was recognizable, yet when strung together, it became incomprehensible. After reading for half the day, Jiang Tuanzi could barely grasp the overall concept. Ultimately, he felt compelled to eat something to replenish his intellect, fearing that continuing to read might lead to a mental shutdown. He had already decided what he wanted to eat. Upon exiting the library, he noticed several teams of Sun Knights bustling about the academy, seemingly in a great hurry. Curious, he inquired of a nearby student watching the commotion, "Why are there Sun Knights in the academy?" "They say it's because of a student from our academy, so they've come to investigate." "Daughter? What kind of daughter?" "I don't know, just that her name is Wang Wenxin." "Huh. Are you sure? That name seems a bit unconventional. She cannot possibly be. It's an abbreviation. The names of those divine children and their relatives are excessively long. You see, the notice clearly states that her full name is Wang Viviana Wenxini Alara, the Azure Skywarden of the Celestial Kingdom. The abbreviated version is, and the most concise form is Wang Wenxin." Jiang Tuanzi scrutinized the notice. The girl in the photograph was unfamiliar to him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Following the plan, he set off to grab a bite to eat. Ultimately, he arrived at the magical arena within the academy, a designated venue for one-on-one magical duels. Jiang Tuanzi's randomly assigned opponent was Bellatrix. The name of his adversary belonged to that category which, after a single reading, compels one to repeat it, with each iteration producing a different pronunciation. However, her hair was distinctive, a striking purple with white highlights, hence, we shall refer to her as Little Purple. Little Purple wielded stellar magic and declared with great pride, "You are truly unfortunate to encounter me in a duel. I advise you to concede, little brat, for my magic shows no mercy. Jiang Tuanzi sprang into a Wing Chun stance, fearlessly retorting, feel free to strike. Watch me effortlessly dismantle your blind magic. All right, you have guts. This is your death wish. Little Purple crossed her arms in a cruciform manner, and 5 fist-sized purple stars materialized behind her. Die, with her emphatic command. The 5 purple stars hurtled toward Jiang Tuanzi, trailing dark explosive streams. Lilith sat amidst the clouds atop a rooftop, her gaze fixed on a distant expanse of ominous black clouds. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before a torrential downpour descended upon this place. Lowering her eyes to Jiang Tuanzi in the arena and the still-sleeping Nini, she placed her finger on her lips, softly murmuring, "What purpose do you 2 demons have in the Arcane Academy? What connection do you have with this unusual rain?" Chapter 26. Sparring and dining. Jiang Tuanzi once again employed the brilliant light magic he had haphazardly conjured during his previous contest with Tai Xian. Of course, excluding the restorative properties of the spell, a dazzling flash illuminated the arena. Surrounding students and instructors instinctively closed their eyes, and when the brilliance faded, both participants stood unharmed in their respective positions. The 5-star spheres had vanished without a trace, and no signs of destruction were evident. Jiang Tuanzi's new entry in the compendium read, "Beneath the compendium unlocked. Magic Stars Beginner Falling Star Technique Taste. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutritional value. 0. 519. The Beginner Falling Star Technique is the simplest form of stellar offensive magic, capable of summoning a speck of dust to attack an opponent. The reason for the 5 spheres was simply that he had released them 5 times in succession. This principle, understandable even to toddlers, is hardly a sophisticated technique. The mere fact that such trivial repetition could be recorded in the Great Compendium of Magic New Edition speaks volumes about the decline of human mages. Wow, the system is actually mocking others instead of itself. It's rather peculiar. An inexplicable discomfort arises when one is not subjected to a few jabs by the system. Jiang Tuanzi provocatively remarked, "Hey, your blind magic is nothing extraordinary. I expected it to be far more formidable. Under my ultimate invincible super-enhanced counter technique, it is but a trifle." Little Purple pointed a finger at him, her chest heaving as she struggled to utter a response. Eventually, she grabbed a bottle of blue potion from her bag and gulped it down, finding her courage to shout, "You dare to take another spell from me? Certainly. With your pitiful magic, it can hardly claim the status of sophistication. I could dismantle it with a single hand." Little Purple, exasperated, cried out, "Aw, you infuriate me. You will pay for this." She positioned her hands at her sides, and with a frenzied shout, she raised her arms upward. Eventually bringing her hands together above her head, fingers interlocked into fists. The stone floor around her was engulfed by purple stars, lifted in tandem with her movements. Blood erupted from her nostrils as she slammed her hands downward. Several large stone slabs, propelled by her action, hurtled toward Jiang Tuanzi, trailing long streams of stellar light. As the stones approached, a flash of white light erupted. The stone slabs vanished, leaving Jiang Tuanzi unscathed, while Little Purple collapsed, blood spilling from her mouth. Witnessing this, a nearby student, Lu Ranjia, remarked, "I feel as though I have seen this scene before. Have I somehow traversed through time?" New compendium unlocked. Magic Stars Starstream Manipulation Variant Taste. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutritional value. 3. 112. This allows the manipulation of stars to elevate surrounding objects, causing them to crash into opponents with the power of the stars. The weight of the lifted objects increases with the amplification of magical energy. Representing a variant of the beginner's star stream manipulation. The metallic magic previously employed by Tai Xian had an unappealing taste, reminiscent of faint rust. In contrast, this stellar magic bore a delightful flavor, akin to a subtle grape essence, which Jiang Tuanzi found appealing. After the medical personnel carried Little Purple away, Jiang Tuanzi raised his right hand and called out to the surrounding students, "Next, is there anyone willing to step up and give it a try? Any magic will do, no restrictions. I can break it all." The students exchanged glances, and ultimately, not a single one dared to enter the arena. A petite female student hesitantly spoke up, "Can I give it a try?" All eyes turned to her, and she quickly bowed her head, taking a small step back. Jiang Tuanzi quickly discerned her social anxiety. Approaching her, he shielded her from the gaze of the surrounding students with his uniform and gently said, Of course you can. She tugged at Jiang Tuanzi's sleeve, stammering, my magic can be quite destructive. I usually practice only with my instructor. Are you truly okay with this? Absolutely. Trust me. Thank you. My name is Emily. I specialize in ice and fire magic, reconstruction magic, and fusion magic. You can call me Food Critic Jiang. What an odd name, but it's my profession. I am a food critic. As they conversed, their dialogue shifted to trivial matters, and Emily gradually shed her social anxiety. Jiang Tuanzi opted for a hidden match, erecting 4 mist walls to obscure the view of the surrounding students. Emily rubbed her left arm nervously, tilting her head as if observing something, softly murmuring, "You really don't need to hide the match for my sake. When I use magic, I don't mind the gazes of others. My focus is solely on the exquisite and marvelous magic." No sooner had she spoken than the mist walls vanished, and the curious gazes of the students returned, causing Emily to hurriedly cover her face. The mist walls instantly restored. She fidgeted, ready to explain. But Jiang Tuanzi had already moved to the opposite side of the arena, performing simple warm-up exercises, interrupting, "Actually, it's me who has social anxiety. The way my classmates stare at me is quite terrifying." Upon hearing this, Emily burst into laughter. After tidying her hair and expression, 2 magic circles larger than her appeared behind her, and her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she firmly declared, "Are you ready? I'm about to begin." Seeing Jiang Tuanzi's signal readiness, several chains of flames erupted from the stone slab beneath him, swirling upward with searing heat, attempting to ensnare him. The next moment, a sleight of hand ensued and a flash of white light illuminated the arena. Emily wore a look of astonishment, realizing that her connection to the entire spell had vanished, an occurrence she had never encountered before. Jiang Tuanzi's Compendium entry. New Compendium unlocked. Magic Flame Fusion Chain of Fire Taste. 6 points. Bland. Nutritional value. 0.007 summons multiple chains of fire to bind and scorch the enemy. The nutritional value is surprisingly low. This time, it was Jiang Tuanzi who was taken aback. A brilliant white sphere, emitting dazzling light, continuously unleashed a torrent of black clouds from the mountain of finality. The black clouds obscured the vision of the gods and kings, preventing them from peering into the land beneath the clouds. A tempest accompanied the black clouds, and in the desolate expanse of the end of days, rain began to fall. These black clouds initially moved toward the northwest, arriving at Rock City, then pivoted, advancing southwest, ultimately reaching Arcane City. This storm was most sinister. Even the weather magic of Arcane Academy was powerless to dissipate it. Rather, the weather magic only widened its scope and intensified its fury. The torrential rain spread across the entire Yellow Sand continent. For the first time in centuries, the Yellow Sand continent experienced rain. As clouds obscured the sun. Chapter 27. Sparring at this moment, the system suddenly displayed a prompt, kindly explaining. The lower the nutritional value, the less magical energy this spell consumes, approaching its most simplified form. Most simplified form? Yet another new term. The system offered no explanation for this term, only a piece of advice. The host possesses an astonishing amount of magical energy but lacks the ability to wield it. It is recommended to study magic at the Arcane Academy. Although this suggestion had already been part of Jiang Tuanzi's plan, the flavor of the fire magic was indeed as anticipated, mildly numbing and slightly spicy. Emily immediately devised a new counter-strategy. The azure magic circle behind her began to rotate slowly, while the stone tiles beneath Jiang Tuanzi's feet were covered in a layer of frost, which swiftly transformed into a sheet of ice. Moments later, the ice cracked, and he fell through, only for the surface to seal shut with great speed. After executing this feat, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize that she might have gone a bit too far. She quickly gasped and shouted, "Food Explorer Jiang, I will pull you up now, do not be afraid." Just as she was about to cast a spell to lift Jiang Tuanzi out, the entire ground unexpectedly began to sink. Emily spread her arms to maintain balance, incredulously exclaiming, "What in the world? What is happening?" The ice surface, stone tiles, soil, and rubble twisted together like a pretzel, merging into the ground alongside Jiang Tuanzi's body. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Emily's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she uttered in disbelief, "What kind of magic is this? How can it absorb everything around it? This is utterly absurd." New, unlocking the codex. Magic Frost Reconstruction Frost Modification Taste. 7 points. delicious, nutritional value, 0. 981 can transform elements lacking spiritual energy into solid ice. New, unlocking the codex, magic frost glacier rift taste, 6 points, mundane, nutritional value, 0.015 the ice surface cracks, creating fissures that engulf and entrap enemies. You might wonder why new codex entries for items like stone tiles have not been unlocked. In fact, Zhang Tuanzi has already consumed them while in Rock City, yielding a nutritional value of 0. Hence nothing noteworthy to mention. Moreover, the taste of frost magic resembles a lemon-flavored ice drink. Upon witnessing this scene, Emily immediately raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I yield, do not consume me." She then reached out to pull Zhang Tuanzi from the rubble. Food Explorer Zhang, you must not be a student of the Arcane Academy, are you? With your remarkable abilities, have they invited you? Invited for what? Emily pondered for a moment before deciding to elaborate. This matter should be permissible to share. Apart from the direct factions under the Sun Kingdom, such as our Arcane Academy, the other unbound neutral forces are collectively referred to as adventurer guilds. Recently, observing Zhang Tuanzi's earnest expression, she shifted her tone and inquired, "You must know about this, right? Am I supposed to know?" Emily displayed a hesitant expression before suddenly asking with certainty, "You are not of the human race, are you?" Zhang Tuanzi hesitated, about to deny it. When she quickly continued, "No need to fear, in this era, very few humans are of pure blood. There is invariably a trace of other races within. I suspect you are not human, primarily because humans do not wield your kind of magic." Well, it seems I can provide a brief explanation. Aside from humans, every race possesses their unique or specialized magic. Their prowess significantly amplifies with these magics. Humans can learn them as well, but once they delve into these special magics, they cannot pursue others. For instance, elves have star magic, dwarves possess metal magic, and orcs command shadow magic. Furthermore, I believe this is common knowledge among humans. The leaders and key figures of the 9 major adventure guilds have reportedly been invited by the Sun Kingdom to the Star Islands. And I speculate it is related to the upcoming Sun Deity Festival. This festival is extraordinary, as it appears the divine heirs will need to engage in mutual confrontation, leading to speculation that the Sun King might announce the heir to the Sun Kingdom. Many of the powerful individuals within those adventurer guilds have been invited away. I was just about to ask if you received their invitation. Zhang Tuanzi shook his head, but his thoughts drifted back to the parting with Tai Xian a few days prior. It seemed Tai Xian had also received an invitation. Perhaps when he arrived at the Star Islands, they might meet again. Thank you. This is quite fortuitous. The torrential rain arrived in a manner that defied logic and experience, forcing all vessels docked at the ports of the Yellow Sand continent to remain at anchor and on standby. Among them was a seemingly unassuming fleet. The ships bore the flag of the Sun Kingdom, and their crew donned loose black robes that concealed their identities. Yet, those aboard were well aware of one another's true nature. One robust man inquired, "Why hasn't Tai Xian come this time?" A slender man emerged from the shadows, addressing the larger man with a hint of skepticism. "Guardian of the Iron Wall, can this young girl truly substitute Tai Xian? I fear it may not be prudent. What we are transporting is—" The Guardian of the Iron Wall gestured for silence, turning to the secretive scribe with a warm smile before reprimanding the slender man. "Shadow Planner, you are no better. Let us not look down upon one another. Your little Karami combined wouldn't even measure up to me." The individuals aboard were none other than the leaders of the 8 major adventurer guilds, along with their formidable pillars and officers. In essence, all the powerful individuals among the unbound neutral forces were present. They had all received invitations from the Sun Knights and were preparing to transport a special cargo. Due to certain circumstances, the quantity of this shipment exceeded any previous instance, and it was said that the Sun King placed great importance on it, with the fleet size and escort numbers surpassing any prior missions. Regrettably, the fleet's departure was likely delayed due to the downpour. The guild leader of the Star Guild, named Celestial Navigator, gazed intently at the cargo in the ship's hold, a nagging sense of foreboding lingering in her heart. She felt that this transportation might not proceed as smoothly as in the past. Chapter 28. The Legend of the Sun King. Under Emily's guidance, the duo soon arrived at the teaching building. The structure, accompanied by clouds, was constructed from polished white marble, adorned with intricate golden runes that shimmered with a soft glow, embodying ancient magical energies capable of preserving the walls for millennia. The entrance featured a massive arched stone door, Intricately carved with complex runes and geometric patterns, at its center a relief depicting the Sun King, triumphantly holding a banner, surrounded by throngs of admirers. The relief was vividly rendered, narrating the glorious history of humanity and the Sun King's valiant exploits. Inside, the soaring ceiling was adorned with exquisite murals, complemented by descriptive texts on the walls, collectively portraying the legendary tale of the Sun King. Jiang Tuanzi examined it closely. The story recounted that the Sun King's mother was a pure maiden who conceived him on a starry night. The Sun King himself was mysteriously born under the cover of night. On that fateful evening, the sun miraculously hung in the night sky, radiating brilliance. It was later understood that the sun had descended to witness the birth of its progeny. From a young age, the Sun King exhibited extraordinary wisdom and strength, able to speak by the age of 3 days, walk by 7, and master the secrets of solar magic by the time he was a month old. As the years passed, the Sun King grew in both renown and power. However, the world was rife with turmoil, as various races suffered under the oppression and enslavement of the Beastmen. The Sun King witnessed these injustices, and a profound sense of duty surged within him. He resolved to save this world. Thus, he rose to unite the various peoples, launching a monumental rebellion. In an epic battle, the Sun King wielded a long spear, confronting the evil god of the Beastmen with a semi-divine form. After a titanic clash, the Sun King ultimately vanquished the malevolent deity, sealing it away forever and restoring peace to the realm. The Sun King's deeds garnered the adoration and reverence of all races, who unanimously wished for him to ascend as a true deity. Yet, the Sun King declined. He harbored noble intentions and feared that eternal life might lead him to corruption, becoming a new evil god. The Sun King's power was unparalleled, yet he chose to rule the Sun Kingdom in his capacity as a king rather than a god. He transformed his divine power into blessings, bestowing them upon every faithful believer among his subjects. These blessings were not only symbols of strength, but also manifestations of the Sun King's compassion and wisdom to those of other races or non-believers. The Sun King displayed similar benevolence. As long as they resided on the Sun continent, even non-believers could bask in the Sun King's blessings. Emily wore a reverent smile as she quietly remarked to Jiang Tuanzi, "The Sun King is truly magnificent, willingly relinquishing the chance to become a god, shunning the allure of immortality. Over the years, the Sun King could have easily changed his mind, yet he has never done so. My childhood dream was to marry the Sun King and become his consort." After a brief pause, her expression shifted from daydreaming to lamentation, and she continued, "Unfortunately, this time the Sun King has chosen Mentor Anna from the Academy as his consort. Though perhaps it is for the best. Compared to me, Mentor Anna is indeed far more suitable for the Sun King. Not only is she beautiful, but her character is gentle, kind, and cheerful, and she possesses knowledge of both sacred and solar magic. Ah, how envious I am. I had also wished to learn solar magic, but in the end, I only mastered flame magic. Alas, perhaps I am simply not destined to be the Sun King's consort." Jiang Tuanzi was at a loss for words. Merely acknowledging after her complaints, "It is evident that you truly admire the Sun King." Emily smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she wiggled a finger playfully. "You are indeed not of the human race. There is no human who does not admire the Sun King." With a cheerful leap, she clasped her hands behind her back and pushed open the door to the adjacent classroom. This was the very classroom where they would soon attend lessons. The room was a tiered auditorium, adorned with exquisite decor that exuded a touch of nobility. Each student's desk was graced with a copy of Fundamentals of Magic, a tome also held by their instructor, Alien. She gestured towards the book and remarked, "This volume, penned by Principal Mito, is exceptionally well written. It elucidates concepts and terminologies with remarkable clarity. Should you find leisure time, I encourage you to peruse it. However, I must stress that this book bears no utility in our mastery of magic. Thus, I shall not reference it in my lectures." Upon concluding her statement, she ignited the textbook in her hands, reducing it to ashes. With a smile, Instructor Alien continued, "What is the essence of magic? Does anyone know? The textbook asserts that the crux of magic lies in deconstruction, followed by reconstruction. In other academies, magic instructors might tell you that only through deconstructing a spell can one optimize it continuously, inching closer to the theoretical ideal form. Students, believe me, once you have deconstructed all the magic in this world, you shall undoubtedly become the most formidable magician. Yet, I contend that only fledgling magicians pursue the ideal form. The most vital aspect of magic is the interplay of opposing forces. Allow me to illustrate. Ice magic counters water magic counters mist magic, and mist magic counters fire magic. With such a plethora of elemental types, the relationships of counteraction can extend indefinitely, and it is not uncommon in academic research to establish hundreds of unique countering relationships. Is it possible, then, that there exists a type of magic that is immune to all counteractions? One that solely counters others? We refer to such magic as the supreme magic. The supreme magic stands as one of the 6 ultimate challenges in the study of magic and is currently the one progressing most swiftly. This is because there exists a form of magic that can temporarily be termed supreme magic. That is the miracle magic. It resembles a fusion of multiple elemental compositions, encapsulating all the attributes of these elements. Even those that are inherently contradictory. It is precisely due to this extraordinary characteristic that it is revered as miracle magic. Regrettably, miracle magic is a product of the Starry Isles, and I cannot present it to you. However, I can demonstrate magic that closely resembles miracle magic. Fusion magic. The festival of the solar deity is, in fact, the birthday of the Sun King, the Great Sun. The Sun King's birthday is categorized into 2 types, a minor celebration every 5 years, and a major one every 15 years. This year's major celebration of the Sun King coincides with the festival of the solar deity and is hosted in the Starry Isles. Here, one will find not a continuous expanse of land, but islands that float upon the sea, hover in the sky, or sink into the deep ocean. These islands vary in size and elevation, and when the sun descends from the north, they emit a twinkling starlight, resembling a starry sky. For these myriad reasons, this place is known as the Starry Isles. Chapter 29. Class concluded. Instructor Alien traced a clockwise circle with her left hand, conjuring a small ice sphere at the center. She then drew a counterclockwise circle, and to her astonishment, the ice sphere ignited with a pale blue flame. She explained, "The touch of frost fire is one of the most fundamental fusion magics. It is the magic of ice and fire. This is the magic of deconstruction we will explore today." Everyone, observe this magic circle. Time flew by in the focused classroom, as if enchanted by a fast-forward spell, and soon night had fallen. Jiang Tuanzi and Emily exited the lecture hall, only to discover that rain had begun to pour over the Arcane Academy. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain fell like a waterfall. Emily exclaimed in surprise. "I never thought I would witness such a downpour. Did someone sneak off to dine alone?" She thought unconsciously. A brief inspection of the room revealed no notes left behind on the desk or elsewhere, and any notes she had written had vanished without a trace. Most notably, the bed was meticulously made. Something felt amiss. Jiang Tuanzi edition, upgraded high-consumption magic detection spell, activated. The entire room bore the traces of magic, and he was quite familiar with this particular spell. He had once conjured a restoration spell. This spell could heal wounds and ailments for living beings and restore non-living entities to their original forms, akin to the effect of piecing together a shattered mirror. With an eye absent from the room, someone had used magic to erase all traces of his presence. He knocked on the door of the neighboring room occupied by Lu Renjia. When the door opened, he inquired directly, "I reside next door. Did you hear any unusual sounds outside today?" Lu Renjia shook his head and asked his brother, Lu Reni. Both confirmed that they had heard nothing out of the ordinary. As expected, the Arcane City is unlike Stone City. Some individuals here are truly formidable. I cannot force my way in. I must quickly grow stronger. Consuming magic offers little in the way of absorption points. The culinary offerings in the city appear abundant, but are all magical dishes, indistinguishable from one another, yielding no significant points. Jiang Tuanzi stood by the window, watching as the rain poured outside, the water curtain obscuring the world. His gaze aimlessly wandered until it settled upon the Sun Knights below, who were still pasting up posters. Festival of the Solar Deity? A divine contest? A challenge? He glanced at the pile of gold coins in his spatial backpack, along with the numerous treasures he had previously collected. Could he also host a cooking competition? Perhaps he could act as the judge? Eat, eat, eat. The thought propelled him into action, and he hurried to Emily's dormitory to ask if she could facilitate official endorsement from the Arcane Academy for this culinary contest. Having a well-known official entity's backing would lend legitimacy and authenticity to the event. Emily did not give an immediate answer, but said she would first consult her mother before getting back to him. After leaving the dormitory, Jiang Tuanzi noticed that the downpour had ceased, and the outside world bore no signs of rain. He then encountered Instructor Lilith, who stood smiling in the middle of the cobblestone path. Tilting her head playfully as she said, "My Lord Demon King, are you searching for Ini? I know where he is." You know, in an instant, several magic circles appeared beside Jiang Tuanzi, and her hand swiftly pressed against Lilith's face. Magic. Frost-fire dual whirlwind, a swirling vortex of ice and fire manifested in her palm, causing everything around to spin with the tempest, freezing, burning, and shattering until only mist remained. The mist slowly descended, obscuring his view. The white mist quickly dissipated, and Lilith mimicked an Ini's gesture, clapping her hands mischievously as she said, "Hee hee, you were also playing tricks on those students back then, weren't you? Did you feel their feelings? Who are you? How do you know these things?" Lilith pressed her palms together, fingers splayed. The thick fog enveloped her. Jiang Tuanzi felt his vision altered, as if viewed through a fisheye lens, the buildings and ground warped. And before him, the mist gradually formed into a large visage of Lilith, the starry continent. Zhongdao, the largest island floating upon the Star Sea, earned its name because the indigenous people believed it to be the center of the world, and thus the name has been preserved. The Sun King is soon to arrive at Zhongdao. A magnificent horseshoe-shaped plaza stands at the island's edge. The area is teeming with people, colorful banners fluttering in the breeze. Surrounding the plaza is a series of tiered structures, resembling the shape of a horseshoe, providing the audience with an expansive view. A towering podium stands proudly among them, the sacred ground where the Sun King will soon deliver his proclamation. In harmonious contrast, the wide expanse of the Star Sea lies at the open end of the horseshoe. Several meticulously designed water channels crisscross the plaza, allowing the sea to flow freely, adding a vibrant splash of color to the area and providing an ideal stage for the upcoming underwater performance by the merfolk. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal, elegant form descended, pressing down the clouds until they fractured, revealing the massive body bathed in sunlight. The sunlight, streaming down, illuminated the scales of the colossal beast, which reflected a jewel-like radiance, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting with its movement. This enormous floating creature, with a body resembling that of a whale, was covered in scales. It possessed 8 eyes, 8 horns, 8 wings, and 8 limbs. Its eyes resembled those of a toad, its horns of a deer, its wings like those of a parrot, and its claws akin to those of a griffin. This is a flying magical beast. Some even refer to it as a miracle beast. The Sun King stood atop its head, clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of majesty. Chapter 30. Listen and assist. Within this academy, there is nothing I do not know. The ethereal voice paused briefly before emanating from all directions around Jiang Tuanzi. For I am Miss Mist. Jiang Tuanzi swallowed hard, as the playful tone of the mist echoed. So, do you have any more questions, my Lord Demon King? He took a moment to compose himself before asking calmly. Why don't you kill me? Why would I kill you? I am not human. Only humans harbor animosity towards the demon race, so, I was captured by humans. His voice was resolute. The mist swirled and coalesced. Miss Mist appeared before Jiang Tuanzi, and beside them, a set of white stone chairs and tables manifested out of thin air. She pulled out a chair, sat down, propped her head on her hand, and spoke in a tone that suggested displeasure. Sit down. This is why I dislike conversing with clever individuals like you. Jiang Tuanzi obediently followed her instructions and took a seat on the chair. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a transparent surface, revealing the dormitory beneath him. He could see Nini still lying in bed, with daylight outside. Observing the peacefully sleeping Nini, Jiang Tuanzi couldn't help but inquire, "Why are you helping me?" Miss Wu responded evasively. Many individuals are initially struck with awe upon their first encounter with the Arcane Academy. It is indeed a floating city, a marvel of construction that seems unimaginable. Humanity first established a colossal teleportation magic circle, then selected a suitable island from the Starry Isles, transporting it here with remarkable simplicity. Jiang Tuanzi grew even more perplexed and earnestly asked, "How is what you're saying related to my question?" The system's holographic display clearly indicated, race, slime, demon race. She possessed agency, and Jiang Tuanzi, feeling compelled to respond, admitted, "I am of the demon race." She shook her finger dismissively and declared, "No, no, no, You are not of the demon race. Demons harbor an indelible malice towards humanity. Take Nini, for example. He openly feigns friendship while secretly consuming dozens of people. Yet you have not. Jiang Tuanzi furrowed his brow, slightly annoyed, and retorted, "How do you know Nini has eaten humans?" Shu, look below. Under the leadership of Principal Arcadius, several solar knights stealthily approached the dormitory entrance point one night, familiar with the surroundings, cast a silent spell, and instantly, all sounds were seemingly devoured by an unseen force. Subsequently, another knight confidently waved his wand. A blinding flash of magic struck the door, silently shattering it into fragments. The solar knights streamed in, each wielding the blazing magic of the sun, radiating brilliance. Under the sudden illumination, Nini struggled in agony. His body began to contort, sharp fangs and claws piercing through his skin, heralding his transformation into a monstrous form. The knights confirmed his demonic nature, and a massive tapestry adorned with a radiant sun motif descended from above, tightly enveloping him, effectively halting his metamorphosis into a creature. The solar knights swiftly and in unison rolled up the tapestry along with Nini, securing it with sturdy ropes, and then, as if handling a heavy cargo, they dragged him into the street. Finally, the knight in charge of tidying up used magic to restore order to the chaos within the dormitory, leaving no trace of the incident as if nothing had occurred. From a divine perspective, Nini began to be moved. That moment, the sky was overcast and soon, rain the size of broad beans began to fall in sheets. The solar knights transported Nini to the Arcane Academy's dungeon. Half human, half insect, he either bared his fangs at the arcane knights guarding his cell or gnawed at the metallic bars of his confinement. Jiang Tuanzi felt an overwhelming pity for Nini. Principal Arcadius crossed his arms, his demeanor starkly different from the amiable middle-aged man he had previously encountered. In an instant, he entered the cell and kicked Nini over, questioning in a deep tone, "How many people have you eaten?" When Nini remained silent, Arcadius stepped on his neck, a magic circle appearing beneath his foot. Nini began to convulse, struggle, and scream. The foot lifted slightly, commanding in an undeniable tone, "Speak, vile insect. I hope you will cooperate. For your kind possesses an exceptionally tenacious vitality, especially as you are a demon lord. With simple healing magic, I could devise countless ways to torment you for at least a century. Although I am unaware of how you are acquainted with the legendary adventurer, the Dragon Swallower Knight, I have noticed your admiration and respect for him. Surely, you would not wish for any misfortune to befall him?" The foot lifted slightly, and the screams ceased. Nini fixed a steadfast gaze upon him, took a few deep breaths, and finally confessed, "In the past few weeks, I have consumed 34 individuals." His voice had transformed from youthful innocence to a heavy, ominous timbre, reminiscent of a profoundly malevolent creature. Principal Arcadius nodded to the knight beside him and produced a photograph, which prominently featured the strangely dressed girl encountered atop the mountain before entering the city. Is she a descendant of the divine whom you have consumed? On the Starry Isles and Mid-Isle, at Horseshoe City, all the inhabitants spontaneously raised their voices in unison, calling out, "Sun King! Sun King! Sun King!" From two towering spires within the island, the sound of mighty horns blared. The crowd gradually quieted down, as the Sun King emerged from the shadows and stood upon the podium in Horseshoe Square. The surrounding people could hardly contain their excitement, erupting into fervent cheers. This time, however, no horns were needed. The Sun King merely extended his hands, signaling for silence. Instantly, all fell mute, even the sound of breathing was suppressed, and within Horseshoe City, only the sound of the waves crashing against the shore could be heard. Chapter 31. Help more delectable than any dish I have ever tasted. Not only her, but also the arcane knight for whom you have issued a bounty, is someone I have consumed. Yet, he pales in comparison to the blood of the sun. Can those within your arcane academy not enhance the quality of their flesh? What mindless, repugnant insects. Having said this, Principal Arcadius ceased further discourse and vanished from the dungeon in an instant. The cell was left with only a few arcane knights. The ground gradually returned to its original state, becoming opaque stone once again. Jiang Tuanzi felt dizzy, pondering the situation, and ultimately asked, "Is Nini truly a demon lord? Then what am I?" "A demon lord, my lord?" She blinked and nodded, seemingly in agreement with this notion. Noticing the lingering confusion on Jiang Tuanzi's face, she chuckled and added, "Why is your mind so clouded now? Oh, perhaps you are unaware. Let me remind you. The Master of Kings is a deity. So, am I a deity?" Miss Wu slightly shook her head, uncertainly stating, "I actually do not know. I just feel that in some ways you resemble me. How should I put it? I am not quite sure. In the past, the distinction between gods and kings was vast. Now, the only difference lies in longevity. Kings are mortal with finite lifespans, while deities possess infinite lifespans. Nowadays, deities are exceedingly rare, mostly hiding in the corners of the world to survive. For example, I am essentially a deity, the deity of dreams and illusions. The reason I am assisting you is quite simple. You may perceive it as mutual aid among kindred spirits. However, I am uncertain if you are truly my companion. I merely sense a resemblance." Jiang Tuanzi reclined in his chair and casually asked, "Then can you assist me in organizing a culinary competition?" Miss Wu pouted, tilted her head, and readily agreed. "Sure." He instantly perked up, sitting up straight to reconfirm, excitedly exclaiming, "Really?" Yet, before him stood no longer Miss Wu. Behind him, a puzzled voice from Emily interrupted. Broad, bean-sized raindrops suddenly filled Jiang Tuanzi's vision, drenching him instantly, and the chair he had been sitting on vanished, causing him to tumble into a puddle. The downpour continued. However, a parasol appeared overhead, shielding him from the rain, along with Emily's face. Emily handed him a tissue and inquired curiously, "Food explorer Jiang, what kind of practice are you engaged in?" Jiang Tuanzi exhaled deeply, accepting the offered tissue to dry his face, then, with a hint of curiosity, retorted, "It's so late, and it's pouring outside. Where are you planning to go alone?" She smiled and explained, "Aren't you preparing for the culinary competition? You seemed quite anxious, so I thought I would go seek my mother to see if she could assist with this matter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzi paused for a moment, then nodded and gratefully replied, "Ah, it's already so late. You could have asked tomorrow instead. Thank you so much. Not at all. Friends should help each other." Emily's smile grew even brighter. Observing Emily's determined demeanor, he could only feel a quiet joy within. While outwardly feigning exasperation, he sighed and sincerely wished her luck, saying, "Thank you. I hope everything goes smoothly at your welcome." With that, she opened the umbrella and headed towards the faculty apartments. Jiang Tuanzi did not leave. He waited beneath the faculty apartments throughout the night. The torrential rain continued unabated, showing no signs of letting up. When Minter Elian and Emily emerged, they were taken aback by the sight before them. "This student doesn't need to be in such a rush, does he? I was just about to send Emily to find you, and you arrived early. Shall we discuss this indoors?" "Certainly, Minter Elian." The faculty apartments seamlessly integrated spatial magic, allowing the interior space to vastly exceed what the exterior suggested. Upon entering Minter Elian's apartment, it appeared very traditional and quaint. The room featured wooden floors, covered by an old purple-patterned carpet, with thick tomes on magic scattered about, leaving only a narrow passage for movement. The group navigated through the piles of books, eventually arriving at what could barely be called a living room. By the window, a petite wooden table is adorned with an array of draft papers, either scattered or piled haphazardly, collectively forming a unique tablecloth. The gathering of individuals encircles this distinctive table. Meanwhile, Emily busies herself nearby, deftly rummaging through various storage containers, soon preparing a cup of blue tea for each person present. Jiang Tuanzi is quickly captivated by this tea, which presents a profound sapphire hue, its surface shimmering with silvery specks. The aroma carries refreshing notes of mint and lemongrass, with subtle hints of lavender and rosemary detectable upon closer inspection. Upon tasting, one first encounters a crisp coolness akin to the freshness of morning dew, accompanied by a delicate sweetness. Gradually, the flavor of the tea unfolds, revealing a slight acidity reminiscent of citrus fruits. The aftertaste melds gentle sweetness from vanilla and licorice, creating a subtle balance between the two distinct types of sweetness and the citrusy tartness. In the Starry Isles, within the central island of Horseshoe City, a hush falls over the crowd as the Sun King nods to the knight beside him. A resounding horn echoes across the island point. Two long lines of dwarves enter swiftly from the left, some bearing large chests brimming with gold, while others carry formidable weapons. From the front, two long lines of merfolk follow, some lifting chests filled with jewels, and others bearing gourmet delicacies and fine wines. From the right, two long lines of elves emerge, some transporting chests laden with precious stones, and others showcasing exquisite crafts. Yet, these three races are not the only ones to present tributes. Countless intelligent races also bring forth their unique treasures, while those without treasures offer their fairest maidens. Naturally, this is the grand day of the Sun King, and the tributes from various nations will surely be far more abundant than this. The divine festival of the Sun Deity will extend for a month, during which each nation, regardless of the Sun King's presence, will present treasures prepared in advance for him. Chapter 32. Organizing the Culinary Arts Competition. New Codex. 1 New, unlocked codex. Stellar Elixir Flavor, 710, Delicious, Nutritional Value, 10. 913. A type of tea that only grows on the Starry Isles, imbued with extraordinary magical properties due to its long exposure to miraculous magic. It is favored by wizards and privately hailed as the finest tea in the world. Observing Zhang Tuanzi's delight, Emily beams with pride. Minter Ailian shoots her a glance before stating, "The Culinary Arts Competition you proposed has been approved by the Academy. Moreover, Principal Sophia, Principal Arcadias, Minter Lilith, Minter Anna, Minter Gallows, Minter Violet, and Minter Green have all expressed their support for this initiative. It has been decided that the Arcane Academy will co-host this event with you. And the aforementioned principals and mentors have contributed parts of their collections as the ultimate prizes for this competition. Among them, Minter Lilith suggests that the use of any magic by chefs in the Culinary Arts Competition should be prohibited. As one of the organizers, what are your thoughts on this suggestion? Personally, I recommend allowing participants to utilize magic, for if the use of magic is entirely banned, many wizards would likely refrain from joining this culinary entertainment event, resulting in a significantly diminished competition. Most importantly, the dishes crafted without magic tend to be rather dreadful. Zhang Tuanzi also smiles and adds, "I support Minter Lilith's suggestion." Minter Ailian's expression reflects her expectation as she takes a sip of tea and speaks solemnly. The Arcane Academy is a school of magic, an institution dedicated to the study of magic. Despite advocating for change and innovation for many years, it has never participated in any non-magic-centric activities, let alone host a culinary arts competition. I believe you understand my point. Zhang Tuanzi, sipping his tea, responds with a perplexed expression. Minter Ailian, I don't quite grasp your meaning. Ailian exhales, incredulous, and inquires, how did you manage to gain the agreement of so many principals and mentors for an activity so unrelated to magic? Perhaps it is a case of sincere dedication breaking through stone. With a splash, as the blue tea spills onto the draft paper, it intertwines with the inked words, causing dense bubbles to rise to the surface. And astonishingly, the blue hue transforms into pink, gradually seeping and ultimately dyeing the entire paper in a rosy tint. Gazing at the ruined draft paper, Ailian suddenly seems to comprehend something. She stands, sighs, and gazes out the window, where raindrops blur the outside world, and she muses, if it can rain at the Arcane Academy, it seems that Principal Fran and I have indeed fallen behind the times. Regarding the culinary arts competition, the Academy has ultimately decided to grant special approval. It should have been publicized by now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Emily. You two are young and can engage in conversation. I shall delve into matters befitting my antiquated self. With that, Ailian randomly selects a few reference books from the pile behind her, opens the door to the next room, waves goodbye to the two of them, and shuts the door. Emily's previously stern demeanor softens into a smile as she stands and invites, "Come, let us choose the venue for the event." "Ah, all right." The two select diligently, ultimately settling on the largest square in the Arcane City. Once confirmed, Emily casts a message spell to the Lord of Arcane City, Arcadias. Upon seeing the familiar name and face, Zhang Tuanzi asks nonchalantly, "Is Arcadias the principal of the Arcane Academy?" "Indeed. Moreover, Principal Arcadias bears a resemblance to you. Both of you possess considerable magical power, yet neither excels in its application. His prowess in combat is what earned him the position of principal. He is truly formidable. It is said he is the foremost individual beneath the Divine Child." "The Divine Child? Who is he exactly? Is he strong?" As his head turns, Miss Wu smiles playfully close to his face. Noticing that he is unfazed by her prank, she places her hands on her hips, pouts, rolls her eyes as if about to express her displeasure, but suddenly her expression shifts, and she states earnestly, "The Divine Child is the offspring of the Sun King. I know what you wish to inquire. But please refrain from asking, for I do not know, and neither does anyone else. Why the Sun King's child is referred to as the Divine Child? I believe this is a question best directed at the Sun King himself. Thank you. Miss Wu mimics Emily's expression and tone from last night, saying, "You're welcome. I simply hope you do not take offense at Principal Arcadius. If you must, please refrain from engaging him in combat near Arcane City, or else I shall not spare you." All right, I promise you, I will absolutely not engage in battle with Principal Arcadius. With his affirmation, the mist dissipates instantly. Emily yawns, clutching a hefty illustrated book on components, and queries Jiang Tuanzi beside her. Hey, Culinary Explorer Jiang, why are you silent? I ask you, is this blue stove better, or should we choose this white one? Jiang Tuanzi scratches his head, dismissing thoughts of Miss Wu and Arcadius, focusing instead on the upcoming culinary competition. Outside the Arcane City, a throng of people flows like a river, the scene of individuals queuing to enter. Unprecedented crowds gather for an unprecedented event, the meticulously organized culinary arts competition by the Arcane Academy and Culinary Explorer Jiang. This competition sweeps across the continent like a refreshing breeze, igniting curiosity in countless hearts. Among the lengthy queue, a seemingly ordinary girl named Lily stands out, visibly excited. With her hair tied in a sleek ponytail, her cheeks flush with enthusiasm. Though her hands still appear youthful, faint traces of countless culinary practices can be discerned in the subtle scars left by her knife. Dressed not in casual attire but in a pristine apron, which bears a few indelible grease stains, her eyes light up as they skim over the vibrant, tantalizing promotional poster for the culinary arts competition. A radiant smile blooming on her face, reflecting both her anticipation for the upcoming culinary contest and her passion for food. Chapter 33. The Culinary Arts Competition. Ah, is that so? I find myself favoring this white one even more. It evokes a sense of cleanliness and order, reminiscent of the Sun King. It seems you truly admire the Sun King. Emily playfully points at Jiang Tuanzi's heart, circling her finger as she exclaims, "Of course, Culinary Explorer Jiang, who among humans does not admire the Sun King?" Together, they select the cooking utensils and decorations for the venue. Pondering the competition structure. As soon as the two finalize their selections, the mentors simultaneously complete the venue's magical preparations. Jiang Tuanzi cannot help but marvel. Is this the power of the wish stone magic? Thanks to the Arcane Academy's promotion, the number of participants is particularly high. The competition format for the culinary arts competition has ultimately been established as a preliminary round followed by the main event. The preliminary round consists of a written examination with 3 papers, each progressively more challenging. The first paper requires merely identifying which items are pots and which are knives. The second paper demands naming specific ingredients and detailing their preparation. The third, the most difficult, necessitates writing a recipe using available ingredients and describing the final dish's flavor. Not all 3 papers will necessarily be administered. The staff will determine whether to distribute the next paper based on the number of contestants eliminated. This primarily concerns Jiang Tuanzi's consideration of the culinary skills prevalent in this world. He harbors trepidation that if the challenges prove too arduous, the competitors may all be novices, resulting in an event where even 2 participants cannot be assembled for the main competition, rendering the contest rather desolate. This is not an exaggeration. He is a man who has savored every dish in the city of Panshur. Furthermore, the culinary offerings of Panshur City, according to existing records, have already reached the pinnacle of the Yellow Sand Continent point. One can only hope that this competition will yield some surprises, as long as it does not descend into utter chaos. Ultimately, over 19,000 individuals registered for the gourmet cooking competition, with registration serving as the examination and results to be announced collectively. The number of registrants exceeded Jiang Tuanzi's expectations. However, the preliminary rounds indeed provided him with a significant surprise. Remarkably, fewer than 100 participants achieved full marks on the first paper, while over 17,000 were eliminated for scoring 0. Unprecedented. Knives were described as daggers, frying pans as shields, pots as helmets, and colanders as funnels, which were still somewhat reasonable. Many others absurdly referred to them as armor. A considerable number of contestants did not even attempt to answer properly, scribbling haphazardly on their papers, folding them into paper airplanes, or even setting them ablaze with magic. The current state of the preliminary rounds can be aptly described as a chaotic frenzy. Jiang Tuanzi, upon observing the bizarre array of answer sheets and the ravaged examination papers, felt as though his heart skipped several beats. Fortunately, he heeded Emily's advice. The preliminary rounds were conducted on paper. Jiang Tuanzi had initially envisioned a scenario where contestants would cook directly, allowing him and the staff to taste the dishes. This would not only increase his quota of devoured points, but also determine who would advance to the next round. If that had been the case, he would likely have had no issues with the tasting. However, he feared that the staff might suffer food poisoning and collapse after sampling the dishes. In any case, the first day's preliminary rounds concluded in disarray, with participants having only answered one paper. Jiang Tuanzi felt the need to weigh his options regarding whether to conduct a second round of written preliminaries the following day or proceed directly to the main competition. At the Arcane Academy, a tempest raged. Within the city of Arcane, the night deepened. After a long day of busyness, Jiang Tuanzi exhibited no unusual emotions during the day, but as he lay in bed alone at night, his thoughts inevitably drifted to the imprisoned Nini. A gentleman's word is his bond, and having promised Miss Wu, he would certainly not go back on his word. What he needed now was the bodies of demons, lots of them. Lost in thought, Jiang Tuanzi found himself unaware of when he fell asleep. The night passed dreamlessly, and dawn broke in the morning. Rain continued to pour at the academy. In the city, daylight resembled night, with sunlight elusive. After discussions with Emily, it was decided to conduct the second written preliminary in the morning, followed by the main event in the afternoon. This time, the elimination ratio for the written exam was not as exaggerated as before. Over 100 participants were carefully selected for elimination under very lenient conditions, ultimately resulting in 96 contestants advancing to the main competition. Each selected participant was awarded 10 gold coins and offered free accommodation at the Arcane Academy. The first round of the main competition, which was the practical component of the third written preliminary, involved the organizers providing various vegetables and seasonings for contestants to choose from. Each participant would ultimately use the venue and utensils provided by the organizers to create a culinary masterpiece. The time allotted was generous, with 22 hours given, and the latest completion deadline set for noon the following day. During the competition, contestants were strictly prohibited from communicating with non-staff or other participants. Any detected violations would be deemed cheating, resulting in invalid scores. Bribing staff would also be treated as an automatic forfeiture of results. As for the use of magic, Jiang Tuanzi had made some concessions. Participants were allowed to use auxiliary cooking spells, such as telekinesis, fire magic, and gentle breeze magic, none of which could directly alter the flavor of the ingredients. The use of any type of cooking magic was strictly prohibited. Any violations would result in disqualification. Each contestant's cooking area was a circular platform surrounded by a transparent magical barrier, preventing magical interference with other participants while allowing invited spectators and judges to observe the competition up close. Among the 96 chefs in the main event, Jiang Tuanzi unexpectedly recognized a familiar face on the Starry Isles at the central island of Mightiest City, after all treasures were claimed by the Sun King. A solar night proclaimed aloud the divine edict pre-written by the Sun King. As time flows and the seasons change, all things must eventually bid farewell in the face of demise. The Sun King has ruled the Sun Kingdom for over 2 centuries and is now showing signs of abdicating. This year's crown will be bestowed upon the heir to the Sun Kingdom. I hereby declare the Sun Deity Grand Ceremony officially commenced today. Under the watchful eyes of the divine Sun and humanity, various races presented a grand choral performance to honor the Sun King at the opening ceremony. Under the Sun King's dominion, the world's races appeared harmonious and peaceful. Chapter 34. Preparation and Ingredients. The chef and proprietor of the roasted chicken establishment in Pancher City. Although Jiang Tuanzi has forgotten his name, he still holds a degree of admiration for the dishes he prepares, which indirectly affirms that the title of champion in this cooking competition should not be a mere fade, but rather possess some merit. At the very least, it would not be the case that a dish resembling food could secure the top prize. The ingredients and seasonings provided in the first round were rather limited, primarily consisting of locally sourced produce from the Yellow Sand continent. Potatoes, carrots, celery, zucchini, white beans, red onions, red eggplants, and berries, all root vegetables or fruits, were among them. The seasonings were also familiar staples from the Yellow Sand continent. Upon learning that there was ample time for the competition, the contestants hardly began by selecting ingredients. Instead, they pondered their intended dishes on draft paper or discussed with their fellow participants. There was, however, one exception, an elf. She seemed to have anticipated the competition's theme, as she promptly began selecting her desired ingredients. If one were to observe her eyes, they would notice a surge of magical energy within. She was utilizing detection magic to choose the finest ingredients. The quality of the ingredients would determine the upper limits of her culinary creations. Once she had meticulously selected her ingredients, the chef and owner of the roasted chicken establishment casually smiled as he approached to select his ingredients, which astonishingly bore a striking resemblance to hers. Anyone who had lived in the yellow sand continent and had a modicum of culinary experience would recognize that they were about to create the classic representative dish of the region: yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup. This dish primarily comprises root vegetables, is simple to prepare, and boasts an outstanding flavor. With the standard answer in sight, all contestants began to scramble for the necessary ingredients. Xiaoli had initially intended to make vegetable soup, but unfortunately, her diminutive stature quickly relegated her to the periphery as other contestants jostled for position. When she finally had the chance to select, she was confronted with a shelf stripped bare by eager competitors. She despaired as she realized that the remaining odd-shaped produce could not yield a complete pot of yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup. There were, however, a few ingredients that had gone untouched, such as eggplants, potatoes, and peppers. All three remained in abundance. Xiaoli gazed at the leftover ingredients, her mind blank, feeling a pang of heartbreak as she sighed, inwardly questioning whether she truly was unsuited for the culinary profession. The other contestants were fervently preparing their dishes, with the exception of Xiaoli, who was lost, and the aforementioned elf, who had also yet to wield her knife. Instead, she was weighing the knife provided by the Arcane Academy, and posed the first question of the event to the judges. "May I use my own chef's knife?" The judges, caught off guard by this request, turned their heads slightly, glancing at Jiang Tuanzi, who nodded in agreement. The staff conducted a brief inspection of her knife, which was elegantly long with a blade that shimmered in a deep night sky blue, adorned with intricate silver patterns. The handle, crafted from wood, bore finely carved decorative motifs and was embedded with several tiny luminous gems. Although the knife was exquisitely crafted, it possessed no magical properties. It was merely a chef's knife. The judges approved the elf's request. With the elf leading the charge, other contestants also sought to use their own kitchen utensils. Naturally, there were two exceptions: Xiaoli, whose personal tools paled in comparison to the free utensils provided by the academy, and the roasted chicken shop owner, who found any utensils comfortable to work with and felt no need for a change. The elf worked swiftly, being the last to begin prepping ingredients yet the first to finish frying. Chopping her red eggplants with remarkable speed, she immediately began simmering the eggplants in water. With ample time available, she intended to start her dish with a red eggplant sauce. The roasted chicken shop owner was slightly slower, adopting a somewhat different method by adding peppers to the simmering eggplant sauce, transforming it into a sweet and sour sauce. This was primarily due to his previous encounter with Jiang Tuanzi, where he observed his preference for spicier fare. Ultimately, Xiaoli abandoned her vegetable soup idea and resolved to use the leftover ingredients to create an innovative dish of her own. Yet, she still lacked a clear direction. Scribbling and revising on her draft paper, Jiang Tuanzi, observing the contestants from the judges' table, realized that they were all preparing the same dish and lost interest in watching further. He decided to take a break from the competition and head to the city wall for a view of the scenery. The atmosphere in Arcane City was stifling. This year's crown for the Sun Deity Grand Ceremony will become the heir to the Sun Kingdom, inheriting the throne of the Sun Kingdom. This news quickly spread across the 4 continents, shaking the world. Everyone knew the Sun King was aging, but no one anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Reactions to this news varied greatly among every nation and race. Many individuals are unable to fathom this reality. Just yesterday, they were extolling the valiant prowess of the Sun King, yet today they are confronted with the shocking news of his impending abdication. The disparity is staggering. In contrast, the kingdom of the merfolk appears remarkably nonchalant. They have long harbored rumors suggesting the Sun King's decline, as the princess they once offered has not been favored by him for quite some time. Furthermore, within the merfolk realm exists an ancient prophecy. When the sun and moon convene amidst the twinkling stars, a great king shall arise, destined to lead them to liberation. The dwarves, upon hearing this, exhibit great enthusiasm, believing that their era is finally dawning. In secretive conclaves, the dwarf kings deliberated for an extended period, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. The Sun King's time is indeed limited. This realization has them eagerly preparing for action. Upon learning of this news, the moon goddess of the moon continent wears a countenance tinged with sorrow. for her perspective diverges from that of the majority. The Sun King's demise is likely to incite chaos among nations, leading to untold suffering, a scenario she most fervently wishes to avert. Chapter 35. A request. At the far western edge of Arcane City lies a dock known as Silent Sea Dock. Due to the influence of the Yellow Sand Continent and the Arcane Academy, this body of water had never known ripples, remaining perpetually calm and serene. However, with the sudden onset of a tempest, the connection between this sea and the word silent has been utterly severed. Even the most seasoned sailors now hesitate to navigate these treacherous waters. Jiang Tuanzi, drenched by the downpour, gazes out at the sea. A library card borrowed from Emily has afforded him a glimpse into the broader contours of this world. It is vast. The easternmost continent is where he currently resides, known as the Yellow Sand Continent. The westernmost expanse is called the Moon Continent. At its heart stands a colossal tree, its canopy resembling a blue moon, emitting a gentle luminescence. This light is faint, only enveloping the world once the sun has set and relinquished its golden rays. The northernmost region is known as the Frigid Continent, where sunlight is scarce. Snow falls perpetually, and seasons are non-existent, save for an eternal winter. Here, countless mountains, volcanoes, great rivers, snowfields, and grasslands abound. Opposite the sea that Jiang Tuanzi gazes upon lies the center of the world, the Sun Continent. It is here that the sun rises and sets each day. The southernmost region has already been introduced and is a place he intends to visit soon. A sudden flash of lightning streaks across the sky. Casting a long shadow behind him, Tai Xian, holding a bundle of inexpensive fruit wine, places it beside Jiang Tuanzi. How shall I describe the first time I laid eyes upon you? Your eyes sparkled with the distinct glimmer of youth. Yet now, that brightness has faded, and I surmise you could use a drink. Drawing a blade to sever the water only causes the water to flow more freely. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens it. Upon uttering this, Jiang Tuanzi swiftly seized the nearby bottle, consuming it in one swift motion. He drank heartily, yet his body exhibited no signs of intoxication or discomfort, for he could only discern the flavor of the fruit wine. The new, unlocking the compendium, Mimi fruit wine flavor, 610, mild, nutritional value, 2.51 to create Mimi wine. Crush the Mimi fruit and blend it with an appropriate amount of sugar and yeast. Place the mixture in a fermentation vessel, maintaining a suitable temperature, typically between 18 to 25 C, for the initial fermentation lasting 1 to 2 weeks. Afterward, separate the fruit pulp from the wine. The liquid is then subjected to secondary fermentation in a sealed container to enhance clarity and flavor. Ultimately, the wine manifests a magenta hue, imbued with notes of Mimi fruit, almonds, and vanilla. It is effervescent, with a balanced sweet and sour profile. The process is straightforward, with fermentation times adjustable, making it a favorite among adventurers. Observing this, Tai Xian retrieved another bundle of wine from his spatial backpack, placing it on the ground. He opened a can, sipping while remarking, "The Arcane Academy is quite splendid indeed. I cherish this place for the knowledge it has imparted. Yet, I harbor a disdain for it as well, for it has burdened me with much. It is a love-hate relationship, roughly speaking. Now, let us discuss you. What transpired? Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzi suddenly realized that since his arrival in this realm, a myriad of individuals have come forth to lend their aid. He must be quite fortunate. Jiang Tuanzi pondered the notion of debts not weighing heavily, and thus he candidly stated, "I have heard that the Adventurers Guild collects the remains of the demon race. I desire a substantial quantity of these corpses." Tai Xian, mimicking Jiang Tuanzi, downed a bottle of wine, belched, and casually inquired, "Do you know to whom the Adventurers Guild ultimately delivers these demon corpses?" "Who? The Arcane Academy?" Jiang Tuanzi was indeed uninformed, having merely heard gossip that the Arcane Academy was researching the remains of the demon race. Thus making such a bold assumption, Tai Xian chuckled and shook his head, retrieving another can of wine. "The Sun Kingdom, also known as Sun City or the Royal City. I must caution you, privately collecting demon corpses is a heinous crime in the Sun Kingdom. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Sun King? Is the Sun King truly formidable? Extremely so. It is said that even the gods are no match for him. Then why is he not a god? The Sun God is generally regarded as the embodiment of the sun itself. We often jest that the Sun King is the king of the sun, with the sun itself bowing to his will. Thus, he refers to himself as the Sun King rather than the Sun God. Have you grasped the extent of his power? If not, perhaps you should take a trip to the Sun Continent. Atop a certain mountain, there stands a 1,500-meter-tall statue made entirely of pure gold, crafted from treasures pilfered from various gods, recognized as one of humanity's 5 great wonders. Jiang Tuanzi let out a self-deprecating chuckle, collapsing onto the ground in despair, lamenting. Is it truly possible to defeat such an opponent? Perhaps he will perish of old age in a few months. Where would you find the time to challenge him? However, you could always consider exhuming his grave later. Ultimately, the Sun King is merely human. To be frank, I have never fully believed the legends of the Sun King as recounted in textbooks, for to become strong, one must retain a fragment of weakness. To become wealthy, one must relinquish a portion of gain. To become wise, one must safeguard a measure of folly. The strong never boast of their achievements. This is a lesson imparted to me by my mentor. Gallows.s Jiang Tuanzi smiled faintly. Tai Xian finished the last dregs of wine from his bottle. Rising contentedly, he slowly drew his dagger, simultaneously stating, "The phrase you just uttered was quite poetic. Drawing a blade to sever the water only causes the water to flow more freely, however. Everyone holds differing interpretations of various matters. I do not entirely concur with that sentiment." Forget I said anything. What do you mean? Jiang Tuanzi queried, rising to his feet. Tai Xian gazed intently at his prized blade. His demeanor suddenly graved. I am unsure of what I just uttered. Yet I am certain of what I wish to convey next and what I am about to do. I can procure a multitude of demon corpses for you. But you must agree to one of my requests. The vessels tasked with transporting the demon corpses hesitated to set sail amidst the torrential downpour. After all, the initial concern was that even if the cargo did not arrive promptly, the demon corpses aboard the ship must not be lost. For the loss of even a single one could spell significant trouble for Silent Sea. However, now there was no time to dwell on such matters. The rain showed no signs of abating. If they did not set sail soon, the lives of those aboard could be jeopardized due to the delay. Under the relentless urging of the Sun Knights, the fleet finally embarked on its journey. As the vessels left the harbor of Arcane City, a miraculous event occurred. The rain ceased. The adventurers beheld the long-awaited sunlight. Alas, the fleet had not ventured far into the Silent Sea before they were beset by an even fiercer storm. The ships, like leaves caught in a raging river, were helplessly swept away by the relentless currents, adrift in a tumultuous sea. Chapter 36. Culinary Competition Round 1. Jiang Tuanzi nodded earnestly, a newfound seriousness overtaking him. Very well, it is settled. With a wave of his hand, Tai Xian summoned the metallic elements, which responded to his call, crystallizing in mid-air like cold water meeting frigid air, gradually coalescing into an exquisite metal helmet within his grasp. He clenched his fist, and the helmet transformed into gray particles, gracefully swirling around his face before seamlessly reassembling into the helmet, now intricately connected to the armor that extended from it. The armored helmet appeared as if it were a natural extension of himself. In the next moment, Tai Xian suddenly swung his blade. Its edge ignited with dark flames, slicing through the rain and the ominous clouds above with a single stroke, erasing them from existence. The rain ceased. The sky unveiled its long-lost azure expanse, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the sea beneath the city walls. Soon, someone will deliver the demon corpses to you, and they will also inform you of my request. The dragon swallowing night, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Just then, a modest vessel sailed by, quietly and steadily landing upon its deck. Jiang Tuanzi stood atop the city wall, watching as the ship gradually drifted into the distance. Observing it as it receded upon the surface of the sea, the sun dipped in the west, painting the sky in hues of crimson. The red sunlight, filtering through the clouded aperture, slanted as the sun descended, ultimately casting its glow upon the green magical runes embedded in the walls of Arcane City. The magical runes shimmered like mirrors, reflecting a yellow light born of the fusion of red and green, reminiscent of a spotlight upon a stage, accompanying the ship as it sailed westward. The light pierced through the distant rain, creating a Tyndall effect. Under the escort of this golden spotlight, the ship transformed into a silhouette, gradually vanishing upon the surging waves of the silent sea. Maybe due to the long-awaited embrace of sunlight, the serendipitous encounter with a familiar face in an unfamiliar place, or perhaps the sudden resolution of a lingering worry. Perhaps it is the intertwining of all these factors. Life is akin to a game of chess, with each moment presenting a new tableau in any case. Jiang Tuanzi found her spirits unexpectedly elevated. Although the hour was still early, as she lay in bed perusing the intricate and convoluted theories, a wave of comforting warmth enveloped her, swiftly lulling her into the realm of dreams. When she finally opened her eyes, she was astonished to discover that it was already 11 o'clock the following day. Hastily, she leapt from her bed, hurriedly adjusting her appearance and attire, making her way to the judging panel at the competition venue. Most contestants had completed their culinary creations, placing them in specially designed magical apparatuses that preserved their temperature, texture, and flavor impeccably on the stage. Only 2 competitors remained, leisurely preparing their dishes: the proprietor of the roasted chicken shop and an elf, both engaged in the final touches of their bread making. Observing their deft hands, their movements appeared graceful and precise, reminiscent of artists at work. Judges, initially disinterested in the culinary offerings and merely wanting to expedite the process, found themselves unwittingly anticipating the dishes from these 2 competitors. The elf completed her dish first, closely followed by the proprietor, both finishing just in time. It was said that the judges began tasting and scoring, but the focus remained primarily on Jiang Tuanzi. If she awarded high marks, others would follow suit, and if her scores were low, so too would theirs be, with no judge differing by more than 0.9 points from her scores. A monotonous sandy-flavored vegetable soup was presented, with the highest nutritional value being 2.239 and a taste rating of 8 points, aromatic. It could only be said to be slightly better than what she had previously consumed at the inn. Soon, she tasted the elf's creation. Raising her hand, she confidently proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eliana, a traveling chef. This sandy-flavored vegetable soup is best enjoyed with the rustic bread I have prepared." As the 2 complement each other splendidly, the rustic bread has a crisp outer crust and a soft, porous interior, making it the ideal accompaniment to the rich, sandy-flavored vegetable soup, as it absorbs the essence of the soup, enhancing the overall texture and flavor. Please do indulge. The appearance of this bread reminded Jiang Tuanzi of the black bread from Rock City, which had no flavor and was difficult to swallow, scoring only 5 points in the system. While the 2 types of bread bore a striking resemblance, she was nonetheless eager to try this rustic bread, having never tasted it before. As she picked it up, she found it remarkably light, and upon bringing it closer to her nose, she detected the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread, tinged with a hint of fruitiness. Upon tasting it, the crust was crisp, the interior soft, airy, and melting in her mouth. Neither dry nor crumbly. The flavor was subtle, with a slight sweetness derived from the caramelization of starches during the baking process. Upon savoring it, she also noted a hint of fruitiness, which harmonized beautifully with the bread's weedy and salty notes. The new, unlocking the codex, rustic bread taste. 7 points, delicious, nutrition. 1.83 combined flour, water, yeast, salt, and olive oil, with the fruitiness stemming from the olive oil, until a moist and slightly sticky dough forms. After 2 rounds of fermentation, place the bread in a preheated oven, with a pan of hot water on the bottom to increase humidity during the initial baking phase. Bake until the bread's surface turns golden and produces a hollow sound when tapped on the bottom. This is one of the most beloved breads among the elves of the Moon Continent. Eating the bread alongside the vegetable soup indeed proved to be as complimentary as she had described. The sandy-flavored vegetable soup crafted by Eliana, owing to her culinary skills and the selection of premium ingredients, possessed the highest nutritional value among all at 2.547, though the taste remained at 8 points, aromatic. Jiang Tuanzi awarded it a score of 8.547, the highest thus far. Meanwhile, the Sun God Festival on the Starry Isles commenced. The Saiyans set forth, eager to showcase their skills and wield their powers as they prepared to hunt and capture flying magical beasts. For the throne of the Sun Kingdom, for the crown prince of the Sun Kingdom, of course, for them, it was also a form of entertainment, as the Saiyans were sufficiently powerful. The Saiyan King arriving from the sandy continent had even prepared himself to seize victory. For his true purpose in departing the Sun Continent was to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the flying magical beasts. During his investigation, he made a startling discovery. Most magical beasts were solitary, yet the flying magical beasts resided on a high-altitude isle, their habitat teeming with them. Flying magical beasts. This would be his merit in becoming the next Sun King. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. the Scion King thought to himself with a sense of pride. Chapter 37. Xiao Li's dish. The next dish was presented by the proprietor of the roasted chicken shop. As the judges prepared to taste, he introduced, "Mine too requires bread, but it is paired with a naturally fermented sourdough." The two breads were stylistically distinct. Eliana's rustic bread leaned toward what Jiang Tuanzi envisioned as bread, airy and tender, while the naturally fermented sourdough resembled a dry, baked flatbread. The aroma bore a resemblance to black bread, with a natural sourness from fermentation, yet predominantly featured the fragrance of wheat, caramelized notes from baking, nutty undertones, and a hint of mild dairy. Its texture was crisp, producing a satisfying crunch when bitten into. The fibrous structure was relatively dense, offering a sense of fulfillment and satiety when chewed. The flavor was predominantly characterized by a pronounced sourness, with the saltiness of the bread harmonizing with the sourness to provide a balanced, salty-sour background. Under the influence of the sour and salty notes, the sweetness of the bread emerged delicately, only detectable upon swallowing. All of this awakened a person's appetite. New, unlocking the codex. Naturally fermented sourdough bread taste. 7 points. Delicious. Nutrition. 1. 81 combined flour, water, natural yeast, and salt evenly to form a moist dough. Natural yeast. Created by Naka through the natural fermentation of flour and water. Allow the dough to undergo 3 rounds of fermentation. Then place it in a preheated oven until the surface turns golden. Finally, slice the bread into approximately 1 centimeter thick pieces, lightly brushing with olive oil before returning to the preheated oven to bake until the edges are golden and the crust is crisp. The proprietor's vegetable soup possessed a unique spicy flavor that none other had. The roasted bread slices, with their dry, crisp texture and mildly sour taste, paired perfectly with this spiciness. Most importantly, Jiang Tuanzi had a penchant for spicy food, and she suddenly realized the proprietor seemed to understand her well. She felt somewhat cornered. Surprisingly, this was considered a new dish and was included in the codex for the sandy-flavored vegetable soup. New, unlocking the codex. Naka spicy vegetable soup taste. 8 points. Aromatic. Nutrition. 2.403. Fry the potatoes in oil for later use. Dice red onions, leeks, celery, carrots, chili peppers, and pumpkin, adding them to the pan with olive oil sequentially to saute until fragrant. Add minced garlic, magical beast meat powder, peeled red eggplant paste, and spicy sour sauce, stir-frying until aromatic. Once large bubbles begin to boil, add zucchini and vegetable balls, giving them a slight stir. Add water, black pepper, white pepper, dry mustard, dry chili, rosemary sprigs, and salt to taste. When it comes to a boil, incorporate the pre-prepared white bean paste and white beans to thicken, removing the dry chili after 20 minutes and adding fresh basil leaves and fried potatoes. Cooking for another 10 minutes before serving. Finally, add fresh tender basil leaves and crumbled cheese for flavor enhancement and decoration. Naka recommended enjoying the vegetable soup with roasted bread. The ingredients were largely similar, save for the addition of spices, which brought the flavor closer to Jiang Tuanzi's preferences. While its nutritional value was not as high as that of Eliana's, this dish became the best of the entire event. Jiang Tuanzi couldn't help but exclaim that culinary competitions were indeed entirely objective. Although the system rated the proprietor's vegetable soup lower in nutrition, it was evident that both she and the judges preferred his soup. This was not a conspiracy, after all. Just as Jiang Tuanzi was preparing to announce a day of rest, continuing the competition the day after tomorrow, Xiao Li suddenly flushed, raising her hand and exclaiming loudly, "I haven't had my dish tasted yet. I haven't had my dish tasted yet. There's still a contestant here." The judges, who were about to leave, then noticed amidst the sea of identical sandy-flavored soups a very ordinary, unremarkable dish that appeared to be some sort of pancake. However, the presentation of this pancake was rather unimpressive, leading them to assume it was a failed side dish by the contestant. Jiang Tuanzi feigned a few coughs and said, then, "Contestant, please present your dish." The pancake emitted no complex aroma. In fact, the scent was faint, merely that of a fried dough pancake. It seemed to be something wrapped in batter and fried. Taking a large bite, she unlocked a new codex entry. New, unlocking the codex. Eggplant and potato mash taste. 6 points. Bland. Nutrition. 1.66. Peel and cube the potatoes, boil them until tender. Then mash them with a fork. Add olive oil, salt, black pepper, and minced garlic to taste. Eggplants should be washed thoroughly without peeling, then sliced into thick pieces. Make a cut in the middle of each thick slice to create a pocket. and fill these pockets with mashed potatoes. Coat the entire assembly in a thin batter and deep fry until golden brown on both sides. It is ready to be served. The world is devoid of novelty. An innovation painstakingly conceived by one individual may simply be a regional delicacy elsewhere. Tio put it succinctly, the batter lacked seasoning, with only the mashed potatoes providing a hint of saltiness, resulting in an overall blandness. The dish was not particularly aromatic. The concept was promising, aiming for a crispy exterior and tender interior, yet the chef's culinary skills fell short. To be frank, even the most subpar yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup surpassed this eggplant and potato dish in taste. Two judges casually sampled a bite and awarded it a mere 2 points, the lowest score of the day. Jiang Tuzi gazed at the young chef, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if her dreams were on the verge of collapse. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly thought of an I, and out of compassion, she hesitated to eliminate her, softening her heart to give her an 8. Simultaneously, the two judges who had already scored inadvertently dropped their scorecards, which fortuitously landed face up. They chuckled in apology, saying, pardon us, I mistakenly picked the wrong one. It should be this card. I too give it an 8. Thus, Shaoli, amidst the roller coaster of emotions, advanced to the next round in a rather muddled manner. Jiang Tuzi acknowledged that this was a case of favoritism. How could one become a judge and not indulge in a little bias? Yet, at this moment, Jiang Tuzi remained oblivious. Her fleeting act of compassion would, in the distant future, provide her with a chance for redemption, but that is a tale for another time. On the previous evening at dusk, at the entrance of the Arcane Academy, beside the Bridge of the Sun, an arcane knight observed the incessant rain above, growing increasingly agitated. Eventually, he arrived at the quiet sea dock to catch a breeze and gaze at the ocean. However, upon reaching the dock, he spotted an armored figure leap from the city walls onto the fleet of ships ahead. It was the fleet of the Sun Kingdom. Who possesses such audacity? His curiosity was piqued. Chapter 38. Shao Li. In this regard, the elf Aliana felt no sense of impropriety, for in the elves' understanding, flavor is not always the defining characteristic of a dish. Rather, it is the chef's grasp of creativity and innovative spirit that truly matters. This philosophy extends beyond culinary arts into all aspects of elven life. However, the other competitors, particularly those who had been eliminated, could hardly share such sentiments. As they exited, Aliana deliberately approached the owner of the roasted chicken stall, slowing her pace. Without looking at him, she remarked, "A chef without a knife? This is my first encounter. If you continue to forego a knife, you are destined to fail in the finals." The roasted chicken stall owner merely chuckled, twirling the complimentary knife provided by the venue, and responded, "Why, dear elf, how amusing. Am I not holding a knife?" "Not your knife," she retorted, hastening her steps away. The stall owner, gazing at his reflection on the knife's blade, pondered silently. Suddenly, he tossed the knife behind him, where it landed firmly in the cutting board, and he muttered, "Boredom." The second round of the competition featured desserts. The organizers provided each contestant with a gold coin, which they were to use to purchase necessary ingredients during the rest day. During the competition, the Arcane Academy would not supply any ingredients, only essential seasonings. Upon learning the rules, some contestants chose to withdraw, primarily because many of them could only cook savory dishes and were inept at crafting sweets or pastries. Additionally, those who withdrew at this stage could retain the gold coins earned from advancing in the previous round as a reward, while staying would result in losing 1 coin. Their advancement in the first round was largely due to the simplicity of the yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup. After a collective withdrawal, only 35 contestants remained from the original 48. Shaoli had a straightforward plan. She intended to make a plum-flavored fruitcake, a skill she had learned from illustrated books. This was to be her first attempt at baking a cake, and she had never imagined she would have access to such high-quality flour. Previously, she had only used coarse grains, sufficient only for making dense bread or flatbreads. Holding the heavy gold coin, she felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. It was her first time purchasing ingredients with such a sum. She wandered through the marketplace of the arcane city, contemplating how to spend her coin wisely and economically. "Little girl, I have high-quality flour at a reasonable price. Would you care to take a look?" A kindly voice interrupted Shao Li's calculations. "Sure, dear lady. I could use some flour." One led the way while the other obediently followed. As they walked, they arrived at a deserted alley. Noticing the lack of onlookers, Shao Li's initial excitement quickly faded, sensing something amiss. She halted her steps, preparing to flee, yet maintained a respectful tone as she inquired, "Dear lady, where is your flour?" The elderly woman removed her scarf. She was not an old lady but a burly man. Concealed beneath a cloak that hid a sharp butcher's knife, "Flour? You shall descend to hell to retrieve it." Shaoli turned to flee but was met by another burly man wielding a chef's knife, blocking her path. She stood frozen, her chest heaving as she attempted to remain calm, addressing them, "Masters, brothers, valiant ones, I believe we are strangers. If you seek money, I possess 8 gold coins from the Arcane Academy as a reward. You may take them all." The two burly men exchanged glances, and the one at the entrance, seeing the defenseless girl, felt a surge of mischief and said with a flippant tone, "Only 8? Strip off your clothes. I want to inspect you personally." The other man, growing impatient, interrupted, "Enough chatter. If you wish to live, strip." Shaoli pretended to undress, crouching down to conceal her movements, gripping her chef's knife tightly while glancing at their necks. Suddenly, thick branches emerged from the ground, ensnaring the two burly men and lifting them into the air. There stood Aliana and Minter Green at the alley's mouth. Minter Green looked at the two men suspended in midair with a disdainful expression and remarked, "Dare anyone commit violence in Arcane City? Aliana, I must make a trip to the jail first. I cannot accompany you further in your shopping. Off you go, busy man. Your business takes precedence. How did I ever choose to marry you? While others are sweetly together post-marriage, if it weren't for the Arcane Academy hosting this culinary competition, we might not have seen each other for a decade. It was you who never sought me out." Aliana whistled, pretending not to hear, and took Shaoli by the hand, dashing toward the distant marketplace, leaving behind the sighing Minter Green and the two men writhing in pain from the tree's grasp. Meanwhile, another contestant, the owner and chef of the roasted chicken stall, Naka, purchased various ripeness levels of red fruits at the marketplace, as for Jiang Tuzi. He shed his human form and transformed back into a slime, leisurely lying on the bed while perusing a magical reference book. After all, Miss Mist in the academy was already aware of his identity. There was no longer any need for concealment, and it felt far more comfortable to embrace his true form. The Sun King sat upon his opulent throne, scratching his head in frustration. Enveloped in heavy armor, he was unable to scratch effectively, which rendered his gestures on the throne quite comical. Surrounding attendants bowed their heads. Kneeling quietly by his side, refraining from witnessing his dismay, although the sounds of metal clashing could be heard, the Sun King gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Where is my Philosopher's Stone? Where is my Philosopher's Stone? Due to various circumstances, the delivery of your Philosopher's Stone has been delayed. It is currently en route and, barring unforeseen events, should arrive shortly. Please be patient, Your Majesty." The clanking of metal ceased as the footsteps approached the attendant before the throne. A heavy armored hand casually grasped her head. An imperious voice emanated from above, "Should any mishap occur, I will flay your skin first." Chapter 39. The dessert competition. Upon awakening, Jiang Tuzi found the sky outside remarkably clear. The sun rose, casting waves of clouds. After a long absence, the sun reappeared over the Arcane Academy. From the tower of the Academy, one could witness the heavy rain and dark clouds drifting toward the eastern part of the city. Gathering at the fortress known as the Heart of Magic, Jiang Tuzi stretched his small hands and yawned widely. Feeling invigorated, it was time to prepare for today's dessert tasting. Then, the first contestant scratched his head and stammered, I wanted to bake quickly, and then, I used a bit of fire magic, but it turned out a bit overcooked." Observing the plate, a lump of charred dough emitted smoke from its crevices. "Well, this should be considered a pastry." A gentle breath directed at it revealed a red glow and tiny sparks emerging from within. Indeed, a true lava cake. A common person taking a bite would likely find themselves in hell. Jiang Tuzi's greatest concern before the competition had come to fruition. The judges exchanged glances, none willing to take a bite. Ultimately, it fell to Jiang Tuzi to sample it, and he cautiously took a small taste. The bitterness is overwhelming, akin to a concoction of traditional medicine that has been excessively boiled. With the dregs chewed along with it point, one can only say that the epitome of desserts is encapsulated in the phrase "the greatest achievement is in being not sweet." A sentiment that has been vividly manifested here. To achieve such a result indeed showcases a remarkable talent. A suggestion for a redo is in order. If you were to ask a 3.5-year-old child to attempt making dessert for the first time, the outcome could hardly be worse than this. New, unlocking the compendium. Baked melting unknown substance flavor. 2 points. Nightmare, nutrition. 0 a lump that has undergone the searing magic of flames. Its appearance and taste utterly unrecognizable from what it once was. Remarkably, even the system refuses to acknowledge it as food. It has even received a nutritional score of 0. Such a rarity. It seems that even a random stone found on the ground would be far more delectable. However, not all desserts crafted by participants are such abstract creations. A few are quite commendable. For instance, there are the cheese black bread, jam black bread with eggs, and various sweetbreads developed by the contestants themselves. Soon, we arrived at Xiao Li's dessert, the Mei fruitcake. This dessert made all the judges sit up in astonishment, for this was the vision of a cake that Jiang Tuanzi had in mind. Its exterior was pristine white, while the interior gleamed with a bright yellow hue. It exuded a delightful aroma of Mei fruit, a hint of tangy sweetness intertwined with the creamy sweetness of fresh cream and a subtle hint of liquor, creating an enticing fragrance. Observing the judge's evident appreciation, Xiao Li glanced back at her fairy companion, Aliana, who offered her an encouraging gesture. Gaining courage, she smiled and explained, "This Mei fruitcake is inspired by a recipe from a book written by fairies, which described a dessert called Black Forest Illusion Sour Fruitcake. Ideally, this cake should have a layer of sauce resembling coffee in color. That sauce hardens when cold and melts in the mouth, presenting a delightful bittersweet flavor, truly magical. Unfortunately, I could not find that sauce and couldn't conceive of a suitable substitute. However, I thought, since Mei fruit is also tangy and sweet, and can be fermented as well, I decided to use it as a substitute. So strictly speaking, this dessert is somewhat of a work in progress. One judge, with a disdainful tone, remarked, "You speak of fairies? They are merely a lower race. Tasty only when captured for their flesh. I tend to speak rather directly, so do not take offense. Their writings are mere trivialities meant to deceive children. You are still young. It would be wise to refrain from such nonsense to avoid being influenced by these misguided tales. Sweetness and bitterness are two opposing flavors. To combine them in a sauce can only be the whimsical imagination of fairies. Or should I commend them for their adventurous spirit? If that sauce is as wondrous and delicious as you describe, why has it never been presented to us? It's likely just a fanciful story conjured by fairies while tricking children into taking medicine." Jiang Tuanzi glanced at the solitary fairy contestant, Aliana. She exhibited no reaction to the judge's words, seeming utterly indifferent. The other fairies present shared a similar demeanor, as if the judge's reprimands were not directed at them at all. In contrast, Xiao Li felt a surge of anger but, constrained by the judge's authority, merely clenched the hem of her garment behind her back. Jiang Tuanzi raised a hand to halt the judge's baseless tirade against the fairies. The judge, taken aback, yet smiled and fell silent. The surrounding fairies looked on in astonishment. Unable to believe Jiang Tuanzi's intervention, Jiang Tuanzi gestured for Xiao Li to step forward, and when she approached, spoke in a calm tone, "Anger resolves nothing. What you should focus on is researching or discovering that miraculous bittersweet sauce. Let those who doubt you be silenced. Just like the winemaker Dreamweaver, only absolute objective truth can dispel all rumors." Xiao Li beamed a genuine smile, nodding lightly in understanding. "You ask whether theory or practice holds greater importance in magic." In a dim, vast chamber, illuminated solely by a small candle, a white-haired, golden-eyed catgirl inquired expressionlessly of the person beside her. The individual, adorned in intricate runic armor gleaming with a green light, evidently a rare find procured from the dwarves, was none other than Principal Arcadius and Principal Mito engaged in their classic debate. "What is your perspective on this matter, Scholar Catyu?" Practice is paramount. Upon uttering this, a cold glimmer flashed in her hand. Moments later, the sounds of shrieks ceased. Scholar Catyu expressionlessly wiped the blood from her face, stating, "We are running low on experimental materials. The sole arbiter requires your assistance in gathering more." "Understood. Also, please expedite the delivery of demon corpses. I need them to concoct the Philosopher's Stone. This morning, the Solar King has gone mad again." "Very well." As the sole arbiter reached out to touch her cascading hair, a black cat leapt onto the candle holder. Indulging in its lunch for the day, on the Starry Isles, sailors passed down an ancient proverb, "Man eats fish, cat eats man." Chapter 40. Mei fruitcake. Moonlit Forest Cheesecake, Shaoli turned, discreetly wiping away tears, extending her pinky finger towards him, saying, "It's a promise." The judge, however, did not reciprocate the gesture, responding earnestly, "I, Principal Fran, am not one to deceive a child. It's a promise." After thousands witnessed this wager, the judges finally commenced their enjoyment of the Mei fruitcake. Jiang Tuanzi was the first to take a sizable bite. The initial burst of fruitiness was followed by the silky texture of fresh cream, complemented by a non-cloying sweetness, with the sponge cake layers being soft and moist. Soon, the cream melted in his mouth, revealing a delicate texture, creating a stark contrast between the two. The Mei fruit flesh provided a distinct chewiness. The combination of these three ingredients formed a harmonious balance of softness, fluffiness, and crunchiness. Jiang Tuanzi rated it as a quintessential fruitcake. New Compendium Entry 1 New, Unlocking the Compendium. Mei fruitcake flavor. 7 points. Delicious. Nutrition. 4. 405 Separate the egg yolks and whites, whipping the whites until stiff peaks form. Combine sugar with the yolks and whisk until the mixture lightens in color. Sift low-gluten flour and baking powder into the yolk-sugar mixture. Folding gently, gradually incorporate the whipped egg whites into the batter, followed by melted butter, mixing until smooth. Finally, pour the batter into a baking pan and bake for approximately 20 minutes to achieve a sponge cake. Once cooled, slice the sponge cake into 3 layers. Whip fresh cream with sugar until stiff peaks form. Drain the Mei fruit, reserving some for decoration, and mix the remainder with Mei fruit wine. Spread cream on the bottom layer of the cake, layering with the Mei fruit mixture. Repeat the cream and Mei fruit layering with the second cake layer. Spread cream on the top layer and evenly coat the entire cake with cream. After chilling, remove and decorate the top with fresh Mei fruit. Fairy Eliana specifically passed by Shaoli, offering her an approving glance before placing her own dessert before the judges. The Moonlit Forest Cheesecake, in simpler terms, is an improved version of a fruit cake. The cake boasts distinct layers, presenting a gradient of deep brown, creamy white, and vibrant red from bottom to top, creating a striking visual contrast that incites anticipation for its flavor. Much like a typical cake, it emanates a rich aroma of dairy, complemented by a hint of fresh vanilla and subtle citrus notes. Upon tasting, the initial flavor is a robust cheese richness, followed by a delicate creaminess that melts almost instantly in the mouth. The sweetness of the sugar harmonizes with the slight acidity of lemon, achieving a balanced sweet and sour profile, while the deep brown base made of crushed cookies provides a delightful crunch. Contrasting sharply with the smoothness of the cheese layer, the top adornments of Mei fruit and red fruit add a touch of natural sweetness and juiciness to the cake. New, Unlocking the Compendium. Moonlit Forest Cheesecake flavor. 8 points. Aromatic. Nutrition. 4. 338 crushed digestive biscuits in a seal bag using a rolling pin, then mix with melted butter until combined. Press this mixture into the bottom of a cake mold and refrigerate. Soften cream cheese at room temperature. Mixing until smooth, then combine with sugar. Add eggs one at a time, ensuring thorough mixing after each addition. Incorporate sour cream, yogurt, vanilla extract, and lemon zest until well combined. Pour the cheese mixture into the prepared crust in the cake mold, placing the mold in a water bath in a preheated oven at 150 C for 1 hour. Once baked, allow to cool naturally before refrigerating overnight. After chilling, remove the cheesecake from the mold, garnishing with fresh Mei fruit, red fruit, Mei fruit jam, and a dusting of powdered sugar. The Moonlit Forest Cheesecake is a dessert that engages the senses of sight, smell, and taste. Its alluring appearance, sweet aroma, and rich flavor ensure a delightful experience for fairies, whether as a post-meal dessert or an afternoon tea treat. After savoring Fairy Eliana's dessert, Principal Fran, as per usual, remarked with disdain, "Humph, you fairies spend all your time on such trivial pursuits. No wonder you exhibit no innovation or advancement in magical scholarship. In the face of humanity's malevolent criticism, the elves remain indifferent, or perhaps resigned. After all, under the resplendent radiance of the Sun King, humanity reigns supreme in this era. Even the heavens, the earth, and the seas dare not defy. On the moon continent, within the moon palace, the elven priest, while charting the celestial heavens, unexpectedly observed that the duration of daylight today had diminished by a second compared to yesterday. This minute yet undeniable change was unprecedented in their existing records, rendering this singular data particularly anomalous. The priest promptly reported this irregularity to the moon goddess. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elven priests remained unfazed. their faces adorned with carefree smiles as they sat on dining chairs, indulging in exquisite pastries and sipping fragrant tea, sharing tales of recent happenings within the various elven royal families. The very matter he feared most, the one he least wished to confront, had indeed come to pass. Just as he pondered this, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The Sun Knight, Kadaya, mounted on a magnificent steed, abruptly tugged at the reins, causing his warhorse to leap forward with a powerful thud, bursting through the gates of the divine palace, the Moon Palace. Outside the Moon Palace, the Lark Council was eerily silent, with all elven representatives either collapsed on the ground, kneeling or performing the grand gesture of the elves. Not a single elf dared to utter a sound. Inside the Moon Palace, the elven priests hastily slid from their ornate chairs, trembling as they knelt beside one another. Within and without, the entire Moon Palace lay enveloped in a profound stillness, none daring to intervene. For this Sun Knight was a member of the Sun King's elite guard, a 10th-tier Sun Knight. The eternal legend Sun Knight.it was said that they transcended the realm of mortals, with each knight embodying a legend, eternally safeguarding the peace, law, and order of the world. They represented the supreme will of the Sun King. Today, the arrival of this Sun Knight was undeniably a direct manifestation of the Sun King's intent. Chapter 41. The reversal of Naka's red fruit tart. The proprietor of the roast chicken shop, bearing his own crafted dessert, appeared at the opportune moment, interrupting the lengthy discourse of Principal Fran. The red fruit tart, at first glance, resembled a plate of failed pastry, as if it had been accidentally overturned during baking. Yet the chef persevered and presented it nonetheless. In a conventional tart, the crust lies beneath, while the filling sits atop. However, the tart crafted by the roast chicken shop owner was the inverse. The red fruits were at the base, with the crust enveloping them above. The slices of red fruit, caramelized under high heat, exhibited a deep brown sheen with slightly charred edges, while the crust retained its customary golden hue, making this dessert a striking deviation from typical culinary logic. The aroma contrasted sharply with its appearance. The caramelized red fruit emitted an enticing fragrance, interwoven with the fresh scent of the fruit, evoking memories of an autumn orchard. The addition of cinnamon infused a warm scent, further enhancing the comforting atmosphere of the red fruit tart. The buttery aroma released during the baking process added depth to the overall fragrance. Upon tasting, it seemed almost to mock Principal Doran, as some of the caramelized red fruit imparted a bittersweet complexity, while the remaining fruit provided a refreshing balance of tartness and sweetness. The crust was crisp, with a rich buttery flavor, reminiscent of a traditional egg tart, exuding a delightful creaminess. The harmonious fusion of various textures compelled one to indulge in another bite. New, unlocking the recipe. Naka's reversed red fruit tart flavor. 8 points. Aromatic, nutrition. 4. 526 wash, peel, and core medium-sized red fruits, such as green, red, and yellow varieties, and cut them into even wedges. In a large, thick-bottomed pot, combine sugar and a small amount of water, boiling until the sugar dissolves and turns a deep amber hue. Add butter and stir until completely melted. Introduce the prepared red fruit slices into the pot, maintaining medium heat, and incorporate cinnamon powder and vanilla extract, stirring to ensure each slice is coated in caramel. Cook until the red fruit softens and the edges caramelize slightly. In another container, mix flour, salt, and eggs, gradually adding milk and cream to form a dough. Roll out the dough and lay it in a tart pan or baking tray, pricking holes in the bottom with a fork. Remove the sautéed red fruit from the pot and arrange it alongside fresh slices in the tart shell, ensuring a tight spacing between the two. Place the tart in the middle of the oven until the crust turns golden and the fruit softens. Once baked, allow the tart to cool slightly before inverting it onto a large plate, ensuring the caramelized red fruit layer is facing up. Once completely cooled, serve with cream. Naka's reversed red fruit tart is a dessert that engages the senses of sight, taste, and smell. Its enticing appearance, layered flavors, and warm, sweet aroma create a delightful sensory experience for royal patrons, whether as a post-meal indulgence or an afternoon tea treat. After the judges sampled the dessert, the roast chicken shop owner secured first place in the second round of the competition by an overwhelming score. Elven Ariane had no objections to this outcome. Indeed, she had lost this round, conceding gracefully. Earlier, Little Lee's Mimi Fruitcake had also garnered third place for its unique flavor. 10 contestants advanced to the third round. Jiang Tuanzi promptly announced the time and format for the third round of the competition. allowing a 2-day respite before the contest would take place the day after tomorrow. This round would focus on meat-based fast food, with each contestant granted a full 12 hours for preparation, commencing at 0:01 on the day of the competition and concluding at 12:01 noon. This arrangement permitted contestants to utilize the entire night for meticulous preparations. It was not merely a test of culinary skill, but also a comprehensive challenge of endurance, creativity, and efficiency. Scoring and tasting would differ slightly this time, as select audience members would simulate diners, requiring contestants to prepare a single meat-themed dish for these simulated guests. The competition would conclude only after all simulated diners had finished their meals. The simulated diners would also participate in scoring. Throughout the competition, no machines capable of maintaining the flavor of the food would be provided. Contestants would need to heat and adjust their dishes manually. Participants were also required to submit a list of common ingredients and seasonings prior to the competition, detailing all necessary ingredients. During the competition, no other ingredients or seasonings were permitted. All ingredients and seasonings were supplied by the Arcane City and the Arcane Academy, the hosts of the event. During this downtime, Jiang Tuanzi did not languish in bed, poring over magical tomes. Instead, he sought out Emily for guidance in magic, as he struggled with many abstract concepts. However, after her straightforward explanations, the muddled, chaotic textual ideas became clear to him in an instant. During their studies, Emily inadvertently discovered Jiang Tuanzi's special talent. He could sketch the general outline of any magic circle with just a fleeting glance, a skill that left Emily envious. Until now, Jiang Tuanzi had been unaware of this remarkable ability. With Emily's prompting, he became cognizant of his extraordinary gift. Now, he devoted any free time to memorizing those intricate magic circles. In just a single day, he had mastered more magic circles than some of the Academy's instructors. His grasp of magic and magical energy had multiplied exponentially since his arrival. As for his panel data, it was needless to say. He could accumulate tens of thousands of devouring points with each round of competition. Little Lee also sought culinary advice from Ariane in private, who was more than willing to impart some culinary wisdom. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation, when Little Lee curiously inquired, "Sister Elf, how did you meet your husband, Minter Green?" "I was the one who pursued him initially. My intent was truly culinary in nature, for he is the most esteemed plant mage in the Moon Continent. As I pursued him, I genuinely fell for him, only to realize how busy he truly was. After we married, I hesitated to disturb him. I believe Minter Green actually hopes you would interrupt him." "Go away. What do children know of love?" "Nonsense. Let's focus on the dish you wish to prepare tomorrow. Oh, all right then." Ultimately, upon Ariane's suggestion, Little Lee resolved to create a relatively simple dish, a large pot of stewed magical beast meat. She planned to prepare a substantial quantity at once, serving it in bowls for the audience to sample, thus avoiding the fatigue of repetitive cooking. The elf intended to make cocoa vin. For the same reason, ample portions could be prepared in one go. The roast chicken shop owner decided on meat sauce pasta, preparing the sauce in advance, so that when guests arrived, he would only need to cook the pasta. The moon goddess personally ventured to the Starlit Isles, where the sun and moon would meet amidst the constellations. Chapter 42. The third competition time flew swiftly, and the 2 days slipped by like sand through fingers. The culinary arts competition had quietly entered its third round. Little Lee did not plan to stay up all night preparing. Rather, she rose early, requesting ice beast meat. The naming of magical beasts is often counterintuitive, due to the limitations of early human understanding. Although the name contains the term ice, it primarily refers to the fact that this beast is unique to the frigid continent. Subsequent research by the Arcane Academy revealed that it possessed no ice attributes. In reality, it leaned more towards fire attributes. After all, the ice beasts are warm-blooded creatures. If the external temperature is too low, they cannot maintain their body heat, and thus the ice beasts may perish from the cold. The sensation of consuming ice beast meat is akin to savoring mutton from the blue planet. Once it enters the stomach, a warm current surges within, dispelling the chill, reminiscent of a comforting fire on a winter's day. Except for the chicken chosen by the elven contestant, all other participants decided to challenge the culinary arts of beast preparation. For the majority, such an opportunity to cook with beast meat is rare, serving not only as a test of one's culinary skills, but also as an expansion of their culinary horizons. While preparing the ingredients, Shuli did not hasten to process her own materials, but chose to quietly stand behind the elven chef, Aliana, attentively observing each step of her soup-making process. Aliana prepared 4 distinct broths: vegetable broth, red eggplant broth, bone broth, and minced meat broth. With ease and comfort, she explained to Xiaoli the nuances of broth preparation. Each broth possessed a unique flavor. The vegetable broth, comprising celery, carrots, and red onions, involved finely chopping these ingredients, sautéing them in a small amount of animal fat until they changed color, and finally adding water to simmer. The overall taste was sweet and fresh, characterized by the sweetness of the vegetables. For the red eggplant broth, garlic and red eggplant were added during the sautéing process, resulting in a tangy and refreshing flavor. The bone broth required the addition of mild spices and roasted or sautéed bones, yielding a fragrant and savory essence. The minced meat broth involved combining minced meat with scallions and spices to achieve the Maillard reaction before simmering it with water, resulting in a spicier and more aromatic profile. Xiaoli intended to stew the ice beast meat in vegetable broth, believing that the combination of meat and vegetables would enhance the overall flavor. A culinary technique she had just learned from Aliana. She cut the ice beast meat into 2-centimeter cubes and used a magical machine to extract the surface moisture. She poured the prepared beast meat into the pot. She realized that the pot was too large and the quantity of meat overwhelming, making it quite laborious to stir. Observing from a distance, Aliana noted this and promptly offered her assistance with a large spatula. After browning the meat, they added paprika, garlic, bay leaf powder, salt, and black pepper, stirring to ensure the meat was evenly coated with spices. Aliana utilized stellar magic, starflow pull, to lift the pre-prepared vegetable broth and pour it into the pot, bringing the mixture to a boil. Next, they added diced carrots and potatoes, allowing it to reach a boil once more before reducing the heat to low, covering the pot, and simmering for 2 hours until the beast meat became tender. A pinch of chili powder was added to enhance the spiciness before increasing the heat to slightly thicken the broth. Xiaoli served several bowls of the meat, each garnished with a dollop of sour cream, before presenting them to the judges. The braised meat exhibited a warm reddish-brown hue, with the beef cubes stewed to a deep brown in the rich broth, contrasting beautifully with the stewed vegetables like carrots, onions, and potatoes. The broth shimmered with a gelatinous sheen, and the slow cooking rendered the meat incredibly tender, with a rich flavor that was both warming and slightly spicy. The vegetables absorbed the essence of the beast meat, releasing their natural sweetness, which balanced the overall flavor. The fusion of beast meat and vegetables was harmonious. The paprika imparted a distinctive aroma, lending a hint of smokiness and sweetness, while the use of herbs like bay leaves and thyme enriched the complexity of the flavors. To enhance the aroma and meld the tastes, a generous amount of seasoning was added, making it somewhat unsuitable for plain consumption. However, Xiaoli cleverly introduced sour cream, which served to temper the spiciness. The new, unlocking the encyclopedia, braised ice beast meat flavor. 8 points, aromatic, nutrition. 4. 51 Braised ice beast meat is a warm and satisfying dish, offering a feast for the senses, visual, olfactory, and gustatory, ideal for enjoyment in cold weather. Its rich flavors and tender meat make it an excellent choice for family gatherings in the extreme cold continent or dwarf feasts. Unfortunately, the quality of the beast meat and many of the ingredients was subpar, and the chef's handling of the materials and steps had flaws. Otherwise, this dish could have reached even greater heights. After tasting, the judges could not help but express their admiration, noting that this braised meat was indeed both simple and delicious, rivaling the yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup. That moment, Aliana's chicken dish was also ready. The judges eagerly anticipated the elven chef's creation. In the opulent palace among the stars, the Sun King stood at the window, clad in his impenetrable golden armor, gazing out at the vast starry sea, while the moon goddess silently stood behind him, bathed in silver light, maintaining her silence. Everything was solemn and tranquil. Not far from them, a servant was magically bound, unable to speak or move. The Sun Knight stood beside him, poised to skin him alive. Soon, the servant's screams shattered the surrounding stillness, accompanied by desperate wails, as the Sun King spoke in a remarkably frivolous tone. Moon Goddess, my Sun Kingdom is currently in need of a queen, and you would be the perfect candidate if you could bear me a son. We could unify the 4 continents and achieve unprecedented greatness. Turning to her, he extended his hand and caressed her face, admiring the Moon Goddess's flawless beauty, and slowly said, "So, are you prepared to pay the price for refusing me?" The elven army vowed to guard the territory of the Sun Kingdom from the incursions of the demon race from the Yellow Sand continent. Not enough. The Sun King's voice revealed his dissatisfaction. Not enough. What more do you desire? The Sun King smiled wider, his gaze sparkling with an unusual light. I want your moon. The moon goddess squinted, waiting through the night until the Sun King's hand slowly descended to her neck, hinting at further intentions before reluctantly agreeing. All right. The moon goddess could not fathom what this man truly desired. Chapter 43. Royal Meat Sauce Pasta. Chicken and red wine anew, unlocking the encyclopedia. Chicken and red wine flavor. 8 points, aromatic, nutrition. 2.34 Clean the chicken thoroughly and cut it into appropriately sized pieces. In a large pot. Heat olive oil and butter, browning the chicken pieces in batches until golden on both sides, then set aside in the same pot. Add bacon strips and fry until slightly crispy. Remove the bacon and use the bacon fat to saute red onions and carrots until the onions soften. Add flour to the pot, quickly stirring to form a roux. Chicken and red wine is a warm and sumptuous dish, where the aroma of red wine perfectly melds with the savory chicken. A creation by Aliana herself. The overall flavor is not vastly different from Xiaoli's braised ice beast meat, and the judges awarded similar scores. The owner of the barbecue shop soon followed, presenting his meat sauce pasta. The noodles were pale yellow, topped with a rich sauce of minced beast meat and diced vegetables, presenting a glossy reddish-brown appearance. The fruity aroma of the red eggplant was particularly prominent, accompanied by hints of spices such as basil and thyme. Jiang Tuanzi sampled a noodle alone. The noodles themselves were bland, but the meat sauce was rich, combining the savory essence of beef with the sweet and sour notes of the red eggplant sauce, resulting in a harmonious and satisfying texture. The sautéed vegetable pieces released their natural sweetness into the sauce, balancing its richness and preventing it from being overly heavy, complementing the noodles perfectly. The use of spices enriched the overall flavor, while the addition of onions added depth to both taste and texture. The judges were quite fond of this pasta dish, awarding it the highest score among the three. New, unlocking the encyclopedia. Royal meat sauce pasta flavor. 8 points, aromatic, nutrition. 2.99 in a large pot. Heat olive oil and add minced beast meat. Saute over medium heat until it changes color. Then set aside. Add beast meat broth, red wine, bay leaves, salt, and black pepper, stirring to combine. Reduce the heat to low and let the sauce simmer for about 30 minutes, occasionally stirring to prevent sticking. Finally, increase the heat to slightly reduce the sauce, intensifying its richness. Pour the meat sauce over the noodles, garnishing with grated Parmesan cheese and basil leaves before serving. The rich meat sauce combined with the chewy noodles provides a satisfying experience. Royal meat sauce pasta is a simple dish from the Sun Kingdom's royal kitchen, ideal for quickly satisfying hunger during times when the royal chef needs to prepare meals in a hurry. Jiang Tuanzi regarded the barbecue shop owner, Naka, with intrigue. One in Rock City knew his origins or background, shrouded in mystery, yet Jiang Tuanzi felt he was beginning to piece it together. The well-known soup across the continent quietly spoke of past glories and sorrows. The barbecue shop owner, known as Naka, is also referred to as the creator of the yellow sand-flavored vegetable soup, and all the dishes he has recently prepared are undoubtedly fit for royalty. Naka must have once been a concealed royal chef, who, for reasons unknown, left the Sun continent and chose to open a small shop in Rock City. Jiang Tuanzi felt that since he chose to remain hidden, it would be inappropriate to pry into the reasons behind it. Stories are like fine-aged wine. When the time comes, they will naturally be revealed, and one should not forcefully seek to uncover them. After the judges sampled the dishes, it was time for the fortunate audience to come forth for tastings. Aliana remained composed throughout, serving exquisite portions of her red wine chicken stew to the customers. The dish appeared deep brown, with the chicken pieces simmered in red wine and sauce, showcasing a rich color. Ingredients like mushrooms, carrots, and red onions layered in the bowl enhanced the visual appeal, enticing the diners' appetites. The broth, thickened by flour, transforms into a rich gelatinous texture during the simmering process, appearing viscous and easily clinging to the ingredients, rendering them deeply infused with flavor. A careful sniff reveals a subtle, natural fragrance from the spices. The chicken, having been slowly stewed, becomes exquisitely tender, with the robust essence of red wine permeating the meat and vegetables, imparting a unique aroma. The mushrooms absorb the quintessence of the chicken and red wine, resulting in a delightful, juicy taste. The merging of the wine's bouquet, the savory essence released by the chicken during cooking, and the earthy notes from the yellow mushrooms creates a harmonious blend. The carrots and red onions soften during the simmering, releasing their natural sweetness, perfectly balancing the spices in the dish. The judicious use of spices enhances the aroma without introducing any unpleasant flavors. Accompanied by rice, the dish is utterly delectable. Xiaoli astonishingly claimed first place in this round. Aliana, due to the inferior quality of her chicken compared to the beastly meat, and perhaps a hint of fatigue from the frequent consumption of chicken by the inhabitants of the Yellow Sand continent, found herself in second place. The owner of the roasted chicken shop, Naka, fell to third place, primarily due to the complexity of his serving process and the evident decline in quality during the later stages of the competition, a consequence of his exhaustion from preparing overnight, leading to a slight drop in audience scores compared to the other two, despite the varying qualities and flavors of the dishes presented by the 10 contestants. Every fortunate audience member who sampled their culinary creations could not help but express admiration. As thousands of diners gradually departed the arena, they spread tales of the extraordinary dishes they experienced, particularly those of Xiaoli, Aliana, and Naka, which became the talk of the town during meals. With the word spreading far and wide, opinions on today's culinary feats varied greatly. The mages remained skeptical, doubting that the chef's creations could surpass culinary magic. Adults found it hard to conceive a flavor more exquisite than that of the yellow sand soup, either disbelieving or dismissing it as mere rumor. Meanwhile, children were curious about the taste, wondering if it was truly as marvelous and enchanting as described by the adults. After all, it is challenging for one to imagine a dish they have never tasted, seen, or heard of. It can be said that gourmet food has, for the first time, transcended boundaries on the Yellow Sand continent. This phenomenon has prompted an increasing number of individuals to journey to Arcane City to witness the grand culinary finale, leading to a spontaneous word-of-mouth promotion of both Arcane City and the Arcane Academy. Elevating the Academy's status among the populace in the Starry Isles, various divine offspring have embarked on their quests to hunt and tame the unique flying magical beasts native to the region. These creatures, generally larger in size, inherently possess miracle magic, a power that transcends ordinary magic and is capable of extraordinary feats, encompassing all. Humans, dwarves, elves, and orcs cannot learn this magic. The origins of miracle magic remain shrouded in mystery. It is only known that upon settling in the Starry Isles, humans discovered these magical beasts soaring through the skies, leading to their designation as flying magical beasts. Subsequently, humans uncovered the miracle magic within them. Thus they are also referred to as miracle beasts. With the endowment of miracle magic, the strength of flying magical beasts is formidable. To hunt and tame these creatures is akin to achieving the highest honor of dragon-slaying warriors or dragon riders. Only the mightiest of warriors can accomplish such a feat. Chapter 44. Two guests. Suddenly, the presence of a guest was detected within the mist of their room. No, it was two guests. One was a goddess, Miss Mist. The other was a human, the blue-haired beauty previously encountered at the Stone Guild. Miss Mist revealed her true form from the mist, swaying playfully as she spoke in a rather unrefined manner. She's looking for you. Be a bit more serious, will you? Present yourself properly. What could Headmaster Sophia possibly want to give him? Miss Mist stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, declaring, at the Arcane Academy? There is secret. I don't know. You're here to give him the corpse of a demon, right? You can't really believe that no one in the Academy can handle you. Sensing hostility, Miss Mist transformed into mist and quickly hid behind Jiang Tuanzi, expressing a hint of fear. No, no, no. I'm on the same side as the dragon-eating knight. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Jiang Tuanzi, observing Sophia's impassive expression, was suddenly reminded of their first meeting. On that day by the campfire, the Codex was chastised by Ironheart and collapsed onto the ground. Sophia had spoken only a few words, and the former had wiped away her tears before leaving the campfire early. Meanwhile, Miss Mist employed dream fantasy magic, while Sophia had the power to stabilize her emotions through magic. The former feared the latter, as both wielded powers leaning towards the mental realm. Could she interfere with others' thoughts? Or could she directly control them? Perhaps due to Jiang Tuanzi's high attributes, such thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he promptly responded, I know Miss Mist's secret, and she knows mine. In a sense, we are allies. Sophia retracted her hostility but remained expressionless, her tone mechanical and devoid of emotion. The fewer people who know about your private collection of demon corpses, the better. After all, This is the gravest crime under the Sun Law. Collecting demon corpses is tantamount to opposing the Sun King. If discovered by the Sun Kingdom, you would face the relentless pursuit of the legendary Sun Knight. Miss Mist peeked out from behind Jiang Tuanzi, playfully wiping non-existent snot, and in a sweet tone asked, "Do you need me to provide you with a location beyond the reach of outsiders?" Jiang Tuanzi and Sophia exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With a snap of her fingers, Miss Mist caused the white mist to erupt, enveloping everything except the three of them in a milky haze. She explained, "Now, no gods or humans can eavesdrop on what we are about to discuss." It was now Sophia's turn to pose the question. "Lilith, why are you helping us? This seems to yield no benefit for you. And being discovered could even lead to your execution by humans." Miss Mist's demeanor suddenly turned serious, her tone devoid of emotion as she asked, "Headmaster Sophia of the Arcane Academy, it is said that you can see through all lies in this world and know the secrets within others' hearts. So, what was the order given to you by the Sun Kingdom?" Upon hearing this, Sophia remained expressionless and promptly retorted, "To know the secrets within others' hearts? That is an exaggeration. I can at most discern whether a statement is true or false. Moreover, if the other party only speaks half-truths, I cannot determine the accuracy of their words." Just as Miss Mist was about to respond, her expression froze, her pupils widening as she involuntarily gasped, "Heavens!" The mist dissipated, and the three found themselves atop the highest dome of the Arcane Academy, soaring higher than the sun, with the stars within reach. Yet, their attention was swiftly drawn westward. They beheld the moon of the moon continent detach from the trunk that had supported it below. Slowly rising into the sky, embracing the stars, the moonlight, compared to before, became more dazzling and warm. Jiang Tuanzi tilted his head slightly toward Miss Mist, whispering, "Is this normal?" She shook her head vigorously in disbelief. "In all my years, I've never seen a moon that could move," Sophia confirmed. "What she just said is true. It seems something significant has transpired with the elves. This world is indeed becoming increasingly fantastical. Dragon-eating knight, you must be the latest subspecies of demon, correct? I've lived for a century and have yet to encounter one like you. I can't help but marvel at how fantastical this world has become." Jiang Tuanzi nodded in agreement with her assertion of the world becoming more magical, but his focus was now on the phrase "for a century," prompting him to curiously inquire, "What is the average lifespan of humans?" "Humans average 100 years, dwarves 60 years, and elves 180 years. I possess a faint bloodline of the Sun King, which allows me to live a bit longer and appear youthful. The average lifespan of elves is only 180 years. There are some that live slightly longer, particularly among the subspecies, some reaching 300 to 400 years, but those who live longer are typically priests. Priests are responsible for conveying the edicts of the moon goddess and hold a status equivalent to that of the elven king." "Dragon-eating knight, do you have any further questions?" Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the distant moon, pondering, and casually asked, "Why were you at the Stone Guild, and why did you serve as a subordinate to the Codex?" Sophia's face finally displayed emotion, her lips parting, hesitating to speak, struggling to form words. After a lengthy pause, she still could not voice a single sentence. Miss Mist interjected with a cheerful exclamation, seating herself on the dome and gesturing for the two to sit and converse. Cheerfully stating, "Let me introduce myself. My story is quite simple. Although I am of divine lineage, I am actually quite young, only a little over 300 years old, and I have never met other companions. I was born on this empty island, having been transported here by humans from the Starry Isles, and I hid here for many years. Eventually, I was discovered by humans, who initially intended to execute me. It was Arcadius who saved me. He gave me the name Lilith, and from then on, I became a teacher at the Arcane Academy. That's all there is to it." Jiang Tuanzi took over the conversation and briefly introduced himself. "My story is simpler. I was born just over 20 or 30 days ago, in the place of our demise behind us." Miss Wu gasped, her expression exaggerated as she exclaimed, "Wow, so you could speak right after you were born? Right? That's amazing, truly incredible. I believe I only learned the common tongue when I was over 200 years old." Jiang Tuanzi tilted his head and looked at Sophia, inquiring, "What about you?" "Our divine offspring." Wang was preparing for a long-awaited endeavor. He unleashed the sun from the apex of his cathedral. This small sun served as a form of blessing, a gift from the Sun King to all the citizens of the Sun Kingdom. but it was limited to the times when the sun shone or within the sun continent. The strength of the divine offspring fluctuated greatly under the influence of this blessing. Therefore, they would carry a sun with them during their travels, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. This sun could be understood as the manifestation of the Sun King's divine power. The larger the sun, the stronger the offspring's abilities and the more potent the blessings they received. Only under the sun's radiance could the offspring unleash their full potential. However, for them, the Sun King's blessing was both honey and poison. The more powerful the blessing, the stronger their abilities, but the longer the blessing lasted, the greater the backlash on their bodies. Fortunately, the offspring had the option to accept or reject the blessing. Nevertheless, only the mightiest among them could perfectly navigate the balance between the two and master the power of the blessing. Chapter 45. A discussion among three. Sophia sighed and sat down with the two of them, her mood somewhat melancholic as she recounted, "Do I really have to start from the beginning? That seems rather long. My life has been lengthy, filled with numerous experiences, and the story is quite intricate. Let me share why I am at the Rock Solid Guild. You should know that adventurer guilds are akin to neutral organizations outside the Sun Kingdom. The Sun Kingdom fears that these organizations could pose a threat to them, which led to the establishment of the 9th Major Adventurer Guild, Soul Watchtower, to oversee the other 8. However, they were also concerned that the Soul Watchtower might not be vigilant enough. Thus, someone like me came into play. Initially, it is said that a divine offspring received an anonymous tip-off, suspecting the true identity of the newly appointed president of the Rock Solid Guild, Tai Xian. Consequently, the Sun King dispatched me to secretly supervise Tai Xian alongside the divine offspring. I soon discovered that President Tai Xian indeed had issues. Yet, due to various events that transpired, I chose to keep everything concealed. However, the truth eventually surfaced. For reasons unknown, the divine offspring suddenly ordered the Sun Knights to hunt him down. I discreetly informed the president, urging him to hide and retreat from the bustling city. At first, he did manage to conceal himself, but for reasons unknown, he abruptly returned and went to Arcane City. Why now? He should be dead. He always had this tendency, wanting to bear everything alone. He always wished to take care of everyone. The people beside her fell silent, this time not due to Miss Wu's antics, but because she was weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, Sophia opened her spatial backpack, and thousands of demon corpses tumbled into the clouds, held aloft by a thin mist. She then leaped from the Academy's dome, landing gracefully in the sea outside Arcane City without a splash, her figure vanishing into the silent sea. Today, this silent sea, true to its name, was devoid of wind, rain, or waves. The thick fog obscured Jiang Tuanzi's vision, carrying away the corpses of fellow demons behind him. Miss Wu continued to gaze at the spot where Sophia had disappeared. And when she noticed Jiang Tuanzi's glance, she slowly spoke, "She will be fine." Then she turned to the heaps of demon corpses behind her and inquired, "What do you plan to do with all these bodies?" Mishandling demon corpses could pose a significant risk. Jiang Tuanzi remained silent and demonstrated through action. His palm resembled a black hole, and thousands of corpses disintegrated into fragments, all of which were absorbed in an instant. A piece of parchment floated down from the original mountain of corpses, resting quietly upon the mist. Miss Wu gaped in astonishment behind him. "I can absorb demon corpses and then use them to empower other demons." Observing his face, Miss Wu suddenly had a realization and collapsed to the ground. Shaking her head vigorously, "Mr. Arcadius cannot die. If he does, the entire Arcane Academy will be in danger." "Why? He is actually a divine offspring of the Sun Kingdom. He merely withdrew from the competition for the throne, yet he remains under the Sun King's protection. You see, every divine offspring can make a feasible wish to the Sun King upon reaching adulthood. His wish was for this Arcane City and the Arcane Academy, meaning you could understand that the entire Arcane Academy exists because of him. Without him, there would be no reason for the Arcane Academy or Arcane City to exist." Jiang Tuanzi's gaze turned cold. "Another divine offspring? Yes, but Mr. Arcadius is truly a good person. Please do not harm him." Jiang Tuanzi let out a cold laugh, his eyes fixed on the system panel displaying a vast array of upgrade points. Muttering to himself, "Good person? Bad person? But these are my demon kin. What do humans have to do with me? Let me ask you a question. Why did Arcane City only capture Nai and not me? Was it simply because I did not consume humans? Because at that time, I told the other principals that you were human. The Academy agreed to your proposed culinary competition because Principal Fran wished to examine whether you were indeed a demon. But that old fossil has yet to uncover any clues at this point. Miss Wu's expression suddenly grew resolute as she continued, "Trust me, your only enemy is the Sun King. The Sun King despises all gods in this world. He is envious of why the gods possess eternal life." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzi could not help but ask the lingering question, "The Sun King. Is it truly possible to defeat him? In theory, it should be impossible. The last god to challenge him devised every possible scheme, ultimately turning the eastern continent into a land of yellow sands, and they became the Mount of Demise. I witnessed all of that with my own eyes at the Arcane Academy. That hellish scene. Yet, for some reason, my heart tells me that you might indeed be able to defeat the Sun King, which is one of the crucial reasons I am assisting you." Jiang Tuanzi was taken aback and immediately countered, "Why do you believe I can defeat the Sun King?" Miss Wu earnestly explained, "Every race has its own specialized magic that cannot be learned by others. However, I see no such limitation in you. Orcs can easily learn any magic composed of magical energy and its derived expansion spells, but they cannot master the fusion magic possessed by humans. Dwarves excel in metal magic and runic magic. Elves in star and moon magic. Humans can learn these, but they can only master one throughout their lives. Even gods have magics they cannot learn. And you? Have you ever encountered your magical barrier?" Jiang Tuanzi extended his hand, gazing into his palm, where various magical arrays he had recently learned flickered and shifted, resembling a miniature light and shadow magic show. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. In that instant, a spark named ambition flickered to life within him. Aside from time, the Sun King may not be invincible. As the light of day and moon simultaneously burst forth, crossing the northern, icy sea, penetrating the mist and illuminating the frigid continent, the chill of the frigid continent gradually receded. The snow ceased, and the ice melted. With a self-deprecating remark, he bellowed, "Bring forth the rune teleportation portal. Humanity has crossed the line." In the north of Rune City, chaos erupted among the dwarves of the Rock Heart Kingdom. As King Hippocrates sighed, he had hoped to befriend humans like King Grant, but alas, things did not go as planned. His subordinate helplessly declared, "Activate the rune teleportation portal." In the north of Rock Heart Kingdom, Elemental King Elon beheld the scene before him, wearing a smile that suggested he had anticipated humanity's actions. He addressed his subordinate, saying, "I told you, nurturing that group of orcs would eventually bear fruit. Their time to shine has finally arrived. Activate the rune teleportation portal." Chapter 46. This must be otherworldly cuisine. As the golden light first appeared, dawn broke on the horizon. Today, various species across the 4 continents witnessed a miracle. The sun and moon shone together in the sky, bathing the earth in their combined radiance. Amidst this miraculous scenery, the finals of the culinary competition commenced. The Academy would no longer provide ingredients. Contestants were required to bring their own, with the main theme being the staple food, sandwiches. After a rigorous elimination process, only 6 contestants remained, representing the finest culinary talents of the Yellow Sand continent. Given that the competition format was announced on the day of the finals, Shaoli found herself with limited funds. Following the preliminary rounds, she had received 10 gold coins, but in reality, she only received 8. Nevertheless, she generously distributed 6 of those coins among her friends, family, and neighbors. After all, her journey to Arcane City was made possible with everyone's support, particularly her brother, who served as a soldier in Rock Solid City. He was the first to inform her about the culinary competition hosted by the Arcane Academy and even escorted her all the way to Arcane City. Of the 6 gold coins, 3 were given to him. In the Yellow Sand continent, she could only purchase chicken, which was pricey, and she had to prepare a sandwich for each of the judges. With only 2 gold coins left, she could not consider any dishes made with meat. After much contemplation, she thought of the relatively inexpensive yet delectable eggs. Ultimately, she decided to prepare an egg sandwich. The sandwich crafted by Shaoli was remarkably simple. She sliced the chili into small rings, removing the seeds, and soaked them in a mixture of vinegar, water, and salt for later use. Scallions, red onions, and garlic were fried in oil until golden, yielding fragrant scallion oil. A portion of the eggs was beaten and fried in the scallion oil until cooked, during which a pinch of salt was added to create a crispy fried egg. Another portion of the eggs was boiled, then mashed with a fork and mixed with minced garlic, salt, and black pepper to create an egg salad. The 2 slices of bread were spread with the egg salad. And finally, lettuce, the fried egg, and both pickled and unpickled chili rings were piled in between for consumption. The flavor was a harmonious blend of saltiness and spice. Jiang Tuanzi greatly enjoyed this sandwich. Yet the system only awarded it a score of 7. New, unlocking the recipe. Egg salad sandwich flavor, 7 points, delicious, nutrition. 1.44 Xiao Li's egg sandwich successfully secured her the 3rd place in the culinary competition. The 1st and 2nd places would be determined between Naka and Eliana, but that would take some time. After all, Xiao Li prepared her egg sandwich swiftly, so much so that Naka and Eliana had yet to make their move. Eliana glanced at the knife in Naka's hand, which was also a free utensil provided by Arcane City, let out a sigh, and confidently declared, "You have already lost." Naka looked at his chef's knife and replied earnestly, "Over the past few days, I admit your culinary skills surpass mine. The few rounds I won were merely by chance. Even if I lose in the finals, I will accept it willingly. Has no one told you that excessive modesty can be nauseating? Where is that youthful arrogance of yours?" After saying this, Eliana rolled her eyes and ignored him, turning her attention to preparing her own dish. Suddenly, Naka recalled that day with soul, shook his head in self-deprecation, and began preparing his own dish. His sandwich was the first to be completed. He presented several chicken salad sandwiches to the judging panel. Unlike Mimi's sandwich, Naka's creation was infused with an enticing aroma. The mayonnaise exuded a rich creaminess, the scent of the baked bread intensified the wheat fragrance, and even the vegetables radiated a natural freshness. The overall appearance was warm-toned, adorned with a touch of vibrant green, and the color combination was exceptionally harmonious. The bread was baked to a golden crisp, the tenderness of the shredded chicken perfectly complemented by the smooth mayonnaise, while the lettuce, celery, and red onion provided a delightful crunch. Balancing the richness of the mayonnaise, the well-measured salt and black pepper elevated the flavors, enhancing the dish's complexity. It was a truly perfect sandwich, slightly superior to Xiao Li's creation. New, unlocking the recipe. Chicken salad sandwich flavor, 8 points, aromatic, nutrition, 1. 81 flour, warm water, dry yeast, sugar, salt, and vegetable oil are mixed to form a dough. Then the oven is preheated to 180 C, and the dough is baked in the middle of the oven for 25 minutes until the surface turns golden. Chicken bones, chicken fat, chicken meat, beast meat powder, ginger, and a pinch of salt are simmered together to remove impurities. The chicken is cooked, shredded, and then mixed with mayonnaise, chopped celery, and red onion, seasoned with the appropriate amount of salt and pepper. 2 slices of bread are taken, one spread evenly with the chicken salad, topped with lettuce, and then covered with the other slice of bread. It is ready to serve. The tenderness of the chicken combined with the crispness of the celery and red onion, paired with the homemade bread, results in a dish that is both delicious and nutritious. Except for Eliana, all the sandwiches had been tasted by the judges. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned toward her. The preparation of the sandwich continued, and each ingredient Eliana brought forth was unfamiliar to Jiang Tuanzi. Therefore, it could be said that she was not merely cooking but rather performing a graceful dance. Guided by the stellar magic, the ingredients were neatly arranged and placed into the pot one by one. Ultimately, she produced a luminous dish, glowing in a physical sense. Gazing at this creation, Jiang Tuanzi suddenly realized that this was the true essence of the otherworldly cuisine he envisioned. In the starry continent, as the number of flying beasts slain by the divine offspring increased, their subsequent strengths escalated as well. Soon, the power of these flying beasts far exceeded the majority of the divine offspring's control. In the sky, amidst the stars, miraculous magic erupted. Flames intertwined with flowing water, frost accompanied by lava, creating a cascade of flames and writhing white magma. The fierce winds carried the stars and full moon, while dense fog erupted with the strength of gold and stone. Under the intense assault of magic that defied all conventions, even with the sun's presence, the less powerful divine offspring found themselves in dire straits, while the more powerful ones were on the brink of struggle. Just as the battle reached a critical point, numerous masked figures suddenly emerged from various hidden places, piercing the divine offspring's bodies with their dark weapons. Golden blood spilled forth. Many powerful divine offspring were injured on the spot, while several relatively weaker ones suffered severe wounds. Witnessing the success of their assassination, the masked individuals promptly ingested poison to take their own lives. Their bodies plummeted from the sky, falling into the Sea of Stars Point, one of the masked figures was caught in the grasp of the Sun King, clad in golden armor, who immediately incinerated the black clothing. Revealing the concealed face beneath it was an orc. Upon seeing this, none of the surrounding ministers dared to utter a sound, all kneeling in silence behind the Sun King. The orc's body was swiftly reduced to ashes. He spoke in a calm tone. Mobilize the troops and flatten the orc cities in the yellow sand wasteland. They have chosen not to leave themselves a path to survival, and I shall not be blamed for my ruthlessness. Chapter 47. The champion Eliana raised her palm upward, gesturing for the judges to enjoy the dish. This sandwich emanated the aroma of smoked roasted meat and caramelization, followed closely by a spicy scent imbued with a hint of sweetness and fruitiness. The fragrances of cinnamon, clove, and allspice intensified through the flames. Upon tasting the sandwich, the flavor of the roasted meat was savory and juicy, with the exterior slightly charred and the interior tender. The fresh aroma of the vegetables intertwined with the spiciness, creating a harmonious interplay of water and fire, achieving a perfect balance. The crispness of the vegetables contrasted beautifully with the tenderness of the roasted meat, offering a rich and varied texture, providing an exceptional chewing experience. The outer layer was crispy, while the interior remained soft, with the buttery smoothness complementing the spicy filling perfectly. Each bite delivered a slight tingling sensation from the spices, gradually intensifying with each chew, yet remaining perfectly balanced, stimulating the taste buds without overwhelming the flavors of the other ingredients, ensuring no discomfort. Once swallowed, a refreshing aroma emerged, dissolving the previous mild tingling sensation from the spices, leaving one unable to resist taking another bite. Every element within the sandwich melded seamlessly, rendering it nothing short of perfection. New, unlocking the recipe. Roasted meat vegetable sandwich flavor, 9 points, rich and smooth. Nutrition, 11.21 fluorescent mushrooms and rainbow pepper slices were placed in the oven to unleash their aroma for later use. Beast meat was minced and marinated with starry grass, fiery peppers, and salt before being slow-cooked in water at low temperatures. The beast meat was sliced and set aside. High-temperature flame magic was employed to achieve the Maillard reaction on the surface of the roasted meat. While the starry grass, fiery peppers, dry dragon breath leaf powder, dry dragon flame pepper powder, fiery beans, salt, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, clove, allspice, and olive oil were mixed to create a spicy sauce. A layer of this sauce was spread on the toasted bread, followed by dream dill leaves and slices of red eggplant, topped with sliced roasted meat and the previously roasted vegetables, and finally covered with another slice of buttered bread. Fresh dragon breath leaves and moon shadow mint were placed atop the sandwich before serving. The principal, who held disdain for elves, finished the sandwich and remarked with a smile, "I am pleasantly surprised that this dish made by hand can indeed rival magical cuisine. Elves truly enjoy these peculiar ingredients. Dragon breath leaves and starry grass can be used for seasoning. Fascinating indeed. One never stops learning." Eliana smiled and replied, "Thank you for your recognition, Principal Fran. The dragon breath leaves carry a spicy, smoky, and slightly pungent flavor. With hints of black pepper and ginger, I believe they are quite suitable for this spicy dish. However, the spiciness of the dragon breath leaves is not particularly fragrant, so I added various spicy elements to enhance the aroma, but that could result in excessive heat. Thus, I considered the moon shadow mint, a herb that thrives in extremely hot environments, even growing amidst lava, hence its alternate name of lava grass. If used in the right amount, moon shadow mint can perfectly alleviate the spiciness in the sandwich, allowing for a delightful experience of spice while ensuring no discomfort upon swallowing. Eliana's creation won over all the judges present. Each one wholeheartedly acknowledged the dish. She rightfully claimed victory in the inaugural culinary competition. When she was presented with her award and prizes, Principal Fran appeared somewhat reluctant. However, to his surprise, she chose not to accept any prizes. Eliana expressed that her motivation for participating was merely her love for cooking, not for the ultimate prize of the competition. She simply wished to prove that a chef's food could rival that of magical cuisine. Having achieved this, she considered it her greatest reward. After listening to the research, Principal Fran adopted a resolute stance, forcibly presenting the prize to Ariane. The latter had no choice but to accept the award obediently, promptly bestowing this honor upon Little Lee. Subsequently, he formally invited Little Lee to become his apprentice, offering the prize as a token of apprenticeship. Little Lee was overwhelmed with excitement at this gesture. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie, The sound of applause suddenly echoed through the hall. Upon turning to investigate, they discovered it was Principal Arcadius, who stood in a previously unnoticed corner. Smiling as he said, "Congratulations on the successful conclusion of the inaugural culinary arts competition, Food Explorer Jiang It is evident that you have a preference for dishes crafted by a chef's hands rather than those conjured by magic. I must admit, the meal I prepared for you previously was somewhat lacking. I apologize for that oversight. This time, I have specially butchered a few fine cuts of meat for our champion. Would you care to showcase your culinary skills once more? Let this serve as the opening for our closing ceremony, shall we?" Ariane graciously accepted. Some disassembled meat legs, their bellies pushed forth by the mentors, were presented. The exquisite marbling and perfect snowflake cross-section revealed the exceptional quality of the meat. Ariane merely employed a simple flame spell for roasting and a light seasoning before slicing and serving it to the gathering. The fusion of fat, spices, charred aroma, and creamy essence was simply divine. Soon, fine wine was also presented, and with a clap of hands, the mentors unleashed their magic, transforming the culinary arena into a festive soiree, complete with all the necessary trappings. One cannot help but marvel at the convenience of magic. Yet, as Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the platter of meat before him, a profound expression crossed his face. New, unlocking the bestiary. Beast folk taste. 8 points, aromatic, nutritional value. 19.99 The beast folk are the primordial race, birthed from the union of myriad beasts and the very essence of the earth. They once reigned supreme across the 5 continents, revered and worshipped by all, however, following the glorious war, known as the Sun War. They have tragically devolved into mere livestock, subject to the whims of others in the brief span of a few centuries within the current solar-lunar era. On the Starry Isles, nearly all demigods are encountering or have already faced assassination attempts. Witnessing this scene, the Sun King let out a cold laugh. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon, it rose anew, casting a fierce beam of sunlight that pierced straight into the Starry Isles. All the beastmen attempting to assassinate the demigods were incinerated to ashes. At that moment, the Sun Knight, Kadaya, approached with a coded message. "Your Majesty, the fleet transporting the Philosopher's Stone from the Sands continent has gone missing. Along with the leaders and key members of the 9 major adventurer guilds. Shall I investigate?" The Sun King displayed no unusual expression, merely stretching his limbs calmly as he replied, "As expected, all part of the plan. There is no need for you to investigate. Those adventurer guilds claim to be perpetually neutral. Even with the establishment of the Soul Watchtower for oversight, they remain ungovernable. It would be best to eliminate them all in one sweep. Find someone to consolidate all adventurer guilds under my aegis, making them an eternal asset of my Sun Kingdom. Your command is the law of the world, for the glory of humanity." The Sun Knight, Kadaya, rose and departed. Chapter 48. The protagonist leaves the arcane city as night deepened. The celebratory gathering was ablaze with light. Naka stood alone in the shadowy audience, munching on a sandwich he had prepared. His gaze traversing the bustling crowd to rest upon Little Lee and Ariane, who were encircled by admirers. A smile involuntarily graced his face as he mused, "How wonderful it would be if I were 20 years younger." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across the sky, and a knife spun through the air, embedding itself in the backrest of the chair before Naka. In the darkness, a faint golden light enveloped the blade, as if sunlight had been captured and eternally sealed within its form. The hilt was red, adorned with a crimson magical gem. Naka did not even glance at the knife, maintaining his forward gaze as if indifferent. Casually inquiring, "Dreamweaver, what brings you here?" With a crisp snap of the fingers, the chair beside him morphed and twisted. Once the transformation concluded, a gentleman garbed in a long robe and sporting monocle sat there. Exuding elegance, it was none other than the renowned Dreamweaver, famed for his brewing prowess. "I have been here all along, never leaving, and please, in the academy, address me by my true name, Violet." Naka chuckled self-deprecatingly. His eyes gradually lost focus as he slowly articulated, "Are you here to witness my folly? Of course not. Surely someone must have informed you. I am an instructor at the Arcane Academy. You have merely arrived at my place of work. Moreover, it would be quite rude not to make an appearance when an old friend visits. Today's youth are growing increasingly impressive. Just the other day, your apprentice seemed to recognize me in Rock City, and I was subjected to his mockery. I said, soul. He remains as impudent as ever. The next time I see him, I shall promptly impart some lessons. Otherwise, when the day comes that he surpasses me, I fear he may ride atop me. His mentor, it appears you are not faring any better. Violet regarded the chef's knife before him with a hint of admiration, remarking, alas, I feel my accomplishments have reached their zenith. Naka, you are different. Once you reclaim that solar knife, there should be no dish in this world that can rival yours. Surrendering to that elf and settling for second place, are you truly content with that? Naka fixed his gaze on Little Lee, who was still diligently jotting down culinary notes amidst the crowd. Observing the diligence of his junior, his smile grew broader than before, and he said softly, I am convinced of her potential. Furthermore, that solar chef's knife has long belonged to you. It has nothing to do with me now. Violet's expression shifted, disbelief evident as he responded. I had always thought it was merely in my temporary possession. Thank you for safeguarding it all these years, but I no longer require the chef's knife. I have resolved to retire from cooking and seek a leisurely life. Naka, but you are only 38. Violet, there is no need to persuade me. My spirit has waned. If you still consider me a friend, remember to pass this knife to the one who truly needs it. Only you are worthy of this gift bestowed by the Sun King. That was in the past. You know why I favor the sand-flavored vegetable soup. Because its preparation is remarkably simple, with basic ingredients. It was the first time I felt words were utterly powerless. Violet, I cannot continue to prepare any dish for the Sun King, nor do I dare oppose him. Sometimes, evasion proves to be quite effective. You once said that the future will present individuals who will need this knife more than I ever could. When that time comes, please hand it to her without divulging the tales of its past. When the time is right, I trust you will know. Violet offered no response, instead retrieving a cherished bottle of fine wine from his spatial pouch. Asking, care for a drink? Naka snatched the wine and pulled out some snacks from his own pouch, smiling as he replied, then I shall not hold back. The two of them sat atop the darkened platform, drinking and feasting on meat. Below, the celebrants partook in their own merriment. All gatherings must eventually conclude, and as the clock struck midnight, the two finished their wine and food, signaling it was time to part ways. Take care, Naka. May we meet again by chance. Naka nodded slightly before turning away, departing the arcane city under the watchful gaze of Violet. At the very moment he left, the sun unexpectedly rose behind him, casting long shadows that stretched across the ground. Indeed, he was not the only one traversing against the tide of the night. Earlier, Jiang Tuanzi had silently slipped away from the celebration. The festivities continued unabated. Jiang Tuanzi reopened Sophia's letter, which contained a map marked with a red cross and a request pinned by Xin. The location marked by the cross was his hometown, asking for assistance in their evacuation. He was instructed to disguise himself, with the passphrase being his name, Xin, so they would recognize him as an ally. Jiang Tuanzi folded the letter and ambled leisurely towards the city outskirts. Little Lee, being dragged along by Ariane using starlight magic, hurriedly approached. The former, soaring above, called out to Jiang Tuanzi, I made a few extra sandwiches earlier and wanted to give them to you, but I couldn't find you. Teacher Lilith informed me that you had already departed for a distant place, so I thought perhaps you could enjoy these sandwiches on your journey. Jiang Tuanzi graciously accepted this unexpected gift, retrieving a magical scroll from his spatial pouch. With a surge of magical energy, he inscribed a complex magic circle upon it and handed it to Little Lee. Little Lee unfurled the scroll. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, Teacher Jiang, what kind of scroll is this? It is not a particularly valuable gift, merely a magical teleportation scroll. With a small infusion of magic, it can transport you to the Arcane Academy. Shrouded in mist, is that not valuable? Little Lee cast a frantic glance at Ariane. The latter chuckled, responding, just relish the moment and hurry to thank your teacher. Oh, I mean, the honorary principal of the Arcane Academy. Jiang Tuanzi raised an eyebrow, reiterating, Principal? Ariana nodded and explained. Earlier, Principal Fran, Principal Arcadias, and Principal Sophia expressed their intention to jointly bestow upon you the honorary position of principal. Regrettably, you were not present at the time. So Principal Arcadias instructed us to convey this message to you. This honorary title will grant you the privilege of traversing the 4 arcane cities without the need to queue in the future. In a tower within the Arcane Academy, Emily gazed out at the mountains, lost in thought. Her mentor, Ariana, playfully tapped her on the head with a magical scroll and, despite knowing the answer, queried, "Today is Principal Zhang's celebratory evening. Why do you not attend? You could join in the festivities to honor him. Furthermore, you have invested considerable effort in organizing this culinary competition." Emily's eyes dimmed slightly as she sighed and replied, "I do not favor crowded places, and besides, he is now the principal while I remain a student. In the future, our paths will diverge." "What nonsense! If you strive earnestly, you too may ascend to the role of principal one day." Chapter 49. Heart of Magic. The city entry ticket was unremarkable, merely a piece of golden cardstock devoid of any patterns or text. 1. How can one achieve a specific effect using the least amount of magical energy? 2. How can one craft a spell that encompasses all forms of magic? 3. If magic exhibits relationships of counteraction, does a spell exist that counters all? 4. Given that magic possesses relationships of interdependence, can one derive all forms of magic from a random magical attribute through such relationships? 5. Is magical energy truly omnipotent? 6. What is the maximum ratio of one's magical energy to the release of spells? Why pursue these seemingly trivial matters? Because the mountains stand there, literally, reluctantly watching him depart, called out loudly, "Goodbye, Principal Zhang." Jiang Tuanzi made his way outside the city, reflecting on how just a few days prior, he had entered as a mere student, and now he had attained the title of honorary principal, with significant advancements in his magical abilities. Yet, the world had changed. The arcane knight he had encountered at the bridge was no longer stationed there, and the companions he had entered the city with were absent. He strode directly towards the eastern part of the arcane city, where the heart of magic resided. Here, dark clouds loomed, and torrential rain poured down. Sunlight could not penetrate during the day, nor could moonlight at night. In this dire situation, they relied on an item known as the sun bottle for emergency illumination. Although referred to as the heart of magic, it resembled more of a prison or fortress, particularly since a massive breach in the walls was still under repair from a prior invasion by ice beasts. After a brief alteration to his appearance, Jiang Tuanzi easily infiltrated the city's dungeon, where many pairs of beastfolk were imprisoned. He ventured deep into the heart of the cell, and there he found an I. She was bound by heavy iron chains, flanked by 2 arcane knights and a flickering campfire. These knights bore a slightly different appearance from those he had encountered before. The knights he had first seen at the border of the yellow sand desert wore unembellished helmets, while the one at the arcane city gate had an eagle-shaped helm. The 2 knights before him now donned lion-shaped helmets. One knight grasped a kitchen knife and severed one of Ni's legs. However, the severed limb quickly regenerated. Enjoying their feast, the knights reveled in their merriment, while Ni remained silent, glaring at them with intense loathing. In front of the 2 knights, Jiang Tuanzi placed his hand atop Ni's head. She reacted swiftly, lifting her head to bite, but upon recognizing him, she froze, tears welling in her eyes. The knights, having indulged too heavily in drink, finally realized their peril. They set down their food and reached for their weapons, threatening, "Who are you? This is no place for the likes of you. Get lost at once, or I'll cleave you in 2. Mid-sentence, Ni bit off one knight's head. The other knight, realizing Ni had broken free from her chains, hastily attempted to evaporate the alcohol on his breath to escape, but he too fell victim to Ni. Stealthily observed Jiang Tuanzi's expression, relieved to find no sign of disapproval. Jiang Tuanzi, noticing her feeble demeanor, handed her a sandwich and imparted, "Do not strike first unless provoked. If someone offends you, retaliate in kind. Understand?" Ni, munching on the sandwich, shook her head in confusion. "Not quite. That it means that if people do not infringe upon me, I shall not offend them. However, if they do, I will surely respond. If they wrong you, you must repay them 100-fold. Understood?" Jiang Tuanzi, observing the obedient Ni, jested, "Let us go, O Demon King." "Huh? How did you know I was the Demon King?" "I only learned recently. Hee. I have become the King of Worms. You may call me Demon King Zihamo Jiao." Jiang Tuanzi, with a tone of affectionate pride, remarked, "Impressive, impressive. Truly, you are the Demon King. Wow. The Demon King even praises me." After a moment, Ni exclaimed, "I remembered something wonderful I found on my way, and I believe the Demon King would surely appreciate it." "What treasure is this?" "Of course, every word and deed of the Demon King is etched in my heart." "Family?" "Indeed, The entire demon race is one great family. We are all kin. For instance, you and I are as close as father and son. Upon hearing this, and I mused, ah, as expected of the demon king. Surpassing all expectations, even though I performed so well, the demon king perceived my true nature. I have always cared for him as my own. The two demons ambled leisurely through the depths of the heart of magic, sharing anecdotes and laughter, traversing a man-made stone tunnel that led them beneath the heart of magic. This cavern was immense, surrounded by bizarre stalactites and stalagmites, with a magical spring flowing at its center. The water was crystal clear, resembling a brilliant gem embedded deep within the earth, radiating soft blue and green luminescence that illuminated the cavernous ceiling, creating a shimmering spectacle. The water's consistency was remarkably viscous, resembling a gel infused with tiny bubbles rather than ordinary water, devoid of taste, odor, or form. The air was thick with potent magical energy, allowing one to absorb magic at a rate 10 times that of the outside world. Jiang Tuanzi filled a cup to the brim and gulped it down hastily. Unlike previous occasions, the system did not present a new entry in the compendium. Instead, it displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the ancient name. Note, the names of things change over time. The same object may hold different names and meanings in various eras, yet they ultimately converge in essence. New compendium entry unlocked. Magical spring water ancient name. Beast blood flavor. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 49. 99 Magical spring water is a naturally occurring or artificially refined liquid derived from beastfolk blood. The blood of beastfolk flows with the purest magical energy, containing immense power that can instantaneously accelerate plant growth and replenish magical energy. It serves as the fundamental material for crafting all potions, is an auxiliary ingredient for forging weapons, and acts as ink for inscribing magical scrolls. In essence, anything related to magic can utilize it. Recognizing the vast utility of the magical spring water, Jiang Tuanzi swiftly emptied the entire reservoir into his spatial bag for future needs. Afterward, the two demons casually rummaged through the area before striding confidently out of the heart of magic. I gazed at the thick clouds above and took a deep breath, causing rain to pour down upon them. The yellow sand continent returned to its former glory, basking in clear skies. Sunlight, imbued with blessings, streamed back into the heart of magic after a long absence. Yet, no living soul remained within, nor was there anyone in need of the sun's grace. The fortress lay strewn with corpses, blood mingling with rain to form crimson pools throughout the city. A chilling sight. All the inhabitants of the continent beheld the solar flare directed towards the starry isles, as the Sun King exerted just a slight effort to instill awe across the 4 continents. No one could deny the might of the Sun King. Among the myriad races of the 4 continents, all rumors regarding the waning strength of the Sun King vanished without a trace. At this moment, no creature dared to question the Sun King's formidable power. Chapter 50. Tour of the Demon King's Castle in the night, as the sun leisurely descended in the west. The two demons re-entered the yellow sand desert, though now, they were followed by a multitude of timid beastfolk, huddled together in small groups. These beastfolk were among the spoils the duo had collected from the heart of magic. I licked her lips and conspiratorially exclaimed, "With so much delectable food behind us, may I indulge in some?" Jiang Tuanzi shook his head. In the past, certainly, but now, no. The beastfolk may become our allies in the future. I, incredulous, responded, "What? Allies with food? After just a few days, you've begun to speak nonsense, Demon King." Jiang Tuanzi playfully poked I's head. "Indeed, the enemies of humanity are our allies." I scratched her head, pondering such profound wisdom. "Let us first find a safe haven for the orcs trailing behind us. We cannot allow them to follow us indefinitely. Perhaps we could escort them to my kingdom's capital." Shaywanching, with a gentle touch, Jiang Tuanzi inquired, "Can we ensure their safety?" "Certainly," came the confident reply. "Then I shall entrust this task to you, Lord Nini," Jiang Tuanzi said with a playful smile. Under the moonlight, the surrounding yellow sands surged as robust worms emerged from the earth. The orcs, startled, huddled together in fear. Nini, elevated by thunder, commanded from above, "Those who wish to survive, climb aboard the worms." The creatures obligingly opened their armored bellies, permitting the orcs to settle within. The orcs exchanged glances. And soon a courageous one took the lead, followed by the others as they gradually entered the protective shells of the worms. Nini invited Jiang Tuanzi to mount his form, but Jiang Tuanzi shook his head and began to transform into a striking, formidable red worm. Nini's spirit soared, sparkling with admiration as he exclaimed, "Wow! You look magnificent, my lord." With the worms leading the way, they delved into the yellow sands, swiftly advancing towards Shaywanching beneath the ground. The sands concealed sandstone, a composite of the worm secretions and sand particles. These passages were meticulously categorized. Some were entrances, others exits, while some were dead ends or rapid transit routes, and others served for transporting goods and sustenance. Much like the insects of Blue Star, they relied on scent to discern the purpose of these pathways. Within the tunnels, the worms transitioned from undulating motions to swift gliding, moving at such remarkable speeds that the orcs inside their shells felt as if they were experiencing a form of teleportation. The interior of the Inn Mountain was hollow, with Shaywanching situated within, and at its heart stood the Demon King's castle. This city was not constructed from traditional architecture. Rather, it was a colossal living entity harmoniously coexisting with the natural environment. It was intricately woven from red sand, divine minerals, crystals, and glowing magical elements, forming a complex and exquisite structure. The surface and interior of the city were adorned with numerous vast, semi-transparent cocoon-like formations. Their surfaces embellished with delicate patterns of flowing sand that shimmered with a soft glow as the magical energy coursed through them over time. Inside these cocoon-like edifices lay a labyrinthine world filled with intricate passages and rooms tailored to the specific needs of the worm inhabitants, some designed for food storage, others for nurturing offspring, or serving as spaces for meditation and rest. At the city's center rose a grand castle composed of divine remains, divine minerals, and various insect corpses, upon which the Demon King's throne sat, now occupied by Nini. The castle served not only as a venue for important ceremonies and celebrations among the worms, but also as their birthplace. All worms emerged from the castle surface. Surrounding it were various functional areas of Shaywanching, including a task distribution center made up of countless small sand pits and tunnels, as well as the Ring of Wisdom for education and research, a series of interconnected circular structures housing ancient tomes of magical knowledge, where newly born worms linked to the ring to inherit their wisdom. The worms sustained themselves on microorganisms from the sand, underground water, and magical fruits known as shunjigua. These fruit trees thrived without sunlight, directly sprouting from the castle's surface, exuding a peculiar aroma akin to a blend of gasoline and strong spirits. Jiang Tuanzi sampled one. It was slightly crunchy, bursting with juice, and incredibly sweet, akin to honey, yet never cloying, a true delicacy. Unlocking the fruit's entry in his catalog, he noted its flavor as 8 points, fragrant, and its nutrition as 17.98. The divine power could transform all things into itself, and itself into all things. This fruit was primarily composed of elements infused with divine power, rendering it devoid of magical attributes, which, in turn, made it extraordinarily effective for any race or being. Once nourished by divine blood and flesh, the magical fruit trees now exhibited remarkable transformations. After a century of cultivation by the worms, any ordinary person consuming one could extend their lifespan by 100 years and regain their youth. The emergence of shunjigua was, indeed, a miracle. Delighted by the delicious fruit, Nini collected plenty for Jiang Tuanzi, who graciously filled a large bag to store in his spatial backpack for future indulgence. He also sampled the microorganisms, only to find them tasteless. The former resembled a gooey liquid, while the underground water was simply water upon activation of his appraisal function. After a brief exploration of Shaywanching, taking in the architecture and the local customs of the worms, Jiang Tuanzi arrived at the throne before the castle's apex, realizing that the interior of the Inn Mountain was far more expansive than he had imagined. Besides the worms, there were settlements of other subspecies of the demon race, scattered like satellite cities around Shaywanching. Each subspecies constructed its city with distinct characteristics. The skeletons built cities from haphazardly piled bones. The trolls used rugged stones. The goblins fashioned theirs from various discarded items, while the gargoyles resided in the ruins of a collapsed city. The chaos species were the most ostracized, lacking a permanent home and often huddled in the darkest corners and pits. Among the most aesthetically pleasing cities were those constructed by knowledgeable scholars of profound magic, who referred to the worms as their architects. For instance, the The cities of the flame spider ants were composed of numerous red crystals and stones, emanating a luminous red glow akin to an underground sun, creating a breathtaking sight. The cities of the armor stone worms adhered to geometric aesthetics, filled with various cubes, rectangular prisms, and cylinders, arranged in a pleasing manner that inexplicably comforted Jiang Tuanzi. Due to the recent assassination, nearly all the divine offspring suffered varying degrees of injury, prompting the Sun King to announce a 5-year hiatus for the Sun God ceremony to be resumed in the next minor year. Watching the crown prince and throne slip from his grasp, the wounded divine offspring, Wang, grew increasingly furious and ultimately ordered the Sun Knights searching for the whereabouts of Tai Xian to assemble. He intended to personally lead his troops to raise the orcs' final city on the Yellow Sand continent, Shine Beast City, capturing all the orcs within to raise them for daily consumption of their flesh and blood, thus quenching his simmering wrath. Chapter 51. The proposal of the orc prince. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Tuanzi noticed the location where he had initially entered, now teeming with worms. Nini, ever considerate, explained, those food items, once released by the worms, dared not wander freely, so they congregated there, naturally attracting the attention of many curious worms. Let us go take a look and settle them down, ensuring that neither the worms nor other subspecies of demons truly consume them. Upon reconfirming that the delectable orcs were not to be eaten, Nini pouted, feigning disappointment. The worms communicated through physical contact, scent, and unique sonic vibrations, which could traverse the sand. This was their distinctive language. Due to its uniqueness, Jiang Tuanzi could not comprehend it. The orcs conversed in a universal tongue, which Jiang Tuanzi understood. The boldest orc, having observed the positioning and aura of the two demons, respectfully addressed Jiang Tuanzi, saying, "Greetings, esteemed one. I am a prince of the orc tribe. In the Yellow Sand Desert, we possess a secluded city, little known to others. I can guide you there. Would you be so kind as to escort us? Given our current predicament, we find ourselves utterly stranded on the Yellow Sand continent. Thank you, noble one. Upon reaching our capital, I assure you the most exquisite feast awaits you. Furthermore, our entire tribe would gladly become vassals to your demon race." Offering tribute and gratitude, Jiang Tuanzi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Nini. The orc, following his line of sight, thought to himself, "Cursed fate. I misjudged their status." A cold sweat trickled down his neck in fear. After a brief contemplation, Nini nodded in agreement. As the worms prepared to heed his command, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, raising his hand to signal them to halt. All the orcs instinctively ceased their movements and speech. The atmosphere thick with tension, punctuated only by the sounds of their anxious swallowing. Nini, observing the focused gazes upon him, smirked and with a light-hearted tone declared, "Let us provide them with some food and allow them to rest overnight. We shall set out in the morning. Lord Demon King, follow me." Nini led the way, stating, "On our journey here, I instructed the other worms to prepare a grand chamber for you. Why not stay the night?" Jiang Tuanzi anticipated that this grand chamber would be quite luxurious. However, to his astonishment, it turned out to be a replica of the inn he had stayed at in Panchur City, the Golden Suite. Gazing at the identical furnishings, a wave of emotions surged within him, but he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to express them. Ultimately, he simply smiled brightly and gently patted Nini's head before reclining on the bed. This gift was immensely satisfying, surpassing even the first gift of magical spring water Nini had presented him. Before bedtime, Jiang Tuanzi suddenly inquired, "Could you share your thoughts at that time?" And I, perplexed, scratched his head and retorted, "What do you mean by thoughts?" There were two reasons for his agreement. First, he had pledged to host the Demon King with the most lavish of feasts. Secondly, during their imprisonment, he was confined at the lowest level. Just like me, he informed me that the flesh and blood of the beast race are excellent supplements for humans, particularly that of the royal beast lineage. I had half-jokingly remarked that I could free him, but only if I could sample the beast's flesh. He consented at that time. Hence, I was filled with anticipation regarding his promises of the most sumptuous food and tribute. Moreover, I pondered that if the beast race serves as a supplement for humans, it should yield even greater benefits for the Demon King. Supplements, you say? Jiang Tuanzi silently mused before closing his eyes. Tonight, with a tranquil heart, may my dreams be sweet. The next day, I awoke naturally after a long time. Beside me, Inai lay sprawled on the bed, once again having lost track of his pillow. His face and ears were pressed firmly against the headboard, his neck contorted, forming a 90-degree angle between his head and body. One foot propped atop his head while the other dangled in midair. His sleeping posture remained as normal as ever. Jiang Tuanzi rolled out of the Sand Abyss City. Physically, he had been in slime form since arriving at the Demon King's castle. Inai followed closely behind. The beastmen had already risen, preparing for departure, and compared to yesterday, today they appeared invigorated. Upon seeing the second demon approach, the beastmen swiftly made way, clearing a path for the beastman who claimed to be a prince. The beastman prince stood in the center of the corridor, and unlike yesterday's sluggishness, he exuded an air of politeness and decorum. He wore a stern expression and spoke respectfully. "My lord, may I have a moment of your time?" "Proceed." Jiang Tuanzi gestured for him to go ahead, following closely behind. As the two set off, they noticed Inai remaining stationary, yet he turned back and pulled Inai along. The sun shone brightly upon the land. Principal Arcadias, having learned of significant changes regarding the heart of magic, set off alone to investigate. Chapter 52. The Beastmen abound, eyes aglow. The Beastman walked ahead, his tone shifting to one of humility and flattery as he cautiously inquired. "Might it be true, my lord, that you can freely alter your appearance?" Jiang Tuanzi's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slowly in agreement. The trio reached a shadowy corner, far from the other beastmen, where the beastman prince continued. "My lord, it would be prudent for you to assume the form of a lion, as the king of Sand-Hidden Beast City is a lion, named Lionheart. There are 700,000 beastmen in the city. If you take on his likeness and usurp him, the entire beast race will become your sumptuous feast. You may indulge as you wish." Jiang Tuanzi, with a stoic expression, replied, "And what do you desire in return?" The beastman, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude, saying, "My lord, I humbly request that you take me and my companions to the northernmost edge of the Yellow Sand continent. We wish to live in seclusion there." Away from worldly affairs, Inai, scratching his head, shifted his gaze, contemplating whether to agree. He then furrowed his brow, realizing a crucial point, and asked with some confusion, "But we don't know the way to Sand-Hidden Beast City. Didn't you say yesterday you would guide us?" The beastman seemed taken aback by this realization, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Tuanzi's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved a pristine map of the Yellow Sand continent from his spatial bag. Devoid of any markings, spreading it on the hard, sandy surface, he inquired, "Can you read maps? Please mark the location of Sand-Hidden Beast City with a cross." He then handed the beastman a quill pen and a bottle of ink. Inai stared intently at the quill, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him, as if he had seen it before. The beastman eagerly accepted the quill and ink, exclaiming, I can read. I shall draw it for you, my lord." However, as he dipped the quill in ink and prepared to make his mark on the map, Jiang Tuanzi suddenly, with blinding speed, swallowed him whole, wiping his mouth with his hand. He turned to a bewildered Inai, who was astonished, exclaiming, "Demon Lord, why did you eat him?" He hadn't even marked the location of the Beastman Royal City yet. New, unlocking the compendium. Beastman Royal Family. Old name, Hybrid Beastman. Taste, 910, rich and sweet. Nutritional value, 39.99. After the chaos, a multitude of beastmen worship the path of balance. The Beastman Royal Family is the last bloodline of the god of balance, and this lineage remains rich and potent to this day. Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the Beastman Prince, his eyes fixated on the very spot marked on the map by Tai Xian. Internally, he cursed. How could such a scoundrel emerge from the Beastman Royal Family? Outwardly, he said to Inai, "Let me impart some wisdom. With patience comes success. This means one must endure for matters to come to fruition. This fellow exhibits such restraint. He is either a coward fearing for his life or a cunning, ambitious one. Both are of no use to us, so it is better to eliminate him sooner rather than later to avoid further complications." As he spoke, his form shifted from that of a slime to that of the Beastman Prince. Several magical circles reshaped metallic armor, adorning him. One must admit, magic is indeed versatile. Jiang Tuanzi patted Inai's head and declared, "From now on, I shall be called Tai Xian." "Oh, okay," Inai responded. "Did he agree for us to head to the northern part of the Yellow Sand continent?" "Rest assured, Our group of beastmen is numerous. Without us two beasts, they won't notice anything amiss before reaching the royal city. At this moment, I issued commands, interrupting Jiang Tuanzi. The beastmen obeyed, diving into the armored worms. The beastman trailed closely behind Jiang Tuanzi, who then cleverly remarked, "The demon race is rather intimidating. I was so frightened during our previous conversation that I forgot to mention it to him. But, damn! No wonder you prepared such a splendid attire to know. Once we reach the ground, you must provide cover for me, diverting the attention of these worms while I seek out the dwarves to head to the frozen continent. This is my last chance for survival. If you dare not provide cover, I'll expose all our affairs, and none of us will survive." Turning to the side, he gazed at Shahi, who quietly watched him with a faint smile. Despite their familiarity, looking at him now felt strangely alien, sending a chill down the beastman's spine, reminiscent of the uncanny valley effect. Steeling himself, he threatened, "Do not revel in your triumph. We'll inform the godchild and expose the fact that the head of the rock is a beastman. As long as I tell the accompanying beastmen, with Tai Xian's influence among the beastmen, Lionheart will have no chance to protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shahi pressed his hand to his chest. Observing the delicate hand, questions arose on his face, and he looked up at Shahi, whose slight smile gradually morphed into a disquieting grin. In the next moment, a faint, buzzing sound emanated from within the shell of the worm. One less beastman among the many, yet in the depths of the darkened shell, it was but a trivial loss that would go unnoticed. Even upon reaching the royal city, no one would pay it any mind. The worms bore the beastmen forth, racing towards sand-hidden Beast City. In Arcane City, today, all entrants were driven away by the Arcane Knights. The day and night bridge was devoid of outsiders, and the Arcane Knights stood in formation on either side of the bridge. Principal Fran and Principal Mi duo stood at either side of the square's teleportation magic circle. At the appointed hour, the ground emitted dazzling starlight. As the brilliance faded, enormous six-legged beasts and several grand churches materialized upon the square. The godchild, the king, and other divine beings arrived in Arcane City. Following closely, the starlight flashed once more, and rows of orderly solar knights descended into Arcane City. The journey to besiege the Beastman Royal City was about to commence. Chapter 53. I am Tai Xian. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, the sky darkening, the starry river poised to awaken. At last, the group arrived at the last city of the Beastmen, where towering sand dunes concealed remnants of walls, desolate yet steeped in historical resonance. These sand dunes and crumbling walls formed a natural barrier, isolating sand-hidden Beast City from the outside world. Difficult to enter and exit, this city resembled a solitary island in the desert. The city's entrance featured a colossal archway, adorned with ancient runes of the Beastmen, sun and moon totems, the severely eroded stone gate bearing witness to the city's long history. Numerous bonfires flickered on the walls beside the stone gate, while the ground was blanketed in yellow sand. The walls, constructed from heavy yellow stones and earth, bore the marks of decay, yet remnants of their former strength and grandeur remained visible. Beastmen patrolling the city noticed the stirring sands outside and hastily sounded the alarm. A swarm of armored worms emerged from the sand. Lionheart, standing atop the city walls, declared with an authoritative tone, "May I inquire which esteemed demon has graced the Beastman Royal City with their presence? I have made a pact with death. The demon race shall not tread a step within our royal city. We shall offer the aged beastmen as tribute to the demons." The sky darkened ominously. Clouds roiling, as a mighty bolt of lightning struck down, I revealed his true form. Surrounded by thunder, thick clouds enveloped him on either side, while arcs of purple fangs leapt with incessant lightning, as if a bottomless abyss resided in his maw. His visage and body were adorned with countless sensitive and powerful tentacles, each capable of unleashing bolts of electricity. His exoskeleton gleamed like a mirror, perpetually reflecting the brilliance of the lightning and the surrounding shadows. All of this rendered him a dazzling spectacle against the blue night. The Lionheart King perceived that he possessed 10 eyes, each glimmering with cunning and malevolence, as if able to penetrate all his hidden secrets. An even more formidable and imperious voice, accompanied by the thunder, proclaimed, "I am the Demon Lord, King of Worms. Abyss of Chaos, creator of the Demon City, sovereign of thunder and storm, the purple-black demon serpent." The Lionheart King laughed heartily, and after his mirth subsided, he spoke, I am the Beastfolk King, the Lionheart King. When kings meet, there is no need for formalities. What brings you, Demon Lord, to my humble abode with such a display of might?" As his words fell, the surrounding worms unfurled their shells, and beastmen emerged from within. Some of these beastmen bore expressions of disbelief, others knelt in reverence, some prayed, while a few wept, and others raised their voices in exultation. Witnessing this scene, the Lionheart King was taken aback, quickly leaping down from the city wall to mingle among the diverse beastmen. He bent down and inquired softly how they had emerged from the worm shells. After gleaning the details, the Lionheart King, with a serious demeanor, offered a profound salute to the lofty figure above. Expressing gratitude, "I thank you, Demon Lord Purple-Black Demon Serpent, for saving my kin. However, your robust forms cannot fit within the confines of my modest Sand Shadow Bee City. Thus I can only host a grand banquet outside to welcome you esteemed guests. Please do not hold this against me." Noticing the lack of response from the other party, he was about to reiterate, only to discover that atop the Demon Lord's head stood a beastman. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not his rebellious son, Shay, but rather a being strikingly similar in appearance. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How astonishing! Truly, the world is full of wonders." The surrounding beastmen all lifted their heads to gaze at Jiang Tuanzi, their expressions rife with astonishment, and in small clusters began to whisper, "So he is the president of the Rock Association? The president of the Rock Association looks like this. How handsome! Oh, it turns out he has been protecting us all along. No wonder we weren't attacked by the demon worms." Such remarks echoed among the beastmen on the ground. Those upon the walls, and within the Sand Shadow Beast City, all casting adoring glances towards Jiang Tuanzi. The Lionheart King laughed heartily, saying nothing further, merely gesturing for him to enter the city. The Demon Lord transformed into human form and leaped beside the Lionheart King. With Jiang Tuanzi following suit, the three entered the city together. The architecture within was predominantly earthen yellow, harmonizing with the desert environment, featuring a rugged structural style. Jiang Tuanzi was intrigued to discover that even in this remote desert, bamboo, stones, and grass thrived. The vitality of plant life in the magical world was indeed formidable. As he surveyed the landscape, it was evident that these bamboo, stone, and grass constituted the city's sole greenery. The residences were mainly low mud brick structures with flat roofs, their flickering lights twinkling like stars, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate nocturnal city. In the center of the square stood a totem pole, long since enveloped by yellow sand and corroded over time, with only the carvings of the sun and moon at its peak discernible. The other designs had long since faded into obscurity. Surrounding it were various vendors engaged in trade, offering rare foods and handcrafted wares from the desert. Passing through the square led to the palace of the Beastfolk. Though termed a palace, it was merely a slightly larger two-story building, its opulence eclipsed by that of the Rock Guild in Rock City. Within the palace lay the city's only water source, a deep well, the lifeblood of Sand Shadow Beast City. The water in the well was remarkably clear. Surrounded by a swath of greenery, home to the city's few low-growing plants, known as Meimei fruit trees, which bore fruit. However, Jiang Tuanzi held little interest in the Meimei fruit.as for the well water at the center of the Meimei Grove. He required no tasting. A simple assessment revealed it to be ordinary water, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Thus he promptly lost interest in both the well and the so-called treasure spoken of by the beastly ministers. The Sun City is circular, with a vertical cliff at its center. Deep within the cliff lies water, beneath which resides the Sun.at dawn. The sun rises from this abyss, illuminating all directions, while at night it descends into this watery realm, casting its light upon the rivers and seas. Although the sun's rays are bright and blinding, they cannot refract or bend. When night falls and the sun conceals itself beneath the water, its light continues to illuminate the rivers, lakes, and waterways of the Sun Continent. Thus, during the nights on the Sun Continent, one can witness the river, lake, and water surfaces shimmering with a gentle golden glow, resembling a divine realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 54. The Teleportation Magic Circle in Contrast. Jiang Tuanzi learned through the system's appraisal function that the floor was an unknown illustration. Thus, he disregarded the minister beside him who was still fervently extolling the treasure, and, under the gaze of all, pried up the floorboard and took a taste. New illustration 1. New unlocked illustration. New Royal City, Sand Shadow Beast City Old Name, Border Beast City Taste, 4 points, Bland, Nutritional Value, 0 Sand Shadow Beast City. As the last bastion of the beast folk, though long stripped of its former glory, still retained the pride and culture of its people. Every stone and grain of sand in this city tells the history and legends of the beast folk. It is an unexpected illustration. A sound of surprise escaped the beastly minister. The Lionheart King's expression also momentarily faltered, but upon observing their disinterest, he led the 2 demons away to the conference room where they typically convened. Now, it was devoid of outsiders, leaving only the 3 of them. "Can I call you Tai Xian?" The Lionheart King casually remarked. "I am indeed Tai Xian," came the reply. The Lionheart King laughed heartily, directly unveiling, "Haha. The beasts generally do not know the true identity of Tai Xian, yet I do. They are unaware of Tai Xian's true form, but I am well aware that for Tai Xian is my father. I am his eldest son. Tai Xian is the true Lionheart King, and I merely temporarily inherit my father's mantle." Mud, tilting his head, revealed a wise expression and queried in confusion, "If you are the son of the elder, does that not make you my nephew?" Regrettably, the demon lord Purple Black Serpent, in this world, kings and kings are of the same generation. You cannot be my uncle, nor can I be your nephew. Let us return to the main topic. May I inquire what brings you esteemed guests to the Beastfolk Royal City? Jiang Tuanzi, not considering himself an outsider, decided to drop the pretense now that his identity was revealed. He casually took a seat and candidly stated, "Tai Xian has instructed me to escort you to the northern part of the Yellow Sand continent, where dwarves should be awaiting you. They will then guide you to the extreme cold continent, where you shall settle." The Lionheart King sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. "This matter, in fact, my father has secretly issued several documents to me. Many beastfolk have already accompanied the dwarves to the extreme cold continent. However, those who remain in the city." Noticing the other party's reticence, he refrained from speaking further. Jiang Tuanzi nodded in agreement and shifted to another topic. "Since we are kin, I must inform you that your son, Shay, is dead. I killed him." Shay was not captured and secretly executed by humans due to his desire for the beautiful scenery beyond the Yellow Sands? "How could he possibly have any connections with you?" The Lionheart King furrowed his brow, displaying skepticism. The table emitted a loud crash as it splintered. The Lionheart King slammed his fist down, clenching his fist in anger as he rebuked that rebellious son. "He dares to commit such treachery. You have done well in ridding us of this scourge. I had been perplexed as to why my father had sent no correspondence during these days. It turns out," Mud suddenly grew serious, tugging at Jiang Tuanzi's sleeve, interrupting their conversation with urgency. "Demon Lord, numerous Sun Knights are charging towards us with great momentum. Their numbers are overwhelming, and their strength is formidable. My worms cannot possibly hold them back. Should we retreat first? Then you can continue your discussion. There are still 700,000 beastfolk in the city, of which over 400,000 are the elderly and young, who cannot possibly evacuate in such a short time." Mud looked towards Jiang Tuanzi. The latter gently patted his head, signaling him to remain calm. Mud then raised his hand, proposing, "The robust beastmen can mount the shell worms. After all, the smaller the scale of the teleportation, the shorter the preparation time, and the less magical energy required. This way, it can also help alleviate the magical burden on the Demon Lord." Meanwhile, King Goldhammer Grant and the King of Forging, Grandhammer, were engaged in discussions regarding important matters in the Iron Forging Valley. Iron Forging Valley is the capital of the nation ruled by King Goldhammer, known as Ascalon's Hammer. The dwarves have 2 major architectural wonders, one of which is named Heart of Ascalon, constructed in the deepest part of the capital. The 2 dwarven kings turned toward the source of the sound. An uninvited guest had arrived, the legendary Sun Knight, Kadaya, who, it was rumored, had recently caused a commotion in the Moon Palace of the Moon Continent with the Sun King's decree. Upon seeing the Sun Knight, who had appeared in their nation's sacred ground, both dwarven kings were momentarily astonished, rendered speechless. "The subversive matters discussed by you 2 dwarves do not concern me, and I believe the Sun King would feel the same." King Grant of the Golden Hammer quickly shook his head, taking a slight step back, eager to clarify that they were not deliberating such matters. However, King Glanhammer, the Lord of Forging, stepped forward and directly inquired, "What does the Sun King desire this time?" "The Sun King requires your assistance in forging an unparalleled national relic." "By what right?" To forge such a relic, the combined strength of the dwarves from the 5 nations is essential. You must understand that not all dwarves are vassals of the Sun Kingdom. I, King Glanhammer of Forging, have no obligation to craft weapons for the enemies of my nation, the Sun King. Kadaya bore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. Trust me, the Sun King will present you with an irresistible proposition. King Grant of the Golden Hammer then questioned, Your voice? Is this a form of mental magic? Can you perceive our thoughts? Not at all, but my sister can. I could summon her, and then our negotiations would be devoid of deceit. That is unnecessary. I would prefer to first hear the irresistible proposition from the Sun King. Chapter 55. Despair? The Lionheart King bowed to the 2 sorcerers and expressed his gratitude. I shall issue an order for the elderly and young orcs in the city to assemble in the central square. Might I trouble you to set up the teleportation magic circle here? Jiang Tuzi nodded. He then proceeded to the square, meticulously replicating the teleportation array from his memories of the arcane city's square. Fortunately, due to diligent study of magic in recent days, his speed in editing spells had significantly improved. The elderly and young orcs, responding to the Lionheart King's command, rose from their slumber, organized their belongings, and orderly made their way to the square. Of course, the news of the approaching Sun Knights was also conveyed to the young and strong orcs. Yet, many of these young orcs remained indifferent, with some even arming themselves, eager to engage in combat with the human knights. They wished to test whether the Sun Knights were truly as formidable as their elders had recounted. As Jiang Tuzi inscribed the magic array, the pitch-black night was once again illuminated as if it were day. This time, it was not the sun rising abnormally, but rather 7 suns appearing in the western night sky. Sunlight, accompanied by the Sun King's blessing, cascaded relentlessly over the Sand Shadow Beast City. The divine suns had arrived, a formation of Sun Knights, accompanied by their soldiers, marched in perfect order, stepping down from the sand dunes, their figures aglow under the golden light of the 7 suns. Dust swirled, golden armor glimmered, the blazing sun shone above, and the ground lay in ruins. Some young orcs, witnessing this spectacle, felt their previously bold spirits wane in fear. The Lionheart King swiftly ascended the city walls, steadying the hearts of his kin. Faced with the elite human forces numbering nearly 10,000, he remained unflinching and spoke with formidable authority. You mere mortals, upon seeing your beast king, why do you not show proper respect? His voice resonated like a mighty bell. The steeds ridden by the Sun Knights reacted in fright, either kneeling or collapsing to the ground, too terrified to advance an inch. The 6-legged titans also exhibited signs of terror, their splendid cathedrals swaying precariously atop their backs. Impudence. A visible sound wave erupted from one of the opulent cathedrals. The titans immediately ceased their tremors, and the horses stood upright, re-establishing their ranks. The divine sun, Wang, emerged from the cathedral, the sun gently resting in his hand, and spoke to the Lionheart King with a mocking tone. What kind of wild king are you? Upon encountering the sun divine sun, why do you not kneel? Rebellious. The Lionheart King had just raised his voice in admonition when Wang waved his hand dismissively, causing the sun in his grasp to emit a blinding flash, incinerating an orc instantaneously. The swiftness of the act left the Lionheart King no time to react. Wang smirked condescendingly, his tone dripping with authority. Kneel. The Lionheart King clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, remaining silent. After 5 seconds, Wang raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly waved his hand again, reducing 10 orcs to ashes. Observing the Lionheart King's furious expression, he let out a chuckle. With another wave, hundreds of orcs in the city were turned to dust. Wang's expression suddenly shifted, and he warned sternly, I do not enjoy repeating myself. Seeing him prepare to wave his hand once more, the Lionheart King quickly interjected, I shall kneel. I beseech you to spare their lives. He bent his knees and slowly knelt upon the city walls. Wang's face displayed disappointment, and he spoke with disdain. I expected you to show a bit more fortitude. While he spoke, he waved his hand once more, and 1,000 orcs perished in flames. No. Why are you doing this? Upon hearing this, Wang deliberately provoked him, feigning concern as he said, You may not be aware, but near my kingdom's palace lies an orc breeding ground. After all, compared to those mundane creatures, you are indeed more delectable. Watching the Lionheart King roar in anguish, Wang burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Once he finished his amusement, he noticed the surrounding individuals remained silent. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Why are you not laughing? Is my jest not amusing?" Upon hearing this, the Sun Knights and soldiers began to laugh with all their might. Only when Wang had laughed to his heart's content did he turn his gaze to the despondent Lionheart King. Remarking appreciatively, "I relish your desperate struggle. It is a pity you still lack a bit of despair." The divine sons exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. The 7 suns returned to their grasp. Emitting a dazzling brilliance, a searing golden light swept across the Beast King city, causing walls to crumble and houses to shatter, incinerating nearly 10,000 orcs in an instant. The Lionheart King, in disbelief, charged toward the human army, cursing, "I will you." A sun erupted with chains, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile in midair. A divine sun, accompanied by his son, descended upon the Lionheart King's head, pressing his foot upon his face and disdainfully stating, "On my father's son, the vile god of your orc faith is nailed. I see no harm in emulating my father. Alas, the orcs have no divine protection now, so I shall begrudgingly nail a king of your kind. I intend for you to witness how your kingdom crumbles under your hand, and how your people are reduced to mere livestock, slaughtered at will." The Lionheart King raised his head, fixing his gaze upon him. Remaining silent, "I have seen that look before. It seems your orcs often display such expressions at the beginning. However, that look eventually morphs into despair, and ultimately into indifference. I wonder if you will follow the same path? I eagerly await your fate. Ha! I have a pact with the demon race. You cannot kill me." "You speak of the demon race? Those who only dare to hide underground during the day and never show their faces? Do you know? Those insects gather instinctively, overlapping endlessly, striving to ascend, yet no matter how they climb, they can never reach the heavens or touch the sun. They are but a swarm of ants, daring not to compare themselves to the dawn." A bolt of lightning, several meters thick, suddenly descended from the sky, piercing the sun beside the divine sun, shattering the chains, and ultimately striking the divine sun himself. The exalted divine sun, along with his son, was sent crashing into the crowd. Mud splattered and lightning crackled around him. Oh, the sun, brought down by insects? The Sun Kingdom's solar irrigation project was remarkably well developed, heralded as one of humanity's 5 great wonders. Expansive stone water channels, equipped with numerous water wheels, continuously lifted water from across the seas, with any unused water ultimately flowing into this cavern beneath the Sun City. The Sun King sat serenely at the deepest point of the Sun City. On the edge of a cliff, he gazed down at the water below, which concealed not only the sun but also a multitude of fishmen, squirming and intertwining in a chaotic dance. The fishmen were profoundly fearful of sunlight, acutely sensitive to its rays. As the sun set, the fishmen across the seas would become restless. The fishmen below, so close to the sun, were in a state of agitation, each one scratching and clawing at themselves, even tearing their scales and reopening freshly healed wounds. Before long, the water in the cavern was tinged with a faint pink hue. Chapter 56. Chaos. The divine sun clutched his chest, golden blood seeping forth. Struggling to rise from the ground, he addressed the other divine sons, 7 against 1. "The advantage is mine. Today, we shall vanquish the demon king and topple the mountain of endings, achieving glory." At that moment, the world flickered rapidly, and 2 demon subtypes emerged on either side of him. Demons' point foreheads adorned with ram horns. The first possessed red feathers, flames flickering in his eyes, his muscular form clad in black armor tempered by fire. Adorned with spikes and blades, wielding a massive battle axe in one hand and a long sword in the other. The second bore colorful feathers, with a slender figure and sickly green skin, draped in tattered rags and festering sores. Brandishing a massive metal weapon covered in backward-facing hooks, surrounded by flies and a stench of decay. The third had white feathers, a gaunt frame with prominent ribs, elongated limbs, and skin resembling withered bark, grasping a whip composed of intertwined bones. The fourth donned a long black cloak, his eyes shimmering with cold starlight, his visage obscured by the shadow of his hood, his skin pale as bone. Holding a massive scythe of death, its blade remarkably sharp, Nini stretched and addressed them. "Have you forgotten whose domain the land of End is? Ha 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 ha, what a mere insect king. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I shall benevolently inform you that the 4 continents and the vast seas, beneath the sun's radiant light, are all the territory of the Sun King, Sun Knights. For the glory of humanity, with that, he waved his hand, striking a pose while pointing at Nini in the air. The soldiers and Sun Knights sprang into action, with the soldiers charging toward the city, and the Sun Knights riding forth into the sky. Meanwhile, the young beastmen within the city of Shang had already regrouped, no longer arrogant, arming themselves with weapons and shields, taking up high ground in the ruins to fend off the invading human soldiers. The divine children exchanged glances as the seven suns rose high, spinning rapidly in the heavens. The power of the sun's blessing intensified. Empowered by this blessing, the golden blood flowing from the injured divine child's chest reversed its course and returned to his body. In mere seconds, the charred wound was restored to perfection. The war commenced, fire rain accompanying them, yet the Sun Knight remained unscathed after the assault. However, his demeanor shifted instantly, hostility emanating from his eyes as he drew his sword to stab at his comrade. Observing this scene, the divine child urgently shouted, "Sun magic! Sunlight illuminates." At that moment, the seven suns emitted brilliant flashes, restoring the sanity of the out-of-control knights. Just as the war was about to complain, a brilliant strike sent him crashing into the dunes on the other side of the Shang Beast City. "Go be distracted in battle, truly a mindless wretch," the divine child scoffed. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword pierced through the chest of this divine child. The shadow beneath him morphed and revealed the Lionheart King. The Lionheart King retorted, "To be distracted in battle, truly a mindless wretch. Shadow magic. You beastmen only know such trivial tricks." As he lamented, Nini quickly extended a tentacle to pull the Lionheart King closer. Shielding him, the injured divine child gazed at the six opponents, noticing the signature shadow magic, his playful demeanor fading as he suggested, somewhat nervously, "The tone of the divine child king is exceedingly dismissive. Are you not afraid of others? Has your pride been shattered by that assassination attempt?" The divine child spat out a mouthful of golden blood, cursing inwardly, "It's not you being struck by lightning or pierced by a sword. So of course, you remain indifferent." War then flew in from the distance, whispering beside Nini, "The skills of our opponents are incredibly counteractive, and their numbers are overwhelming. I suggest we feign strength or retreat a step. What do the lives of these beastmen have to do with us demons? Why waste our energy here? Would it not be better to watch them fight amongst themselves?" Nini felt the magical power within Jiang Tuzi rapidly depleting in the square. He knew retreat was not an option, so he shook his head slightly and softly voiced a reason he hardly believed himself. "Their survival is indeed related to us, for the enemy of my enemy is my ally." "The enemy of my enemy?" War murmured. Death and Plague, two demons, had already become entangled with the Sun Knights. Under the blessing of the seven small suns, the strength of the Sun Knights multiplied, and their coordination was impeccable. Even though the two demons possessed undying bodies and limitless magical power, they were pressed to the brink of despair, soon bearing wounds. Witnessing this, the divine child immediately grasped the situation and sneered. "So it was mere blustered. It seems you are not so formidable after all, soldiers. Knights, follow me to slay the enemy, eradicate evil, for the glory of humanity." Several divine children coordinated with the knights, outnumbering their foes. Nini and the demons relied solely on their immortality to endure. Under the blinding sunlight, the underground worms dared not show their faces. At that moment, the distant sound of horns echoed, as goblins, skeletons, trolls, flame spiders, armored beetles, and chaos beasts of various magical subtypes rushed to the scene. A goblin shaman even took a moment to bow to war, leaping atop a dune to command loudly, "Follow me to slay the enemy. Cut down the wicked sun." The weaker magical beings supported the beastmen in repelling the soldiers, while the powerful magical beings joined the fray to resist the Sun Knights. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. The divine children observed this with growing anxiety, their previous calmness evaporating. The divine child king stood atop his cathedral, unfazed, chuckling at the other divine children, saying, "Ha, without any ambition, how can one become a king? How can you compete with me for the throne of the Sun Kingdom? You are merely displaying a modicum of bravery, devoid of any intellect. I wonder what troubles you. But please turn around and look behind you." The divine children turned to look, only to see that dawn had broken. Golden light pierced the horizon, the sun leaping above the earth. The sun emitted blinding golden rays, infused with powerful blessings, traversing the plains, mountains, and seas. It descended upon the yellow sands of the desert, into the Shang Beast City, and upon every human and divine child. The sun, along with humanity's hope, rose steadily. The nights, bathed in golden radiance, each resembled war deities, facing 10 foes at once. Sun magic surged forth, and the magical beings were cut down as if they were mere grass. The Sun Continent, the Sun Kingdom, the Sun City. The Sun King, clad in golden armor, sat majestically in the grand hall, devoid of attendants or servants. At the center of the hall lay a chessboard, a game the Sun King had devised during his leisure. Quite popular across the Sun Continent, the board was shaped like a four-pointed star, with one player controlling pieces from the center outward, while the other controlled pieces from the corners inward. The rules were not complex, broadly involving rolling dice, development, placing pieces, moving pieces, and capturing the opponent's pieces. At this moment, the eternal legend Sun Knight, Kadaya, was engaged in a match with the Sun King. Chapter 57. A Turning Point. Within the Shang City, millions of magical energies began to form a colossal magic array within Jiang Tuzi. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. He needed to create an instantaneous large-scale teleportation magic array, yet the millions of magical energies within him were still far from sufficient. At such times, peculiar thoughts began to stir in one's mind. The beastmen are highly nutritious. What if they were to be cooked? Wouldn't that yield an abundance of devouring points? Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed by Jiang Tuzi. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Apart from the moving figures, there was nothing nutritious in sight. Shifting his gaze from the ground to the sky, he soon spotted the 7 small suns, dazzling in the night sky. The sun? Could he possibly devour it? With that thought, he was lifted by the wind, soaring into the air towards the sun above. This small sun was unlike what he had imagined. It was neither scorching nor warm. Resembling an illusion, to the touch, it felt like the icy waters of a winter river. Tangible yet insubstantial, his hand could easily reach into the sun. As he caressed it, he inquired in his heart, "System, can this thing be devoured?" As long as the devoured object possesses no consciousness and the host's digestion time is sufficient, the system can consume anything, rendering it limitless. Is that so? Jiang Tuzi grinned wickedly. Reflecting on his journey thus far, relying solely on sweat and effort, "System, let me see where your limits lie." Revealing its true form, a gigantic slime suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping the 7 suns and obscuring the sunlight. The blessings of the sun dissipated from the world. Regrettably, Jiang Tuzi was so focused on these few suns that he failed to notice the disappearance of the blessings. Not even the weakest divine child sensed the waning connection to the sun. Experiencing for the first time in his life a sense of panic, fear, and dread, the sun magic was unleashed recklessly within Jiang Tuzi, causing his entire body to shimmer with golden light. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from within him. Then, a new entry was unlocked in the catalog. New unlocking catalog. Sun magic. Sunlight illuminates taste. 6 points. Mild nutrition. 796.3. One of the most basic sun magics, it releases solar elements, bringing light and warmth to the surrounding area, dispelling gloom and cold, while also purifying the negative states of nearby beings, with slight healing and invigorating effects. New unlocking catalog. Sun magic. Light blade strike taste. 6 points. Mild nutrition. 5412. 89. The most fundamental offensive sun magic. It condenses solar elements into sharp light blades, enabling instantaneous cutting attacks from a distance or close range. Depending on the magical power used, it can sever anything in sight. New unlocking catalog. Sun magic. Scorching sun taste. 6 points. Mild nutrition. 16,025.74. An area of effect sun magic, concentrating solar elements. Any target within the sunlight's reach will suffer from the burning heat. With its range and intensity adjustable according to the user's magical power. The new unlocking catalog. Sun magic. Solar storm taste. 6 points. Mild nutrition. 128,430.001. Summoning a fierce solar element storm. Sweeping the target area, it can simultaneously damage the skin, internal organs, and bodily structures of living beings. Requires extremely high magical power to sustain. New unlocking the codex. Solar magic. Corona detonation flavor. 6 points. Mundane nutrition. 373.1408. 054 This spell directly channels the core energy of the solar element to the ground, resulting in a minor solar flare explosion, which possesses cataclysmic power capable of incinerating all matter within a vast area, including living beings, rocks, and air. In an instant. It is among the most lethal of solar magics, with a destructive force potent enough to reshape the very terrain. Jiang Tuanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. After consuming 31 spells, his magical energy surged by over 200 million in a heartbeat, increasing more than 50-fold compared to before. Oh, the sun! What a delightful surprise it has bestowed upon me! Jiang Tuanzi's faith in the sun escalated exponentially. Witnessing this scene, Shinsi Wang merely smiled indifferently and contemptuously remarked to the other deity, "Is this all? Can't you see he's absorbing magic to grow stronger?" The other deity's eyes widened, as if just realizing this fact. And he trembled in fear, saying, "Ha ha ha ha, such nonsense can only come from your lips. You should be grateful for having a good father. Otherwise, how could you possibly be regarded as a deity alongside me?" The longer he spent with them, the more he felt they were fools, utterly oblivious to how they had grown so strong. Lacking magic, they still had their fists and feet. Having said that, Shinsi Wang's body glimmered with golden light as he instantaneously appeared beside Jiang Tuanzi, delivering a powerful punch that severely deformed Jiang's body, forcing him to expel the 7 suns, which were sent crashing against the walls surrounding the sand-hiding beast city. Countless casualties ensued among the beastmen, humans and demons nearby. In light of this, Shinsi Wang laughed heartily, mocking the other deities. "Ha ha ha, just a bunch of miscreants, and you think you can contend for the throne with me?" Utterly deluded, as he spoke, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the shadow beneath him. A playful smile appearing on his face, a black blade sprang forth from the shadow. With a mischievous grin, Shinsi Wang bent down, shattering the black blade that lunged toward him at his chest. Seizing the Lionheart King from the shadow and lifting him into the air, Nini hastily summoned lightning, hoping to replicate the action and rescue the Lionheart King. However, Shinsi Wang's reaction was swifter, moving faster than the lightning magic, which could only pursue him from behind. The lightning unleashed by Nini resembled a dazzling trail, rushing toward him. Then, he wielded the Lionheart King as a weapon, laughing maniacally as he hurled him toward Nini. Under this impact, the Lionheart King shattered into countless pieces, blood and flesh scattering in the air. The 4 demons promptly retreated to save their leader. Shinsi Wang relied solely on his fists and feet, effortlessly holding his ground against 5 opponents. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. Beastly horns sprouted from his head, fangs emerged from his mouth, fine fur appeared on his body, and his fingers sharpened into claws, transforming him into a hybrid beastman. The surrounding beastmen displayed expressions of astonishment, and one soldier gazed at Shinsi Wang, incredulously exclaiming, "We are all beastmen. Why do you consume your own kind? Why do you slaughter your kin? Why do you side with the humans?" Only then did Shinsi Wang realize he had revealed his true nature, casting a look of utter disdain at the beastman, ceasing his assault on the several demons he had brutally beaten. He stepped forward, grasped the beastman's head, and with a contemptuous bite, devoured his eye, scolding him with disgust. "Who is a beastman? You don't need your eyes. I'll take them for you. I am the son of the Sun Kingdom. How could I be of your lowly kind?" Suddenly realizing something, his form and appearance began to shift, reverting to the flawless golden-haired, golden-eyed young man he had originally been. Wiping his bloodied hands on the body of his victim, he apologetically said, "My apologies, everyone. I just lost my composure. I find my previous appearance rather unsightly. This is certainly not my fault. That creature that bore me was simply too fortunate to have my father's attention. It is its greatest honor to have united with him. Of course, giving birth to me is also its privilege. Otherwise, it would have met the same pitiful fate as you, dying in obscurity." The beastman lying on the ground suddenly let out a derisive laugh. His hollow eye sockets opened, blood streaming from the corners, and he spoke to him word by word. "Birds feed their parents, lambs kneel to drink. You are less than a beast." Though the opponent had no eyes, Shinsi Wang inexplicably felt as if he were being regarded with disdain. His movements froze, his gaze turned icy. He was truly enraged. On the solar continent, within the solar kingdom, Sun City, the Sun King casually inquired, "What progress has been made on the moon continent?" "All as you anticipated. "Your Majesty," and no sooner had the words left his mouth than the pieces on the western corner were consumed by the Sun King. "Regarding the matters of the extreme cold continent, have the dwarves consented?" "All within your calculations, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, the pieces on the northern corner were consumed as well. Thus, the three corners and the center of the chessboard fell under the Sun King's control, leaving only a small portion in the east for Kadaya to continue moving. Chapter 58. Resistance. Shensi Wang wore a standard smile. Grasping the beastman's fur, he dragged him toward his chapel. The surrounding beastmen attempted to assist their companion, but he gestured for them to refrain, nodding knowingly about life and death. Instantly, death understood his intent. This beastman sought merely to buy a little time. The six deities felt a twinge of fear toward Jiang Tuanzi and refrained from unleashing the sun, avoiding reckless actions. Without the blessings of the small sun, the combat effectiveness of the human soldiers plummeted, while the demon forces surged forth from all directions. The solar knights, without any deities to support them, soon found themselves in dire straits. Jiang Tuanzi, however, dashed into the square, utilizing the magic he had absorbed to complete the teleportation array. This one-way rapid teleportation array, unlike the two-way magical teleportation array of the Arcane Academy, required preparation time and an immense amount of magical energy. He hurriedly organized the beastmen to retreat into the teleportation array. The intense magical fluctuations within the city caught the attention of the nearby deities. Yet none dared to enter the city to ascertain the situation. One deity suggested, "Let us call Shensi Wang out. With all 7 of us together, we can surely overwhelm him." Just as Jiang Tuanzi had settled the beastmen, he saw 7 small suns reappear in the sky. The 6 deities outside the city intercepted Nini and the demons, while Shensi Wang entered the city, approaching Jiang Tuanzi alone. Behind Jiang Tuanzi stood 500,000 beastmen. Without waiting for the other to speak, he waved his hand, summoning hundreds of metallic spears that hovered before him, launching them toward his opponent. The 7 suns emitted beams of solar light, and the sunlight began to sear Shensi Wang, causing his skin to become translucent, his blood vessels glowing golden beneath his skin, and steam to emanate from his body. The blessing's power exceeded what he could withstand. With a roar akin to that of a wild beast, his body erupted in a flare reminiscent of the sun itself. The countless spears raining down could not approach him, all reduced to ashes. Jiang Tuanzi activated his devouring power. The scattered solar magic could not harm him. Shensi Wang frowned, expressing his annoyance. "Tch, it can indeed absorb magic. How troublesome." Immediately, he transformed into golden light, delivering a kick to Jiang Tuanzi. Despite Jiang Tuanzi's various enhancements and defensive magics, he was still sent soaring into the sky. His hands shattered as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The disparity in their strengths was now insurmountable. Shensi Wang let out a cold laugh, gazing at the massive magical teleportation array on the ground. He raised his left arm to shoulder level, a light spear generated from solar magic appearing in his hand, aimed at the beastmen within the teleportation array below. Upon seeing Shensi Wang prepare to attack, the beastmen in the array, already shaken by the previous waves of human assaults, panicked and scrambled to flee from the teleportation array. The younger and older beastmen collapsed like waves, trampled by the younger ones in their frantic escape. Observing this scene, Shensi Wang smiled genuinely from the heart. Truly, they were a motley crew, mere reeds swaying in the wind, insignificant. Their resistance was only bravado. In reality, they lacked the courage to stand against the humans. With the light spear spinning in his hand, Shensi Wang casually threw it toward the distant battlefield. The spear pinned the war to the sand dunes outside the city. Witnessing this reversal, the beastmen beneath him found themselves at a loss. Unable to run or stay still, bathed in sunlight, Shensi Wang stood high above, radiating golden light, with the 7 suns either flanking him or trailing behind. At that moment, he resembled a true deity descending to the mortal realm. He addressed the confused crowd below, saying, "Ha ha ha, how fortunate you are. I am in a remarkably good mood. If you wish to live, simply kneel and bow until I am satisfied." A portion of the beastmen in the square hesitated, while another part silently glared at Shensi Wang with hatred. Jiang Tuanzi, propelled into the sky, did not rush to descend. Instead, he silently resolved to either steal a sun from the deity or launch a surprise attack while the other was unprepared. Otherwise, facing him directly held no chance of victory. leaving him to endure one-sided blows. Alas, the seven sons were closely guarded by Shinsi Wang, who no longer exhibited the earlier arrogance. Gazing at the sun of the Sun continent in the west, a sudden haze clouded his mind, and he recalled the legends of the Sun King he had read within the Arcane Academy. Wherever the sun shone, the blessings of the Sun King's divine power were bestowed. Sun King, divine power, blessings. The seven miniature sons of the divine child are not, in truth, actual sons, but rather the divine power bestowed by the Sun King, a blessing from him. Such a simple realization filled Jiang Tuanzi with regret for only now comprehending it. As his mind had been preoccupied with petty schemes, he urgently called out to the beleaguered Nini, "Nini, dark clouds," quickly summoned the dark clouds to obscure the sun. Nini, typically devoid of much thought, could not fathom the reason behind this action. Yet he harbored profound trust in Jiang Tuanzi, his heart solely devoted to him. Thus, after a flurry of haphazard maneuvers, he unleashed all the dark clouds and thunderstorm within him. The sky suddenly darkened as thick, black clouds enveloped the heavens. Although he had known since childhood that the power of blessings could be both poison and honey, the divine children's inherent nature made it exceedingly difficult to alter their bad habits before experiencing a severe lesson. The divine child king appeared somewhat impatient, turning to attack Nini. Jiang Tuanzi swiftly employed shadow concealment magic to intercept him, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Magic, metal, ice, shadow concealment, fusion, sevenfold ice-iron spike long-distance attack technique, magic, metal, ice, fusion, weapon generation, deprived of the blessings of the Sun continent. The current strength of the divine child king had only slightly diminished, yet it was just enough for the metallic magical constructs to escape incineration by the solar flares he radiated. He quickly sidestepped, causing all seven spears to miss and plunge into the black clouds behind him. The divine child king cast a smug glance at Jiang Tuanzi and taunted, "Such juvenile magic cannot possibly pierce my form." Lightning flickered, and electricity surged. Jiang Tuanzi seized this moment to wield his dual blades, the sound of the blades harmonizing with Nini's lightning as it surged toward him. The blades' cold glimmer and the blinding lightning were dazzling. The blessing power of the divine child king converged in his hands, emanating a golden light as he bare-handedly blocked the dual blades, which could not even scratch this golden radiance. His smug grin grew even brighter as he prepared to unleash further mockery. Suddenly, seven spearheads emerged from the black clouds behind him, piercing his back and causing golden blood to spill forth. Staring at his wounds in disbelief, he exclaimed to Jiang Tuanzi, "How could the constructs of metal magic possibly be manipulated at will? Even dwarves cannot achieve such a feat. You, young one, have much yet to learn." Jiang Tuanzi exerted force with his wrists, propelling the divine child king downward, both of them trailing golden blood, black clouds, and thunder as they crashed into the sun nights outside the city. The divine child king fell to his knees, his head drooping, spears embedded in him, golden blood flowing incessantly from his chest. Clutching two blue blades crackling with lightning, the blades had already sunk an inch into his hands, and the seven sons behind him had vanished from sight. Jiang Tuanzi leapt back into the art. As the dust and black clouds dissipated from the ground, a murmur arose from the crowd. "The divine child? The divine child has been injured?" The surrounding Sun Knights appeared frantic, hastily abandoning their opponents to rally around the divine child king for protection. Within the black clouds, Jiang Tuanzi slowly absorbed the sun into his body. What flavor does this sun possess? The taste of family. New, unlocking the codex. Divine power. Blessing. Sun King. Artificial sun ancient name. The failed philosopher's stone flavor. 4 points. Bland. Nutritional value. 1. 000000000 A fusion product derived from the Sun King's divine body, divine blood, blessings, and the divine power within the corpses of the demon race. He had initially intended to use the sun to heal himself. But alas, the outcome was far from his expectations. It was a rather disastrous treatment. Now, these sons had transformed from waste into treasure, becoming cherished possessions of the divine children. Divine power can assimilate all things and transform into anything. The artificial suns composed of divine power absorb the life force of the divine children, converting it into divine power, which in turn is transformed into an immense quantity of magical energy. Both sweet as honey and toxic as arsenic. 40 billion absorption points. It is truly surprising that the finest chef in this world is none other than the Sun King himself. Jiang Tuanzi mused that if he were to grow strong enough in the future, he would capture the Sun King to cook for him every day. In the frozen continent, aside from the Eternal King who had already set sail, the remaining 4 dwarven kings gathered together. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to stoke the forge. Unfortunately, the adventurer guilds across the continents were in disarray. Their core members mysteriously vanished, leading to utter chaos. The guilds could not even function properly, let alone issue quests. All 8 guilds had ground to a halt, forcing the dwarves to prepare materials on their own to forge the national divine weapon of humanity. The Heart of Ascalon and Volcanic Forge were simultaneously ignited, marking only the second time in dwarven history that such a feat had occurred. The last instance of 2 forges being lit at once was when the Sun King personally led an assault on the frozen continent. To resist the Sun King, the dwarves crafted a national artifact for the Eternal King, Lion, to withstand the Sun King's might. Time flew, and centuries passed. Now, the simultaneous forging was for their former common enemy. The Sun King. Is this fate playing tricks on them? Chapter 59. Celebration. Jiang Tuanzi, riding the wave of victory, unleashed area of effect magic upon the Sun Knights below, who had now lost their blessings. Tens of thousands of metallic spears, flames, ice, and fierce winds rained down from the heavens. A magnificent display of magic unfolded among the Sun Knights on the ground. The knights hastily retrieved their sun vials from their spatial backpacks to bestow temporary blessings. The sun vials sparkled like stars in the star sea, twinkling in clusters across the battlefield, emitting a faint solar glow. The knights prepared for their final stand, this light representing their last glimmer of hope. The 4 demons seized this rare opportunity to unleash their ultimate moves. Storm of death, storm of famine, storm of war, and rain of plague. Under the relentless barrage of magic, it was now the humans, knights, and soldiers who fell in droves. Nini's body emitted hundreds of flexible black lights, darting through the crowd like embroidery needles, weaving and twisting. A mere touch would instantly siphon the sunlight from the night sun vials. The Sun Knights and Divine Children completely lost the blessings of the sun. Becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back, the Divine Children were relentlessly driven back by Nini alone. They fled first, abandoning their troops. They scattered in panic, each seeking escape from the sandy wasteland. Nini intended to pursue them, yet Jiang Tuanzi held him back. Individually, the enemy was indeed much stronger than his own forces. But the Divine Children were proud and arrogant, showing no inclination to cooperate. Their minds far from a fight to the death, unwilling even to fully utilize their abilities. Moreover, leaving the sands would no longer be the demons' domain. If they divided their forces to pursue, the enemy might fight back fiercely, potentially leading to their own annihilation rather than the destruction of their foes. The human soldiers, witnessing the complete slaughter of the Sun Knights and the flight of their king and divine child, rapidly lost their will to fight, laying down their weapons in surrender, pleading for their lives. The demons approached Nini to inquire whether he would spare these humans. He did not respond directly, but instead turned to Jiang Tuanzi. The latter seemed oblivious to the gazes upon him, hastening away to joyfully celebrate the victory with the orcs. Nini eagerly licked his lips and proclaimed loudly, "My kin, let us indulge and feast heartily today." Upon hearing this, the human soldiers displayed expressions of terror, hastily reaching for their weapons. The sand beneath them suddenly began to tremble, watching helplessly as their weapons sank into the quicksand. The surrounding demons eagerly advanced. Poised to feast. One soldier cried out in fear, "I am a citizen of the Sun Kingdom, a proud human. My ancestors have honored us for 7 generations. You cannot eat me." Soon after, the demons surged forward in a frenzy. It was a long-awaited feast for the demons. Meanwhile, in the city, Jiang Tuanzi found himself surrounded by the orcs. Several young orcs conspired in secret, nodding to one another before collectively raising their voices in a cheer. "Ironheart King! Ironheart King!" This faint chorus rapidly snowballed like a domino effect among the crowd, as nearly 600,000 orcs roared with an overwhelming resonance, chanting in unison, "Beastfolk Sovereign! Ironheart King! Beastfolk Sovereign! Ironheart King!" Jiang Tuanzi felt this honor was somewhat excessive. How could he be both the Demon Lord and the Beastfolk King? The titles felt somewhat conflicting, prompting him to desire humility. An elder orc, perceiving his thoughts, quickly took Jiang Tuanzi by the arm and led him to a higher vantage point, addressing the other orcs as well as Jiang Tuanzi. With the help of Lord Ironheart, we have repelled the divine child and defeated the human army. Many of our brethren have perished in this defense of the royal city. Let us pay our respects to those who have fallen. The orcs collectively bowed, softly repeating, in honor of our fallen brethren. Once silence fell, the elder orc continued, however, if we remain in the former royal capital, this will certainly not be the last offensive from humanity. In the future, the human assaults will only grow fiercer. If we continue to linger in this sandy expanse, we will either be utterly annihilated by the humans or confined in dark dungeons, reduced to livestock for their slaughter in such a case. Our victory would be rendered meaningless, and the sacrifices of our fallen brethren would be in vain. Only by continuing to live can we hold on to hope. Only by living can we possess everything. We must abandon this old royal city and follow the new king to a new homeland, where we shall build a new royal city that belongs to us and our king. Lord Tianxin, I humbly dare to host for you a modest coronation ceremony. You shall be the final king of our Shine Beast City. You are Tianxin, the last beast king of Shang City. You are also the inaugural king of a new era for our beast kin, the first beast king of the new beast city, Tianxin. The winds arise. Immediately, the fine sands surrounding the totem at the center of the square were swept away by a whirlwind. Scattering beyond the royal city, after nearly a century, the totem of the beast kin radiated a burst of golden light, re-emerging into the world. This totem, towering several dozen zhang, was a masterful fusion of obsidian and gold. Taking the form of a lifelike giant beast, its eyes set with dazzling gemstones. The left eye was a blue moon, while the right sparkled with the fervor of the sun. Its body twisted and coiled, adorned with delicate scales, and its powerful limbs were deeply embedded in the ground. The elder inscribed a circular indentation in the golden part of the totem using magic. The gold flakes that fell during the carving coalesced in the air to form a simple crown. The wind carried the crown before Jiang Tuanzi. The crown was placed upon his head. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stars began to twinkle. All beasts knelt in reverence. Jiang Tuanzi was officially crowned as the 271st Beast King of the Beastkin, and the first of the new lineage. As night fell, Shang City held a grand bonfire banquet, celebrating the victory of the defense and the ascension of the new king, while also paying tribute to the fallen warriors. Regrettably, food was scarce in the desert, and resources were limited. Ultimately, with the assistance of the demon clan, the Beast Kin did their utmost to present Jiang Tuanzi with the finest fare they could muster. United by a common enemy, the Beast Kin and the demon clan gathered together, their faces shining with joy and laughter during the feast. Jiang Tuanzi, too, was swept up in the warmth of their hospitality, tasting several modified versions of unique Beast Kin dishes. New, unlocking recipe, improved desert salad taste, 7 points, delicious, nutrition, 18.008, finely chopped mimi fruit, bamboo stonegrass, and divine fruit, rich in nutrients, yet lacking in flavor. New, unlocking recipe, improved millet grass porridge taste, 7 points, delicious, nutrition, 19.088, a porridge made by simmering millet, bamboo stonegrass, and divine fruit together, rich in nutrients, yet tasting like wax. Although these culinary creations could not compare to the dishes from the previous food competition, in Jiang Tuanzi's heart, they seemed infinitely more delectable than the system's description suggested. Indeed, the appreciation of food is a highly subjective experience. At that moment, the captive son of God, interrupting the festive atmosphere, loudly proclaimed to the gathered beast kin, "How can you still find time to sing and dance? When the Sun King learns of this, you shall all pay for your offense with your lives." The Son of God appeared to be imbued with an indomitable magic. Even when pierced by 7 long spears, he remained vibrant after a brief rest. Jiang Tuanzi, Nini, and the 4 demons attempted numerous methods to slay him, to no avail. They could not draw even a drop of his blood. They could only bind him tightly and seal him away in a cage with magic. Due to the recent glorious victory, most of the young and vigorous beast kin dismissed his words, their hearts brimming with joy and pride in their triumph. However, the more experienced elders and a few younger ones who had witnessed the sun's power were not so easily swayed. Their previously elevated spirits were suddenly cast under a shadow. Some fell into contemplation, while others gathered to discuss in hushed tones. The elder beast kin, once the chief advisor to the late Lionheart king, hurried to Jiang Tuanzi, filled with trepidation, to remind him. Though singing and dancing brings joy and can momentarily ease our pain, it is ultimately not a lasting solution. The Sun King's miracles may descend at any moment. My king, let us set forth together to seek a new homeland. The confluence of favorable circumstances had barely allowed them to overcome the Son of God. Although Jiang Tuanzi longed to summon the Sun King to serve as his chef, the thought of confronting the Sun King himself filled him with trepidation. Regardless of the legendary accounts or tales whispered across the races, he felt he had no chance of victory. With a deep breath, he acquiesced to the elders' counsel. Very well, prepare for transportation. We shall depart this desolate land. Upon hearing of the imminent departure, many beast kin were unwilling to leave. Some felt that the fallen warriors had yet to be cremated and laid to rest. For these reluctant souls, the warriors were more than mere comrades. They were family. To abandon their kin to lie in the desert while they departed alone was a burden too great to bear. Others, being creatures of emotion, found it difficult to leave behind the place they had called home for so long, especially when the atmosphere still buzzed with revelry. They could not bear to leave without toasting and bidding proper farewells. The reasons were many, but it seemed all the beast kin had a pressing reason to remain. On the Sun Continent, in Sun City, the Sun King was playing a new game of chess with the Sun Knight. Kadaya, a son of God, stumbled in, eager to speak. The Sun King made his move and reprimanded, boring. The Son of God was instantly rendered speechless, suspended in midair like a letter. Kadaya suggested, the sun seems agitated. Surely, there must be something urgent. The Sun King, focused on the chess game, continued to move his pieces from the eastern side to reinforce the west, nonchalantly stating, there can only be one voice in this world. All citizens bear the solemn duty to obey my decrees. And I have declared that when I am playing chess, there shall be no disturbances in the hall. Therefore, now is not the time for such matters. The time is to play chess. The sun has violated the decree, and thus, is not exempt from its consequences. This is not merely a matter of power. It is a colossal responsibility to lead the world. Countless dynasties and divine realms have fallen under my gaze, and a mere demon king from the Yellow Sand continent is hardly noteworthy. Kadaya, you have much to learn. It is your turn. Meanwhile, on the Moon continent, the moon was visibly shrinking, as though gathering energy. After a long while, it erupted with a brilliant blue light, accompanied by a piercing hum, racing swiftly towards the other 3 continents. Chapter 60. The sun rises as usual. Jiang Tuanzi wished to leverage his status to reason with the people, urging them to weigh the pros and cons. The beast kin's chief advisor, however, shook his head, sighing, we beast kin have a saying, wisdom cannot nourish rootless grass, good words cannot persuade stubborn demons. Let the children and those willing to leave go first. Unity comes at a cost. He planned to implement a series of bold yet cautious reforms among the demon kin based on Jiang Tuanzi's suggestions. After bidding farewell to Nini, Jiang Tuanzi made a simple modification to the city's one-time teleportation magic circle, transforming it into a 2-time teleportation array. Simultaneously, the beast kin's chief advisor, just before teleportation, utilized the power of the totem at the center of the square to cast an ancient magic that Jiang Tuanzi had never seen before. Subsequently, over 400,000 beast kin, including the chief advisor, heeded his advice and willingly departed Shang Beast City. They were teleported simultaneously, consuming nearly 30 million of Jiang Tuanzi's magical energy. The beast kin soared into the sky, transformed into over 400,000 shooting stars, trailing long tails as they sped northward among the constellations. Meanwhile, those who remained on the ground continued their songs and dances. The revelry of the beast kin persisted throughout the night. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight peeked over the western sand dunes, illuminating the tips of the eastern hills. The jubilant beast kin finally succumbed to slumber. The remaining beast kin could not have imagined that their demise was imminent. The chief advisor was well aware of this. He even employed the totem's power to cast a surveillance spell, transmitting real-time images as cautionary material to the younger generation departing the Yellow Sand continent, serving as a warning and a call for unity. Yet, he may not have needed to exert such effort. Across the 4 continents and seas, in every corner of the realm, the name of the Sun Kingdom was known far and wide. Today, that name would once again resonate throughout the 4 corners of the world, and all would bear witness to the miracle of the sun once more. The Son of God sat calmly in the cage, seemingly untouched by the spears that had pierced him, playfully remarking to Jiang Tuanzi beside him, "I kindly warned you yesterday, yet you still refuse to leave. Truly, foolishness knows no bounds. What warning? Your last chance for survival." A beast kin guard scoffed, "Have you grown so accustomed to luxury that your wits have dulled? The one imprisoned here is you. As a captive, you ought to behave as such." With a loud thud, the stone was cast aside. The Son of God did not even blink. This stone did not bolster the confidence of the beast kin. Rather, it amplified the barely perceptible aura of royalty surrounding the sun. Seeing this, the beast kin hastened to muster their courage, loudly rebuking, "Who do you think you're intimidating? Do you truly believe this is still the Sun Kingdom? Show some respect, or else what?" The sun's tone remained calm, his demeanor exuding an unyielding authority. The beast kin's legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, fearfully gazing at the sun, as if they were the ones awaiting judgment. As expected, the trial was about to commence. "Did no one among you notice that dawn has already arrived? So, what of it? Our king can defeat you once in broad daylight, and he can certainly do it again. Do not be so arrogant." The Divine One slowly rose to his feet, his golden eyes and hair framing a face of unparalleled beauty, transcending race and gender. "No, no, no, the one you defeated was merely yesterday's version of me. The me of yesterday cannot triumph over the me of today. The gravest mistake of your lives has been to oppose the Sun Kingdom and the Sun King." His tone was devoid of any tumult, utterly calm, yet to the ears of the orc, it resonated like an irresistible celestial melody. At that moment, the distant hum of the moon, far removed from the yellow sand continent, finally reached this place. A brilliant azure light curtain, accompanied by this hum, swept through the sight of the gathered crowd. The Divine One, the King, revealed a victorious smile and, with a gentle tone, explained to everyone, "The current era is referred to as the Age of Sun and Moon. Congratulations, you have all witnessed the closing of an era. The moon has officially entrusted itself to the Sun King. Henceforth, the world shall usher in a new epoch, named the Age of Great Sunday. Rejoice, for this marks your first day in the new era. Of course, it is also your last day in the old one." Dash, dash. No sooner had he spoken than the Divine One was knocked to the ground by Jiang Tuzi's punch. "Ha ha ha, how you love to laugh. It is undeniably daytime, and this is certainly not the moon continent." Yet, Jiang Tuzi felt an ominous premonition as the air was thick with the pervasive blessings of the moon. After receiving a solid blow, the Divine One's smile became even more radiant. He wriggled up from the ground, muttering cryptic phrases. "Embrace the divine." As the morning sun fully emerged, the blessings of the sun reappeared upon the yellow sand. Under the invisible might of the sun and moon's blessings, they simultaneously infused the Divine One, adorned in a splendid robe woven from sunlight and moonlight. His eyes shimmered with golden and silver brilliance. Beyond human capability, this was divine power. Waves of blue and gold magic emanated from his being, dissolving seals, breaking ropes, and shattering cages. Multiple magic circles, each with a diameter of 100 kilometers, suddenly materialized across the yellow sand continent. The design of these circles was exceedingly intricate, filled with densely packed and exquisitely detailed geometric images and runes. Moreover, these magic circles emitted a blinding light that effortlessly overshadowed the sun and moon in the west. Every inhabitant of the yellow sand continent witnessed this miracle. Under the intense radiance, everything around them lost its color, the world reduced to shades of gray and white. The Divine One stood aloft, surveying the earth, reborn. The 7 spears upon him had long since turned to ash, leaving no trace of their existence in this pale world. "I am the Divine One. Reveal to me your name." "Intriguing orc challenger, for I shall personally pass judgment upon you. This is your supreme honor, as well as your reward for wounding me." Jiang Tuzi shielded his eyes from the blinding light, squinting as he replied, "I am Tiexin." "Oh, I can hardly believe it, nameless orc king, that you are unwilling to disclose your true name to me. I am Tiexin. No, you are not Tiexin. Tiexin possesses remarkably beautiful eyes. Moreover, he is already dead and no matter. It matters not. No one wishes to contend with a deceased orc. Nameless orc king, today I grant you death, and you shall vanish alongside the true Tiexin." The Divine One ceased his words, slowly raising his hands, palms facing each other, gathering the powers of sun and moon, light and shadow into a singular moment. The magic circles were drawn close by invisible threads until their forms converged above the Divine One's head, creating an unprecedented vortex. At that instant, the very heavens trembled. The people of the 4 continents felt the shock of this power, all gazing upward to witness this historical moment. The fusion of solar and lunar magic reached its zenith, and an unprecedented purple energy erupted from the center of the vortex. This was a pure outpouring of power, a display of ultimate destruction, as if an indomitable blade cleaved through space, engulfing the darkness, causing the earth to quake and the living to wail. The yellow sand continent appeared so fragile beneath this force. As the divine power dissipated and the purple light faded, only emptiness and darkness remained. The Orc King's castle, the orcs that remained, and the surrounding yellow sands all vanished without a trace. The Divine One gazed upon the void abyss born of his actions, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This smile embodied an insatiable thirst for power and the ambition to control all. When one is sufficiently powerful, and when even the full might of one's opponent cannot breach one's defenses, one begins to relish the struggles of the adversary, offering them hope while simultaneously bestowing despair. There is nothing more fascinating in this world. In the Sun Continent, Sun City, Kadaya gazed in astonishment at the magnificent display of magic emanating from the east, incredulously asking, "The magic of sun and moon can yield such power? The sun shines bright and powerful, yet cannot refract or bend. The moon, gentle, can refract and bend, though its light is dim. Sun and moon, 2 complementary forces, have forged the balance I have always sought. We must thank the moon goddess for her selflessness. Kadaya, you have made the first contribution. Sun King, I still have one question." Despite the Sun King being clad in golden armor that concealed his face, it was evident that he was in good spirits today. "Speak, and I shall enlighten you. Before you, there exists no such thing as immortality. Why not personally dispatch that demon king of the demon race, just as you did on the Starry Islands, to instill fear in those who dare to oppose you?" "Ha ha ha, Kadaya, you have much to learn. If I were to slay the worm demon king today, tomorrow a beetle demon king would emerge. If I were to kill the beetle demon king, the day after would see the rise of a goblin demon king. If I were to annihilate the entire demon race, new races would arise in this world. As long as I remain in this position, as long as I remain exalted, there will always be those who rebel. Where there is righteousness, there will always be evil. You must understand that if one were to kill, evil can never be completely eradicated. What you ought to do is devise every means to sow discord among the opposing evils. Let these evils oppose and balance each other, preventing them from uniting, and then securely imprison them one by one, so that they cannot transmit their voices. Ultimately, unite, gather, and devour those who remain neutral. Thus, in this world, only the voice you desire will prevail. This is the balance of governing the nation and the world. Beneath the resplendent light of the yellow sand continent, the people of the 4 continents, blessed and protected by the Sun King, instinctively knelt, their voices echoing throughout the 4 lands. The glory of the Sun King endures forever. The Sun King is invincible. For the honor of humanity, today, the sun rises as it always does. End of the Yellow Sand chapter. Tishin Side Story 1. A century ago, in the Yellow Sand Desert, at noon, within a remote little village, a young orc, fur-covered and disheveled, appeared more beast than man, hurriedly scampering through the village on all fours, finally knocking on the village chief's door with his forehooves, frantically shouting, "The humans are coming! The humans are coming!" The chief, clearly a lion man but now aged, his fur turned snow-white, was taken aback upon hearing the news, sitting in his chair, momentarily unable to utter a coherent word. It was the chief's eldest son, a young lion man, who quickly commanded, "Hurry, tell the villagers to take the small path to the back of the mountain. Anyone who can escape should do so." The panicking orc nodded fervently, exclaiming many thanks, before rushing out to knock on the doors of each household. The little village was backed by a rocky mountain, beyond which lay a primeval forest. In his youth, the chief had been strong and robust, as if he possessed boundless energy, leading the villagers to dig a narrow tunnel through the mountain. Now, various orcs lined up to enter this small tunnel one by one. The tunnel was long and dark, and as they ventured deeper, they could not see their hands before their faces. After a considerable time, the leading orc finally spotted a pinprick of light ahead. Excitedly, he dashed towards the light, which grew larger and larger, morphing into a bright spot, and eventually into an exit. As he burst forth from the tunnel, he was indeed met by a forest, yet his attention was wholly captured by a heavily armored Sun Knight and the neatly arranged soldiers behind him. "Ah, you have emerged," the Sun Knight said, dismounting his horse and kicking open a nearby iron cage, continuing, "Well then, get inside. Do not keep me waiting." Upon hearing this, several orcs quickly smiled and ingratiatingly crawled into the cage. More orcs, however, let out loud cries and turned to flee. The Sun Knight did not command a pursuit, but instead tapped the cage with his sword, addressing the orcs inside. The orcs, beaming with smiles, grinned from ear to ear, gratefully declared, "Yes, yes, thank you, noble knight, thank you, noble Sun Knight. We will certainly bear children, for all of this is for the glory of humanity." Upon learning that the tunnel at the back of the mountain had also been sealed by humans, the chief's son suddenly felt an unexpected, yet inevitable, sensation. His gaze fixated on the axe used for chopping wood in the yard. He gazed at his youthful, beautiful wife, adorned with a human visage, her eyes a striking contrast of gold and blue, complemented by the animal ears atop her head. His glance then shifted to their infant, not yet a month old, who shared the same peculiar eye colors. With a deep sigh, he reflected on the situation. The orcs, bound by the griffin-wielding arcane knights, were divided into two groups and carelessly tossed onto the square. The heavily armored Sun Knight, mounted on his steed, sipped wine while overseeing the chaos with an air of nonchalance. The arcane knight, standing beside him, reported in a similarly casual tone, 75 male orcs, 41 female orcs, with 34 more males. Those with low magical power were killed. Do it yourself. My sword does not strike the defenseless. Fine, then search the house and bring out those playing dead. The arcane knight's eyes glinted with a magical array as he surveyed the surroundings. The Sun Knight dismounted, drawing his sword with a flourish. A male orc cried out urgently, "Noble knights, the village chief's son is not here. Nor is his daughter-in-law. She's from outside the village and extraordinarily beautiful. I'm sure you would appreciate her." The village chief seethed in anger, his fur bristling, fists clenched as he glared at the orc, wishing to devour him whole. The latter, undeterred, continued to plead loudly with the two knights. The arcane knight ignored him, striding purposefully into the most imposing courtyard. Beside the main house stood a well, and beside it lay an orc, his head and body brutally cleaved by a weapon, reduced to a shapeless mass, resembling a puddle of mud. Even he could barely discern that this creature had once been an orc. The blood had yet to dry, indicating a recent demise. The main house was adorned with the village's lion totem. There was also a side room in the courtyard, with a wardrobe tightly shut in the corner. The arcane knight placed his hand on his sword, stood before the wardrobe, and spoke slowly, "Come out. I have no desire to draw my sword." 3, 2, 1. Before the blade could be drawn, a sharp sound echoed as the wardrobe door crashed to the ground. Revealing only a few garments, devoid of anything else, the arcane knight narrowed his eyes, kicked the wardrobe aside, and uncovered an orc subspecies, a lion. This lion man, wielding an axe, appeared fierce and enraged, leaping towards the arcane knight to strike. The latter swiftly seized the orc by the throat, the bloodied axe striking the knight's helmet, producing mere sparks without leaving a mark. Holding him by the neck, he dragged him into the courtyard, tossing him beside the deceased orc. "This your wife? Quite ruthless. Are you the village chief's son?" The orc gasped for breath, tightening his grip on the axe and swinging towards the knight's lower body. However, before the axe could make contact, a swift sound of steel rang out, and the orc's hand was severed from his body. "Aw!" The orc let out a heart-wrenching scream as a small magical array appeared at the arcane knight's fingertips. Silencing the surroundings, observing the writhing orc on the ground, he disdainfully remarked, "It seems you are a lowly orc, incapable of even speaking." The previous magical array reappeared in the arcane knight's vision as he furrowed his brow, glancing towards the well in the courtyard. Just as he took a step forward, the sound of helmet colliding with axe reverberated again. The orc, eyes aflame with rage, swung the axe with all his might once more. Sparks flew, first scattered, and magical energy erupted. but the axe dulled against the knight. Once again, the arcane knight remained unscathed. He touched his sword and calmly stated, "A friend of mine once said that when an opponent is sufficiently weak, their anger appears almost endearing. I now find his words to hold considerable truth." As soon as he finished speaking, the orc's head and torso parted ways, the fur and head crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did the arcane knight lower his gaze towards the well. The Sun Knight arrived at the courtyard's entrance, urging him, "Galros, are you done? We have several more orc villages to sweep through. Kadaya, you may proceed with your team. My purpose here differs from yours, and there is no urgency in my tasks. I accompany you partly for the sake of old friendships, but also to see new sights after spending so long in the Arcane Academy." Sensing a disturbance in the magical energy from the well, he added, "I intend to explore below first. You lead the soldiers ahead. I shall catch up shortly." Very well. With that, the arcane knight Galros leaped into the well. The depths were dark and deep, with sunlight unable to penetrate, rendering the Sun King's sight ineffective. The water was shallow, only reaching his knees. Sun magic, sunlight radiance. A golden magical sphere materialized around Galros, illuminating the well, revealing a stone slab tunnel within. Following the tunnel upward, he ultimately arrived before a thick, closed stone door. With the sound of steel, the door was cleaved in two by sun magic. Radiant blades slashed. Behind this stone door, several orc maidens cowered in the corner, each sob accompanied by slight tremors of their bodies, their cries hoarse with fear. One orc maiden bore a striking resemblance to a human. Though with subtle orcish features, she cradled an infant in her arms, resembling a small lion, its neck adorned with fine fur. The infant, oblivious to the current turmoil, gazed up with one blue and one golden eye, curiously observing the well-armed, gleaming knight. "Do not harm children." He glanced again at the infant in the orc maiden's arms and the child hiding behind her before continuing, "I also do not harm females." The orc maidens exchanged incredulous glances, and the one holding the baby, mustering her courage, questioned skeptically, "Aren't you tempted by my flesh?" Galros plunged his sword, sheath and all, into the stone floor, settling down to meet the orc maidens at eye level, saying, "Flowers appear beautiful due to decay. Food becomes precious through rot. The sunrise shines brighter due to the night's stillness. Stories resonate more deeply through regret. Time becomes more precious through passage. Life feels complete through its end. It is said that the flesh of orcs grants immortality and eternal youth, yet the essence of the world lies not in perpetuity, but in the finite. Infinity holds no meaning, even in the realm of magical theory." Iron Heart Side Story, Part 2. Upon hearing this, one of the orc maidens tightened her grip on her sleeves and hugged her infant closer, bewildered as she said, "In truth, we never contemplated surviving beyond today. Without our kin, we are lost on how to live, unsure of where we might go next in the short term. You may nurture your child in the long term. Not all humans view orc flesh as treasure. Your child may yet become a bridge of friendship between humans and orcs. Orcs shall no longer need to dwell in the shadows. If the future seems uncertain, you may venture south to the land of End, where a city of Orcish kings awaits. Should you tire of the yellow sands, you may come find me in the arcane city. I shall always be at the city gate. The choice lies with you." Outside the well, an orc humbly addressed two soldiers, saying, "Noble soldiers, you must believe me. The village chief's daughter-in-law is definitely down in the well, and you shall not be disappointed. She is slender, with exquisite features, and you will surely be satisfied." The soldiers exchanged doubtful glances, one sternly replying, "Do not deceive me, or you shall know the consequences." The orc beamed more brightly, cautiously and humbly saying, "How could I dare? There are plenty of females in the village. I believe they are all hidden in this well by the village chief's son. Once you are done, might you spare one for me, or simply grant me one? And I shall report back to the knight with satisfaction." Hee. Before he could finish, Galros emerged from the well. The two soldiers promptly saluted, one asking seriously, "May I inquire, noble arcane knight, is what this insect claims true? Are there any female orcs below?" I descended, and there are no female orcs down there. The orc lost his composure, shouting, "How is that possible? How could it be? How can you, as a knight, lie? What of your knightly honor?" Galros kicked him away. Clutching his chest, the orc knelt quickly, addressing the soldiers, This is the only well in the village, surrounded by your troops, leaving us with no escape, and the two corpses by the well. One is the village chief's son, and the other, though turned to ash, I recognize as my elder brother. The female orc must be in the well. The arcane knight Galros paid him no heed. Leaving the small courtyard directly, the two soldiers exchanged amused glances, disregarding the well and focusing on the present, drawing their swords. Before long, a warm campfire blazed in the encampment, and the two soldiers sat around it, enjoying a hearty meal. Outside the arcane city, a long line of people awaited entry. A seemingly short child, draped in a black, masked cloak, stood at the end of the queue. He glanced around, both anxious and excited. After a lengthy wait, it was finally his turn to enter the city. The soldier at the gate, noticing the child's concealed face, commanded, "You, the masked one, the child, reveal your face." The child hesitated, hand raised to his hood, wavering indecisively. Observing his uncertainty, the soldier tightened his grip on his sword, his expression fierce, preparing to issue a second warning. On the bridge, an arcane knight suddenly flickered and appeared beside a child, patting the young one's back twice before snatching away his cloak. Beneath the black garment, there was no menacing figure nor a wanted criminal, but merely an unremarkable human child. The soldier promptly stood at attention and saluted the knight. "You, an orc child, have traveled great distances to come to the arcane city. What brings you here?" The child, with eyes wide as stars, exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, was it you, Sir Knight, who transformed me into a human? That's so cool. Can you teach me that magic? I learn magic quickly, once I master this spell. I won't have to hide anymore." "I'm asking you a question," the knight interjected. Oh. The child obediently straightened up and quickly retrieved a metal disc wrapped in cloth from his clothing, explaining, "My mother told me from a young age that I could only leave the yellow sands and see the beautiful world beyond if I learned magic. So I studied and completed all the magic from the entire Beastmen library. Then King Lionheart learned of this and proclaimed that I possessed divine blood, learning magic at a pace far beyond my kin, and he named me the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is the one destined to be king. A king can save everyone, but to become a king requires immense strength. I'm still not strong enough. One day, my mother told me that if I held this small metal piece, I could leave the yellow sands and attend a magical academy, where I could learn many new spells. Then I would become even stronger, and then I could be king and save everyone." The arcane knight regarded the metal disc, casually seated himself on the ground. Gesturing for the child to sit beside him, he then spoke, "To save everyone, is it? In that regard, you and I are quite alike. In my youth, I aspired to be a knight and to save all." "So, Sir Knight, did you succeed?" After a long pause, the knight replied, "No, but you are a knight now, aren't you?" The child pressed on, "Yes, a child. I wish to be a solar knight. Now, I am not a solar knight, nor will I ever be. You know why they are called solar knights? Because sunlight is unwavering. One must be like sunlight, unblemished and unyielding. They must act with integrity and courage, speak with sincerity, lead by example, and protect the weak. That is what it means to be a solar knight." "Wow, that sounds so grand. Currently, however, the mice gather in their nests. Those scoundrels are consumed by fame, fortune, and beauty. Most solar knights have likely forgotten their original intentions." The child nodded earnestly, stating, "So, you became an arcane knight?" The arcane knight burst into laughter, rising to pull the child up and seize the metal disc from his hand, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha! You are half right. My name is Gallows Aiden, titled Comet, with accolades such as Hero of the Sun. Among others, you wish to become my apprentice and learn magic and martial skills." The child gaped in astonishment, never expecting such a turn of events, and eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. I wish to follow you, Sir Arcane Knight, and learn magic, learn martial skills. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Aiden. I shall bestow upon you the name Ironheart. This name will be your title in the human realm. May your heart be as steadfast as steel, ultimately guiding you to fulfill your dreams. Do not tarnish my name or let me misjudge you." "Understood, Master. Trust me, I am truly adept at learning magic. You certainly have not misjudged me. I will not disappoint your expectations, Ironheart. Are you seeking to oppose the Solar King and the entire Solar Kingdom?" Beside Bruce stood Calvin, the leader of the Shadow Guild. Titled the Shadow Planner, Fiona, the head of the Radiant Light Guild. Titled the Master of the Sanctuary, Raynaud, the Elemental Apostle. Titled the Flame Pioneer, Alex, the Storm Pioneer. Titled the Lord of Storms, and Allison, the leader of the Star Guild. Titled the Star Navigator. The 6 leaders of the Adventurers Guild stood at one end of the ship, while Ironheart faced them defiantly. Waves surged relentlessly, causing the grand ship to sway back and forth, creaking ominously, while tempestuous winds and torrential rain rendered ordinary folk unable to open their eyes. The Master of the Sanctuary narrowed her gaze, disdainfully remarking, "Ha! I never expected that the renowned and respected Ironheart would turn out to be a dim-witted, yet to be fully civilized orc." The Star Navigator, looking down from a lofty height, urged, "Ironheart, you have always placed last in every competition. You have consistently been the weakest leader, limited to metal magic, which has a low ceiling. Even if you reserve your strength during competitions, you cannot defeat any one of us, let alone all of us. I have already reported everything to the Solar King using the Star Magic secret script. I sincerely advise you to lay down your weapon. We will take you to the Solar King to confess. With the Solar King's magnanimity, he will surely pardon your errors." While there is still time to amend, before the words could finish, a thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The flash cast a long shadow over the ship, accompanied by the resounding thunder. It was only then that the 7 leaders of the Adventurers Guild realized that, unbeknownst to them, another arcane knight had joined them on the ship. Meanwhile, the Solar Knight, Kadaya, arrived with a secret document to report. "Your Majesty, from the Soul Arbiter, we have received word that the fleet transporting the Philosopher's Stone from the Yellow Sands has gone missing, along with all 8 leaders of the Adventurers Guild and their key members. Should I investigate?" The Solar King displayed no unusual expression, simply stretching his limbs casually, responding, as expected, "It was within the plan. You need not investigate further. Those Adventurers Guilds claim to be perpetually neutral, even when establishing the Soul Watchtower, for oversight. They still refuse to comply. It would be best to eliminate them all at once. Find someone to unify all the Adventurers Guilds, bringing them under my control, making them the eternal property of my Solar Kingdom. As you command, Your Majesty. Your orders are the law of the world, for the glory of humanity. For the glory of humanity." The Solar Knight, Kadaya, stood to take his leave. A shooting star streaked across the sky. The Solar King's expression suddenly hardened, and, with a tone of anger, he instructed Kadaya, "Go to the Silent Sea. Find the leader of the Rock Guild, Ironheart. Bring him back alive or dead. Understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Ironheart side story complete. Eternal King side story. To the north of the solar continent, across the most treacherous icy seas, lies a vast expanse of frozen soil known as the Extreme Cold Continent. Here, moonlight does not penetrate, nor does sunlight intrude. It is a land devoid of day and night. The unique position and environment have led the dwarves to remain uncontentious, developing in seclusion. They gradually established a culture unique to themselves. When the Forging Furnace volcano glows red, it is daytime here. When it emits purple light, it is nighttime. Unlike beings on other continents, dwarves are not adept in most forms of magic. They excel instead in a form of energy known as runes. The power of runes typically does not exist in the world. They mostly originate from above or below. Thus, the previous Rockheart King constructed one of the dwarven architectural marvels, the Romtun Star Tower, solely to harness the power of runes from the heavens. The preceding Hammer King, inspired by this, built another miraculous structure, the Heart of Ascalon, to draw the runic power from beneath the earth. The 2 dwarven empires, equipped with these wonders, flourished rapidly, mastering rune application and overshadowing the other 3 kingdoms. The remaining 3 kingdoms, for their survival, had no choice but to form a temporary alliance. This stalemate of 3 powers persisted for quite some time. During that period, the chasm between classes was unfathomably deep, particularly evident in the unions between gods and humans, which were regarded as the gravest of sins. This was because such unions would give birth to offspring known as divine sons. This unique existence would embody all the virtues of both gods and humans, granting them eternal lifespan, indomitable vitality, and extraordinary prowess. For the old gods ruling the world, this was an intolerable situation, a challenge to their authority, and a life form they vehemently opposed. The world was vast and boundless. With countless beings among humans and gods, and given the passage of time, unforeseen accidents were bound to occur. On the extreme cold continent, there was a wandering dragon king who encountered a dwarven princess from a small kingdom. As time passed, the princess's name faded from memory, leaving behind only a resonant title, the Mistress of Enchantment. This was not only due to her bond with the proud dragon king, but also because she bore the world's only divine son. The child's name now echoes throughout the heavens. He is none other than the eternal king, Ryan, known to all descendants. However, in that era, apart from the Mistress of Enchantment herself, no being was aware of the impending birth of the divine son. Even the Dragon King, upon reluctantly departing the extreme cold continent, remained oblivious, kept in the dark. After the Dragon King's departure, the Mistress of Enchantment concealed the truth from everyone and quietly gave birth to the divine son. She only discovered the existence and power of the divine son by mere chance, in hopes of salvaging her nation. She yearns for the intervention of the divine child, aspiring for her homeland to endure amidst the tumultuous and frigid continent, enabling her people to lead lives of peace and happiness. Fantasizing, she quietly devises plans and clandestinely executes them, ultimately encountering the divine and giving birth to her child. Yet, the arrival of this child utterly transforms the geopolitical landscape of the frigid continent, guiding the world down a path so astonishing that it leaves the contemporaries incredulous. Initially, among the children of the dwarves, a remarkably gifted prodigy emerges, one whose excellence goes unnoticed by outsiders. Subsequently, within the dwarven ranks, an extraordinarily fierce warrior joins their forces, again evading the attention of others. Soon after, within this seemingly insignificant dwarven realm, a hero arises, whispered of in neighboring lands, though this too fails to capture the notice of other countries. Then, one of the 5 great dwarven empires falls, swiftly giving rise to a new nation from its ruins, known as the Kingdom of Runes. The reigning monarch, at that time, was referred to as the Rune King. His power of runes did not stem from the heavens above nor from the earth below, but rather from within himself. Even more astonishingly, he possessed the ability to bestow this rune power upon others. This unprecedented phenomenon captured the attention of the kings across the frigid continent. The remaining 4 dwarven empires hastily set aside their grievances and animosities, uniting as never before to join forces against the Rune King. A coalition of millions from 100 nations was, astonishingly, repelled by the army of the Kingdom of Runes alone. This remarkable victory finally drew the attention of the lofty deities above. The Rune King, without holding grudges, issued a grand amnesty. He exhibited extraordinary magnanimity, not only forgiving past grievances but also enacting an unprecedented decree of pardon. He raised his banner high and proclaimed with fervor, "The power of runes is the power of dwarves. The frigid continent ought to be the land of dwarves, and dwarves should fight for themselves, for their glory and future. They shall not remain the pawns of the gods." He promised that any dwarves willing to ally with the Kingdom of Runes would gain their own rune power, sharing in this strength that rightfully belonged to the dwarves. This rallying cry swiftly spread across the continent, causing the coalition of 100 nations to disintegrate in an instant. Nations turned their allegiances, embracing the Rune King as their sole sovereign. The Rune King personally led his forces to confront the armies summoned by the gods across various continents. Ironically, the God King, underestimating his adversary and growing careless, sustained grievous wounds at the onset of battle, leaving him with a lasting affliction that hindered his ability to wield the power of the moon freely. This battle, orchestrated by the gods themselves, concluded abruptly. In the aftermath, the frigid continent was officially renamed the Dwarven Continent, heralding a new era. Within this realm, an unprecedented and vast empire was formed, marking the pinnacle of dwarven history and symbolizing the zenith of the Rune King. Later known as the Eternal King, Ryan. Under his command, the dwarves constructed a magnificent and colossal royal city on the plains that had once hosted the God King, a city of astounding proportions and exquisite craftsmanship. Situated at the heart of the plains, flanked by mountains on one side and the icy sea on the other, a breathtaking vista. Upon the city's completion, whispers spread among the gods regarding Ryan's origins, identifying him as the divine child burdened with an unpardonable sin since birth. Yet, Ryan boldly acknowledged his lineage and declared to the kings that if they could not accept him, they were free to depart. assuring them that the rune power he granted to the dwarves would remain unchanged. Thus, Ryan acquired the title of Eternal King, and the royal city was renamed Eternal City. Time flew by, and 5 years later, in the Starlit Isles, on Arcane Isle, there existed the terminus of the teleportation magic circle leading to Arcane City. For reference, the Frigid continent was known as North Arcane City, the Moon continent as West Arcane City, and the Sun continent as South Arcane City. These 4 cities could be considered sub-cities of Arcane City, with their lords holding slightly lesser status than the Lord of Arcane City itself. However, in practice, the Lord of Arcane City had no authority over them. They were directly answerable to the Sun Kingdom. Outside South Arcane City, within a bustling tavern, a soldier, holding his drink, drunkenly proclaimed to those around him, "What you all just recounted, in my view, is nothing remarkable." He patted his chest with pride and continued, "Do you common folk even know what a cake is?" Those nearby were either drinking or, like him, holding their drinks. Among them, a fellow imbiber, equally proud, chimed in, I know. Cake is one of the favorite delicacies of the nobles from the Sun continent. When I worked there, I had the fortune to taste a spoonful. It was incredibly sweet, melting in the mouth. Let me tell you." The soldier, filled with disdain, stood atop his chair, raising his thumb high, interrupting and declaring. Another person nearby nodded in agreement, munching on meatballs, and added, "Yes, you've told that story many times. Let this young man share something new." The drunken fellow, who had initially intended to retort, fell silent, listening intently as the soldier spoke. "I have a sister. This year she created a cake at that arcane academy. They say the flavor is a unique blend of sweet and bitter, a one-of-a-kind masterpiece." The soldier excitedly pounded the table with one hand, spilling his drink with the other, and continued passionately, "What an honor! Can you imagine? My sister is far too modest. She believes her cake isn't in its perfect form yet, insisting on waiting until she creates the flawless cake before accepting this honor." And at that moment, a mentor forcibly handed her a chef's knife, claiming it was a treasure personally crafted by the Sun King. That's the Sun King we're talking about. Having such an accomplished sister can sometimes be a burden. You know, it's tough being an older brother when I can't set a good example. The drunken man frowned, feeling his moment of glory was being overshadowed, and quickly interrupted, "Keep boasting. A treasure crafted by the Sun King. Do you honestly think such a treasure would end up in your sister's hands? That's a gift for the divine child upon reaching adulthood. If what you claim is true, I'll walk upside down around the Sun continent," he continued. "Besides, your sister is just decent at cooking. Cooking is a new trend that's only become popular in recent years. And I hear it requires a certain intelligence, which we fighters obviously lack. Moreover, no matter how you slice it, can cooking help you survive in these chaotic times? I think not. We must focus on combat strength. Combat strength is the true path for our survival." Without concealing his thoughts, the soldier who had just been eating roasted chicken scoffed. Adventurers used to have it good, but now, ever since the leaders of the 8 major guilds disappeared, the treatment of adventurers has plummeted. The drunken man dismissed the comment, continuing with pride, "Adventurers, do you understand? It's all about levels. I'm already an Emerald Explorer, the pillar of our Adventurers Guild. Honestly, without us Emerald Explorers, the 8 adventurer guilds would be on the verge of collapse. And let me share a secret with you. Are you curious why the Adventurer Guild seems shaky yet miraculously endure every year?" Those around him, eager to know, quickly asked, "Why? Why?" Hearing this, the drunken fellow felt elated and replied, "Actually, at my level, I learned that 5 years ago, a secret official from the Sun Kingdom arrived, and she's currently unifying the 9 major adventure guilds in secret. And the guild leaders who went missing 5 years ago. Don't you find this coincidence too striking? Is that true?" The person nearby, munching on roasted potatoes, expressed disbelief. The soldier who had initially spoken staggered to his feet, rubbing his aching forehead due to the alcohol. He looked around, astonished to find that the crowd that had gathered around him had completely shifted their attention to the drunken man, who was passionately recounting his past adventures. A frown of displeasure crossed the soldier's face, and he let out a derisive snort. This sound drew the attention of those nearby. The soldier quickly cast his gaze upward at a 45-degree angle, once again lamenting, Back in the day, you wouldn't believe it, I was once a teammate of the legendary dragon-swallowing Knight of Golden Rank." "Really? Is that true?" the nearby individual exclaimed, taking a bite of roasted meat? Echoing disbelief, the drunken man let out a cold laugh, eager to expose the lie, and directly questioned. Oh, please. You are just full of hot air. You can't even tell if the dragon-swallowing knight is male or female. Moreover, the dragon-swallowing knight has not graced the public eye since his alleged appearance on the Yellow Sand continent a few years ago. The title of dragon-swallowing knight rings resoundingly, yet he may very well be a soft target, fearful of exposure and thus reluctant to present himself before others. Nearby, an individual took a bite of skewered meat and concurred. Indeed, you probably do not even know whether the dragon-swallowing knight is male or female. And yet you speak of him so boldly. A dragon is such a formidable creature. How could he possibly swallow one? It is likely that this adventurer, who has been absent for so long, has already been devoured by a dragon. A soldier, with a tone laced with disdain, remarked, "Humph, the dragon-swallowing knight is undoubtedly male." He donned a polished white and red-bordered armor, adorned with patterns of a crimson sun and square, his emblem. His visage was handsome, physique robust, though he bore no weapon at his waist. Moreover, during our adventures, he was accompanied by a youthful adventurer named Nini. Nini was clad in a matte black armor with red borders, featuring retractable red spikes from the Heron people, a truly remarkable sight. His face was securely covered by a helmet, which he would only remove at night or indoors. The individual nearby, now somewhat convinced, slowed his eating but still asked incredulously, "Is that true?" The inebriated one, filled with excitement, retorted loudly, "You do not presume I am unaware. Tales circulate on the Yellow Sand continent. Perhaps you are merely recounting hearsay." "Humph, it seems I must reveal some shocking details. The adventurer Nini, who accompanied the dragon-swallowing knight, is, in fact, the new demon lord. The reason he traveled with the dragon-swallowing knight was to learn from our human society, to absorb our strengths. Otherwise, how could the demons in the Yellow Sand Desert have progressed so swiftly in recent years? It is said that the dragon-swallowing knight was invited by the Sun Kingdom for a thorough investigation due to the identity of his companion. Thus, he has not appeared publicly in years. Yet I firmly believe that the truth will eventually surface. Justice may be delayed, but it will not falter. My companion, the dragon-swallowing knight, shall undoubtedly reveal himself once more, displaying his prowess before the world." The individual nearby, with his pinky finger in his ear, took a spoonful of rice porridge and, once again in disbelief, exclaimed, "Huh? Is that for real?" The inebriated one took a large swig of drink and slammed the table. Displeased, "Humph, perhaps the dragon-swallowing knight is actually a demon lord who has long since been secretly executed by the Sun Kingdom, which is why he has not appeared before the public these years. Indeed, he dares to bear such a blasphemous title. He may very well have been secretly put to death." The soldier took a sip of his drink, nostalgically narrating, "You cannot comprehend. The dragon-swallowing knight is truly a knight. More knightly than any knight. He cannot possibly be a demon. Moreover, allow me to share an insider secret that I have not divulged to anyone else. Today, seeing as you are all brothers, I shall reveal it to you. Do not share it with outsiders. The dragon-swallowing knight has a penchant for gourmet food, and the Arcane Academy hosts an annual culinary competition. It is rumored that he himself personally advocates for it. With the Arcane Academy's endorsement, how could the dragon-swallowing knight be a villain? Indeed, indeed. The Arcane Academy is the foremost authority on demon research. If even they have not discerned him to be a demon, can you claim to be more knowledgeable than the authorities?" The inebriated one was about to retort but hesitated, noticing the gray-haired beauty nearby who had been silently consuming her meal. The two were conversing with a girl draped in a loose, pure black robe, reminiscent of a priestess or nun. Yet she was certainly not one. For neither a priestess nor a nun would enter a tavern, indulging in drink and meat. The soldier, seeing her silence, intended to mock her. "We have spoken at length. What of you? Do you have any tales to share?" "Me? I am Lon Lon, the supremely exalted ancient dragon king." And then, both the soldier and the inebriated one rolled their eyes in unison, exchanging glances with the gray-haired girl, each thinking, "Today's youth truly excel at boasting. Unlike me, who speaks only the truth." The patrons of the tavern paid little heed to her declarations. The soldier, unwilling to let her continue her nonsensical claims, interjected, "I know you all doubt my words, but I was a teammate of the dragon-swallowing knight and possess tangible evidence. Behold, what is this? He then produced a gleaming gold coin, placing it upon the table. The inebriated one scoffed dismissively. What of it? It is merely a gold coin, as though none of us possess one. He then reached into his clothing to retrieve some coins. No, no, no. Observe closely the design on this coin. As he spoke, the soldier lifted the coin from the table. Showcasing it to all, the coin bore a radiant sun emblem in its center, depicting the Sun King in full regalia, crowned and resolute, standing atop the sun motif. Surrounding the sun and the king was a delicate filigree of vines, each leaf a minuscule green gem. The coin's edge was inscribed with magical runes, each infused with arcane energy, glowing faintly golden at night. The reverse side of the coin featured a blossoming sunflower, its petals and center crafted from tiny gemstones, with the outline of the sun continent map surrounding it. Every pattern was intricate, clear, and exquisite. Several enchantments had been cast upon the coin, some enhancing its beauty, others safeguarding it from damage, and yet others serving as anti-counterfeiting measures. After a thorough examination, it became evident to the discerning eye that this was a coin awarded within the Sun Kingdom. Holding the coin aloft, the soldier proclaimed proudly, "This is the coin gifted to me by the dragon-swallowing knight. With this coin, all the rumors you have just spoken regarding the dragon-swallowing knight crumble before us. Believe me, you shall not find another sun coin upon this entire arcane isle." As he finished speaking, a coin was tossed onto the wooden table, causing it to rattle. The patrons, having imbibed copiously, struggled to discern the coin's imagery. Once the shaking subsided and they focused, it was indeed the singular sun coin. The soldier, suddenly sobered, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had not anticipated encountering such a significant figure in this humble tavern outside South Ao City. Just as he prepared to leave in shame, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Long time no see. I am somewhat fatigued and wish to enter the city to rest. Are you familiar with this area? Please make arrangements for lodging and dining." The soldier looked up, stunned into silence for a moment, then quickly nodded and bowed. "Dragon-swallowing knight. This way, please. Wait, 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 little handsome. You are indeed the dragon-swallowing knight?" Lon Lon interjected. Her eyes filled with skepticism. "Is there a problem?" No, no, no. I am simply curious. Little handsome, have you truly swallowed a dragon?" "Not yet." Lon Lon was about to pose another question when she was interrupted by the soldier's call, who swiftly escorted the dragon-swallowing knight out of the tavern, also shooing away the onlookers surrounding him. Jiang Tuanzi had not expected to encounter an old acquaintance upon arriving at the Starry Isle. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. After 5 years, this familiar face had undergone considerable change. He no longer spoke endlessly as he had during their first meeting, but now quietly led the way. Jiang Tuanzi broke the silence first, asking, "How did you make your way from the Rock City on the Yellow Sand continent to the Starry Isle?" "I have a distant cousin who wishes to broaden her horizons and come to see the Sun Deity Festival. I was concerned for her traveling alone, so I accompanied her." Jiang Tuanzi continued the conversation. "Is it typically so leisurely being a soldier in Rock City?" "Hee, not really, to be candid. I am no longer a soldier." Though he smiled, an unintentional hint of self-reproach and bitterness seeped through his words. Walking ahead, he lifted his gaze to the moon above, inhaled deeply, and clenched his fists, stating, "To speak plainly, I feel quite ashamed. 5 years ago, when the divine child was ambushed, we rallied the troops and marched toward the end of days, vowing to eradicate the beastmen and demons. Under the divine child's leadership, we were filled with confidence, united as one. However, just before our departure, I inexplicably felt an overwhelming fear, lacking the courage to face the beastmen, let alone the more terrifying demons. Later, I learned of the death of all my brothers. At first, I thought myself fortunate, relieved to have escaped. But soon, that relief transformed into guilt. Why did I run? Why was I the only one to survive? They were undoubtedly far more capable, embodying what it means to be a soldier defending our home, while I am nothing. Everything has its destined course. All things have their causes and effects. The heavens allowed you to survive for a purpose. Ah? Thank you." After that, an oppressive silence enveloped the two individuals, with neither uttering a single word throughout their journey. It was only when the soldier escorted Jiang Tuanzi to a luxurious inn within the city of Now that he finally spoke, introducing it as the finest establishment in the area. Regrettably, in the past, adventurers could enjoy discounts based on their ranks, but due to the current turmoil within the Adventurers Guild, all such benefits have been abolished. As was customary, Jiang Tuanzi handed the soldier a gold coin, yet he shook his head in refusal. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "In times gone by, my love for gold stemmed from a desire to share good meat and fine wine with my comrades. Now, as a solitary wanderer, I find little use for wealth, especially since Mimi fruit wine is remarkably affordable. Thank you, dragon-swallowing knight, for not exposing the shortcomings of my feeble lies back in the tavern." The soldier turned to the innkeeper with an ingratiating tone, requesting, "Could you please prepare the vacant golden sweet for me?" The innkeeper dismissed him with a disdainful glance, retorting, "No, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize the date? In 3 days, we shall celebrate the Sun Festival, and those who can afford to stay in the city are all nobles and dignitaries, let alone a golden sweet. There is none available for mere adventurers. However, we do have space in the stable, 10 copper coins per person." "Ugh, I've already said," the soldier began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Wait, we do have a golden sweet available. My lords, please, follow me upstairs." He then turned to the bewildered staff beside him, snapping, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and show our esteemed guests the way." The speed of the innkeeper's transformation left the staff utterly flabbergasted. The soldier swallowed hard and hastily declared, "That's fine, dragon-swallowing knight. I have some matters to attend to by the tavern, so I shall not accompany you upstairs." A single ordinary gold coin landed accurately in his palm. "No need to see me off. Use this to buy your family some gifts, or treat yourself to some fine meat and wine." Upon hearing these words, the soldier smiled knowingly, a flicker of understanding lighting his eyes as he turned to leave the inn. The staff guided Jiang Tuanzi to the top floor, where the sole golden suite of the establishment awaited, designed for the true nobility who might find themselves in temporary residence. This golden suite bore nearly identical amenities to the one he had occupied in Panchur City, albeit slightly smaller in size. Jiang Tuanzi, reminiscing, caressed the edge of the bed, preparing to lie down and rest, when a sudden knock at the door startled him. With a hint of curiosity, he opened the door, only to find the gray-haired girl, Lon Lon, whom he had encountered earlier at the bar, standing before him. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Hey there, handsome. How did you manage to secure the golden suite?" I pleaded with the owner for days, and he wouldn't even glance in my direction. I've always been curious about what lies within the golden suite. May I come in for a quick peek? As Jiang Tuanzi began to close the door, she quickly interjected, Wait, don't shut the door. I just want to take a quick look, I promise." Just one glance. With a decisive click, he locked the door and secured the latch. Remember, boys must protect themselves when out and about. Moments before, under the night sky, Xiaoming wandered alone along the sandy shores of Shanghai, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze and moonlight. Having procured several bottles of Mimi fruit wine from the tavern, he settled on the sand, sipping his drink, when suddenly a large wave surged forth, soaking his garments. "What bad luck," he muttered, just as he was about to retreat a few steps, intending to sit further back. He caught sight of something floating in the sea. Squinting for clarity, he discerned that the drifting object was, in fact, a person. What a stroke of misfortune, just when I sought peace to admire the scenery. I stumble upon a corpse. When dawn broke, bathing the northern skies in hues of gold, Jiang Tuanzi pushed open his door, only to find Lon Lon still standing outside. She waved cheerfully, calling, "Hi there, handsome. Good morning." Jiang Tuanzi ignored her, slipping past her through the narrow gap of the door and locking it behind him as he exited the inn. He noticed Lon Lon trailing closely behind him like a shadow. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, "Why are you following me so persistently?" With a hand resting on her chin, Lon Lon replied without hesitation, "I don't know why, but you remind me so much of a brother I lost long ago." Jiang Tuanzi, utterly perplexed, retorted, "You think I'm your brother?" Internally, he questioned, could she possibly be a slime? That seemed implausible, considering he had lived on the yellow sand continent for 5 years without encountering another slime aside from himself. Tentatively, he probed, "Are you human?" She shook her head slightly. Jiang Tuanzi squinted, softly confirming, "So, you can change into the forms of various creatures?" She nodded once more. He pressed further, "Is your true form large or small?" Lon Lon extended her arms to form a wide circle, whispering, "Very large, primarily because I've lived for a long time." "And what brings you to this place?" "I've heard that the Sun Deity Festival is being held here, and it will be quite lively, so I came to eat and play." Jiang Tuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Final question. Have you been here long? Any recommendations for delicious food?" After a moment's contemplation, Lon Lon's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "I remember the fish from the Starry Isles is exquisite. It's a local specialty. Let us go eat fish." Thus, Jiang Tuanzi and Lon Lon roamed the entirety of Arcane Island, yet they found no shop or stall selling fish. Both were engulfed in confusion, caught in a conundrum that defied their common knowledge and experience as they stood on the street, munching on ordinary skewers of grilled meat, pondering their next destination. Though Jiang Tuanzi doubted Lon Lon's claim of being a slime, he couldn't help but feel her kindness toward him. More importantly, she had an uncanny knack for discovering delectable cuisine. Every time they entered a place, she would select the most delicious items on the menu. As she devoured a generous portion of skewers, Lon Lon suggested, "How about we head toward the central island? We can walk toward the festival while keeping an eye out for any fish dishes along the way. There will be more people near the festival." "All right, Lon Lon, you handle the planning. I'll just enjoy myself." She flashed a reassuring gesture, responding, "No problem. I promise you'll be satisfied." Traveling between Arcane Island and the Central Isle typically required a boat, as it was essential for traversing the Starry Isles. Given the distance, sailors often needed to dock for supplies along the way. The two pooled their resources to rent a large vessel, and Lon Lon, brimming with anticipation, rested her hand on Jiang Tuanzi's shoulder as she explained, "You see, handsome, the Starry Isles are influenced by miracles, resulting in all sorts of peculiar islands, each home to bizarre creatures. I specifically negotiated a route with the captain, and our ship will stop at an island called Fruit Island for resupply." "How does that name strike you? Does it not ignite a spark of excitement and whet your appetite?" Ah, Lon Lon truly understood him. Shanghai and Jinghai are adjacent, yet their sceneries are entirely distinct. Jinghai resembles a polished mirror, with its tranquil surface undisturbed, the clouds dissipating to reveal an expanse of deep blue, merging seamlessly with the sea. Blurring the lines between sky and water, it becomes difficult to discern whether the endless ocean is inherently blue or if it merely reflects the azure of the heavens. In contrast, within Shanghai, some islands appear to possess a life of their own. Fortunately, not all islands are mobile. Those that are capable of movement, in their rise and fall, create colossal waves that can rival tsunamis, contributing to the tumultuous nature of Shanghai. Typically, sailors exercise caution, avoiding these active islands to prevent their vessels and passengers from losing direction amid the tumult or being engulfed by sudden surges of water. Lon Lon's rented vessel was not slow. For hours, the two conversed as they watched the waves crash against the hull. Time slipped away quietly on the water, and Jiang Tuanzi felt as though they had only been chatting for a brief moment when Fruit Island finally materialized on the horizon. Meanwhile, Xiaoming, who had intended to find another spot to continue enjoying the sights of Shanghai, noticed that the chest of the person he had discovered appeared to rise and fall slightly. A living person? After a moment of silence, he scrutinized the figure closely, confirming he was not mistaken, and muttered, "What terrible luck." Hastily, Xiaoming secured a small boat and exerted considerable effort to drag the unconscious individual aboard. He was a knight. Although his armor bore signs of wear, there were no visible wounds on his body, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness after his magical energy had been depleted. Remarkably, prior to losing consciousness, he had cast a spell that allowed him to float for an extended period. Clad in armor interwoven with mithril and dark green metal, intricate magical runes adorned the edges. His helmet was uniquely designed, resembling a soaring eagle, with two gemstones glimmering faintly set in the eagle's eyes. The knight bore a long sword and a staff adorned with peculiar gemstones at his waist. This attire unmistakably identified him as an arcane knight. Although Nanao City is a subordinate city of the Arcane City, it lacks the presence of arcane knights. In truth, these knights serve as private soldiers for Principal Arcadius, Principal Mito, and Principal Fran. Mito soldiers wear helmets resembling lions, while Fran's soldiers don classic, unembellished styles. This particular arcane knight, whose helmet resembles that of an eagle, is aligned with Principal Arcadius. The distance between Arcane Island and the Yellow Sand Continent is not to be underestimated. How did this knight manage to arrive here alone? More importantly, he appeared at sea. Had he not fortuitously caught his own sight, he might have been consumed by the starry sea. The world operates under its own laws, where all beings endowed with spiritual energy by the heavens can sprout limbs and scurry about. Fruit Island could be deemed a deserted isle, devoid of human presence at the dock, which is instead filled with various fruits resembling simplistic drawings. Complete with tiny hands and feet, this island is uninhabited, and the dock remains serene and vast. While the absence of human clamor allows a unique vitality to permeate the air, the fruits take on forms akin to those in children's drawings. Sporting disproportionately small appendages, among the many fruits at the dock, a colossal banana stands tall, commanding the others and the large ship approaching the pier. This scene strikes Jiang Tuanzi as both amusing and revealing a remarkable harmony and order. It feels as though this island is meant to be just so. Unable to wait for the ship to dock, Lon Lon leaps into the air, performing multiple spins before landing gracefully on the dock. "Little brother, come quickly, I'll take you to savor some delicacies." Jiang Tuanzi sighed in resignation, muttering, "The boss isn't a child anymore." Yet he is even more mischievous than before. With that, he lightly jumped and landed beside Lon Lon, only to be pulled away before his heels could touch the ground, racing toward the distant forest. Fruit Island features few traditional structures. It resembles an untouched tropical rainforest, with fruit trees of all sizes dotting the landscape. The island basks in abundant sunlight during the day, with a climate that is neither too hot nor too cold. Above Fruit Island floats a smaller sky island, which radiates a gentle, non-dazzling light akin to that of the moon at night. This floating island boasts a crystal-clear spring. Whenever it overflows, it cascades down in a waterfall into a small lake at the island's center, sparkling like crystal under the sun's rays. There is even a winding rainbow bridge that appears while the waterfall flows. The fruits descending the island can cross this rainbow bridge to reach the floating island above. The fruits residing there primarily consume other fruits. For them, feasting upon their own kind is a commonplace affair. They refer to themselves as superior fruits, while those lacking spiritual energy, often deemed as lacking intelligence, are considered inferior fruits, which do not qualify as life in the eyes of their superior counterparts. Therefore, consuming them is deemed perfectly acceptable, a normal occurrence on the island. Lon Lon initially intended to take Jiang Tuanzi on a tour of the island below, but upon witnessing the waterfall on the floating island, the two shifted their focus and ascended to the upper realm. Crossing the rainbow to the floating island, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal pineapple. This was none other than the palace of the Fruit King. Pineapple. The palace is constructed from a unique fruit stone that grows on trees, vibrant in color and remarkably durable, capable of withstanding the island's storms. The top is adorned with golden pineapple leaves, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Surrounding the palace is a tropical garden, flourishing with various fruit trees and flowers, perpetually exuding floral fragrances. Upon their arrival, Jiang Tuanzi and Lon Lon observed the Fruit King, Pineapple, engrossed in reviewing documents within the garden. The surrounding ministers, appearing quite brash, vociferously reprimanded, "Where did this ruffian come from?" Upon seeing His Highness, the Pineapple King, "Should you not kneel in haste?" The Fruit King, Pineapple, wore a displeased expression, furrowing his brow as he chastised. "Such rudeness is unacceptable. Guests are to be treated with respect. Attend to these two and show them around the palace. I wish to bask in the sun while I continue my work." The minister turned, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, replying, "Yes, Your Highness, the Pineapple King." He then faced the two and adopted a stern expression, saying, "You two, guests, follow me to the palace, where I shall bestow upon you some fruits. You see, all the fruits on this entire island are personally cultivated by His Highness. The Fruit King possesses boundless magic, and when it comes to planting, breeding, and nurturing fruits, he asserts that none in the 4 continents dare to claim superiority, neither even the gods. Therefore, the fruits gifted by the Fruit King should be cherished. If you are grateful and consume them, you lucky ones must remember to offer prayers to His Highness before every meal, upon waking and sleeping, and before bathing, to repay his immense grace." The minister continued prattling on, while Lon Lon leaned closer to Jiang Tuanzi, disdain written across her face as she whispered, "Little brother, let me tell you, the Fruit King's strength is indeed formidable around here. These ministers have become quite complacent recently. If it weren't for these superior fruits, they wouldn't even know how to nurture or fertilize. They'd be dreadfully inedible. I would have devoured him long ago if he weren't here to pontificate. Meanwhile, Xiaoming did not hastily report his findings to Nanao City, but instead secretly concealed them in a cave on the island. After acquiring some food and water from the tavern, he sat in the cave, keeping vigil throughout the night. In the early morning, half awake, he heard a faint voice. "Water, water? Is there any water?" The sudden sound startled Xiaoming, and he noticed that the arcane knight, who had been lying down, was now sitting up against the stone wall. Handing him water, the knight drank heartily from a large jug, regaining some semblance of vitality. As the arcane knight regarded Xiaoming, he paused for a moment before slowly asking, "Where am I, my lord knight?" "You are on the arcane island of the Starry Isles." He still appeared somewhat disoriented, and Xiaoming even suspected he had yet to fully regain his sight. After a brief respite, the arcane knight finally spoke again. Attempting to rise, Xiaoming quickly assisted him, and together they limped toward Nanao City. However, halfway there, the knight caught sight of his gauntlet and abruptly halted, examining his attire before slowly stating, "This won't do. I am gravely injured. To proceed recklessly would be to court death. Take me outside the city to find a place to rest for a while." Xiaoming felt a twinge of confusion but acquiesced, "Very well, my lord knight." The arcane knight suddenly inquired without warning, "Have you heard of the Dragon Eater Knight?" "Ah, I have indeed heard of him. I reside in Stonehold City and have had the fortune of meeting him once." The knight's tone shifted dramatically, filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I have a close private connection with the Dragon Eater Knight. We are like brothers. I have few whom I can trust now. For many years, I have been adrift at Esiada. Do you know where he currently is? The Dragon Eater Knight is also on Arcane Island. Just last night, I brought him to a tavern in the city to rest." The knight, incredulous, exclaimed, "What a coincidence. Take me to see him at once. I have crucial intelligence to share." "Yes, my lord knight." The minister ultimately led the pair to the banquet hall within the palace. In the center of the hall stood a long table, resembling a halved pineapple, adorned with a whimsical and delicate tablecloth, complemented by a variety of fruit-shaped decorations. To the left, a dance floor was laid with smooth fruit stones, while a music corner in the right corner housed instruments crafted from fruit magic, including a pineapple drum and banana harp. After a brief exchange with the ministers of Fruit Island, Lan Lan and Jiang Tuanzi were soon presented with carts filled with an array of vividly colored fruits, pushed to them by the castle's attendants. Jiang Tuanzi and Lan Lan sampled a few fruits, ranging from apple-flavored apples and banana-flavored apples to sorghum-flavored apples and sauerkraut-flavored apples. The variety of flavors was astonishing. Jiang Tuanzi found the taste of these fruits to be novel, reminiscent of the bizarre flavored beans he had once encountered in another world, while Lan Lan shook her head, voicing her disdain that these fruits were likely the island's subpar produce. The new, unlocking the compendium. Ordinary pineapple fruit bitter melon brew flavor. 8 points, aromatic, nutrition. 1. The rapid growth fruits cultivated by the Pineapple King using magic exhibit flavors and appearances that can be transformed according to the pineapple's preferences. Rich in nutrition and with a delightful aroma. The fruits he cultivates are favored by the Sun King, who has even imparted divine power to him, ensuring that the Pineapple King can annually present 10 million high-quality fruits and 1,000 selected fruits to the Sun King. Under the pressure of survival, the Pineapple King has perfected his fruit cultivation skills. Should there be any issues in this regard, he is the one to consult. If he cannot resolve them, it is likely that no one else in this world can. Before them, Lan Lan voraciously devoured a large platter of fruit, while simultaneously expressing her disappointment with a critical tone. "What a letdown, what a letdown. It must be due to that grand ceremony. All the delectable fruits here are likely destined as tributes to the Sun King. I envy the Sun King, who feasts daily on the delicacies from various realms. Tell me, with the Sun Kingdom having thousands of vassal states, can he possibly consume all those tributes? They should be distributed to us common folk instead. It is such a waste. What do you think, little brother?" After years of observation, I concluded that the Sun King would be loath to share his treasures with anyone. How has he become so miserly? "So, Sister Lan Lan, did you know the Sun King in the past?" Lan Lan scoffed, "Little brother, you might not believe it, but I am more than acquainted with him. When he was a child, he was on the brink of starvation. I felt pity for him and provided him with provisions for several days. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a Sun King today. Moreover, when the Sun Kingdom was newly established, He even invited me to be his queen. Though I declined, I supported him through a decade of turmoil. Otherwise, the Sun Kingdom would have been consigned to the annals of history long ago. Observing Jiang Tuanzi's smile, Lan Lan remarked somewhat unhappily, "Humph, I knew it would be futile to speak. I am merely stating the truth, yet it feels as though no one believes me." "Not at all. I certainly believe you, Sister Lan Lan. It's just that your account differs greatly from what I've heard before, which leaves me somewhat astonished." Lan Lan took a hearty bite of fruit and huffed, "Humph, that still equates to disbelief." Jiang Tuanzi pushed the remaining platter of fruit towards Lan Lan, who instantly brightened, casting aside her earlier annoyance and eagerly indulging in the fruits. Watching her relish the food, Jiang Tuanzi mused, "How can she enjoy food even more than I do? Did she truly have an acquaintance with the Sun King? I must admit, she is quite the peculiar person." As they consumed the abundance of fruit, time passed. Having satisfied her cravings, Lan Lan rubbed her flat stomach and strode towards the grand ship. As Jiang Tuanzi departed, he collected all the leftover fruits from the room, bestowing a large pouch of gold coins upon the nearby exhausted servants. He even kindly roused a minister who had been knocked unconscious before he hurried to catch up with Lan Lan. "Why are you walking so slowly? I've been waiting for ages. I took the liberty of packing the fruits from the table. We can enjoy them on the way." "Wow, little brother, your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable. My apologies. Quick, let us board the ship. It should be ready to set sail soon." The two boarded the grand vessel, which immediately powered forward without pause, heading straight for the central isle. Upon reaching the central isle, the atmosphere was bustling with life. The multitude of ships docked around the island were interconnected by wooden planks, extending for miles. These vessels formed an independent city-state that stretched outward from the island. The ships varied in size, from grand sailing ships to nimble canoes, standing independently yet closely intertwined. Some decks had even been transformed into fields and orchards, flourishing with various crops and fruit trees. The residents hailed from all corners of the world. Elves adorned in flowing robes seemed to dance with the breeze, their hair and skin exhibiting a kaleidoscope of colors. Dwarves favored bare torsos or heavy leather armor, embellished with metallic ornaments and intricate tattoos. The human inhabitants displayed an array of attire, from the opulent garments of nobility to the simple cloth of peasants. Each race and class had journeyed from afar, most seeking a glimpse of the Sun King's splendor. The diverse faith in the Sun King among the various peoples forged a unique cultural tapestry. Jiang Tuanzi felt delighted that the convergence of races brought forth a rich melange of cultures. Following the lead of the Arcane Academy 5 years prior, the culinary arts had also begun to flourish here. With an array of food stalls lining the streets, how could one not be excited? In a shadowy chamber, the sole arbiter knelt, humbly reporting, "Today, we have seized control of all 8 major adventurer guilds, both openly and covertly." Scholar Maoyu, please review. He could not fathom why, in a mere 5 years, their relationship had shifted from colleagues to master and subordinate. Despite being the first to gain the Sun King's favor, why had this nameless individual, who should have been his plaything, ascended more swiftly than he? The Sun King's decree mentioned loyalty. Loyalty? Absurd. Was he not equally loyal? Who could forget that cold, pale figure, consumed by thoughts of those bizarre and grotesque fishmen, and her abhorrent experiments? Could it be that the Sun King had developed a fondness for beauty? Had he grown attached to someone like her? Ha! The Sun King is truly short-sighted. While the sole arbiter cursed inwardly, Maoyu did not spare him a glance. It was not until she completed her experiment and wiped the blood from her face that she cast a glance at the kneeling sole arbiter. She casually snatched the report from his hand, scanned it briefly, and with an impatient tone, commanded, "Since control has been established, hasten to instruct those adventurers to catch fish. My experimental materials are woefully insufficient." "Yes. Also, be sure to placate those merfolk kings. They recently submitted a joint petition to the Arcane Academy, but my people intercepted it. Remember, those fishmen must not fall into the hands of the Academy's old fossils. The Sun King has emphasized this countless times. I trust you won't make any errors, or you'll be accountable to the Sun King, understood?" The inhabitants of the Sun Palace often remarked that she was inflexible and lacked adaptability. Akin to a block of wood, yet unexpectedly, the sole arbiter appeared even more wooden, oblivious to how he had attained his position. "Please, be efficient. The sole arbiter bit his tongue in frustration, his expression darkening, and ultimately muttered an agreement before hastily departing the underwater laboratory. Continuing to curse Mao Yu and the Sun King in his heart, Mao Yu, indifferent, turned back to her experiments. Determining who was more loyal between the two proved to be a complex and ambiguous matter. Lanlan guided Jiang Tuanzi on the central aisle, where he sampled a plethora of exotic delicacies he had never seen or heard of before. Among them were the elves' traditional pastries. New, unlocking the compendium. Dawn Dew crystal cake flavor, 710, delicious, nutritional value, 8. 112 harvested from the dew on flower petals at dawn, blended with honey, and a pinch of powdered starlight grass, finally crystallized using ice magic into a translucent cake. Its refreshing, icy texture carries a subtle floral fragrance and natural sweetness. There were also dishes born from the fusion of elven and human culinary traditions, resulting in entirely new delicacies. New, unlocking the compendium. Emerald sunshine salad flavor, 710, delicious, nutritional value, 3. 662 utilizing the unique emerald greens from the moon continent as a base, paired with wild blueberries, the golden sunlight fruit from the sun continent, a small fruit that glimmers with golden sheen, growing near the sun, and thinly sliced yellow mushrooms. Drizzled with a sauce made from flower nectar and spring water, it boasts vibrant colors and balanced nutrition. Additionally, human brewers had crafted fine wines using ingredients unique to the moon continent. The new, unlocking the compendium. Wind Whisper Fruit Brew Flavor, 810, aromatic, nutritional value, 9.407. The main ingredient is the national treasure of the Wind Whisper Kingdom from the moon continent. The Wind Whisper tree fruit, complemented with a touch of elven honey and blue dew collected under the moonlight. After prolonged natural fermentation and adorned with some Wind Whisper flowers for flavor enhancement, it is ready for consumption. The Wind Whisper Fruit Brew offers a distinctly different experience from Wind Whisper Flower Tea. As Jiang Tuanzi savored it, he caught a fleeting, hurried whisper, as if the speaker's mouth was filled with water. Rendering their words unclear, he inquired of Lanlan, but she too had not heard clearly. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tuanzi decided to linger and drink further, hoping to comprehend the complete phrase. Thus, he unwittingly spent 2 hours at the small stall. Eventually, he distinctly heard the phrase, wind whisper, among the scattered trees, who hears the voice in the empty valley? At that moment, Lanlan shared a phrase she had heard previously, and their accounts were entirely different. She had heard, wind whisper, joy abounds, flowers bloom in 1,000, steps light as air. Seeing that the two had finally made sense of their experiences, the brewer approached with a smile to explain. I gather you both found it quite perplexing. The flowers on the Wind Whisper tree never wither. As time passes, the blossoms only multiply, ultimately transforming the tree into a dense floral spectacle devoid of leaves. Elves have long held a tradition of brewing tea with these flowers. However, upon consuming the Wind Whisper flower tea, they would invariably hear some vague and indistinct phrases. Thus, the elves of old labeled the Wind Whisper tree as the cursed tree and avoided it. The mysterious whispers have long been associated with ominous meanings across the continents. Additionally, many elves who partook of this floral tea at that time truly descended into madness. Consequently, the forest adorned with the wind-whispering trees was designated as a forbidden realm, a place to which only the guilty elves would be exiled. This desolate land lacked streams and wells, and those banished here would generally succumb to thirst within a short span of time, until a group of wind elves were exiled, who discovered that in this forsaken territory, when the sun rose, the wind-whispering flowers were adorned with abundant morning dew. The elves, parched and fearful of the wind-whispering trees, convened and, after fervent prayers, collectively imbibed the dew from the blossoms. Miraculously, the sounds did not drive them to madness as the tales suggested, nor were they as incoherent as rumored. Instead, these elves heard two very clear phrases. Wind whisper, scatter with the breeze. New shoots break through the earth, heralding vitality. Wind whisper, depart with the wind, to be reborn and roam free. One elf instantly grasped the meaning. The wind-whispering tree was imparting the wisdom that one must break in order to be established. Henceforth, these elves adopted the name Wind Whisper Elves and established the Wind Whisper Kingdom within the boundaries drawn by other elves. The wind-whispering tree became the national tree of their realm. The Wind Whisper Elves, with nothing else to occupy their time, spent their days pondering the words of the wind-whispering tree. However, with the advancement of magical technology, scholars from the Arcane Academy discovered that the majority of utterances from the wind-whispering flower tea were, in fact, devoid of meaning and often vague. Only at specific times, such as dawn and dusk, could one hear complete phrases, which were entirely random in content. The scholars categorized these utterances into three types: joyous, sorrowful, and mundane. Upon learning this, the Wind Whisper Elves neither opposed nor denied the findings, but rather chose to embrace and accept them graciously. From that point on, the wind-whispering tree acquired a new significance. Akin to divination among humans, some elves or individuals would drink a cup of the purest wind-whisper flower tea before making significant decisions, hoping for a favorable omen. The words you have heard, sir, lean towards sorrow, and the words you just heard, madam, are joyous, indicating that your recent aspirations will come to fruition. After listening to this explanation, Jiang Tuanzi's horizons broadened. After savoring the culinary delights of the elves, he leaped onto the dwarves' vessel, eager to taste the innovative dishes birthed from the fusion of dwarven and human culinary cultures. New, unlocking the Pokédex. Lava-roasted dragon meat flavor, 6 points. Mundane, nutrition, 1. 033 The dragon meat refers to chicken marinated with special dwarven spices, roasted beside a lava pit using searing stones. The exterior is crispy while the interior remains tender and juicy, bursting with primal and intense flavors. After finishing this dish, Lon Lon jested with Jiang Tuanzi, "Little brother, you can now truly call yourself a dragon eater knight. When others ask what dragon you have eaten, just say you dined on ground dragons." Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tuanzi, gazing at the chicken leg in his hand, couldn't help but grumble internally. In my homeland, chicken is indeed a descendant of dragons, so claiming I have dined on dragons isn't far-fetched. Not long ago, at the luxurious inn on Arcane Island, Dragon Eater Knight is... Oh, you mean the Arcane Principal? He checked out and left this morning, having departed not long ago. Perhaps if you inquire around, someone may have seen which direction he went. The Arcane Knight and Xiaoming exchanged a resigned glance, and ultimately it was the Arcane Knight who proposed. Do you have any pressing matters at hand? I did have something in mind, wishing to accompany my sister to witness the sun deity ceremony. However, we encountered her master on Arcane Island, who is also heading to the Central Island, so I let her follow her master instead. Thus, I currently have nothing to do, which is why I am drinking outside Arcane City, waiting for my sister. Oh, understood. Xiaoming gazed at the hurried knight ahead, silently thinking. At that moment, I should never have saved him. It feels like I rescued a father, a knight who is not a knight, and a soldier who is not a soldier, embarked on their peculiar quest to find someone. They indulged in two traditional dwarven delicacies they had never tasted before. The new, unlocking the Pokédex, gemstone or soup flavor, 6 points. Mundane, nutrition, 2.501 This dish lacks a strict standard for ingredients. Generally, dwarves gather materials from the mines, such as peculiar mushrooms from the depths and nuts growing on rocks. Simmered for extended periods. At any point during the cooking, dwarven special seasoning, known as mineral salt, is added. The soup is rich in color, diverse in ingredients, and rarely repetitive, offering a depth of flavor with each spoonful, making it a classic dish for dwarven family gatherings. New, unlocking the Pokédex, gemstone candy flavor, 5 points. Tasteless, nutrition, 5.478 These candies are made from natural gemstone powder mined from the pits. Mixed with syrup, they are vibrantly colored and come in various shapes. Although they are not true gemstones, they shimmer like real gems. They are beloved by dwarven children, though it is said that several dwarves perish each year from consuming these candies. Although it appeared to be merely a candy, Jiang Tuanzi felt a prickling, spicy sensation on his tongue, followed by a burning heat and pain in his body. Confirmed, this is indeed a piece of poisonous candy. After exchanging a knowing glance, the two resolved not to sample any more traditional dwarven delicacies. They wandered around the island extensively yet found no fish dishes. As the sun deity ceremony approached, the description of throngs of people on the Central Island was not an exaggeration. Frustrated by the lack of fish, Lon Lon produced 2 tickets for the Horseshoe Square, waving them in front of Jiang Tuanzi. "Come on, follow me, and you'll eat and drink in style." Jiang Tuanzi was slightly taken aback. "Yes, I shall heed Sister Lon Lan's arrangements." Amidst the envious gazes of others, the two traversed the express passageway and arrived at the U-shaped building outside Horseshoe Square, where the tickets granted them access to 2 single rooms. This would be their resting place for the night and the location from which they would witness the opening ceremony the following day. The single room boasted a vast, seamless glass window, providing an excellent view of the entire horseshoe square. Sitting at a small table, sipping wind whisper flower tea, Lon refreshingly inquired, "Why aren't you asking me where I acquired these tickets?" Jiang Tuanzi eagerly responded, "Sister Lon, where did you get these tickets?" "Ha ha ha, I bought them 5 years ago at that time. I made a last-minute decision to be on Central Island, so there weren't actually that many people. The room rates here are exorbitant, and I begrudgingly renewed my lease until today. Recently, I sold off all my other rented properties, which I had held for 5 years, making quite a profit. I think I was quite prudent and foresightful." Sister Lon is indeed wise. "Are you perhaps envious of me?" Lon disdainfully remarked. "Humph, I just don't understand. What's so great about being admired by others? Have you heard of the saying, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind? That's true." The following morning, Jiang Tuanzi was awakened by the cacophony of drums and gongs outside. Coincidentally, a loud knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Sister Lon, who held a large bucket in her arms, pointing at it with her other hand. "Hey, little brother, shall we have breakfast together?" Gazing at the large wooden bucket she carried, filled to the brim with fried chicken, it was evident that she had ordered the entire batch from the shop. Jiang Tuanzi couldn't help but marvel at her unabashed love for culinary delights. He stepped aside to let her in, asking, "What did you buy, Sister Lon?" She took his hand with one hand and led him to the sofa by the window, grumbling, "I tell you, while you were asleep last night, I strolled around the entire island. Primarily, I wanted to buy some fish dishes, but I didn't see a single one. Then I inquired a bit and learned about the reasons behind the absence of fish. Let me tell you from start to finish. The Starry Isles used to be abundant in fish dishes, and those fish had exquisite flesh and high nutritional value, making them delicious no matter the preparation. However, these fish are quite formidable, and ordinary adventurers are no match for them. Plus, they prefer to live in schools. Yet, these fish are terribly afraid of sunlight, so fishermen used to carry sun bottles. About 10 years ago, the Sun Nation stopped supplying sun bottles to the Starry Isles, rendering fishing a task unsuitable for fishermen, only for adventurers. But around 5 years ago, the upper echelons of the Adventurers Guild disappeared, causing various adventurers guilds to disband and nearly dissolve. Therefore, the arduous and thankless task of fishing also came to a near halt. It is said that now the fish in the sea are so numerous that they are almost overflowing, which is quite terrifying. I feel we could fish for ourselves and roast them. Trust me, even though those fish look hideously unattractive, they are incredibly delicious. You won't be able to resist." The jubilant cheers from the central island interrupted Lon's rant. The two turned to look outside as the opening ceremony commenced. The divine children led the procession, taking center stage. Jiang Tuanzi had always known the divine children to be powerful. He had experienced their might firsthand 5 years ago in the Sandshadow Beast City and had continuously heard of their formidable nature over the past 5 years. Thus, he instinctively held a rigid belief. Strength equates to rarity, leading him to assume there could not be many divine children. As he beheld the scene before him, an abrupt realization dawned upon him. He had gravely erred, and in an outrageous manner. The sky above the central island was filled with an array of flying vessels, their numbers rivaling the stars scattered across the night sky. Each ship bore at least one divine child, all appearing as though they had been sculpted from the same mold, with golden hair and eyes, arms crossed over their chests, exuding an air of disdain. They were either stunningly handsome beyond the confines of gender or breathtakingly beautiful, transcending conventional standards. Aesthetically, they were flawless, impeccable in every regard in terms of tangible capability. Each one epitomized the pinnacle of human potential. Jiang Tuanzi fixated on the multitude of vessels, slowly inquiring, "Divine children, how many are there in total?" Primarily, those smaller nations possessed little in the way of treasures and could only offer beauty to the Sun King, who, being an indiscriminate old fellow, had consorted with various beauties from myriad races over the centuries, resulting in at least tens of thousands of offspring. The exact number eluded me. Wow, little brother, do try this chicken. It's delicious and delightfully crispy. Looking at the familiar golden fried chicken before him, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Even the aroma and color were strikingly similar. But what of the taste? With this thought in mind, Jiang Tuanzi took a hearty bite, his heart brimming with anticipation as he glanced at the eager eyes of Lon. The new compendium entry 1, Mentor Anna had become the most radiant focal point of the Arcane Academy today. She was gently surrounded by friends, family, fellow mentors, and students. Clad in a meticulously tailored wedding gown, she resembled a celestial being descending upon the earth. Every inch of fabric radiated with the light of happiness, her face aglow with an ineffable joy and anticipation. The Sun King had chosen her as his consort years ago. And now, this moment marked the blossoming of their beautiful union. Following this day, Anna would accompany the Sun King into the palace of the Sun Kingdom, forever to be his consort, and of course, she was not the only one marrying today. The princess of the Full Moon Kingdom and the mermaid princess from the Rich Wave Domain would also wed the Sun King. 3 exquisite beauties, each possessing their unique charm. As the saying goes, beauty is paired with heroism, and today's spectacle resembled a match made in heaven. Such extraordinary maidens could only befit the unparalleled hero, the Sun King. The citizens of various provinces silently shared this sentiment. Feelings of envy and admiration spreading across the 4 realms. How wonderful it would be if the Sun King could marry me. New compendium entry unlocked. Sun fried chicken flavor. 8 points. Aromatic. Nutrition. 3. 432. Clean the chicken legs. Deb 1 and remove the sinews. Then mix with salt, black pepper, and white pepper, allowing to marinate for 15 minutes. Combine starch and flour. Evenly coat the chicken with the mixture. Dip in beaten egg. And then coat with breadcrumbs for later use. Sun fried chicken was created by the recently celebrated young chef, Mo Wei Jimengshi, who gained fame through this dish. It is said that after the introduction of sun fried chicken, poultry farmers worldwide prospered. Although it differs slightly from fried chicken from Blue Star, it is devoid of any sauces. Yet, this fried chicken truly dazzled Jiang Tuanzi. It was undeniably delicious. The crispy exterior, fried at high temperatures, offered a slight saltiness and a hint of spices, while the meat inside was tender and juicy, firm yet elastic, with just the right amount of oiliness, avoiding any greasy sensation. Had food ever been this delectable before? Recently, a young chef known as Mo Wei Jimengshi has emerged, reputed for crafting delicious dishes, and this golden fried chicken is the latest recipe he has unveiled. It was my first time hearing about this chef. How I wish I had encountered him sooner. This is the latest offering, and it is my first time hearing of it. It is said that he aspires to forge his own culinary legend akin to that of the legendary brewmaster Zui Meng Bianji, becoming the finest example for all future generations. Regardless of whether he ultimately succeeds, I hold high hopes for this young chef. After all, who does not love exquisite food? Come, have a sip of the sparkling tea, also a creation of that young chef. Shared with us, Lan handed Jiang Tuanzi the green packaged sparkling tea, which he downed in one gulp, the sound echoing with 8 ton. On the experimental screen, a new compendium entry appeared. New compendium entry unlocked. Sparkling tea flavor. 7 points. Delicious. Nutrition. 1. 734 blend of water, sugar, and soda tea. Just as I thought. It is not tea but rather sparkling water from another world. Fried chicken paired with soda. Such a culinary marvel in this land of scarcity. This chef must truly be remarkable. Mo Wei Jimengshi, was it? I am quite curious to meet him and discover what sort of chef he is. After finishing the sparkling water, Jiang Tuanzi even sampled a piece of dry tea leaves that had not been soaked, simply to unlock a new entry in the compendium. New compendium entry unlocked. Soda tea leaves flavor. 5 points. Tasteless. Nutrition. 0.004. Soda tea leaves are a unique plant found in the Sea of Stars, producing small bubbles when submerged in water, which create a slight tingling sensation in the mouth upon bursting. After swallowing, they leave a refreshing trace in the oral cavity. Observing Jiang Tuanzi munching on the tea leaves, Lan mimicked him, popping one into her mouth, her expression animated as she quipped, "Though it lacks flavor, I still find it far superior to those wretched dwarf candies, those poor little dwarf children. No wonder their lifespans are so brief, barely exceeding 50 years." Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the compendium, noting the stark nutritional disparity between the two 5-point items, soda tea leaves and gemstone candies, and could not help but remark that the nutritional values indeed bore no relation to their flavors. Nutrition was merely nutrition. He too felt that the soda tea leaves were evidently more palatable. Lan and Jiang Tuanzi savored the fried chicken while sipping their delightful drinks. Meanwhile, the divine children aboard the flying vessels had all taken their seats. Below, the grand ceremony of the sun deity commenced, featuring the release of magical lanterns, musical performances, instrumental recitals, aquatic beings dancing as they morphed from the sea, and an array of magical displays, debates, aerial dances, and remarkable acrobatics. The artistic performances soon lulled Jiang Tuanzi into a state of drowsiness, while Lan Lan appeared thoroughly engrossed, clapping and cheering at the highlights. Even during the more esoteric magical debates, she remained spirited, occasionally offering insightful commentary on the issues presented. Her sharp critiques of certain magical aspects even elevated Jiang Tuanzi's perspective point. One could only commend her. Lan Lan would always be the sister to be admired. As the opening performance progressed, it ultimately reached a crescendo. Clad in resplendent golden armor, the Sun King descended amidst a dazzling aura, flanked by majestic flying beasts, resembling the true sun god in that moment. Amidst the exuberant cheers and excited expressions of the crowd, the Sun King gracefully alighted upon the hoofed plaza. His imposing presence left all in awe. This was Jiang Tuanzi's first encounter with the Sun King, and he too was profoundly shaken, just gazing at the Sun King's radiant figure. A cacophony of discordant voices erupted in his mind, each with differing tones clamoring to proclaim, "The Sun King's brilliance is everlasting. The Sun King is invincible." His body remained rooted in place, immobile. Unlike everyone else, Lan Lan found little interest in the spectacle. She rose to stretch and casually patted Jiang Tuanzi's shoulder as he sat there, frozen. In an instant, the discordant clamor in his mind faded away. In the yellow sand continent, the yellow sand desert was encircled by towering gray-white walls, higher than mountains. Yet beneath these walls lay a throng of demonic armies, densely packed like a surging tide. Initially thought to be a fortress to imprison the demons, the situation changed dramatically after the divine children had bombarded this place. The yellow sand desert now bore countless unbalanced points, spewing forth bizarre remnants and ruins, filling the void left by the magical devastation wrought by the divine children. Over the past 5 years, the number of demons had surged beyond imagination, their subtypes proliferating. They appeared almost as if enlightened by the gods. Their equipment becoming refined, their weapons sharpened, and their magic grew increasingly potent. They even exhibited a newfound intelligence, learning to cooperate and communicate rather than charging heedlessly into battle. This transformation brought great distress to the elves stationed at the walls of the Yellow Sand continent. The Arcane Academy had not remained idle over the years. Through research, they conservatively estimated that a new demonic subtype manifested every 7 days, a new demon lord every 150 days, and an overall strengthening of the demon race every 1,000 days. Never before had a species evolved at such a rapid pace. This was simply unfathomable. Consequently, the previously overlooked theory of multiversal connector gained widespread attention among scholars. This theory posited that there exist numerous worlds interconnected by invisible pathways. When beings in one world extract excessively, it leads to an imbalance, which in turn creates secret passages linking two worlds, known as imbalance points. These imbalance points transport elements from other worlds to compensate for what has been extracted. Moreover, the newly introduced elements would invoke a reciprocal consequence upon those who had extracted excessively. This elucidated the backlash of the divine children's magic following the emergence of these imbalance points, significantly augmenting the strength of the demons within the Yellow Sand continent and propelling their rapid advancement. As Jiang Tuanzi turned her head, Lan Lan proposed, "Let's go. Sister will take you fishing. We shall indulge in a sumptuous feast of fish tonight, and it must be a delightful experience." Just as the two were about to step out, they noticed a slip of an orange and white envelope had been wedged into the door crack. Inside the envelope was an invitation adorned with the paw print of a cat. Jiang Tuanzi opened the invitation, and Lan Lan leaned in as the former read aloud. "Esteemed Golden Monarch-level adventurer, Devourer Dragon Knight, honorary principal of the Arcane Academy, Mr. Jiang, and the esteemed Ms. Lan Lan, I, the current head of the Adventurers Guild of the Starry Isles, cordially invite you to my soiree tomorrow evening. Would you do me the honor of your presence? Sincerely, Nut." Lan Lan squinted her eyes, extending her thumb and forefinger while curling the remaining 3 fingers into a pistol shape, resting it against her chin in dissatisfaction. "Why does our little brother have so many titles before his name, while I am merely addressed with esteemed? Does the sender of this invitation look down upon me? Yet, considering he is treating me to a feast tomorrow night, I shall forgive him for now. However, should the food prove unsatisfactory, I shall make a scene at the banquet. He must understand that I, Wind Sister from the mountain, am not to be trifled with. Now, let us first enjoy some grilled fish. It is delicious, after savoring the grilled fish. We shall attend the banquet. With that, she seized the still contemplative Jiang Tuanzi and, against the flow of the jubilant crowd, dashed toward the seaside. Lan Lan casually selected an unattended boat, untied the ropes, dismantled the connecting planks, and set sail with Jiang Tuanzi. It was only then that the latter ceased his pondering and inquired, "How did this invitation know I am the Golden Monarch Devourer Dragon Knight and the honorary principal of the Arcane Academy?" "Oh, such matters. In this world, there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. If one is diligent in their investigation, they will surely discover something. Do not dwell on it, little brother. If there were truly a trap set for you, I would handle it with ease." "Understood, Sister Lan Lan. You are truly kind. Indeed, I am. After all, who else would I be kind to if not my little brother?" As the two drifted on the boat, they arrived at an expanse of sea devoid of islands. Lan Lan gazed curiously at the twinkling starlight reflected upon the inky starry sea and exclaimed, "Having traveled this far, there must be fish beneath the surface, right? Let us take a look, to be honest. It is my first time fishing as well. Shall I dive down first?" As Jiang Tuanzi prepared to leap, Lan Lan hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Wait, wait. Do you know what lies beneath the ocean?" "What is it?" "It is the abyss. If you fall in, you may never return." 5 years ago, Jiang Tuanzi had the fortune of witnessing the abyss firsthand. The magic of the deity pierced through the sandy continent and the ocean supporting it, revealing the void beneath, known as the abyss. So, is the ocean below all abyss? Lan Lan nodded and inquired, "Did you not receive any knowledge inheritance upon your birth? Even the 4 great demons possess it, as do various subtypes of the demon race surrounding the Demon King's castle. Even the relatively dim-witted worms have a smattering of it. Moreover, based on my experience over the past 5 years, this knowledge inheritance is not exclusive to demons. Even humans in this world possess fragmented knowledge upon birth. If one were to insist, I too have what could be considered an inheritance, memories from my past life on Blue Star." This thought rekindled long-buried reflections upon learning this common knowledge. If that were indeed a knowledge inheritance from birth, was I a reincarnation of Jiang Tuanzi, or merely a slime creature inheriting her memories? With a sigh, he shook his head. Realizing that Jiang Tuanzi had not received any knowledge inheritance, Lan Lan was not as surprised as Nini had been. Instead, she calmly scratched a diagram on the wooden planks. Abyss, 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 starlight, 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 continent, 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 star sea, star sea, star sea, abyss, abyss, abyss. She patiently explained, "You see, this is the world. If you have studied the fundamentals of magic, you should understand that the world is composed of elements, as clearly outlined in your textbooks. From left to right, from light to heavy. This may sound a bit abstract, so let me provide an example. Little brother, you enjoy fine cuisine, do you not? Picture a glass filled halfway with water and halfway with oil. A distinct boundary is formed between them. If I were to add a berry into the mix, it would perfectly float between the oil and water. This berry represents our continent, while the water below signifies the star sea, and the oil above is the starlight. Bodies of water such as the still sea and the icy sea are considered the upper half of the sea. The star sea is the largest, encompassing all lower waters. Beneath the star sea lies the abyss, which is devoid of magical energy. If you were to fall into it, you would continue to descend until death. Similarly, the upper abyss exists, where falling into it would result in an ascent without end. Thus, the sea surrounding the starry isles is the thinnest. Here, there is no upper sea, only the lower sea. We do not know how deep this star sea is. Some may appear deep, but they could merely be a thin layer of a few dozen meters. One could jump in and immediately plunge into the abyss, leading to demise. Therefore, when venturing into the water, one must be tied to a rope. There, I have secured it for you. Little adventurer, do dive in and see. Whether we enjoy a fish feast tonight depends on you." Before Jiang Tuanzi could utter another word, he was abruptly pushed off the boat by Lan Lan. A splash echoed as he plunged into the sea. What he had intended to say transformed into bubbles. Lan Lan watched the bubbles rise, a knowing smile gracing her lips. On the sandy continent, the elven priestess sat atop the city wall, silent as countless spells detonated around her. Elves were ruthlessly slaughtered by magic. She shouted to the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Elves, our common foe is the Sun King, not each other. Let us shake hands, share a drink, and unite against our mutual adversary." The elven priestess gritted her teeth, veins throbbing upon her forehead. She witnessed her kin being gunned down by demons while enduring the incessant chatter of the enemy for 24 hours. Filling her heart with indescribable anguish, the ocean was starkly different from what Jiang Tuanzi had imagined. It felt thicker. Unlike the memories of water, one could not advance an inch without using magic. It was akin to gliding in place rather than swimming. Jiang Tuanzi quickly adapted to this novel sensation and began to swim through the water. The sea was desolate, devoid of fish or vegetation. Yet numerous luminous mobile islands floated about. Only on these small islands could some amphibious plants be found, but the fish they sought remained elusive. Lon Lon, ever the optimist, who had been so eager moments ago, now comforted Jiang Tuanzi, offering words of encouragement. "Do not lose heart, good meals take time. Patience is key." The two spent the day drifting in borrowed boats, ultimately returning empty-handed, save for some common amphibious plants like seaweed and sea fruits. As night fell, the darkness enveloped them more than usual. They found an immobile island and ignited a bonfire, settling for a modest meal of roasted seaweed and fruits, complemented by fine wine procured from the central island. Although simple, the meal was satisfying. New, unlocking dishes, roasted seaweed taste, 610, mild, nutrition, 0.008. The exterior was slightly crisp, while the inside was tender, offering a unique chewiness with a subtle salty and charred flavor. Seaweed is a marine plant commonly found in the ocean. It is more resilient than other herbaceous plants, yet shares a root system akin to bamboo and is low in nutritional value. It is a snack enjoyed by the merfolk of the Cheongjiao Kingdom during their leisure time. New, unlocking dishes, roasted seafruit taste, 610, mild, nutrition, 0.4522. Unexpected dishes were discovered. Having eaten their fill, it was time for rest. Jiang Tuanzi lay on the mat, his mind racing with thoughts until he could no longer contain himself and asked, "Sister Lon Lon, why were you not surprised that I did not inherit knowledge?" "Ha ha ha ha, little brother, what have you been pondering for so long?" "So it was due to this matter. Such topics, I feel, are not suitable for someone your age. They tend to lean towards darkness." Seeing Jiang Tuanzi's visible disappointment, Lon Lon generously continued, "Since you are so eager to know, I will reluctantly share. Every race has its unique talents and abilities. Long ago, there existed a single race whose children, upon birth, received this knowledge inheritance. Soon, this secret became known to all, and not long after, that race faced near extinction, while all other races acquired this ability of knowledge inheritance." Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the drifting islands in the sky, reflecting, an innocent man is not guilty. It is his possession that brings him trouble. This perspective was novel to Lon Lon. She chuckled lightly and corrected him with her own insights. "No, no, no. The dragon race stands tall like sleepers. The tree race walks as if ill. The giant race resembles fragile beings without bones. Tio, speak frankly, dear younger brother. Although the three clans possess extraordinary treasures, what allows them to endure through the ages? Concealing one's talents and wisdom is the true mark of sagacity. One relishes engaging in laborious tasks that yield no reward. One must never reveal the number of trump cards one holds. Should the adversary become aware, either they must perish, or you may coexist temporarily. There are no alternatives." Jiang Tuanzi pondered this deeply and found herself in agreement with Sister Lon Lon, eventually drifting into a peaceful slumber. Lon Lon, lying on her side, glanced at Jiang Tuanzi and inhaled the scents wafting through the air with her delicate nose. She mused with growing curiosity. "I am increasingly perplexed, dear brother. Are you truly of my kin? If not, why do we resemble each other so closely?" In that moment, she silently unfurled a pair of magnificent wings, their gentle flutter distorting the surrounding air. Black spots appeared, cloaking her form, and in an instant, she vanished into the abyss. The following morning, Jiang Tuanzi awoke promptly to find Lon Lon devouring 2 roasted legs of meat. They appeared utterly delectable. The nearby bonfire blazed more fiercely than it had the night before, with a skinned magical beast suspended above, being licked by the flames. Upon noticing Jiang Tuanzi had awakened, Lon Lon gestured for her to join in the meal. "Come, taste this. I caught it last night in the forest continent. Though I must admit, it's a bit tough. Jiang Tuanzi seized a roasted leg and took a hearty bite. Alas, this forest beast was not a new addition to her collection. She had indulged in it many times before. The elven soldiers would rear magical beasts, bringing them into battle, while Nini would often capture a few for them to roast and enjoy together. Just like the frost beasts, forest beasts do not necessarily wield magic related to trees or nature. Rather, they inhabit the forest, hence the name. Unlike the frost beasts, who predominantly wield fire magic, the magic of forest beasts is far more varied, encompassing almost all types, with the most common being moon and star magic. Accounting for roughly 20 to 30%. The magical elements within the forest beasts impart unique flavors to the meat, akin to tasting magic itself. Star magic bears a resemblance to grape flavor, while moonlight magic evokes the taste of blueberries. The meat is neither overly greasy nor tough, but rather feels fresh and wholesome, devoid of guilt. For the combination of meat and its peculiar flavors. Whether it is palatable is a matter of personal taste. Having lived for 5 years, Jiang Tuanzi had grown accustomed to the taste of forest beast meat. After enjoying this sumptuous feast of roasted magical meat with Lan Lan, they resumed their journey aboard the ship, setting sail directly towards the venue of the mysterious banquet on Nightshade Island. In the central island, at the Horseshoe Square, within a suite, Kadaya inquired of the Sun King, "My lord, I have perused the entirety of the Infinite Library's tomes in recent days, yet I have one more question. Why do the historical records often bear discrepancies? The answer to an objective fact can often manifest in myriad forms. Human memory may blur or distort, words may harbor falsehoods, and the accounts within books can be fabricated by predecessors or altered by successors. Even first-hand oral traditions are subject to the filter of subjective judgment. Therefore, regarding the records of history, we must retain those aspects that favor us, ensuring they become well-known and indelibly etched in the minds of the populace. Should future events diverge from established impressions, individuals will invariably fill in the gaps, embellishing the existing narratives. At that moment, he gripped the cheek of his concubine Anna tightly, his tone playful as he asked, "Isn't that right, my dear beauty?" Anna's cheek flushed red from the squeeze, her gaze vacant yet her voice filled with joy, smiling as she replied, "The words of the Sun King are divine decrees. Divine decrees are always correct. Thus, the words of the Sun King are eternally right, and the Sun King is forever perfect. Nightshade Island is a locale that has only recently been developed, unknown to the locals of the Starry Isles." The two navigated with a borrowed map, arriving just as night fell. However, this island differed from their expectations. Despite its recent development, it bore no signs of desolation, and in the distance, an extraordinarily grand white castle loomed. Yet, an unusual tranquility enveloped the pristine dock. Numerous ships lay docked in an orderly fashion, yet no sailors or workers could be seen. Not a single soul was visible on the island, as they secured their vessel alongside the dock. Another ship approached from the opposite direction, docking directly across from them. As Jiang Tuanzi and Lan Lan disembarked, they overheard Lu Rini addressing his brother in an educational tone. "Brother, we've traveled far and wide, encountering countless tempests, yet we had never heard of Nightshade Island until yesterday. Just look at the exquisite architecture here. It's evident that a powerful sorcerer is behind it. When we meet others, do refrain from speaking nonsense that could be overheard. I cannot guarantee your safety, brother. Before we set out, I caught wind of some rumors. They say the master of Nightshade Island is not human. Looking at this place now, I feel an unsettling vibe. I sense we should not linger here. You should listen to me." Lu Rini playfully rapped his brother's head, scolding him. "Stop with your foolishness. Tonight, many significant figures will grace this island. If we can curry favor with even one, our lives will be filled with abundance and glory." As the brothers argued, a white-haired maid approached them slowly from the island. She donned an elaborate Gothic dress and long stockings, her bare feet unshod. It seemed to corroborate Lu Runjia's earlier claims. Jiang Tuanzi observed the maid's movements and found them unsettling. Her gait appeared stiff and forced, as if she were laboriously imitating a smooth human stride. Exuding an aura of unnatural rigidity and awkwardness, her face bore no expression, resembling a sculpture, stiff and lifeless. Jiang Tuanzi's devouring system could not consume just anything. It only devoured items devoid of spiritual energy. Throughout his years, he had understood that all living beings possessed some degree of spiritual force. Conversely, Anything with spiritual energy must be a living entity. For instance, when inspecting the high-grade fruits from Fruit Island, the identification function would yield the succinct phrase, "cannot devour." However, upon assessing the white-haired maid, the identification function displayed, "unknown codex." This implied that either the white-haired maid was not a living being, or he had misunderstood the concept of spiritual energy all along, that not all living beings possess it. Lan Lan regarded the white-haired maid with a hint of disdain before turning her gaze back to Jiang Tuanzi. Chuckling softly at his contemplative expression, with a smile, she leaned closer to him and quietly offered a solution to his internal inquiry. "This maid is a magical automaton." Jiang Tuanzi's face reflected surprise as he thought, "A magical automaton? Magic can imitate life? How marvelous!" Yet, unexpectedly, the white-haired maid seemed to sense their conversation. Her movements suddenly became light and agile, her pace quickening, and her expression softened into a natural smile, as if the previous stiffness had merely been Jiang Tuanzi's illusion. "Bingo! Esteemed lady, you have answered correctly, though there is no reward. The unadorned grand banquet is about to commence. Tonight's feast awaits only the four of you." Following this, the white-haired maid retrieved 4 distinct masks from her spatial pouch, presenting them to the group. The masks for Lu Ranjia and Lu Runny were that of a colorful clown and a black and white clown, respectively. Jiang Tuanzi's mask depicted a dragon, while Lanlin's was an elongated oval, devoid of patterns or color. The white-haired maid smiled as she explained, "Dear guests, please understand that tonight's banquet will feature numerous prominent figures, and some of these notables must conceal their true identities. Hence, tonight's gathering is a masked banquet. I apologize for the omission in the invitation regarding this matter, and for not requiring you to bring your own masks. I hope for your understanding." "Thank you." Lanlin's expression soured as she protested. "I will not wear it. I do not comprehend. I do not accept. Wasn't this supposed to be a banquet? How can I eat with this wretched mask on? Are you trying to fool me?" The white-haired maid's previously serene smile faltered for a moment. She then took Lanlin's mask and delicately sliced the upper lip portion with her nail. The lower half of the mask was smoothly severed, disintegrating into white ash that dissipated into the My lady. "Now you may feast without reservation." Lan Lan gazed at her new mask with satisfaction, donning it and cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, now this is more like it." The white-haired maid, lifting her long skirt, bowed to the guests and then gestured. "Please follow me." Lu Runjia swallowed hard. The maid's appearance was precisely to his liking, and all previous objections vanished, replaced by eager anticipation as he was the first to follow her into the island. Lu Runny shook his head and followed after his brother. Jiang Tuanzi and Lan Lan exchanged a glance before joining them side by side. "Nakajima." Kadaya stood beside the Sun King, who proclaimed the oracle. "Though Kadaya is not my son, he is nonetheless connected to me by a thread of blood. Over the years, he has diligently fulfilled his duties, rising from a mere soldier to the esteemed rank of the highest 10th Order Solar Knight. This spirit moves me deeply. Therefore, on this auspicious day of celebration, I hereby adopt him as my foster son. From this moment forth, Kadaya ascends to join the ranks of the 11,000 divine sons. And he shall also participate in the selection for the Solar Goddess Grand Ceremony, possessing the right to inherit the throne of the Sun Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, do any oppose this?" Upon departing the dock, it became evident that this island bore no signs of habitation, no villages or other structures to be found. A winding path meandered through the dense forest, flanked by magically accelerated moon shrubs, which emitted a gentle glow, guiding all towards the banquet's entrance. As one ventured deeper, soft symphonic melodies began to waft through the air. The music emanated from the White Castle ahead, where a row of fountains adorned the entrance. Stepping into the fountain plaza, a tantalizing aroma began to envelop the atmosphere, mingling with the colorful mist of water droplets, enticing all who breathed it in. Jiang Tuanzi recognized this scent well. It was the essence of culinary magic. Once highly coveted at the Arcane Academy, culinary magic had lost its preeminence in recent years due to the rapid advancement of gastronomy, endorsements from esteemed figures, and shifting societal trends. The White Castle before him was unlike what he had envisioned. It was not constructed of individual stones, but rather carved from a single, seamlessly integrated monolith, painstakingly hollowed and sculpted. Its grandeur and exquisite form rendered it less a castle in reality and more a large, unpainted model crafted by some colossal giant in his leisure time. This was a quintessential magical creation, Nightshade Island, with its magically conjured docks, castle, and inhabitants. Who, then, was the host of this banquet? Lu Runjia and Lu Reni? Pondering this question, entered the castle. Inside, the castle was ablaze with light, yet no candles or oil lamps were in sight. The very essence of the castle radiated a soft, non-glaring luminosity. The identity of the banquet's host rose in stature within their minds. Surrounding the banquet hall were exquisite sculptures and abstract murals. Jiang Tuanzi paused to observe, noting that the mural's style resembled Van Gogh's famous painting, The Scream, from the Blue Planet. Lan Lan, ever knowledgeable, also halted. Eager to share, observed the style. This must be from a painter named Yu. From long ago, he had a penchant for such peculiar subjects, producing only a few works, and admirers of this style are rare. With even fewer pieces preserved, it can only be said that the host of this banquet possesses rather unique tastes. One side of the hall was lined with neatly arranged musical instruments. Yet no performers could be seen. The instruments played themselves. Such autonomy was the pinnacle of magical music, for playing an instrument is already a formidable challenge, requiring years of practice, let alone the simultaneous manipulation of many instruments to perform a symphony. Dozens of small tables were adorned with luxurious tablecloths, exquisite golden vessels, and crystal goblets, accompanied by a splendid array of dishes. The attendees donned elegant attire, their faces obscured by various masks, gently swaying their crystalline goblets. Most were not in haste to indulge in the fine wines or delectable delicacies before them, but were instead absorbed in hushed conversations. Their expressions and tones revealed a mix of nervousness and excitement, clearly indicating that many were first-time participants in such a prestigious soirée. Jiang Tuanzi conducted a thorough assessment, discovering that all the fish dishes were crafted using culinary magic. Much like Nakajima, there were no actual fish here. The other dishes were a blend of reality and illusion, half crafted by magic and half by skilled chefs. Upon re-evaluating the banquet, if the resplendent castle and cutting-edge academic theories astonished Lu Renjia and Lu Reni, then the amalgamation of music, academia, art, gastronomy, and fine wines elevated Jiang Tuanzi's regard for the banquet's host even further. Yet, Lan Lan, upon entering, seemed indifferent to all this, quickly finding her place and eagerly devouring the food laid out before her. As she feasted, she noticed that Jiang Tuanzi had circled the room without yet sitting down to eat, prompting her impatience to surface. Without inquiry, she seized Jiang Tuanzi's hand, guiding him to select 5 different dishes and a tea from other small tables. Placing them all on her own table before insisting he sit beside her. Eat, quickly. If you don't eat with enthusiasm, there is something wrong with your mindset. However, in terms of results, Lanlan's keen eye had spotted that 2 of the dishes and the tea were labeled as unknown in the encyclopedia, and none among the 6 were crafted using culinary magic. New encyclopedia entry unlocked. Dragon flame steak taste. 8 points. Aromatic, nutrition. 19.99 cut small pieces from the belly of the frost ice giant dragon. Tenderize them and stew in a pressure cooker with water for an hour and a half. Then marinate with garlic, rosemary, salt, black pepper, and red wine for 4 hours. Rinse off excess seasoning, and roast with dragon flame magic until the exterior turns a golden hue. Adding fresh dragon breath leaves before serving. This was Jiang Tuanzi's first experience with dragon meat steak. Even after such extensive cooking, the dragon meat remained crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Succulent yet not greasy, a testament to the exceptional quality of the dragon meat. The steak had a spicy yet rich flavor, with a hint of wood fruit aroma. Both its scent and taste bore no unpleasantness. It seemed the quality of the dragon meat was quite remarkable, though preparing it must require considerable effort, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary chef. Lan Lan took a hearty bite of the steak, nodding in delight, exclaiming to Jiang Tuanzi, "I never expected this free-range chicken to taste so delectable." "Indeed, it is quite good," Jiang Tuanzi concurred, shifting his seat closer to her, leaning in to whisper, "It seems you, little brother, quite enjoy this free-range chicken steak. Seriously, why not consider renaming yourself Devourer of the Frost Ice Dragon Knights? It has a more understated ring to it." Pausing momentarily, she squinted, adopting a mischievous demeanor before continuing. "After all, concealing talent and wisdom is true wisdom." Jiang Tuanzi immediately grasped her implication and inquired, "What is the significance?" What distinguishes the frost ice dragon from a dragon? Lan Lan took another large bite of steak, stating, "Of course there is a distinction. Let me explain." Before she could finish, a figure behind them, donned in a cat mask, interrupted her, introducing himself in a flat tone. "Greetings, I am a scholar with a penchant for studying various creatures from different locales. The frost ice dragon and the dragon are precisely the subjects of my current research. Upon hearing that you've discerned this steak as being from the frost ice dragon, I couldn't resist initiating a conversation. I hope you'll pardon me." Realizing this individual was not an acquaintance of Jiang Tuanzi, Lan Lan dismissed him entirely, continuing to consume bread and roasted meat while sipping fine wine. Jiang Tuanzi subtly urged the masked scholar to take his leave, politely stating, "My friend and I are a bit famished and wish to enjoy our meal first. The topic of the frost ice dragon can wait until we've finished eating and have some leisure time." The figure donned in an owl mask appeared to struggle with the nuances of the conversation, as he nonchalantly pulled out a chair beside him and settled down, casting a calm glance towards Jiang Tuanzi as he remarked, "There's no rush. The banquet has ample time ahead. I can wait until you finish your meal before we resume our earlier discussion." Jiang Tuanzi could only manage an awkward smile, turning away to savor the delectable dish that Lan Lan had thoughtfully selected for him, a plate of tantalizing roasted meat. New, unlocking the compendium, Dragon Flame Roasted Chicken Slices Flavor. 8 points, fragrant, nutrition. 1.87 The whole chicken, plucked and eviscerated of excess fat, is marinated for 15 minutes with dried dragon breath leaf powder, olive oil, garlic powder, rosemary, salt, and black pepper. After rinsing off the surplus seasonings, it is patted in a pot. Bring clean water to a boil, then ladle hot water over the chicken skin evenly to tighten it, enhancing its crispiness. Subsequently, it is air-dried using a gentle breeze spell to ensure the skin remains dry. In simpler terms, it resembles the spicy roasted chicken of Blue Star. The roasting was executed flawlessly. The skin was crisp, the meat tender and juicy, with the bones retaining a hint of pink, and the entire chicken was exceptionally flavorful. It is undeniable that, over the past few days of sampling, the quality of most dishes has notably improved compared to 5 years ago. As he hastily consumed the remaining 3 plates of cuisine, he finally took a sip of the violet tea. The new, unlocking the compendium, Sun and Moon Tea, Soul's Partisan, flavor, 6 points, mild, nutrition, 10.375 cinnamon, ginger, sunflower, elderflower, and night-blooming flowers are dried under the moonlight, allowing them to absorb its energy for later use. Boiling clear spring water, the dried ingredients are added and simmered slowly, letting the aroma and magical elements melt. Once the tea turns a deep purple, it is filtered, with honey added to taste, since the blessings of the sun and moon illuminated the land. Ushering in the era of the great sun and moon, the Solar King, in a gesture of friendship marking the 5th anniversary of the alliance with the elves, crafted this special tea for the moon goddess, who delights in tea, sun and moon tea. The tea appears predominantly purple, yet its connection to the blue moon and golden sun remains elusive. Is it possible that the Solar King intends to convey a hidden message through this tea? This is the first instance where the system has incorporated a question within the compendium, compelling Jiang Tuanzi to scrutinize the tea with renewed interest. The tea's base exhibits a profound purple hue, yet its surface occasionally glimmers with a faint golden sheen. Though classified as tea, its fragrance is predominantly characterized by the spicy notes of cinnamon and ginger, intertwined with a subtle floral aroma. Upon tasting, the initial sensations are of the warmth from cinnamon and ginger, soon followed by a honeyed sweetness that is light and rounded. Jiang Tuanzi found it difficult to articulate his impression. It was neither particularly delightful nor unpleasant. At this moment, the owl-masked figure lifted a cup of sun and moon tea, intently observing it before speaking to himself. Upon learning its name, many individuals instinctively associate its hue with the deep blue of the night illuminated by moonlight. Lan Lan, overhearing the ongoing discourse nearby, felt a sudden surge of irritation and wished to dismiss the speaker. However, Jiang Tuanzi was keen to listen further, signaling for her to remain calm. Lan Lan, noticing her companion's interest, scowled, her appetite waning as she glared at Jiang Tuanzi. He attempted to convey through lip movements that he was not ignoring her, but rather intrigued by the tea and curious about the owl-masked individual's insights. This only fueled Lan Lan's annoyance. Despite her extensive knowledge, She had never encountered this tea before and found it vexing that her expertise in this area paled in comparison to that of the owl-masked figure. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, ultimately redirecting her frustration towards Jiang Tuanzi, playfully squeezing his neck and shaking him vigorously. Jiang Tuanzi, gasping and with eyes darting, struggled against the playful onslaught. Amidst their silent yet passionate exchange, the owl-masked figure continued to passionately recount the tale of sun and moon tea. This deep blue is, in fact, a delightful misunderstanding rooted in the inertia of human memory. The combination of night and moon often evokes a natural association with deep blue hues in the minds of most individuals when they close their eyes. However, this tea is truly a deep purple. Purple, in contrast to the coldness of blue, leans towards the warm tones of red, reminiscent of the colors that grace the sky during the sunset. While some may find this connection somewhat tenuous, upon closer inspection, one can observe a faint golden edge on the surface of sun and moon tea when illuminated from certain angles. This effect is due to the sunflower, which adds a warm and brilliant touch to the deep purple liquid. Sun and moon tea appears blue at first glance, then purple upon closer examination, and reveals a layer of gold upon meticulous scrutiny. Observe how this cup of tea lies quietly within the glass, with the moonlight-like purple dominating, yet complemented by the golden rim, resembling a caged bird, trapped within a deep well, yearning for freedom. The Solar King has always held a fondness for such subtle, yet profound nuances. Should you partake in this sun and moon tea, you will discover that the relationships it encapsulates become increasingly vivid and intense. The overall flavor of the tea mirrors the fervor of the sun, intense and unrestrained, while the essence of the moon is almost imperceptible, akin to a mere shadow within the sun's radiance. If you were to close your eyes, disregarding the tea's color and allowing your thoughts to drift, forgetting the name of this tea, you would scarcely notice the moon's presence. This seemingly simple cup of tea appears to be the Solar King's way of revealing his ambitions. He wishes for people to associate the moon with the sun and to recall gold whenever they see blue. Although this tea is imbued with the beautiful symbolism of friendship, upon deeper reflection, do you not perceive it as a foreboding judgment against the future of the elves? Of course, not all the divine offspring bear such burdens. There exists an exception. The divine offspring king. 5 years ago, he tragically lost his son and, due to the exorbitant cost of excessive blessings, subsequently lost the ability to wield any magic. Such an ordeal would undoubtedly be catastrophic for other divine offspring, likely plunging them into despair and indulgence, eroding their ambition. Yet, the divine offspring king did not succumb to these trials. He did not lose hope nor fall into despondency. Instead, he focused intently on honing his physical prowess, which was his forte. Ultimately, whether by fortune or through perseverance, or perhaps due to the beast-kin blood coursing through his veins, the blessings of the sun and moon ceased to amplify his magical power and instead began to enhance his physical form. Principal Mito once stated, "The beauty of magic lies not in quantity but in quality." I believe this sentiment aptly applies to the divine offspring king. The serendipitous relinquishment of one domain has rendered him more specialized, elevating his overall strength to become the definitive foremost among the 180,000 divine offspring. Unbeknownst to Lan Lan, she had quietly settled down, clapping in astonishment, her admiration evident as she exclaimed, "This is what it means to be a cultured individual. A scholar, little brother, take a lesson from him. Even drinking tea can yield such profound insights. Meanwhile, you've been sipping for ages, only to conclude with, it's neither good nor bad." She mimicked Jiang Tuanzi's contemplative tone as she reached the final remark. Then, patting his shoulder, she added, "Little brother, you have a long way to go." Jiang Tuanzi felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. No wonder the system incorporated questions into the compendium. Engaging in such reading comprehension felt like an examination. If the owl-masked figure were to take the literary section of the Blue Star's university entrance exam, he would undoubtedly score no less than 150. The owl-masked figure rose and extended his hand towards the two. Reintroducing himself with sincere warmth, "Allow me to extend the most heartfelt welcome to you both, esteemed guests. Thank you for taking the time to attend this evening's banquet. You may refer to me as the Scholar of Cat Spirit, the Dragon-Swallowing Knight." After the handshake, the owl-masked figure nodded and fell silent, departing as self-absorbed as he had arrived. Truth be told, Jiang Tuanzi found this individual rather perplexing. He could not quite comprehend the motive behind this sudden intrusion. Lan, however, regarded Jiang Tuanzi with a curious expression, playfully questioning, "You've been staring at the spot where he vanished. Have you taken a liking to him? Would you like me to help you obtain his contact information?" She raised an eyebrow as she spoke. "Not at all, not at all. You clearly gazed in that direction 3 times, and I observed every moment. Well, I truly appreciate your keen observation, Lan. Lan, slightly disappointed, replied, however, "If you were to be with him, it would be somewhat regrettable, as there would be no children, and I wouldn't be able to hold any nieces or nephews in the future." "What are you talking about, Lan? I don't even know if they are male or female. How could I have children? They, along with that attendant at the dock, are magical constructs. Didn't you notice?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzi's pupils widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Lan, are you saying she is also a construct?" "Indeed." "Are you certain?" Lan, munching on a meat skewer, impatiently replied, "Why would I lie to you?" Just then, the owl-masked figure arrived at the second floor of the banquet, drawing the attention of all the guests on the first floor. Including Jiang Tuanzi, gazing at the figure adorned with a cat-headed mask, the system's assessment displayed a succinct phrase, "Unable to devour." However, Jiang Tuanzi found himself perplexed by these concise 4 characters. Do magical androids possess mental prowess? Certainly not. Despite being termed magical androids, they do not truly qualify as life forms. Without life, there can be no mental faculties. Tio put it simply, they are akin to a moving stone, yet a moving stone does not belong to the race of stones, which lack any mental power. Jiang Tuanzi scrutinized the cat-headed figure and could not help but retort inwardly. Ultimately, he could not resist sharing with Lan. "Yet I feel that the cat-headed figure indeed possesses mental power." "You must be mistaken," came the reply. The cat-headed figure then cleared his throat on the second floor, drawing the attention of all guests towards him. As everyone focused their gaze, he spoke slowly. "Esteemed guests, I kindly request a brief 2 minutes of your attention. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each of you for attending this soiree. It is an immense honor. I am the planner and host of this unadorned grand banquet, and also the proprietor of this castle. Tonight, we gather here to elucidate 3 significant matters: an invitation, a notification, and an ambitious goal. Firstly, regarding the invitation, it is direct and sincere. We warmly invite you to join us. The notification is that all adventurers guilds within the Starry Isles have now merged under our banner. Those guilds are now essentially subsidiaries of my Shadow Guild. Lastly, let us discuss the goal. The incorporation of the Adventurers Guilds of the Starry Isles is merely a starting point in the grand blueprint of the Shadow Guild, not the end point. Our ultimate vision is to unify all guilds across the globe, establishing an unprecedented colossal alliance. Subsequently, the Sun King shall serve as the visible ruler, guiding the world's light, while we, the Shadow Guild, will remain the guardians in obscurity, wielding control over the world as shadows. Now, may I inquire if anyone among you is willing to stand alongside us in this endeavor to conquer the world? Lu Renjia, donning a colorful clown mask, raised his hand, exuberantly leaping with excitement, exclaiming, "I want to join! I want to join! I wish to rule the entire world alongside the Shadow Guild." Such an impassioned reaction drew the attention of those around him. His brother, Lu Renyi, awkwardly shuffled a couple of steps aside, quietly murmuring to those nearby, "Ahem. I do not know this person, truly, I do not." In the Starry Isles, the hunt had commenced, with the other divine offspring already setting out to capture several flying magical beasts. Divine offspring Wang, however, remained calm, arms crossed over his chest. He provocatively regarded the figure not far away, who differed from the other divine offspring. Divine offspring Kadaya, possessing a countenance 7 parts more unsightly than the average divine offspring, remarked, "Prior to this, you were merely a lowly knight, reportedly without any granted fiefdom. Should you win this hunt, I shall offer you my entire realm as your prize. What say you?" Divine offspring Kadaya was in no hurry, a confident smile gracing his face as he inquired, "And if you were to win? Then you shall relinquish your title of divine offspring and confess to Father that you are unworthy of such a title." "I cannot agree to that. I already know that my fiefdom will be bestowed upon me after this hunt, and what use would I have for your insignificant piece of land? Oh, let us sweeten the pot a bit more. Should you win, I shall abandon my title of divine offspring and willingly become your subject, ready to heed your commands. Of course, my conditions for victory remain unchanged. How does that sound? Divine Offspring Kadaya's confident smile morphed into a sinister grin as he replied, "It is a deal." Observing his expression, Divine Offspring Wang scoffed, "Ha, fool, do you truly believe you can win? Such a dimwit." Kadaya watched as the other vanished from sight, taunting. A commoner who cannot even wield magic, yet boasts so boldly. How laughable! A teleportation spell manifested beneath him, making him the last divine offspring to disappear from the central isle. Thus, all divine offspring ventured forth to hunt the flying magical beasts. Upon hearing the cat-headed figure's address, Lanlan shook her head and whispered to Jiang Tuanzi, "Truly, a cultured individual. He claims to discuss 3 matters yet ends up delivering such an extensive speech, effectively only addressing one." Jiang Tuanzi, however, focused on the latter part, expressing doubt. "Do you genuinely believe this shadow guild can accomplish it? The endeavor of ruling the entire underworld. Perhaps it is indeed this shadow guild that will," he mused. "The name is quite evocative. Shadows silently envelop the dark corners of the world where the sun's rays cannot reach. As well as those overlooked crevices." Jiang Tuanzi recalled a term from Blue Star, sharing his thoughts. "It strikes me as akin to a shadow cabinet. It appears that many forces exist in this world, yet they are all manipulated from behind the scenes by this shadow cabinet." Lanlan nodded in surprise, praising, "Hey, I must say, little brother, your mind often conjures up quite novel perspectives." After a brief pause, she took a hearty sip of her vegetable soup and then asserted confidently, "That said, I still feel my interpretation holds more weight." With that, she unabashedly let out a loud burp. Meanwhile, the cat-headed figure on the second floor continued to address the guests. "Given the gravity of this matter, I do not urge you to make an immediate decision. I sincerely invite you all to immerse yourselves in tonight's banquet and relish the joy brought forth by the culinary delights. After the banquet, I kindly ask that you take a restful night in the castle before providing me with your esteemed response come morning." Once the cat-headed figure concluded, he slowly withdrew from the guest's view. To their astonishment, the table that had once been laden with delicacies was now completely bare. Even the large barrels of wine positioned nearby had vanished without a trace. Just as everyone was left in bewilderment, the brothers Lu Runjia and Lu Runi stumbled upon a small table in the corner of the banquet hall, stacked high with hundreds of pristine plates and bowls. At that moment, as Jiang Tuanzi heard the cat-headed figure's closing remark, he glanced at the table where he was seated, an uneasy feeling washing over him. He hastily pulled Lanlan outside to the castle's fountain. The fountain's water splashed beside them as Lanlan, clutching a large barrel of wooden wine, asked in confusion, "Little brother, why have you brought me here? I haven't finished my drink yet." Jiang Tuanzi sensed the bewildered guests still inside the castle with his magical powers and pretended to cough, awkwardly explaining, "Ahem, I merely wish to admire the scenery outside. Sitting by this fountain, enjoying the breeze, gazing at the moon, and sipping wine together is surely more delightful. Life should embrace its rituals." Very well. This made him appear quite remarkable. She set the wine beside her, inviting Jiang Tuanzi to join her in sampling it. Jiang Tuanzi gazed at the wine-enthused Lanlan, letting out a sigh in his heart. He resigned himself to sitting beside her, watching the fountain sway to the music, pouring himself a small cup of wine, and savoring a sip. New illustration 1. New, unlocked illustration. Farewell wine, stellar fruit wine flavor. 10 points, exquisite, nutritional value, 9. 403. Crafted by the Dream Weaver, this exquisite wine is made from purified water and cleansing magic to wash the stellar fruits, removing impurities while retaining their inherent magical energy. The clean stellar fruits are gently crushed in a stone mortar, releasing their juice and fragrance, mixed with starflower dew, crushed fruit, a hint of red onion, a hint of chives, a hint of celery, a hint of red carrot, a hint of red eggplant, a hint of zucchini, a hint of vegetable balls, a hint of white bean puree, and special yeast. This mixture, combined with starflower dew, facilitates the conversion of sugars in the fruits and vegetables into alcohol while awakening the magical essence of the stellar fruits. After 7 days of fermentation, the liquid must be meticulously filtered to eliminate all impurities, rendering the stellar fruit wine clear and transparent. This pure liquid is then slowly poured into a red fruit wood barrel, with a clever addition of yeast strains that favor alcohol, allowing both to undergo secondary fermentation until the yeast proliferates fully, permeating the entire wine. which then sparkles with a silvery sheen, as if imbued with magic. This farewell wine was crafted by the Dream Weaver in memory of his sole close friend. After the friend's passing, the Dream Weaver publicly disclosed the complete recipe, leading to the stellar fruit wine becoming the most favored among all nobles. Its rich flavor and profound meaning mirror the bond of friendship, radiant like the stars above, eternal and undying. Though named stellar wine, it lacks the rich colors of stars, instead presenting a hazy gray. This grayish wine occasionally emits a gentle glimmer. The aroma of the wine, predominantly sweet fruitiness, intertwines with a faint earthy fragrance. Closing his eyes, Jiang Tuanzi is involuntarily reminded of a tranquil garden at night. Fresh and serene. Parting his lips, the wine flows smoothly like silk, gliding over his tongue, delicate yet rich in texture. Upon the initial tasting, a subtle interplay of bitterness and salinity emerges, soon to be overtaken by a gradually predominant sweetness. This sweetness is far from monotonous. Rather, it unfolds in a delicate progression from gentle to rich, artfully interwoven with a moderate acidity that adds further complexity to the wine's body. The interplay of acidity, bitterness, and salinity achieves a harmonious balance, ensuring that no single flavor overwhelms the others, neither overly sweet nor jarring. Were it to end here, it would be relegated to mere mediocrity. However, the lingering finish is unexpectedly profound and lengthy. The aftertaste, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, unfurls slowly upon the palate, radiating brilliance that lingers long after I end that moment. One feels as though they are soaring through the vast expanse of the universe. Dancing with this resplendent star, enraptured by the sea of celestial bodies' ionescence, the starlit fruit wine does not present itself as intense upon first sip, nor does it feature any particularly striking flavor. It is neither excessively sweet, nor sharply acidic, nor deeply bitter, but rather embodies an ineffable simplicity. Jiang Tuanzi, having merely taken a sip, finds himself utterly captivated, his vision swirling, losing all distinction between reality and illusion. The Dream Weaver can only affirm the reputation it has garnered. In the land of the yellow sands, the elves beneath the city walls are engulfed in despair. For at dawn, they are to draw lots. And the chosen elf must venture into the yellow sand desert to collect magical stones. The desert is no longer the same as it once was. Even during the day, danger lurks everywhere. The demon clans have erected formidable fortresses upon the sands and send soldiers to patrol the periphery, guarding the Mountain of Endings. Once, gathering magical stones required only swiftness. Now, one cannot emerge without engaging in several battles, casting stealth spells and sacrificing a few elves as pawns. Even without familial ties, these exemption vouchers are easily sellable, promising a substantial profit. Though not without risk, the potential for wealth awaits outside, yet entering guarantees that some elves will perish. Thus, those selected are forever caught in a tumult of emotions. Our sylph, Troris, gazes incredulously at the slip in his hand. An auspicious draw. This signifies that today he must enter the yellow sand desert. A chance for fortune or demise, a simple choice between bliss and peril. Lon Lon, taking hearty gulps of wine while gazing at the moon, complains, "I simply cannot fathom where all those delectable fish have vanished to. I distinctly remember there being so many. How is it that we Haven Tea found a single one in the past 2 days?" Just then, the owl-masked man strolls from the castle, providing a timely and fitting answer to Lanlin's inquiry. "You two seem to possess quite the leisurely disposition, enjoying the moonlight outside the city walls. Why not join me in admiring the grace of those fish?" Lanlin's eyes light up as she turns to Jiang Tuanzi, exclaiming with delight, "Fish? There are indeed real fish here. Little brother, let us hurry inside and take a look." "Oh, wait. Lanlon finishes the bottle of starlit fruit wine in one go, hoisting the still-sipping Jiang Tuanzi along as she dashes into the castle. The latter hastily stows the wine in his spatial pouch. In the center of the hall stands a large square glass tank, just as described. All the guests stretch their necks and tiptoe, while those on the outskirts stand on chairs or tables, surrounding the tank completely. Lon, being of shorter stature, can only anxiously wait at the periphery, unable to see inside. Jiang Tuanzi sighs helplessly. Although Lon and Nini have never met, it feels as if Lon's intellect has been influenced by Nini. He casts a spell, gently lifting both of them into the air, only to discover the glass tank is encircled by a railing. clearly intended to prevent contact. Ignoring the barrier, Jiang Tuanzi deftly glides into the enclosure with Lan Lan. Inside the glass tank, indeed, there swims a fish, yet it is a mermaid. Jiang Tuanzi's eyes and mouth widen slowly, pupils constricting in awe, momentarily losing composure. The divine beings are all strikingly beautiful and perfectly formed, as if meticulously crafted from a mold, yet they pale in comparison to this mermaid's beauty. This is Jiang Tuanzi's first encounter with such a stunning, graceful creature, beauty to the utmost degree. She embodies an ethereal essence, illustrating the pinnacle of allure, captivating all who gaze upon her, regardless of gender. Her visage resembles the gentlest glow upon the sea at dawn. Pure yet imbued with an indescribable enchantment, her skin, akin to the finest pearls, glistens softly in the dim light, evoking the deep warmth and tenderness of the ocean. Her eyes, like two gems embedded in the night sky, possess the power to ensnare any soul, drawing them into the depths of her serene allure. As her gaze flickers, she exudes an intoxicating charm, seemingly able to discern the deepest desires of the heart. Her hair, reminiscent of the most resplendent coral in the sea, boasts vibrant hues that shimmer and sway with the gentle currents, releasing a subtle scent of the ocean. It dances lightly around her shoulders. Both ethereal and dynamic. Most striking, however, is her poetically beautiful tail. Each scale is a masterpiece, radiating a prism of colors, transitioning from delicate blues and purples to radiant golds and silvers, as if encapsulating the very essence of the ocean. The tail glides gracefully through the water, resembling a flowing ink painting, a beauty that leaves one breathless. No, not just beautiful, delicious. Jiang Tuanzi muses, unable to resist holding his breath. A thought blossoms in his mind. He should leap into the tank, seize her by the throat, drink her blood, devour her flesh. She must be utterly delectable. He is certain he could amass countless devouring points. Just as he prepares to lick his lips, Lan Lan delivers a sharp tap to Jiang Tuanzi's head, interrupting his reverie. You've been ensnared by her allure, you fool. Ensnared? Jiang Tuanzi, incredulous, rubs his eyes, activating Jiang Tuanzi's low-consumption magic detection spell. The world around him fades to monochrome. In this black and white realm, the unchanged beauty of the mermaid shines even more brightly. He quickly dispels the spell, turning to Lan Lan in astonishment. Then he blushes, agitated, shaking the iron railing fiercely, its clanging echoing loudly as his words dissolve into incoherent babble. Lan Lan seizes Jiang Tuanzi, leading him to the second floor, where the owl-masked man had previously stood. Just as she prepares to explain, they are interrupted once more by a distant voice, the host of the banquet. The owl-masked man, the mermaid, what a marvelous existence. Merely gazing upon her ensnares anyone, be they male or female, or any creature in this world, compelling them to fall under her spell. Even the Sun King himself is not exempt. Lan Lan, visibly displeased, retorts, while I desire fish, I do not wish to consume a mermaid. Moreover, how is it that you possess one? What is your connection to the Sun King? The owl-masked man's tone remains calm and unruffled. Join our Shadow Guild, and all your questions shall be answered. Well, that's rather unfortunate. The matters I seek are beyond your capacity to elucidate. Absolutely impossible. Lan Lan shoots a defiant glance at the owl-masked man before turning to Jiang Tuanzi, saying, Little brother, why are you dazed? Take a look at this owl-masked man and the questions I posed. Huh? What? What questions? I have none of the questions you're talking about. Jiang Tuanzi scratches his head, pondering. Lan Lan snaps her fingers, exclaiming, Ugh, this is so frustrating. Oh. Lan Lan snatches the inquiry and presents it to the owl-masked man, provocatively stating, Here, if you can answer even one, my brother and I will join your Shadow Guild. Can you truly promise that? Would I lie? Thus, she addresses the audience. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, please fulfill your promise. Jiang Tuanzi is taken aback, feeling his worldview teetering. Wasn't this supposed to be the ultimate question of magic? How did this owl-masked man manage to answer all of it in one breath? The sylph, Trories, fully equipped, steps forward with 8 companions into the vast yellow sand desert. At this moment, heavy clouds obscure the sky, blocking most of the external light, deepening the shadows of the desert. The sands swirl chaotically, and even for Trories, a sylph of the winds, visibility is limited to a mere 10 meters. His elven companions hail from various subspecies. Yet they unite in collaboration, supporting one another against the onslaught of the sandstorm, struggling to forge ahead. However, the force of the wind and sand is overwhelming. The very ground they tread upon is quickly buried to their knees. In this moment, Troyes recalls the sun bottle bestowed upon them by the Sun Knight before their departure. This sun bottle is a treasure of the Sun Kingdom, a distinction never before granted to any elf. Thus, they swiftly retrieve the sun bottle from their spatial pouches, raising it high above. This seemingly small sun bottle proves even more miraculous than they had anticipated. The encroaching winds and sand dissolve into ash beneath the warm radiance of the sun bottle. Its glow serves as a beacon of hope in the desert, warm and bright, providing immense comfort to their weary bodies and spirits. Beneath the faint rays of sunlight filtering through the sun bottle, they suddenly felt that this mining expedition was not as arduous as they had initially perceived. Lon Lon observed Jiang Tuanzi's expression and, with a gentle pat on his shoulder, remarked with a smile, "Ah, my young friend, you are indeed quite youthful. You must comprehend why those 6 questions are referred to as the ultimate questions of magic. It is precisely because they cannot be substantiated by any mortal proof. Take this scholar with the cat mask, for instance. He has expounded at length, presenting an air of logical coherence, yet his entire argument rests upon a hypothetical premise. Young one, do you now grasp the essence? Is it this grand unified magic?" Lanlin's face lit up with the joy of a teacher witnessing a student's enlightenment, and she continued to inquire, "Is there such a grand unified magic in our world? Or, have you heard of it?" With a beaming smile, she patiently explained, "In a distant land, there exists a forest inhabited by beasts capable of human speech. Among them is a little cat who claims to possess extraordinary computational abilities, able to calculate all forms of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in an instant, regardless of the magnitude of the numbers involved." The little chick, skeptical, asked, "What is 55? "Of course, it includes the number 10. Therefore, 55 equals limit. Wouldn't you agree?" "Little cat." The tone of the cat-masked scholar remained unchanged, devoid of any fluctuation, leaving behind a final statement. "The existence of grand unified magic is irrefutable." With that, the cat-masked scholar turned and departed without hesitation. Lon Lon raised her hand, adopting a teasing demeanor, and mockingly remarked to Jiang Tuanzi, "The little cat just vowed that its limit absolutely exists as well." That moment, all the guests on the first floor were flushed with excitement. Initially, they had loudly proclaimed that if they could be betrothed to the mermaid, they would undoubtedly join the Shadow Guild. As their fervor escalated, their demands dwindled to merely desiring another glimpse of the mermaid, after which they would, without hesitation, pledge their allegiance to the guild. However, the grand glass water tank containing the mermaid was slowly covered with a red cloth, a mechanical act performed by the castle's maids. And then it was gradually pushed away amidst the guests' longing and admiration. Their gazes were captivated by the red cloth, their thoughts ensnared by the mermaid. No one noticed the sudden awkwardness of the castle maids. The guests lingered for a while, reluctantly accepting their room keys from the maids, which indicated their resting quarters for the night. Now, all they desired was to retire early, hoping that the day would swiftly pass, so they could join the Shadow Guild by the dawn of the next day. Brother Lu Renjia was exceedingly excited at the prospect of joining the Shadow Guild the following day. Lu Rini lay in bed, observing her younger brother, who had been exuberant all night and had now peacefully drifted into slumber. She glanced at her jester mask on the bedside table and pondered. If joining the Shadow Guild were truly this simple, was everything not progressing a tad too smoothly? Meanwhile, Jiang Tuanzi and Lon Lon had also received their room keys, but they had been assigned to a single room with one bed. Lon Lon looked at the solitary bed in the room and said, "I find the floor more comfortable. Let me give it to you, young one. You can sleep on the floor tonight, while I take the bed." "Shall we?" Last night, after a bit of tugging, Lon Lon had magically transformed the entire floor into a bed point. One could say they both slept on the floor, or that they both slept on the bed last night. Reclining on the makeshift bed, Jiang Tuanzi finally posed the question he had held back earlier. "Why is it that when I used magic to probe the mermaid, her colors remained unchanged?" "Because the elements constituting the mermaid's body are miracles. Thus, when you use magic to probe, there will, of course, be no alteration," Lon Lon replied. "Miracles? Miracle magic, you say?" Indeed. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Tuanzi had already succumbed to slumber. Lan Lan, puzzled, muttered to herself, could he be that tired? He fell asleep so swiftly. The next morning, Jiang Tuanzi awoke groggily from the makeshift bed, only to find that Lan Lan was no longer in the room. Undoubtedly, she had gone to enjoy breakfast. Truth be told, it felt as though he possessed a gluttonous system. Yet he could not match Lan Lan's appetite. If a buffet existed here, Lan Lan alone could likely consume it to the point of bankruptcy. It was as if she bore the essence of the gluttonous beast from the mythos of the Blue Star. Seemingly insatiable, Jiang Tuanzi stretched and opened the door. The corridor was empty, but at the entrance lay a pair of red shoes. Curious, he used cutting magic to extract a grain-sized piece from one of the red shoes, which he held in his palm and promptly refined. The new unlocked illustration. Meow embroidered shoe plate, red lady shoe flavor. 4 points, bland, nutrition. 0. The maids in the castle were barefoot. Thus, whose shoes were left behind here? First, he ruled out a mistaken assumption. It could not have been discarded by a person, for how could a person misplace shoes? Jiang Tuanzi, intrigued and seeking hints, found today's clues to be rather peculiar. A riddle, perhaps? An attempt at terror? Let me tell you. I, Jiang Tuanzi, was raised amidst fright. I fear no specter. He dismissed it, continuing on to the end of the corridor. A sudden meow caught Jiang Tuanzi's attention, revealing a plump orange cat standing there. This was the first cat he had encountered since his reincarnation as a slime. The cat bore no resemblance to a typical feline. Standing upright like a person, arms crossed before its chest, and directly speaking, Dragon Knight. Have you ever tasted dragon? Unsure whether the creature was friend or foe, Jiang Tuanzi deemed it as perplexing as the cat-masked scholar, and thus remained silent, merely shaking his head slowly. The plump orange cat crouched down, wagged its tail, and reverted to a more cat-like demeanor before stating, I am rather eager to know the taste of dragon. I hope it does not disappoint, Food Explorer Jiang. With that, the cat turned and vanished into the shadows. It was shadow magic. A talking cat that could also wield magic. How extraordinary! Jiang Tuanzi descended to the hall in search of Lan Lan's figure. He found the guests gathered, whispering among themselves, their gazes laden with a mix of peculiarities and dissatisfaction, all directed towards Jiang Tuanzi. Initially, he was perplexed, feeling an inexplicable commotion in response to their expressions until his gaze fell upon a small table, which was left with only clean plates and empty bowls. A sudden realization dawned upon him. His mood instantly lifted. There was no need for further inquiry. The expressions of the guests made it abundantly clear. From last night until this morning, they had not had the opportunity to partake of any food. For Lan Lan had devoured everything down to the last morsel. She was the true glutton. Meanwhile, the wind spirit, Trories, felt a deeper gratitude for the sun bottle than the other spirits. Yet, due to the harsh conditions surrounding them, this gratitude remained buried deep within, temporarily unexpressed through words or actions. Throughout their journey, whether due to the sun bottle's influence, the well-chosen path, or sheer luck, they inexplicably encountered no demonic entities nor suffered any losses. Relying solely on the instincts of the spirits, they advanced deeper into the final destination. Yet the sandstorms had transformed what was originally a one-day round trip into a journey requiring at least 2 days. This implied they would need to spend a minimum of 3 nights in the Yellow Sand Desert. As the sky behind them grew darker and their spirits sank lower, when the sun finally dipped below the horizon, not a single spirit believed they would survive the night. The sun bottle, once held aloft to shield against the sandstorms, was now regarded as a priceless treasure, clutched tightly to their chests. They used their bodies as shields, bravely withstanding the raging winds and sands, all to protect the most cherished possession, the sun bottle. This was their sole light in the pitch-black night and the faintest flicker of hope in their hearts. Suddenly, Lan Lan appeared and patted Jiang Tuanzi on the shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hey there, handsome, up so early." Jiang Tuanzi, feigning ignorance, replied, "It does seem rather early, doesn't it? I see the plates are empty. Hasn't the castle provided breakfast yet?" At this, Lan Lan awkwardly chuckled, then used magic to levitate slightly, lifting Jiang Tuanzi by the nape of his neck and bringing him outside the castle, where they once again sat by the fountain. "Here you go, young one. I noticed there was a decent amount of breakfast prepared this morning, and I saved a little for you, though the taste is not quite as delightful." Lan Lan opened her spatial backpack and handed Jiang Tuanzi some grain bars and oatmeal. The flavor was indeed far from that of last night's feast. The ingredients and preparation were quite simple. The new, unlocked illustration. Instant grain bar flavor. 6 points. Bland, nutrition. 2.31 combined grains, dried fruits, and nuts. Mix in honey. Press the mixture into a baking tray. Cut into bars, and use magic to quickly bake until golden. Then rapidly cool with magic for consumption. It is a staple quick ration among human armies. Observing the magically hastily prepared grain bar, Jiang Tuanzi couldn't help but suspect that Lan Lan had consumed the entire stockpile of provisions within the Shadow Guild castle in just 2 meals. He often found himself curiously pondering how Lan Lan, despite her petite frame, could consume so much food. Could it be that she possessed a gluttonous system as well? With this thought in mind, Jiang Tuanzi cautiously leaned closer to Lan Lan and quietly asked, "Lan Lan, do you eat so much every day because it makes you stronger?" "Indeed, Not only does eating enhance my strength, but drinking water also fortifies me, and sleeping further empowers me. In essence, I am constantly growing stronger." "Hee, what about you, little brother?" "I can only gain strength through eating, little brother. That's far from sufficient. You should learn a thing or two from me, your elder sister." That moment, the figure in the cat mask emerged from the castle and addressed the two. "I surmised you would be here. Having granted you both an entire night to contemplate, I wonder if you might now be interested in joining my Shadow Guild? Believe me, everything you desire, I can provide for you. My aspirations lie elsewhere. And I express my gratitude for your hospitality over these past 2 days. This world is wondrous, and I yearn to explore further. Thus, we shall part ways here." Pausing momentarily, he turned to Jiang Tuanzi and remarked, "I find this Shadow Guild quite appealing. Little brother, are you prepared to halt your journey and join them for a peaceful existence?" "Me? I have never contemplated joining them. Have I not been following you, Sister Lan Lan, in search of delectable fish?" Ha, splendid today. I shall undoubtedly take you to savor fish. Last night, while I was out and about, I inquired and discovered a marvelous place. A vast island renowned for its fish market, the Fishing Island. I shall take you there directly today. We shall surely feast upon fish." The figure in the cat mask, maintaining a neutral tone, responded to Lan Lan. Very well, I shall head to the dock. Little brother, come over when you finish your conversation." Jiang Tuanzi's gaze fell upon the cat mask, and inexplicably, his mind drifted back to the pair of red shoes he had seen that morning. The sun was shining brightly today, yet within him stirred an inexplicable unease. "Dragon Devourer, are you truly certain you do not wish to join our Shadow Guild?" "I have no intention of joining. Did I not say I plan to go fishing with Sister Lan Lan?" At that, the figure in the cat mask revealed a smirk for the first time. A mocking smile. He then composed himself and, with a calm demeanor, posed the question. "In your innocence, do you truly believe that the fish mentioned by Miss Lan Lan refers merely to the literal sense of fish?" Jiang Tuanzi felt an increasing sense of dread in that place. What else could it be? Have you ever tasted dishes related to fish? The scene shifted to 5 years prior, at the Arcane Academy, where plates of fish delicacies were laid out before him. Golden magic culinary delicacies, made from the blood of merfolk, beastfolk, and orcs. The figure in the cat mask tilted his head slightly and echoed Jiang Tuanzi's thoughts. "It appears you have tasted them." Jiang Tuanzi was taken aback and hastily refuted. "No, I have never sampled any fish dishes. What a pity. Fish is the most exquisite ingredient in this world. If you were to join the Shadow Guild, I assure you, you would find satisfaction in abundance. The fish I possess would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence." The tone of the figure in the cat mask carried an enticing allure. And Jiang Tuanzi swallowed hard, feeling tempted. Voices erupted in his mind, all urging him. "Join us, join the Shadow Guild, do it for the sake of the Devourer points. We must vanquish the Sun King. Join the Shadow Guild for revenge. Do you not yearn to avenge the fallen 200,000 beastfolk? Do you not wish to exact vengeance upon the demons? Do you not desire to slay the divine child? Points, Devourer points. You require more Devourer points." Ultimately, Jiang Tuanzi shook his head, and the cacophony in his mind abruptly ceased. He exhaled deeply and, with a smile, declined. "I must apologize, but I do not intend to join the Shadow Guild. Sister Lan Lan is still waiting for me, and I do not wish to keep her too long." He stood to leave. The figure in the cat mask slightly turned aside, allowing him passage, his tone tinged with indifference. I look forward to our next encounter. No, as long as you remain in this world, we shall inevitably meet again. Trust me, when that time comes, you may even find yourself kneeling before me, pleading to join the Shadow Guild. Jiang Tuanzi scoffed derisively. Huh? What absurd words. Soon, he arrived at the dock, where he heard, "Little brother, over here." The voice came from Sister Lon Lon, who was perched atop the tallest mast of the largest ship, her figure illuminated by the sun, beaming and enthusiastically waving at him as he emerged from the forest. "Ah, I'm coming, Sister Lon Lon." Jiang Tuanzi dashed up the ship, racing to her side, and suddenly felt his spirits lifted considerably. The peculiar thoughts and desires from before diminished significantly. Lon Lon gracefully leaped down from the mast, expertly unfurling the sail while gazing out at the vast starry sea. Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement as she announced to Jiang Tuanzi, "Full speed ahead. Our next destination is Fish Island. Let us eat fish to our heart's content." Beneath the night sky, the winds and sands were far less ferocious than during the day, prompting the wind whisperer Elf Trories and his companions to quicken their pace. Yet, they could still hear the unsettling sounds of worms moving amidst the dunes in the distance. Those rustling noises seemed all too distinct in the stillness of night. The worms lurked like shadows, a constant reminder of the peril that surrounded them. Whenever they heard or saw those worms approach, the elves would swiftly bury themselves in the sand as a natural form of camouflage. This tactic proved effective, and they had traversed silently through much of the night without being detected by either worms or demons. Trories led the group, possessing the keenest eyesight and serving as the finest scout among the elves. Suddenly, he perceived a subtle tremor in the sand ahead, prompting him to halt abruptly. His muscles tensed as if even his breath had stilled, and his companions ceased their advance as well. The elves moved swiftly, repeating the process of burying themselves in the sand. In the cramped underground space, they held their breath, waiting for the potential danger to pass, an atmosphere of tension pervading among them. Their safe journey thus far owed much to Trories' sharp eyesight. But perhaps more accurately, it was simply good fortune. Each of the 8 elves possessed unique abilities. Throughout their journey, each elf had played an indispensable role, though Trories' contributions had been the most apparent. And his quick thinking had naturally positioned him as a leader among the group. The buried elves patiently awaited a moment, and the owl-hawk elf did not perceive any unusual sounds from above. The elves' anxious emotions began to ease slightly. Trories too let out a sigh of relief and quietly remarked to his companions, "Perhaps I have been overly tense." The owl-hawk elf promptly corrected him. No, Captain, you did nothing wrong. Caution is always prudent. After all, our lives are of utmost importance, and we have relied on your vigilance throughout this journey." The elves exchanged understanding glances, a hint of relaxed smiles gracing their lips. Just as they prepared to emerge from the sand and continue onward, one elf suddenly felt themselves yanked upward by a pair of hands, the speed of the action catching them completely off guard. Fish. Jiang Tuanzi heard that word. The breathtaking beauty of the mermaid he had encountered last night flashed through his mind. In an instant, that mermaid morphed into a sumptuous dish, presented before him by the scholar in the cat mask. Undoubtedly, this was the pinnacle of culinary delight. A single bite would yield astronomical devourer points. Lon Lon observed him, noticing a hint of strangeness in his demeanor and intending to inquire further. However, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Tuanzi's face, she scrutinized him closely but found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, out of caution, she voiced her concern. "I just noticed, little brother, that your gaze seemed a bit dazed. What were you pondering?" Actually, I was thinking about that mermaid from last night." "Ha ha ha, what a sight." Others are usually enchanted by mermaids and quickly snap back to reality. "Little brother, why are you still dwelling on it? Isn't that rather prolonged?" Lon Lon chuckled. Jiang Tuanzi felt embarrassed under her teasing. Scratching his head with a shy smile, Lanlin's expression shifted as she rationally analyzed. "I sense, little brother, that perhaps you are hearing too many voices within yourself." Jiang Tuanzi pondered for a moment and then candidly replied, "Voices? Now that you mention it, it seems I can always hear various voices, and recently, they have been growing more frequent, especially after encountering that mermaid. Moreover, it appears that whenever you, Sister Lon Lon, drift a little further from me, I become able to hear many voices." Lon Lon spoke earnestly. "I see, perhaps no one has informed you that these voices can be rather harmful." Do you recall the story the tavern owner told us about the wind whisperer elves? Those elves succumbed to madness because they could not bear the weight of those voices. The voices will attempt to seize your body, becoming the master of your form. Should the situation worsen, I propose we seek nearby treatment for you. If that proves ineffective, we shall have no choice but to take you to the continent of the moon for healing, where the study of heart's voices is most advanced across the realm. They undoubtedly possess a solution. Sister Lanlan, you are doing well. Lanlan's face radiated her usual confidence. Of course. I have always been in good spirits. Onward, let us set forth to Fish Island for a feast. After our sumptuous meal, we can address subsequent matters. Very well, to Fish Island we go. However, do brace yourself, for the appearance of the fish is indeed grotesque to the extreme. When I first encountered it, I was quite taken aback, Lanlan remarked with a smile as she steered the boat. Jiang Tuanzi searched her memories for the ugliest fish she had ever seen in her past life and curiously inquired, "Just how ugly can this fish be?" Lanlan laughed heartily and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, you may not be able to fathom it. The fish is truly extraordinary in its ugliness, to be frank. Although I have merely heard of it, I assure you it is a genuine tale. Once on Fish Island, there was a fisherman who consistently returned from the sea with a boat brimming with fish, which intrigued everyone greatly. For fish are notoriously clever and challenging to catch. Yet this fisherman seemed to possess an uncanny ability to ensnare countless fish all alone. Thus, the other fishermen resolved to secretly observe this man. Eager to uncover his unique methods, they soon discovered that, unlike other fishermen who would mend their nets during the off-season, he was perpetually polishing a mirror at home, idly cleaning it whenever he had a spare moment. Furthermore, when he ventured out to fish, he never brought along spears or nets. He carried only that brilliantly polished mirror. Then, lo and behold, he would hold up the mirror to the fish, and upon seeing their own reflection, they would be so horrified by their appearance that they would faint on the spot. He would then use his, or to knock the dazed fish unconscious and haul them onto his boat. Now, do you understand just how ugly this fish is? Even it cannot bear to look at itself. Jiang Tuanzi felt as though she were listening to a fantastical tale. Could there truly exist creatures that faint at the sight of their own ugliness? Surely, that defies the laws of science. Would evolution permit such an occurrence? If Darwin were to learn of this, he might just leap from his grave to protest against this violation of natural order. Oh, I forgot. This appears to be a magical world. Perhaps it is not such a concern after all, Mr. Darwin. You may rest easy in your tomb. This realm does not fall under your jurisdiction, as we have crossed into another domain. Trories instinctively yearned to draw his weapon and resist, yet he discovered that his companions sat unscathed upon the yellow sands. The ones who pulled them out were none other than the elves. Specifically the last group that had entered the yellow sand desert. You, Nightingale Elf? How is it that you are still alive? Just days ago, I attended your funeral. The Nightingale Elf smiled and addressed Trories. Indeed, life here is not as arduous as one might imagine. Come, allow me to show you. The 8 elves followed the Nightingale Elf to a desolate ruin, where they found a narrow opening. Passing through this dim passage, they arrived at a small underground chamber where 2 other elves, companions of the Nightingale Elf, awaited. The Nightingale Elf arranged for everyone to sit and, unable to contain her indignation, revealed what she believed to be the truth. This so-called yellow sand desert is merely a fictitious trap. We have all been deceived by that charlatan, the Sun King. The demon race is not comprised of evil beings. It is the Sun King who is the true villain that has misled us all. Trories narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What do you mean?" The Nightingale Elf, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, spoke rapidly, her voice laced with fury. "Let me tell you, as long as we do not disturb the red sands of the end, known as the Demon Stones, the demon race will not attack us. Moreover, if we present ourselves favorably before them at night and fulfill the tasks they assign, we may even have the opportunity to ascend and ultimately join them in the City of Hope. Over the past 5 years, approximately half of the elves who ventured into the yellow sand desert have not perished. They are alive and thriving in the City of Hope. This city is home to countless elves. Can you believe it? What of those comrades who died on the walls? What of those who transported the demon stones? Did they perish in vain? The reason they became pawns of the Sun King, mere tools in his hands, was due to their gullibility regarding his lies. Their sacrifices were an inevitable consequence of their misguided choices. Furthermore, The Lord of War has been urging surrender by the walls daily. It is your own refusal to listen that has led to this. Had you awakened sooner, all of this could have been avoided. In my view, they brought this upon themselves, but ultimately, it is the Sun King who bears the blame. He deceived us and led us astray. Otherwise, our comrades would not have suffered such losses. Thankfully, you can still rectify this. Come, join our demon family. Together, let us resist the Sun King. Let us stand against this shameless deceiver. The Starry Isles are vast, and Lon Lon was uncertain of Fish Island's precise location. The two of them stopped at several different islands along the way to inquire for directions. After a day of sailing and numerous inquiries, they finally arrived at the long-awaited Fish Island. True to its name, the island's overall shape resembled that of a fish. However, even before setting foot on the island, both Lon Lon and Jiang Tuanzi sensed something amiss. If a place frequently engaged in fishing, one would expect to see numerous fishing boats nearby, with fish or nets drying along the shore. Yet, Fish Island had none of these signs. It felt as though this was yet another fruitless expedition. Nonetheless, they anchored their boat at the port, preparing to investigate whether there were any fish in the vicinity. Despite the faint hope, Jiang Tuanzi stepped onto Fish Island, her feet sinking into the soft sand. She activated the system's identification function as usual. Immediately, she regretted her decision, for the entire island displayed the message, unable to devour. Moreover, incomprehensible whispers suddenly filled her mind. Either her system was malfunctioning, or there was something amiss with this island. Or perhaps there was something wrong with her. In any case, her condition felt rather precarious. Lon Lon noticed Jiang Tuanzi's unusual expression and quickly inquired, "Is the heart's voice acting up again? Sister Lon Lon, do you sense anything peculiar about this island?" Her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized her surroundings, eventually saying to Jiang Tuanzi, "I am not entirely sure, but I suspect this island may possess a life of its own." "Alive?" the younger one replied. "You cannot assume the island is alive merely because it resembles a fish. I did not observe anything strange during my inspection. Could it be that some other entity is at play?" Jiang Tuanzi felt utterly perplexed and relied on Lon Lon's insight. She reclined on the sandy bed and pondered for a moment before speculating, "Do you think it could be related to miracles?" "Miracles? Are you referring to that miracle magic?" "Yes, humans find it enchanting, hence the term miracle magic, though its proper name might be Qi Li. The origin of Qi Li is indeed the Starry Isles, where many areas are infused with its essence. The magical beasts here can absorb the Qi Li of the Starry Isles, and some even rely on it as sustenance. These creatures are referred to as flying magical beasts by humans, while I prefer to call them Qi Li beasts. Furthermore, when you were at Nightshade Island, you noticed that the mermaid's body flowed with Qi Li, right? This Fish Island, in comparison to other islands, possesses a significantly richer concentration of Qi Li. Jiang Tuanzi lay back on the sandy bed, questioning, "Qi Li? I still do not quite understand. When I am near you, Sister Lon Lon, I am not affected, or the influence is minimal. However, once I leave your side, the effects become severe." "Ha ha ha ha." Lon Lon laughed until tears streamed down her face, suddenly leaning close to Jiang Tuanzi and saying, "Perhaps it is because of your sister's immense charm. Little brother, you have become utterly enamored with me." Indeed, as Lon Lon drew near, the strange sensations that had enveloped Jiang Tuanzi vanished without a trace. It seemed she truly believed this notion. She quickly waved her hands to clarify. No, remember I told you that when I eat, I grow stronger. Qi Li is essentially a form of nourishment for my body, allowing me to unconsciously absorb it. Therefore, the Qi Li surrounding me is swiftly consumed, leading you to feel at ease. In that case, the troublesome spirit within you has been caught. Little brother, stand up, close your eyes, and I shall cast a spell to shield you from Qi Li. "Oh, all right." Jiang Tuanzi promptly rose and closed her eyes. Lon Lon also rose to her feet, dipping her finger into a droplet of her own saliva. She deftly tapped it behind Jiang Tuanzi. Immediately, the latter's entire body shimmered, revealing a thin film resembling plastic. This film swiftly vanished, undetectable and unnoticed by anyone. Only then did she speak. "Open your eyes, shall we embark? Let us first venture onto the island." Observing Jiang Tuanzi's indecision, she took 2 vigorous strides, leaping off the boat and landing on the soft sand, gesturing for Jiang Tuanzi to hurry down as well. In the yellow sand continent, within a dim, cramped basement, Trawless inquired, "Will the demon clan share their magic stones with us?" "Huh, Why do you ask this suddenly? Magic stones are treasures of the demon clan. Why would they share them with us? However, it is said that working in Hope City can earn us money, which can then be used to buy magic stones. The 8 elves exchanged thoughtful nods, their perspectives shaken by this revelation. They decided to deliberate throughout the night, promising a response by morning. The excavated underground space was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. The Owl Hawk elf produced a sun bottle from his spatial backpack, and sunlight, after many days of absence, fell upon the Nightingale elf. Everyone could now discern the Nightingale elf's current appearance. Devoid of any semblance of decorum, his expression was one of constant rage, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, skin pale and lifeless, garments tattered, and spittle flying as he shouted, "What have you brought out?" He then lunged forward, shattering the sun bottle from the Nightingale elf's grasp. As the bottle shattered, the sunlight burst forth like a tiny sprite, escaping the confines of the cramped basement. A glint of coldness flashed in Trollus's eyes. While the Nightingale elf seethed with anger, the sun bottle, which had accompanied him through thick and thin and saved him multiple times, was now destroyed by another. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Why did you smash it?" "The sun. It is a vile object. It is the eye of that fraud. I am saving you." Trollus, no longer able to suppress his fury, drew his weapon, shouting, "I see you as the true vile one." With a swift stroke, he severed the Nightingale elf's head. The onlooking 10 elves, who had been filled with rage moments before, fell into a profound silence. Far, far away on the starry archipelago, in the central island's south horseshoe square, the Sun King, seated upon his lofty throne, suddenly chuckled softly. The surrounding attendants were startled, quickly dropping to their knees. The Sun King paid no heed to those around him, gazing into the distance towards the yellow sand continent. Muttering to himself, "After all these years, I have finally grasped a glimmer of insight. Demon Lord, the purple-black demon serpent, I hope this gift pleases you, for I wish not to be left empty-handed." After a brief pause, the Sun King turned his attention to the kneeling attendants, commanding, "Rise, that I wish to be alone for a while. Should any urgent matters arise today, do not disturb me, lest I cannot guarantee your heads remain upon your shoulders." "As you command." The throng hastily exited the grand hall, leaving the Sun King solitary upon his throne. Jiang Tuanzi took a deep breath, following in Lanlan's footsteps, his feet once more treading upon the sandy ground. This time, both physically and mentally, he felt no unusual sensation. With hands on her hips, Lanlan proudly declared, "I was right. It truly is a miracle. Let us explore the island. Thank you once again, Sister Lanlan." Jiang Tuanzi replied, a hint of apology gracing his features. "However, if it truly is a miracle, little brother, you are indeed fortunate to be adventuring with me. Had it been with others, you might have already gone mad, running amok and biting people on the streets." The two strolled around the island, observing that every islander was adorned in splendid garments and robes, their wrists and necks draped in an array of dazzling jewels and gold. They epitomized the stereotypical image of nouveau riche, their attire excessively ostentatious. The stark contrast between their lavish clothing and the island's ancient architectural style was both striking and theatrical. Lanlan bounded over to a nearby fisherman, gently tapping his shoulder, inquiring, "Handsome, is this the fish island?" The fisherman turned, revealing a smug smile. "Young lady, you truly have an eye for detail. Indeed, this was once known as Fish Island. However, we no longer engage in fishing here. Everyone has since relocated from this island. After all, fishing is a profession for the impoverished. Look at my bracelet. It is a handcrafted pure gold piece, identical to that of the royal noble Sophilia Amicala Stott of the Sun Kingdom." Lanlan gazed at his bracelet, clearly enamored, her eyes sparkling with delight, her voice brimming with excitement. "Handsome, your bracelet is simply exquisite. It was your bracelet that drew me over to speak with you. However, I have a question. If you all no longer reside here, how come there are still so many people on the island?" "Ha ha ha ha, ordinarily, this matter should not be disclosed to outsiders. Young lady, would you be interested in joining me for a tour? If anyone inquires, simply say you are a distant relative of mine, Lachilia Chachakaski Zikatera. This name is one I recently had the Archmage of the Arcane Academy help me create. Does it not sound noble?" "Wow, that name is simply melodious. Lachilia Chachakaski Zikatera sounds incredibly aristocratic. However, my brother is with me. Can he join us for the tour as well? Noticing Lanlan's gaze shift towards him, Jiang Tuanzi quickly added, "Hello? I am her brother." Zikatera jovially interrupted Jiang Tuanzi's self-introduction, cheerfully stating, "Ha, those are trifles, unimportant matters. Come, let us go together. The more, the merrier." Thus, Lanlan and Jiang Tuanzi followed closely behind Zikatera, embarking along a path leading into the mountains, deeper into the island. Along the way, Zikatera proudly recounted his rise to fortune. "Little sister, you are unaware that we were once destitute. One day, a mysterious masked figure arrived from beyond the island. He sought to purchase the entire island and its surrounding waters, claiming we could no longer fish here, yet would receive a substantial sum as compensation. The island's residents were initially resistant to relocating. Thankfully, I was educated and literate. After much persuasion, I finally convinced everyone. Thus, we took the money and became prosperous, relocating to new homes outside the island. They are eternally grateful to me for this. Consequently, I have garnered the people's affection and become the president of our newly established treasure guild. Now, we specialize in trading treasures, reaping bountiful profits while befriending many royals and nobles of the Sun Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Wow, President, you truly possess remarkable foresight. I believe under your leadership, our guild will undoubtedly thrive and flourish." Lanlan declared sincerely, as if genuinely impressed. Amidst a chorus of laughter, they arrived at the ancestral grounds of Fish Island. To their delight, the ancestral grounds were currently hosting a grand banquet in honor of their ancestors. With Zikatera leading the way, they entered the feast unimpeded. The tables were laden with a variety of exquisite dishes featuring game, yet conspicuously absent were any fish. This was hardly surprising, as locals regarded fishermen as belonging to a lowly profession. Thus fish had naturally become the sustenance of the impoverished in their eyes. The absence of fish at the banquet was perfectly reasonable. Jiang Tuanzi felt a tinge of regret. Although the banquet's dishes were classic delicacies, they lacked local flavor. He had tasted these dishes long ago, and their repetition offered little novelty. Illustration: rotating roast at the banquet. Flavor 8 points, aromatic, nutritional value 3.464. Remove excess fat and membranes from the beast meat. Slice the meat as thinly as possible, blend red-skinned onions and garlic into a paste, add pure yogurt, sunflower oil, black pepper, nutmeg, cumin, coriander seeds, dried mint, cloves, ginger, cinnamon, and sweet red pepper powder, mixing thoroughly before marinating the meat slices in the sauce for 3 days. Thinly slice the beast's fat, frying it to extract oil. Layer the meat slices and fat, alternating 4 slices of beast meat with a layer of fat, securing the top with fat oil. Fix the meat skewers in the oven, setting the temperature to 250 degrees to begin roasting, slicing off a layer as it cooks until all meat slices are done. Serve fresh, simple yet delicious. Illustration: Royal Sun meat. Flavor 8 points, aromatic, nutritional value 2,987. Clean 200 grams each of the beast's head, tail, shoulder, ribs, heart, and lungs, soaking them in clean water for 24 hours. Combine the soaked beast meat with scallions, ginger, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, cloves, cardamom, and grass fruit in a pot. Adding clean water, bring to a boil over high heat, skimming off the foam, then reduce to low heat and simmer until tender. Most dishes at the banquet followed this simple yet delectable method, utilizing a wide variety of spices, though the ingredients were quite costly. The wine served was the official Sun wine of the Sun Kingdom. Most importantly, the ambience lacked the thrill of novelty, and thus, they would not earn many devour points. Lanlan savored her food, her mouth dripping with grease. As the banquet drew to a close, the next ritual was that of ancestor worship. The guests poured the remnants of their feast into the elongated cavity at the heart of the ancestral grounds. Through inquiries, Lanlan learned that this act was performed to express gratitude for the diligent toil of their forebears, and the leftover food symbolized the abundance enjoyed by the younger generation. Daily surplus not only indicated a bounty of provisions, but also reflected the beauty of life itself. Following a sincere display of reverence and bowing, a sudden rumbling echoed from within the cave, accompanied by gusts of wind. This phenomenon was regarded as a sign of successful ancestor worship, suggesting the ancestors had manifested their presence. Acknowledging the descendants' devotion and gratitude, joy illuminated the faces of all present, who praised Zacatera for her keen foresight. The latter laughed heartily, displaying no modesty. Jiang Tuanzi, observing the vast opening, marveled at its ability to emit a breeze. While Lanlan gazed contemplatively into the abyss, deep within the subterranean depths of Nightshade Island, Miaoyo caressed the chin of her companion, the large orange cat, Jigua. Jigua was engrossed in devouring his meal, the sound of crunching bones resonating as he chewed. Before them lay a pond, brimming with the fish they had procured, creatures of exceedingly unattractive appearance, some with disproportionately large limbs. From every angle, they were utterly grotesque. Beside the pond stood disheveled figures, their expressions vacant and stiff. Fixated solely on the fish, they seized the scaly beings from the water and devoured them voraciously, relishing each bite, the sound of crushed bones echoing their gluttony. Observing Jigua's hearty appetite, Miaoyo remarked softly, "Why are these fishermen so peculiar? They shun gold and jewels, yet they crave fish. If they desire it, let them feast to their heart's content. A full belly will serve them well on their journey." Jigua nodded, and once they had finished, she would see them off. After the ancestor worship concluded, Zacatera did not neglect the two, arranging accommodations for them as well that night, as Lanlan lay upon the earthen bed. She whispered to Jiang Tuanzi, who lay beside her, "Ah, it seems you were right all along, little brother." "What? How was I right?" Jiang Tuanzi replied, bewildered. "It's about what you said earlier, that this fish island is alive. During the ancestor worship, I sensed a living presence emanating from that cave." Jiang Tuanzi, previously drowsy, perked up with curiosity and asked, "So, they inhabit the depths of this island?" No, it is as you suggested. The entire island is a singular living entity. It must be the reason behind its peculiar vitality. Vitality can encompass all things, imbuing those touched by it with life. Plants, stones, and even the very earth can awaken with consciousness. I hypothesize that this island is a magnificent living creature. A miracle beast? A miracle beast? Shouldn't such a creature be capable of flight and possess a beastly form, akin to the one the Sun King tamed 5 years ago? My apologies, I may have misspoken. The Sun King captured a flying beast, a fusion of magical and miraculous forces, which could also be deemed a miracle beast. However, the islands in the Starry Archipelago, those that float in the air and move, should rightly be referred to as chi power beasts or true miracle beasts. As the name suggests, they are entirely composed of chi power. Here's something amusing. Due to its unique nature, all beings that come into contact with chi power will eventually succumb to a gradual poison. I prefer to call it poison. Take this island as an example. Since it is composed of chi power, it is theoretically edible. However, once consumed, the chi power continues to exert its influence, causing the consumer to develop traits of what they have ingested. For instance, consuming a leafy green may lead one to take on a greener hue and absorb nutrients from sunlight. Eating a stone would harden one's body, and so forth. Yet, in this world, everything is weighed by an invisible balance, measuring gain against loss. What may seem like a fleeting acquisition or loss will ultimately reveal the beauty of equilibrium at some point. Chi power possesses a potent addictive quality. Those who eat grass will increasingly crave chi-infused grasses, while those who consume stones will develop an insatiable appetite for them. Eventually, neglecting to eat grass or stones will lead to discomfort. With increased consumption, they will ultimately be assimilated by the chi power. Those who consume stones will become stone-like, while those who feast on grass will transform into plants. Those with a varied diet will become a chaotic amalgamation. Devoid of distinctive features, in the end, none will meet a good fate. Thus, over time, this golden island has been renamed the Cursed Island. People have grown wary of the moving islands, opting to navigate the Starry Archipelago while steering clear of the Cursed Islands. To be precise, not everyone feels this way. Every year, many audacious souls venture into the Starry Archipelago to seek adventure. Of course, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. They too will be assimilated by the chi power. Jiang Tuanzi sighed, greed. Ha, indeed. You've summarized it quite well, little brother. There's a saying that goes, the insatiable pit of desire consumes all. Greed, like fire, will inevitably lead to self-immolation. Whether human, divine, or beast, all beings are alike. Failing to learn any lessons in my homeland, there's a saying, the future generations mourn yet do not reflect, thus continuing the cycle of lamentation. That encapsulates this notion. Ha ha ha, I just realized, little brother, you possess a knack for delivering profound wisdom. What good does it do to ponder such lofty truths? Will it enhance your meal? Now, sleep. We shall rise early to catch the great fish. With that, Lon Lon gently tapped Jiang Tuanzi on the head, closed her eyes and quickly drifted into slumber. This night, filled with sweet dreams, was one of tranquility. Upon awakening, Jiang Tuanzi discovered that Lon Lon was not indulging in food, but was instead meditating within their room. Noticing him awake, she opened her eyes and, resting on the floor, said, "Ah, you are awake. We must depart swiftly. I sense that this island is about to awaken." Still groggy from sleep, Jiang Tuanzi inquired with a tone of confusion. "Awaken? Yes. Did I not tell you last night that this island is a chi-power beast? For many years, it has been in a deep slumber, and the villagers have diligently fed it, hastening its awakening. In just a few minutes, the island will begin to move." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuanzi's drowsiness evaporated, and he exclaimed, "What? Lon Lon, why didn't you wake me? We must hurry. Ha ha ha, I didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber." The two rushed to the boat that Lon Lon had borrowed earlier. As soon as they boarded, the birds on the island erupted into a chorus of calls, taking flight towards the azure sky. These feathered creatures, large and small, circled around the fish island. The villagers, taken aback, gazed upwards in wonder at this sudden, natural spectacle. The ground began to emit faint, unusual sounds. Despite the absence of wind, the leaves overhead rustled. Soon after, those standing on the island felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, the ground shifting unevenly, making it difficult to maintain their balance. Cups, bowls, and other objects on the tables toppled to the ground. Windows and doors shook violently, and dilapidated houses crumbled under the stress. It dawned on them that they were experiencing an earthquake. Sakatara was the first to shout, "Earthquake!" This shout resonated like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples of panic through the crowd as they hurriedly gathered their treasures and made for their boats. The surface of the island tilted increasingly. Those clinging to their valuables, unable to escape in time, lost their footing and, along with their treasures, plunged into the sea, sinking into the abyss below. Meanwhile, Jiang Tuanzi, who had already set sail, witnessed a colossal fish, a wondrous amalgamation of stone, soil, and wood, roll over on the surface of the sea. Its immense size stirring up towering waves that reached heights of dozens of meters. The fish, akin to a whale, exhaled forcefully, releasing a breath that coalesced into a massive whirlwind in the sky. From this whirlwind sprang forth red sands, animated with life, swirling and ultimately blossoming into radiant seeds. These seeds rapidly matured, transforming into spiral-shaped trees. These trees, devoid of leaves and characterized by slender, twisting branches, embodied the essence of wind. Dancing gracefully in the sky, tracing elegant, fluid lines. Subsequently, these spiral trees simultaneously erupted with an abundance of blue-violet flowers, their numbers proliferating and spreading outward, soon forming an expansive sea of inverted blue blossoms across the horizon. The fish flapped its fins, gracefully soaring into the air, while the surrounding starry waters ascended with it, cascading into the blooming flower sea. At this moment, the starry waters, twinkling with countless lights, were irresistibly drawn upward. Merging with the flowers in a mesmerizing spectacle, the sky and sea inverted, creating the illusion of stars raining down from above. Jiang Tuanzi was filled with awe and confusion, suddenly unable to discern whether he was gazing at the starry sky or overlooking the ocean. Lon Lon gazed at the astonished Jiang Tuanzi with a smile, softly inquiring, "I recall you boasting to me before that you could swiftly master any form of magic. Behold, this is the power of wonder. This is miracle magic. How much of it do you truly comprehend?" Jiang Tuanzi shook his head, admitting that he had not grasped any of it throughout the entire spectacle. It defied the very logic of science and transcended his understanding of magic. The term miracle aptly encapsulated this grand display of wondrous power. It was undoubtedly the most fitting description for such an extraordinary feast, and a wonder that Minter Ailian from the Arcane Academy had once remarked in class that humanity's presumptuous attempts at fusion magic were merely shallow imitations of true miracle magic. As the two conversed, the great fish soared through the sea of flowers in the sky, occasionally diving into the sea of stars beneath, splashing droplets of water onto the blossoms above. The blue-violet flowers seemed to be guided by the great fish, slowly drifting toward the horizon, ultimately vanishing beyond the edge of the sea, leaving behind a faint blue-violet afterglow woven between the sky and the ocean, a dreamlike tapestry. Little brother, stop staring. The wondrous beast has already moved on. Let's go catch some real fish. I have a new idea about where to find them. To be honest, I have little hope left, he replied. Good things take time. Patience is key. This time, I am certain we shall feast on fish. Let's hope so. The sun and moon shone brightly in the sky, while the sandstorm dared not encroach further. Trollus, burdened with a large sack of magic stones and holding a nearly broken sun bottle, slowly emerged from the tempest. The elves atop the city walls first lowered their weapons in disbelief, followed by an uncontrollable cheer as they leaped down to celebrate. In unison, they cried, "Hero! Hero!" Everyone merely thought he was exhausted. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Little brother, you need not worry. I have thought it through, and we should seek out the merfolk directly. They reside in the ocean. Surely they know where the fish are. I find that rather plausible. But Lon Lon, do you know where the merfolk might be? How many days will it take our ship to reach there? Lon Lon shook her head, her tone still exuding confidence. I do not know. I only know that the merfolk live atop the wondrous beasts of the sea, drifting upon the islands beneath the waves. Therefore, the location of their kingdom must constantly shift with the movement of these islands. Observing Jiang Tuanzi's hesitance, Lon Lon playfully tapped his head and scolded. What kind of expression is that? Do you not believe me? This is a perfect solution I have contemplated all night. No, 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 Lon Lon. You are knowledgeable in the heavens and the earth, versed in ancient and modern lore. How could I possibly doubt you? I merely wanted to know where our ship should head next. Let us sail toward areas devoid of ship fleets, after all. The merfolk prefer to be with wondrous beasts, while human fleets currently shun them. Understood. The large ship turned sharply, heading toward the scarcely trodden waters. Jiang Tuanzi gazed curiously at the seemingly boundless sea and asked, Lon Lon, what lies at the end of the ocean? Lon Lon, disinterested in the topic, nonetheless provided an explanation. The end? I do not know. The further you go, the more desolate it becomes, and the magic diminishes. It is said that the world's end is a sheer cliff, where one would plummet into the abyss. Of course, that's just one theory. Others suggest that the ocean's end leads to a world identical to ours, where you enter through one side and another version of yourself emerges from the other. Some say it is simply a vast expanse of white, void of anything. Others claim this sea has no end, or that the end is an insurmountable wall. In short, opinions abound. Has no one ever been curious about what lies at the world's end and sought to explore it? You and your inquisitive mind, always filled with such peculiar questions. Most people are not curious about such matters. But do you not wonder why they lack curiosity? Why is that? Jiang Tuanzi asked, intrigued. Because those who are curious have perished. Really? Is that true, Lon Lon? Ha ha ha, I am not quite sure, but have you not heard? The less you know, the happier you live. Rather than agonizing over unanswered questions each day, why not seek out delicious food and truly enjoy life? I detest the scholars at the Arcane Academy. They are perpetually engrossed in deciphering the meaning of this world. Yet in their old age, they find themselves no closer to understanding. I can only imagine their regret on their deathbeds, lamenting the time they failed to spend appreciating and enjoying this beautiful world. I am actually quite curious. Lon Lon lightly tapped Jiang Tuanzi's head, smiling kindly. I can see that as the borrowed ship ventured further into the rarely navigated waters, the wondrous creatures of the starry sea began to multiply. These beings frequently conjured various phenomena, rendering the surrounding scenery increasingly dreamlike. The world around them appeared as though viewed through fragmented filters, each displaying different colors and effects. Suddenly, as Lon Lon gazed at the shimmering sea below, she exclaimed, shaking Jiang Tuanzi with excitement, Little brother, look, just as I said, we truly have found it. Beneath us lies a merfolk kingdom. Jiang Tuanzi steadied his swaying head and followed Lanlan's gaze downward. The waters below were unlike any other ocean, clear and pristine, allowing one to see straight to the bottom, through the crystalline waters. A magnificent underwater city came into view, perched grandly atop a colossal coral reef. As expected, this coral reef was home to wondrous creatures, their bodies adorned with sparkling pearls brimming with magical energy. The very source of the underwater luminescence. The architectural style of this city artfully blended natural beauty with the intricacies of magic. From above, it resembled a gigantic coral, naturally formed, adorned with numerous shells as though crafted by the merfolk as artistic embellishments. The overall design preserved the untamed beauty of nature while skillfully employing delicate shells as decorative accents. At the center of the coral stood a grand palace, hollowed out and crowned with a reflective deep-sea crystal dome that vividly mirrored the vibrant scenes of the underwater world. Surrounding the palace was an expansive underwater garden, where colorful seaweeds bloomed like terrestrial flowers, swaying gently with the tides. In the garden, a unique underwater spring emerged, its pinkish waters creating a striking contrast against the surrounding transparent sea. Resembling a dazzling pink crystal embedded in the ocean floor, Lon Lon proposed, "Shall we disguise ourselves? Quick, mimic my form." As she spoke, her body gracefully twirled, transforming into a stunning mermaid. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Tuanzi, encouraging him to follow suit. "Must I become a mermaid?" Jiang Tuanzi hesitated to ask. "Yes, indeed, little sister. You may not yet realize that adopting a mermaid's appearance brings numerous advantages in the kingdom of the merfolk." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Tuanzi inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and recalled the image of a mermaid from his memory. Upon reopening his eyes and observing Lon Lon, his form began to shift, and he too transformed into an elegant mermaid. "Oh, little mermaid, you've transformed splendidly." On the starry isles, amidst the night sky, the first divine child to be vanquished by a flying beast fled in vain, turning to plead for mercy, yet was mercilessly devoured. Golden blood splattered across the heavens. Meanwhile, the Sun King observed silently from a distance, eventually gesturing for his subordinates to relay a new decree to the remaining divine children. A new reward has been established. For those divine children slain by the flying beasts, the treasures and sons belonging to their respective realms shall no longer be surrendered to the Sun Kingdom, but will instead be distributed as rewards among the remaining participants. With this new rule, the previously united divine children began to harbor ulterior motives, and it could be said that most were now filled with deceitful intentions. The crystal-clear waters gave Jiang Tuanzi the sensation of soaring freely through the air rather than swimming beneath the surface. The two radiant mermaids soon caught the attention of the merfolk nearby. Several merfolk soldiers approached respectfully, inquiring, "May we ask, esteemed divine children, from whence do you hail? What brings you to our illustrious kingdom of Qiyong and the royal hall of Zhenlan?" This was Jiang Tuanzi's first encounter with the merfolk, who appeared rather emaciated, reminiscent of individuals suffering from long-term malnutrition. Lon Lon wore an expression of haughtiness, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. As she addressed the soldier of the Jiao people, "Does this holy sun need to report my arrival at the magnificent Jiao kingdom to you? Hurry, present us with your finest delicacies and drinks to entertain us, for I am here to meet your king." Following the Jiao soldier, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this city was not a single grand coral, but rather 4 quarter-circle corals, akin to a colossal coral divided equally into 4 parts. Upon entering the city, the Zhenlan Palace bore no walls. The residential area within was known as Coral Lane, intricately woven into a complex, independent network based on those 4 corals. The lanes were spacious and winding, flanked by various shell-themed abodes. Beneath the coral lay the Pearl Market, which appeared desolate, with few Jiao people in sight. The main entrance of the Zhenlan Palace, like elsewhere, was sculpted from massive coral reefs, emanating a soft glow from the exquisite jewelry it bore, casting a warm light over the entire entryway, seemingly guiding visitors into this mysterious palace. Surrounding the grand hall of the palace were tables and chairs inlaid with mother-of-pearl and gemstones, each adorned with soft, seaweed-woven tablecloths and exquisite flowers. The throne was cleverly positioned on a slightly elevated platform, constructed from layers of delicately crafted coral stone steps. Encircling the platform were elaborately carved railings, adorned with intricate depictions of deep-sea creatures, so lifelike they appeared to silently guard the throne. The Jiao King sat quietly upon the throne. Jiang Tuanzi observed closely and noted that the Jiao King was markedly more unsightly than the other Jiao people. His face was riddled with pits, each resembling the marks of treacherous reefs from the deep sea. His skin was dark and rough, as if mercilessly weathered by the harsh passage of time. His eyes were filled with profound sorrow and helplessness. The Jiao King spoke first. Noble saints, what brings you to our most remote and human-adjacent Jiao kingdom from afar? Lan Lan casually arranged 2 chairs and sat down with Jiang Tuanzi. Addressing the Jiao king directly, let me be frank. Those unsightly fish have proliferated in the seas in recent years. I have come to investigate the extent of your suffering and to assist you in dealing with these grotesque fish. The Jiao king let out a bitter laugh, his voice still deep as he replied, Noble saints, you may find your journey to be in vain. Logically, one would expect an abundance of unsightly fish in such a remote location. Yet we are among the rare nations devoid of them. Lan Lan, perplexed, inquired. If there are no fish people troubling you, why do you appear so downcast? Jiang Tuanzi leaned closer and whispered. Could it be that the Jiao king does not actually look troubled? But rather, this is simply his natural appearance. Although the remark was quiet, the individuals in the hall were formidable. The Jiao king pretended to cough twice, conceding, Noble saints, please forgive us. The appearance of our Jiao kingdom's people is traditionally one of unparalleled beauty. However, over the past decade, for reasons unknown, our appearances have deteriorated considerably. Today, we have become a rather ghastly sight, bearing a resemblance to those unsightly fish. As he spoke, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on his face. Lan Lan nodded, her expression tinged with regret. Not for the absence of fish, of course, to that moment. The food for the guest was brought forth by the Jiao people, consisting primarily of various salads, rather simple in nature. Observing the meager fare and the forlorn countenance of his subjects, the Jiao king could not help but display a bitter smile, explaining to Lan Lan, Noble saints, once again I must apologize. Due to certain circumstances, our food resources are exceedingly scarce. This is also one of the reasons we lack those unsightly fish. One of the reasons. Yes, after the meal, I can show you the principal culprit behind this predicament. Lan Lan, uninterested in the food, engaged in casual conversation with the Jiao king, while Jiang Tuanzi, in stark contrast, developed a keen interest in the unfamiliar salads and eagerly sampled them. New, unlocking the codex. Simple bitter root salad flavor, 5 points, tasteless, nutrition, 0. 008. The bitter root, a common name for the root system of the bamboo stone grass growing in the sea, is one of the staple foods of the Jiao kingdom's populace. Due to its extremely low nutritional value, the citizens have long suffered from malnutrition. New, unlocking the codex. Simple sea blue fruit salad flavor, 6 points, bland, nutrition, 0.093. A mix of sea blue fruits and chopped bamboo stone grass. This is one of the staple foods of the royal family of the Jiao kingdom. Its low nutritional content has led to chronic malnutrition among the royals. If one were to classify it as food, the flavor could hardly be deemed good, as even a handful of seaweed picked from the roadside would taste similarly. These salads had a commonality. They all consisted of various parts of bamboo stone grass. Truly, this plant is ubiquitous, with a remarkably strong presence. The sea blue fruit in the simple sea blue fruit salad was minimal in quantity, and its size was notably smaller than those previously consumed. The fruits once enjoyed in Panchir City were the size of ping-pong balls, while this one was merely the size of an almond. Its color was also dull, reminiscent of blueberries, with a layer of misty white frost on the surface. After Jiang Tuanzi carefully savored these rudimentary salads, Lan Lan suddenly lifted the entire table, along with all the salads, utensils, and decorations, and swallowed them whole. Then, she clapped her hands, took Jiang Tuanzi's hand, burped, and said to the Jiao king, We have finished eating. Now let us proceed to see the culprit you mentioned. Lead the way. The Jiao king quickly rose, guiding the 2 saints and the assembled ministers out of the Jinlan palace toward the source of their troubles. The Sun King, having achieved the desired effect in his mind, ceased observing the divine sons feigning cooperation to deceive one another. In his view, such schemes were rather elementary. The throng of ministers hastily knelt before him, and with a mere wave of his hand, he dismissed them all. Once they departed, he sat alone upon the imposing throne, his posture languid, as if he had dozed off in his seat. The Jiao people had not traveled far from the outskirts when a seemingly endless white wall appeared in their view. Upon closer inspection, this wall appeared to be composed of densely interwoven white filaments, comparable in thickness to iron wire. Lan Lan, gazing upwards at the towering white wall, instinctively asked, What on earth is this? This is bamboo stone grass. Lan Lan gasped in astonishment, her mouth forming a Na shape, incredulously responding, Really? Is it possible for bamboo stone grass to grow this large? A Jiao minister quickly added. Different places have different names for it. Here, we commonly refer to it as bitter root or white wall. We cannot be certain that it is indeed bamboo stone grass, but we are certain that this plant must have been influenced by a miracle to grow to such an exaggerated size. As you can see, this white wall blocks the detestable unsightly fish, but it also obstructs our access to the starry seas and our trade routes with friendly nations. Thus, when you two saints arrived in the Jiao kingdom, everyone was quite astonished that I, being a curious Jiao, dare to ask how you two esteemed saints managed to traverse this white wall. It is evident that we arrived by boat. As soon as Lanlan spoke, Jiang Tuanzi observed the Jiao people scratching their heads, and an awkward silence enveloped the AI art, no longer paying attention to the Jiao people. Jiang Tuanzi focused intently on examining the white wall. Just as she reached out to touch the white roots, her system seemed to display a prompt. Gently tapping the roots again, a notification appeared on her system panel. Magic power consumption, 1. At this moment, curiosity piqued. She turned to ask, have you been consuming this bitter root all these years? Regarding this white wall, historical records indicate that it has existed for over a century. It has continuously siphoned nutrients from this marine area, causing our starry seas to lose their miracles, transforming into a colorless, transparent state, devoid of the twinkling starlight. Furthermore, the crops we cultivate can hardly compete, yielding increasingly smaller and less nutritious fruits. We have not been without attempts to find alternative solutions over the years. We once invited scholars from the Arcane Academy to study it. They did indeed come, but merely glanced at it, deeming it ordinary grass, albeit rather lush, without any research value, and subsequently lost interest. We also reported this matter to the Sun Kingdom, but they showed no concern either. Other neighboring Jiao nations could have assisted us in cutting, pruning, and maintaining the passage, but in the past 5 years, the proliferation of those loathsome, unsightly fish has left every Jiao nation beset with internal and external troubles, leaving them little time to tend to us. Now, our entire Jiao kingdom teeters on the brink of destruction. Lanlan, slightly impatient, inquired. So, there are indeed no unsightly fish near here? The merman minister let out a helpless, bitter smile. Indeed, my lord's sacred son. The ugly fish dwell beyond the white wall, and here we possess nothing. How infuriating! No wonder my little sister and I have been wandering in this sea for so long without even catching a glimpse of a single ugly fish. This is an utter waste of my time. Ah, little sister, let us depart and explore the other side of the white wall. Lanlan, as usual, reached out to pull Jiang Tuanzi, but this time she found herself unable to do so. With a look of confusion, she turned to Jiang Tuanzi. Jiang Tuanzi gently patted her hand, then turned her gaze to the listless, pallid, and emaciated merman. She took a slight breath of seawater, as if to muster her courage, and then resolutely addressed the merman. We have come precisely to assist you in overcoming your current predicament. Little sister, weren't we here to seek delicacies? Lanlan asked, bewildered, gazing at Jiang Tuanzi. Jiang Tuanzi paid her no heed. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that the already extraordinarily beautiful little sister seemed to radiate a faint and mysterious glow. This luminescence rendered Jiang Tuanzi even more divine and pure, causing the mermen to momentarily forget the true purpose of their visit as articulated by Lanlan. In contrast to the mermen, Lanlan turned her head towards the white wall with a disdainful expression. Her little sister flaunted her rapid mastery of magic, engaging in these ornamental spells that bore no practical utility. Bah! What a show-off! The moment she encountered miraculous magic, her abilities faltered. The flickering glow of this magic might lead an unknowing observer to believe that a dance hall was in session here. The city lord received him with minimal hospitality before hastily departing, for he had more pressing matters to attend to: conscription, maintaining stability, and suppressing protests. Troyes had come alone to Mekong City to host a celebration banquet for himself. The atmosphere at the banquet commenced harmoniously, but it soon became discordant as he observed the various elves in the city embroiled in heated arguments over the war. Some radicals deemed it utterly unreasonable for the elves to suppress the demon race, while humans reaped the spoils of victory from the rear. Meanwhile, some conservatives argued that the elves no longer possessed the strength to resist the Sun King. Disobeying his orders would lead to no future for them. The elves held steadfastly to their views, and the discrepancies among them became increasingly pronounced. In times of resource abundance, these conflicts could be temporarily concealed, but now they had escalated to a nearly irreconcilable level. Trories quietly withdrew from the tumultuous banquet. Unnoticed by a single elf. 5 years had passed, 5 years of war, shattering the morale of most elven nations on the Moon continent. During the Lark Council, consensus on the number of troops contributed by each nation had evaporated, with even half of the nations showing disdain for attending the council. Trories stepped into his home after a long absence, greeted by walls adorned with celebratory messages, yet he felt no trace of festivity. This sight instantly crushed the hopes and aspirations within him, plunging him into profound confusion. Gazing at the faint glow emitted by the sun bottle, a glow that once instilled hope, he found himself whispering to it, expressing his bewilderment, his incomprehension towards his elven kin, and the uncertainty of his future path. Finally, he sighed. Just as he was about to set the sun bottle aside, it seemed to have understood his words. As a slender golden thread slowly extended from within, pointing towards a secluded path in the city. Standing before the assembly of mermen, Jiang Tuanzi opened her arms and spoke with heartfelt eloquence. The character Qi is often employed to depict splendid and breathtaking scenes, and when combined with Rongyangua, it aptly showcases your outstanding appearances. Your nation's name is poetic, yet reality is capricious, which fills me with regret. I suspect that your increasingly unattractive visages may stem from prolonged nutritional deficiencies and poor diets. The root of all this appears to point towards this wall composed of bamboo, stone, and grass. What complicates matters further is that this wall possesses the ability to absorb magical energy, making it quite challenging to address. Physical destruction seems to be the only solution, and to be honest, I have yet to devise a viable plan. Nevertheless, I vow to assist you in overcoming these difficulties. The merman ministers sighed, causing the seawater to ripple slightly with their exhalations. Whether the white wall absorbs magic or not has been a topic of extensive research by scholars at the Arcane Academy. They believe that the magical value of this grass is quite high, as its roots and stems are hollow and interconnected, facilitating the easy accumulation and circulation of magical energy. A significant concentration of magic would generate a magical enrichment effect. Additionally, due to the influence of this peculiar force, surrounding magic instinctively gravitates towards it. However, the role of this peculiar force extends beyond mere attraction. It acts more like a magical reservoir, as it not only absorbs magic, but also allows us to consciously extract magic from within. How about this? You can demonstrate to the sacred sun while explaining it to him, said King Qirong, casually gesturing to one of the ministers. The honest minister obediently reached out to touch the white wall, prompting Jiang Tuanzi's pupils to reveal a probing magical array. She then clearly observed that the internal roots held various colors of magic, with a portion of blue magic slowly migrating towards the surface, ultimately flowing into the minister, albeit at a sluggish pace. As the merman minister absorbed the magic, he humbly explained to Jiang Tuanzi, "My lord's sacred son, would you care to try it yourself? Just by employing your mental power, you could guide the internal magic to flow out. Controlling it is quite simple." Jiang Tuanzi gave it a try and found it indeed simple. King Qirong was not surprised. Mermaids were called sacred sons precisely because their bodies brimmed with extraordinary magical energy. If they couldn't manage this trivial task, he would begin to question whether these two sacred sons were imposters. It was somewhat amusing. Their continued survival relied on the magic provided by this very source. King Qirong's sudden voice interrupted the astonished mermen. Jiang Tuanzi, observing this miraculous phenomenon, remained silent, her eyes narrowed as she began to ponder. The bamboo stone grass could absorb and emit magic. Unlike the magic-restricted forest on the Yellow Sand continent, it resembled a large magical power bank. However, it required the mental energy of a living being to guide the magic within to be absorbed and utilized, didn't it? Jiang Tuanzi cast one last glance at the white wall and replied, "Very well, allow me to contemplate this overnight." Lanlan leaned closer to her ear, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Are we really staying here overnight? I was hoping to have fish tonight." Jiang Tuanzi echoed King Qirong's words. "Sacred son, there is no rush. Let us first rest well. After all, what is fated will come to pass, and what is not destined should not be forced." Lanlan poked Jiang Tuanzi's forehead with determination, retorting, "You, with your nonsensical reasoning, still have a point. Remember, fate is determined by the heavens, but destiny is forged by oneself." Yet, she nonetheless followed Jiang Tuanzi. King Qirong arranged a suite for the two of them. It was indeed more convenient to walk, as she could hardly fathom how those mermaids navigated on land. Perhaps they sprouted legs upon reaching the shore, Jiang Tuanzi speculated. Is that true? Are you certain they won't struggle like fish on land? Hopping and floundering as they move forward? I've never seen it either, Jiang Tuanzi replied, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image Lan Lan described. The extraordinarily beautiful mermaid she had once encountered, her fish tail thrashing on the ground as she made a rhythmic pattering sound, her body wriggling like a caterpillar, slowly inching forward. That certainly shatters the image, doesn't it? Perhaps I am too kind-hearted, unable to bear the sight of others suffering. I think you should first visit the yellow sand continent. I've heard it has turned into a meat grinder, with countless elves and demons perishing daily, blood flowing like rivers. A sight too grim to behold. Lan Lan continued. I am merely doing what is within my capabilities. Jiang Tuanzi whispered. Within your capabilities? Have you formulated a plan to dismantle that white wall which lies within your capabilities? Jiang Tuanzi scratched her head, her eyes brimming with wisdom as she contemplated. I have not yet devised a method for destruction. Rather, I am considering how to enable coexistence between the merman and it. I intend to devise several colossal magical arrays, with the magic sustaining them drawn from the white wall. This magical array can expedite the growth of crops commonly consumed by the mermen in this manner. We can resolve the food issue for the mermen without dismantling the white wall. As Jiang Tuanzi spoke. She unreservedly shared her profound insights into magic, casually sketching an intricate yet elegant magical array on the ground. This array was designed to promote plant growth, facilitate underwater respiration, and possess multiple advanced functions, such as siphoning magic from other sources and guiding the flow of magic. Lan Lan gazed at the magical array, marveling internally at the fact that few humans could design such a complex and harmonious magical array in such a short span of time. Her little sister's understanding of magic indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the temporary grand hall on the island, the Sun King, clad in resplendent golden armor, sat upon the majestic throne while persistently coughing violently. Crimson blood oozed from the crevices of his armor, dripping down in a most disheveled manner. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness his pitiful state. Allow me to amend that I, in truth, a rashly intruding dwarf, bore witness to this scene. A bare-chested dwarf stood at one side of the grand hall, casually twirling a hammer in his hand, its head shimmering with a faint red glow, an embodiment of runic power. The tattoos adorning the dwarf's skin writhed as if alive, emanating a soft, non-distracting array of colors. His gaze was piercing, laden with hostility, fixated intently on the Sun King seated upon the throne. It was a case of sworn enemies meeting, with animosity palpable in the air. Despite his violent coughing, the Sun King appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Lan Lan, contemplating this, immediately recognized a significant flaw in her thoughts. Little sister, your idea is indeed commendable, but given the property of the white wall to absorb magical energy. Once this magic circle is activated, it will require continuous mental energy to sustain it. If there is even a moment devoid of mental guidance, the magic circle will be drained of its power by the white wall. In other words, this is a one-time magic circle with a disproportionate cost-to-benefit ratio. Similarly, those plants hastened to grow by magic will wither and even perish due to the white wall's energy drain. Furthermore, the complexity of your magic circle's design would make it exceedingly difficult for the merfolk to comprehend and master. I fear it would take at least a decade. Are you suggesting I remain here with you for 10 years? Little sister? Hence, I find myself rather troubled. As she spoke, Jiang Tuanzi helplessly raised her hands in exasperation. Lan Lan reclined leisurely on the ground, her eyes squinting with a mischievous smile as she said, Little sister, we are not strangers. Simply tell me your true intentions and I shall assist you. How does that sound? Very well. Upon hearing this, Lan Lan immediately straightened up, urging, What are you hesitating for? Speak. Jiang Tuanzi, considering that Lan Lan had previously mentioned her acquaintance with the Sun King, chose not to directly articulate her desire to overthrow and slay him. Instead, she resolved to express her intentions in a more delicate manner. I dream of establishing a nation where all races can coexist equally and harmoniously. For now, I will assist the merfolk, engendering gratitude within them. Thus, when the time comes for me to establish this nation, they will stand as my supporters, rather than opposition. Wow. I truly did not expect that. Little sister, you aspire to be a queen, Lon Lon remarked, genuinely puzzled. What is it about kingship that so captivates people? I had thought you, like myself, were indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring the pleasures of food, local customs, and a carefree life. Sister, I have shared my thoughts with you. Lon Lon suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, her gaze icy and her tone frigid. At this moment, she appeared both foreign and earnest. The myriad races of the world do not lament the scarcity of resources, but rather the inequity of their distribution. They do not despair over inadequate food, but over unequal education. They do not resent the harshness of life's trials, but the lack of equitable opportunities. They do not blame a simple environment, but the difficulty of attaining happiness. Since all races are born into inequality, how can we demand true equality? I shall neither support nor oppose the path you have chosen. I will assist you this time and the next, but I will not be your eternal aid. The Sun King has but a few years left to live. Once he passes, you may establish your ideal nation and ascend as its new ruler. Our paths diverge. Once you become the new monarch, we shall part ways. Only after Lon Lon finished speaking did Jiang Tuanzi exhale a long breath, though she felt a twinge of fear at Lanlin's confession. Apprehensive that this might be their final encounter, the very act of conveying such thoughts suggested that departure was not imminent. I understand, Sister Lon Lon. Lon Lon's expression returned to its usual demeanor as she lightly tapped Jiang Tuanzi's forehead, softly saying, "Let us go and thoroughly survey the area to select a prime piece of land for the merfolk's farmlands." Jiang Tuanzi scratched her head, increasingly perplexed by Lon Lon's mindset. Why did the notion of parting seem so effortlessly spoken? If separation was inevitable, then why embark on this adventure together now? Did this imply there would be future opportunities to continue their friendship? Filled with doubt yet harboring a flicker of hope, Jiang Tuanzi followed as they stealthily exited the palace and approached the vast white wall once more. The roots of the bamboo, stone, and grass comprising the white wall were supple, resembling a tangle of fine threads, writhing in sync with the waves of the sea. Observing it anew, the wall appeared less like a plant and more like a structure woven from living, intertwined white worms. They gazed at this endless white wall. Lon Lon stretched her neck, peering towards the horizon, and said to Jiang Tuanzi, "Elbow, take a look at this white wall. I am now even more curious about how it extends, and let us see if there is any suitable land nearby for building a farm." With that, she clasped Jiang Tuanzi's hand tightly, and with a spring, they shot towards the north as they soared through the air. Jiang Tuanzi gazed through the clear waters towards the distant horizon, where the white walls continuously rose from the surface. Pretending to be inquisitive, she asked, "So, is this world really not round?" Lon Lon, with a hint of teasing in her voice, replied, "Little sister, you were once the headmaster of the Arcane Academy. How can you not know such a fundamental question? Of course, the world is flat. Silly, it's no wonder that the teachings of the Arcane Academy are of no practical use, failing to impart even this basic knowledge to students. No wonder theoretical research has been in decline for years. But if the world is flat, why do the distant white walls rise from below the horizon?" As her words fell, Lon Lon abruptly halted, gently poking Jiang Tuanzi's forehead with her finger, exclaiming in surprise, "What peculiar thoughts occupy your little head all day? So, Sister Lon Lon, what is the reason behind this?" Jiang Tuanzi continued to press for answers. Sensing Lanlin's irritable demeanor, Jiang Tuanzi understood the cause of Lanlin's reaction. Despite their lengthy acquaintance, she still struggled to grasp Lanlin's worldview. However, she could discern that Lon Lon was displeased, feigning anger. Though Lon Lon appeared open to new ideas, she was, in reality, quite traditional and conservative. Moreover, she rarely acknowledged her own mistakes or ignorance, especially not in front of others. Consequently, Jiang Tuanzi quickly changed the subject, pointing toward the adjacent white wall and curiously asking, "Sister Lon Lon, do you think those bamboo, stone, and grass roots might have extended from the mainland?" "I believe so as well, but that seems rather far-fetched. For such a trivial power, this little fellow has truly gone to great lengths. Let us ascend and take a closer look." With that, she once more grasped Jiang Tuanzi's hand, propelling them both out of the water. They soared through the starry sky, gazing down at the sea of stars below. The Sun King casually wiped the blood from his helmet and addressed the dwarf, "I presume, Eternal King, that your sudden appearance is not merely to deliver my national artifact, The hammer in the Eternal King's hand spun faster with each rotation. He coldly replied, "Old rival, I have come to claim your head." Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. You, an arrogant fool, are but a mere insect that I have trodden underfoot. I have never regarded you as a true adversary. Having defeated you twice, I shall never grant you the chance to triumph over me. Cough, cough, cough. The Sun King's words had barely escaped his lips before a more violent fit of coughing seized him, crimson blood gushing from the seams of his helmet. Observing this, the Eternal King smirked, jesting. "Ah, it appears, esteemed Golden Sun King, that your blood is red, just like the rest of us, due to the transparency of this sea of stars." The path extended by the white wall was clearly visible. Unlike ordinary root-like plants that radiate outward, it extended in a nearly straight line, reaching the borders of the Qirongjiao Kingdom, closely hugging the national boundary and encasing the entire nation within its grasp. From this perspective, the white wall resembled a man-made structure rather than a naturally occurring vegetation. Lan Lan pointed to the ground, casually stating to Jiang Tuanzi, "How about this place? To be honest, I'm rather lazy to search further. Could you bring out some of the fruits you packed from Pineapple Island?" "Ah?" Jiang Tuanzi responded with confusion, promptly retrieving a large bag of red fruit from her spatial backpack. Lan Lan grabbed a few fruits and casually tossed them into the sea. And around the seeds, soil began to materialize from thin air, enveloping them, ultimately forming small patches of flat land. Observing the large bag of fruits, she decided that casting them by hand was too slow. Clapping her hands, she summoned the small patches of land to coalesce into a vast expanse of flat terrain. The fruits from the bag soared into the air, landing upon the freshly formed ground, disappearing without a trace upon contact, reminiscent of the mythical ginseng fruit. Watching the red fruits vanish, Lan Lan clapped her hands once more. The white wall obeyed her command, releasing a torrent of magical energy that began to nourish and irrigate the newly birthed land. Under the catalysis of magic, seeds sprouted and flourished rapidly in mere moments. A vast forest burgeoned beneath the sea, each tree laden with fruit. How is this accomplished? It is a secret. Lan Lan deliberately kept the suspense. Providing no explanation, she reached out to pluck 2 fruits, swallowing one whole while casually tossing the other to Jiang Tuanzi. Jiang Tuanzi activated her appraisal function, examining the orchard before her gaze fell upon the fruit in her hand. All were unknown entries in her compendium. This could only indicate one thing. They were no longer the fruits she had previously consumed. She took a bite of the fruit in her grasp. The system promptly notified her. New entry 1. New compendium unlocked. Divine Law Nature Crimson Fruit. Flavor, 7 points, delicious, nutrition. 1. This fruit is sweet and sour, rich in nutrients. It is a creation of divine power. Resembling a crimson fruit. It is a gift from the gods. Observing Jiang Tuanzi, who stood frozen after tasting the fruit, Lan Lan couldn't help but chuckle, beginning to explain. This white wall can absorb both magical and extraordinary powers. The absorption of extraordinary power is based on its inherent characteristics, while the absorption of magical power stems from the wall's own properties. However, regardless of the nature or peculiarities, none can absorb divine power. Divine power is simply that domineering. I made slight modifications to the magic circle you designed earlier, constructing it directly with divine power. The energy source of this magic circle is the white wall. As long as the magic of the wall does not deplete, the fruits of this orchard will be inexhaustible. Aren't I impressive? Lan Lan stood with her hands on her hips, her face radiating pride as she sought acknowledgement. Jiang Tuanzi nodded in agreement. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in magical power. Any magic circle composed of it could be effortlessly mimicked with just a glance. Yet, divine and extraordinary powers remained realms utterly beyond her comprehension. They possessed an acute disconnection, as if products of another world. To Jiang Tuanzi, magical power was akin to a straightforward Chinese book written in plain language, complete with annotations, easily understood at a glance. In contrast, divine and extraordinary powers resembled a Hebrew text with no translations, leaving her utterly bewildered by each character. Jiang Tuanzi's understanding of divine power was still superficial. She only knew of objects constructed from it. When probing these with magical observation, she would see them composed of myriad small, colorful pixels. For instance, Miss Wind from the Arcane Academy or the magical dish the principal had invited her to taste. Like those formidable individuals she had encountered, Lanlan bore no visible colors within her. The magic probe could not discern the magical energy within her, a quintessential sign of boundless magical power. The Arcane Academy's textbook stated that all things in the world are composed of elements, which in turn are comprised of magical power. Logically, Lanlan should also be an element formed for magical power, yet her ability to wield divine power transcended Jiang Tuanzi's understanding. The reason a divine child could wield divine power was due to the blessings of the sun, granted by the Sun King. So, what did Lanlan rely upon? The more adventures she shared with her, the more Jiang Tuanzi realized that a heavier veil shrouded her, obscuring the truth. Exhausted, she yearned to collapse. However, this time, she experienced a long-forgotten dream, one that was both bizarre and unsettling. On the continent of the moon, Trollis followed the faint glow of the sun bottle to a wind whisper tree. Only this tree was adorned with dew. Each wind whisper spirit understood the significance of this and reverently collected the dew into their water flasks. After taking a hearty sip of flower tea, the sun bottle in Trollis's arms flickered momentarily. Trollis did not notice this, for suddenly, a dense white mist enveloped him, obscuring all vision, and at the center of his gaze appeared a maiden, the girl. Small in stature with a mane of white hair, donned a robe adorned with yellow stripes. "Are you a follower of the wind whisper god?" Her voice resembled that of a child. "I sincerely apologize for my presumption. You undoubtedly exist. This is an irrefutable truth," Trollis said, his face etched with remorse, "and no harm done. I forgive your ignorance. I have come with an important mission for you, a grand task that only you can fulfill. Please elucidate, my esteemed and magnificent wind whisper god. I am willing to traverse fire and water for you, without hesitation. Even if it means offering my life, I shall do so without complaint, willingly." Trollis earnestly declared his resolve. The white-haired maiden nodded gently, commanding in an undeniable tone. "In the near future, the various spirit kingdoms on the continent of the moon will face a crisis of division, and you are the sole individual capable of saving the spirit race. You shall lead the spirits to establish a new nation, a great realm unifying the continent of the moon." Until this moment, Trollis had never entertained thoughts of kingship or dominion. His desires were merely to share tranquil days with family and friends. Yet from this instant forth, such aspirations blossomed in his heart, and he would steadfastly pursue this goal. In the dream, Jiang Tuanzi gazed around, enveloped in a gray mist. Soon, this dense fog dissipated at a visible pace from the center where she stood, revealing an expanse of desolate land. This landscape was scarred, riddled with numerous pits, not merely circular, but predominantly in regular triangular, square,